Introduction. A corporate worker living in the 21st century unexpectedly finds himself in the world of Game of Thrones, and right from the outset, he ends up in the embrace of the Night King. "Master, could you spare me? I wish to return home." The Night King, however, appears displeased and contemplates murder. This tale narrates the journey of a being, half White Walker and half human, who, after slaying a god, ultimately ascends to become a demon god. Chapter 1. The White Walker. In a realm of ice and snow, where the frigid winds howl, stands a rudimentary altar made of ice and snow, encircled by 3 towering icicles, exuding an eerie aura. From atop the icy altar, a series of wails can be heard. It is a human infant, swathed in animal hide, with traces of blood yet to be wiped from his face. Clearly, the infant has only recently been born. At this moment, he is frozen, his body turning purple, on the brink of death. "Ah, how did I become an infant? Oh, it's so cold." The infant abruptly ceases his cries, babbling incoherently as if attempting to converse. Curiously, he surveys his surroundings, discovering that he is in an area resembling the frigid poles of the earth. Not far to the north, countless shadowy figures stand immobile, resembling a meticulously disciplined army. What on earth is this place? The infant emits a peculiar cry of frustration. His name is Guli, a male aged 26. He is employed at a certain brand of tobacco factory. Just hours ago, he learned from a gossipy colleague that the goddess he has secretly adored for half a year is, in fact, the mistress of the workshop's supervisor, who had pursued her. In a fit of melancholy, Guli purchased a few cans of beer and ventured to the seaside to clear his mind. By chance, he stumbled upon a peculiar stone emitting a green glow on the beach. The stone was crystal clear and chilling to the touch, reminiscent of the fabled night pearl. He intended to take it to a jeweler for appraisal, but then, the stone suddenly erupted in a dazzling light, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself here. Is this a transmigration? Indeed, it must be. But why is it that protagonists in novels who traverse to other worlds are met with systems, beautiful companions, and divine weapons, while I am left with only a foul-smelling animal hide swaddling? As Guli indulged in his thoughts, a strange figure began to approach slowly from the front of the army. The howling winds masked the sound of footsteps until the figure was upon him, and only then did Guli perceive it. Before him stood a being whose face resembled withered wood, marked by countless creases, exuding a terrifying presence. Its pallid skin, coupled with eyes glowing with a blue luminescence and an unusually tall stature, confirmed that it was no human, but rather a humanoid creature. What the hell is this monster? Why does it look so hideous? Guli couldn't help but exclaim, though no one could comprehend his words. The infant widened his eyes in evident fright. The creature was clad in pristine ice armor, its head devoid of hair, save for a crown of jagged icicles that resembled a crown. This appearance, somehow feels oddly familiar, Guli pondered for a moment, and suddenly, a look of horror filled his eyes as a realization struck him. Could it be that this individual resembled the Night King from Game of Thrones? The television series Game of Thrones depicts a world where swords and sorcery intertwine, coexisting with dragons and humans. The Night King stands as the ultimate antagonist of the narrative. Could it be that I have traversed into the realm of Game of Thrones? A surge of excitement coursed through Guli's heart. He joyfully exclaimed, recalling the 3 formidable dragons from the show. He wondered how far the plot had progressed and whether he could intercept Daenerys Targaryen, the mother of dragons, to acquire the 3 dragon eggs ahead of time. The Night King approached the altar, bending down to lift the bewildered Guli into his arms. His withered right hand slowly brushed against Guli's cheek. A chilling surge of magical power emanated from the Night King's fingertips, swiftly invading Guli's tender body. Guli jolted awake, having watched the first 6 seasons of Game of Thrones. He was acutely aware of what the Night King was attempting at this very moment. The White Walkers were magical beings that lacked the ability to reproduce. Thus, it was only through the Night King's magical transformation of human infants that new White Walkers could be born. It became clear that the Night King was in the process of transforming Guli, intending to make him one of his new subjects. Guli felt a pang of despair, struggling futilely against the Night King's grip. Lacking any extraordinary abilities, he found himself powerless, unable to resist the towering figure before him. With no golden finger to aid him, was he now reduced to a mere infant? No, this was unbearable. The White Walkers were simply too grotesque. Life is indeed a roller coaster. Guli, who had just moments ago been exuberant, now cried out in despair. His eyes gradually transformed to a deep blue, signaling the onset of his transformation. Suddenly, the Night King furrowed his brow, his eyes glinting with an unusual light. The infant in his arms seemed to become an insatiable void, voraciously consuming his magical essence through the magical conduit he had inadvertently created. The Night King gazed at the child in his embrace, his expression darkening. Over the millennia, he had transformed countless human infants, often requiring only a trace of his magic to complete the ritual of turning a human into a White Walker. Yet this particular child was nearly draining him dry. The significant depletion of his magical energy instilled a sense of apprehension within the Night King. He instinctively halted the transformation, moving his hand to Gu Li's throat. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he contemplated disposing of this peculiar infant. Gu Li sensed the shift, but as an infant, he was utterly powerless against the imposing figure of the Night King. The Night King tightened his grip, squeezing Gu Li's neck with such force that the infant nearly lost consciousness, struggling to breathe. It was over. This was the end. At that moment of utter despair, Gu Li's left eye abruptly transformed into a deep emerald green, from which emerged a glowing green orb. The orb floated between the two, shimmering with starlight, radiant and resplendent. With a gentle chime, the green orb emitted a luminous membrane, swiftly enveloping Gu Li within its protective embrace. Simultaneously, it released a wave of invisible energy that sent the astonished Night King hurtling away. The soft green radiance enveloped Gu Li, emanating a comforting warmth that restored the pallor of his frostbitten face to a healthy hue. Gu Li fixed his gaze upon the green orb suspended before him, tears brimming in his eyes. "My golden finger, you have finally activated HM? Wait, isn't this the wretched stone that was sent to me?" This verdant glow not only warmed Gu Li's body, but also transmuted the otherworldly energy within him into a form that could be absorbed by humans, pulling him back from the brink of becoming a White. All traces of the White's characteristics vanished, returning him to his human form. The energy not only mended Gu Li's body, ravaged by the elements, but also further transformed his physique, rendering him stronger. Not far away, the Night King clumsily rose from the ground, disbelief etched upon his face. The Night King, the first of the Whites and their progenitor, had concealed his power for millennia, his mastery of magic unfathomable. Throughout the realm of Westeros, he stood as the pinnacle of combat prowess, the mightiest of beings. He had believed that with the extinction of dragons and the children of the forest, the Whites faced no adversaries. All that remained was to wait for humanity to descend in a civil war, after which he could eliminate the three-eyed raven and breach the wall, transforming the entirety of Westeros into a realm of the dead. Yet today, he beheld an insurmountable mountain before him, a force transcending magic. No, a mysterious power surpassing both sorcery and witchcraft. This revelation stirred within him, the King of the Whites, an involuntary impulse to revere this divine might. It was akin to divine strength indeed. It was the power of a deity. Chapter 2. The Raven. The Night King scrutinized Gu Li's every movement, his gaze growing increasingly piercing. To him, Gu Li was not merely an ordinary human infant, but rather a creature disguised as one. Lacking comprehension of the common tongue of Westeros, the Night King could only resort to the ancient language of the first man, rasping, "This divine artifact, is it yours? What manner of being are you?" Unfortunately, Gu Li could not grasp either the ancient tongue or the common language of Westeros. However, he surmised that the Night King was likely frightened and inquiring about the green stone. Yet, due to their linguistic divide, communication was futile. With no other recourse, Gu Li chose to disregard the Night King's incessant muttering. He gazed at the green orb floating before him and murmured, "Oh, great orb of divinity, this place is fraught with peril. I implore you to return me to my original world." At that moment, perhaps responding to the Night King's summons, the distant army of Whites abruptly awakened. They marched with heavy steps, resembling a tide of darkness surging toward Gu Li. This spectacle startled Gu Li, prompting him to exclaim, "Or perhaps you could first cast a spell to transport me to a safe location. This place is far too dangerous." Before he could finish, the green orb flickered several times, as if it had heard his unspoken plea, and suddenly erupted in a burst of intense green energy. The ethereal energies enveloped Gu Li like gossamer, lifting him skyward as they fled into the distance. The Night King's expression fluctuated between fury and despair, as his army of Whites closed in around him. Grasping an ice spear handed to him by a subordinate, he hurled it with all his might. The ice spear soared like a bullet, striking Gu Li with unerring precision as he floated in the air. Bang! The spear shattered into a cascade of icy shards, releasing the white energy contained within. This energy ravenously corroded the green essence surrounding Gu Li, yet the power of magic proved futile against divine force. The rate of erosion was painfully slow, hardly causing any discomfort. However, just as Gu Li let his guard down, 3 more ice spears were rapidly launched, simultaneously striking him. Bang! 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 The violent jolts sent a wave of trepidation through Gu Li as he turned to glance back, intending to deliver a scathing remark to the Night King's family. What the hell? What is this madness? Gu Li was taken aback, confronted by a blizzard of white spears. There were thousands of them. These were the ice spears unleashed by the White Army, all aimed directly at him. Bang, bang, bang. Although the majority of the ice spears missed, nearly 100 found their mark. The multitude of assaults began to erode the green energy enveloping Gu Li, which flickered ominously, as if nearing its limit. Everything transpired with astonishing speed, leaving Gu Li little time to react. Ultimately, after a profound sensation of weightlessness, he transformed into a green meteor, plummeting toward the snow-laden forest below. On the frozen expanse, the Night King's gaze remained fixed on Gu Li as he descended into the woods. Mounting his steed, he raised his arm, commanding his white army to follow him into the southern, snow-covered forest. Within the snow-laden forest, Gu Li lay in a pit, his green energy dissipated without a trace. The once brilliant green orb dimmed significantly, resembling a flickering light on the verge of extinguishment. Fortunately, its protective embrace had shielded Gu Li from harm. Yet this had rendered the orb powerless, unable to continue its guardianship. It transmitted a signal of "take care of yourself" to Gu Li before crumbling to dust and vanishing into the air. Is this a joke? My golden finger just vanished like that? Gu Li lamented, despondently gazing at the ashes in his hand. But he could not remain stagnant. He had to move forward. The Night King's forces were closing in, and an action would lead to certain demise. Unsteadily, Gu Li managed to rise, preparing to head southward, away from the eternal winter ruled by the Whites. Thankfully, having recently been empowered by the green energy, his physique was remarkably robust. He could not only walk, but could also sprint through the forest without much difficulty. However, his legs felt rather short, hindering his speed. Moreover, without the green energy's protection, he was once again aware of the biting cold in the air. Reluctantly, Gu Li donned a fur cloak and pressed onward against the biting wind and snow. The Gu Li had not ventured far when a crow suddenly alighted upon a nearby treetop. Caw-caw! The crow fixated on Gu Li below, incessantly squawking. Gu Li cast a fleeting glance upwards with pursuers hot on his heels. He had neither the time nor the inclination to heed the raucous bird. He quickened his pace, his short legs traversing the icy ground as he sprinted southward. All along the way, ice spears jutted out from the snow, resembling luminescent blue pillars of light under the sun's refracted rays. Though these ice formations appeared strikingly beautiful, their descent into the snowy forest had wreaked havoc, damaging vast stretches of trees and grassland, and mercilessly impaling numerous creatures that had not managed to escape. In less than a few hundred meters, Gu Li encountered at least a dozen carcasses of large animals. The vivid red blood and dismembered limbs starkly contrasted against the white snow, making it impossible for him to ignore. Yet, curiously enough, despite the tumult that had just transpired, there were no signs of life along the route. The entire forest was eerily silent. Except for Gu Li halted, tilting his head to glance upward at a slight angle. The boisterous crow continued to trail behind him, unwavering in its presence. While other creatures had opted to flee, this particular crow seemed remarkably audacious, lingering in his vicinity. Caw! For reasons unknown, the crow erupted into cacophonous cries once more, flitting about on the branches in a state of extreme excitement. Startled, Gu Li realized he could not allow the crow to persist in its clamor. After all, the army of the others was still in pursuit, and he could not afford to have the bird inadvertently lead them to his location. He bent down to pick up a stone the size of an egg, aimed at the crow, and hurled it with considerable force. Thwack! The stone shot forth like a bullet from Gu Li's fingertips, not only silencing the raucous crow, but also leaving a conspicuous dent in the ice-coated tree trunk. Stunned by the sight, Gu Li found himself lost in contemplation. Was his strength truly so formidable? Never mind that. Survival is paramount. Regardless of his newfound strength, he was still just a small child, ill-equipped to confront the vast army of the Night King. Moreover, the frigid temperature had begun to numb his hands and feet once more. The harsh environment, coupled with the relentless pursuit behind him, filled Gu Li with a profound sense of despair and helplessness. He understood all too well that his chances of survival were exceedingly slim. However, he could not afford to surrender easily. Even if the odds were insurmountably stacked against him, he must persevere to emerge alive from this snowy forest. Beyond the forest, there might still be traces of humanity. Hiss! What was that? Startled by the sound, Gu Li swiftly became alert, grasping a branch as an improvised weapon and hastily turning to investigate. A putrid breath washed over him, the humid air striking against his small face. Before him loomed a massive maw lined with sharp teeth, each tooth larger than his own fist. Gu Li stood frozen in shock, confronted by a robust adult ice wolf, a creature straight from the realm of Game of Thrones. The Icefield wolf, a social carnivore residing in the northern expanse of the continent, possesses a physique considerably larger than that of an ordinary wolf, rivaling that of lions and tigers, and it stands as a supreme predator. This particular Icefield wolf bared its teeth, projecting a fierce countenance, yet within its gaze flickered a semblance of human-like hesitation and turmoil. What could be the matter? Does it possess wisdom? However, the Icefield wolf soon resolved to act, opening its massive jaws to lunge at the vulnerable Gu Li. Gu Li, taken aback by the wolf's peculiar behavior, momentarily froze in surprise. Yet, he remained vigilant, closely observing the wolf's every move. Just as the wolf prepared to strike, he summoned all his strength and delivered a powerful blow to its jaw. The Icefield wolf howled in pain, not only failing to catch Gu Li, but also losing a tooth in the process. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Li distanced himself, keeping a wary eye on the creature. It was not that he wished to flee, rather, he knew he could never outrun a four-legged predator. This Icefield wolf was indeed peculiar, for its emotions closely mirrored those of a human. At that moment, the wolf, with a look of astonishment, locked eyes with Gu Li, seemingly perplexed by how a mere newborn human could possess such strength. Gu Li, meanwhile, was in a state of urgency, as the tremors of the earth accompanied the increasingly near sound of galloping hooves. He found himself trapped, unable to advance or retreat. The Icefield wolf, lifting its head, sniffed the air as if seeking to ascertain something. Observing that the wolf did not launch another attack, Gu Li cautiously began to step backward, intent on leaving the area. The wolf had already sensed the presence of the army of whites. Logically, it should have fled. Yet after a moment of hesitation, it suddenly lay down in the snow. Ah, you have not yet been transformed into a white. Come, I shall help you escape. The Icefield wolf lowered its head and spoke in human tongue. Its voice, tinged with a sense of weariness, conveyed profound goodwill. Gu Li could not comprehend the words, yet he realized the wolf had spoken. Although the language eluded him, the wolf's actions imparted some understanding. It wished to carry him away to safety? But how could an Icefield wolf articulate speech? What intellect could it possibly possess? Unless it had been possessed by a human spirit? In the realm of Game of Thrones, there exist exceptional beings among humans, known as skin changers, who can transfer their consciousness into animals. Among these skin changers, the most distinguished are called green seers. They not only have the ability to inhabit animals and plants, but also possess the capacity to know the past and foresee the future. In the present-day Westeros, there remains only one green seer. He is the three-eyed raven, Brynden Rivers. For many years, he has concealed himself in a corner beyond the wall, secretly observing the movements of the Night King. He stands as humanity's first line of defense against the invasion of the whites. Returning to the present, Gu Li regarded the Icefield wolf's anomalous behavior with certainty. This wolf before him was indeed possessed by a skin changer. Though unsure of whether this entity was friend or foe, they shared a common adversary, the Night King. After much deliberation, Gu Li realized he had no other options. With a resolute bite of his teeth, he grasped the prickly fur of the Arctic wolf and painstakingly climbed onto its back. Once he had settled and secured his grip, the Arctic wolf cautiously rose to its feet, wary of making any sudden movements that might unseat Gu Li. Upon confirming that Gu Li was ready, the Arctic wolf silently surged southward with great speed. Chapter 3. Another future, the Night King led the army of the others to the crater formed by Gu Li's fall. Alas, the chaos wrought by the descent of ice spears and the chaotic tracks left by fleeing animals rendered the ground a disordered mess. Furthermore, The swirling snow blanketed everything in a thin veil of white, completely obscuring Gu-Li's footprints. With no other option, the Night King commanded his troops to disperse and widen their search. They advanced slowly southward, seeking any trace of Gu-Li. Time passed, and the sun began its descent. Bathed in the golden hues of dusk, the Night King and his legion finally reached the southernmost edge of the Frostfang Mountains. Here, they stumbled upon a familiar beast-skin swaddling. To the south lay the vast Frostfang mountain range, a formidable barrier between the land of eternal winter and the south. Its towering peaks were nearly insurmountable for ordinary folk. As the Night King had yet to locate the three-eyed raven or devise a means to breach the wall, the army of the others remained in hiding. Clenching the beast's skin tightly in his grasp, he glared defiantly toward the south and let out a furious roar of frustration. Beneath one of the snow-capped peaks of the Frostfang Mountains, an ice wolf raced through the storm, carrying a human infant upon its back. Gu-Li pushed aside the coarse fur of the ice wolf, which was tough and prickly on the outside but soft and dense within. He nestled himself within the warmth of its downy undercoat, gradually thawing his stiff limbs with the creature's body heat. As for the previous beast-skin swaddling, it was likely whisked away by the wind. To the north of the Frostfang Mountains lay the land of eternal winter, where the army of the others resided. To the south stretched a vast expanse of frozen tundra, perpetually encased in frost, collectively known as the Outer Lands. This region was home to countless wildlings, who lived in tribes scattered throughout the wilderness. Thus, a lone human and a wolf journeyed together. After a full day and night of travel, they finally crossed the Frostfang Mountains and arrived at the Outer Plains. In order to avoid detection by the wildlings, the ice wolf exercised utmost caution. It chose a seldom-traveled path along the snowy slopes, deliberately steering clear of the expansive plains inhabited by the tribes. In the southwestern corner of the Outer Plains, before a secluded cave, the ice wolf came to a halt. Slowly, it lowered itself to the ground, lying down with steadiness. "Come down, we have arrived." Gu-Li sensed the wolf's intent and dismounted from its back. He understood that their destination had been reached. The shapeshifter controlling this ice wolf must be within the cave before him. The weary ice wolf had fulfilled its mission and, without looking back, slipped into a nearby thicket, vanishing into the storm. Alone now, Gu-Li stood naked before the cave, buffeted by the howling winds. Having gone a full day and night without sleep, he felt utterly exhausted. Yet, to preserve his life, rest was a luxury he could not afford. He must remain ever vigilant. He inhaled deeply, bending down to scoop up a handful of snow to wash his face. Cough, cough. Is anyone there? Gu-Li hastily lowered his hands and looked up. Before him stood a disheveled woman at the mouth of the cave, regarding him with a perplexed expression. Why was she disheveled? Her hair resembled gnarled roots, dry and unkempt. Moreover, her attire appeared to be crafted from tree bark, roots, and leaves. Wait, could she possibly be a child of the forest? The children of the forest are a humanoid race in the world of Game of Thrones. Unlike humans, they possess gray-green skin and golden eyes. They are the indigenous inhabitants of Westeros, having once dominated this land until over 10,000 years ago when the ancestors landed on the continent, forcing the children to relinquish vast territories through warfare. To this day, the children of the forest are nearly extinct, with only a few remaining north of the wall. They lead a life more primitive than that of savages, utilizing stone tools, donning bark for clothing, and residing in caves deep within the forest, isolated from the world. Given such a lifestyle, it is no wonder they appear somewhat unkempt. Gu-Li breathed a sigh of relief. The children of the forest are also adversaries of the White Walkers, so he was likely safe. He feigned innocence, wobbling toward the child of the forest with outstretched arms, mimicking a child in need of a hug. The child hesitated for a moment, but her emotions ultimately triumphed over reason. Unable to resist, she bent down and tenderly embraced Gu-Li. Though this child seemed peculiar, after all, he was merely a child. Inside the cave, a relatively spacious area was filled with stalagmites and vines, making the originally open cavern feel more cramped. Scattered across the ground were the white bones of both humans and animals, visible in abundance. The lighting within the cave was dim, and visibility was low. In the obscured depths, Guli could faintly discern a gnarled, ancient tree. Behind the tangled vines on the trunk, it appeared that a body was bound. No, it was not merely a body, but an elder who had fused with the ancient tree. The lower half of the elder had vanished, fully assimilated into the trunk, while the upper half was shielded by the vines, tightly bound to the tree. At that moment, the elder was resting with closed eyes. Before long, the child of the forest cradling Guli approached the elder. The elder slowly lifted his eyelids, his gaze sharp and penetrating. He fixed his eyes on Guli in the child's embrace and spoke, "Leaf, I should have warned you. This child is exceedingly dangerous." The child of the forest, named Leaf, dismissed his concerns with a smile. "Seer, he is merely an infant, just recently born. How could he pose any danger? Look how well-behaved he is in my arms." Well-behaved? The elder's face twitched. This infant could easily strike down the fangs of a dire wolf. Is he not dangerous? Very well. Let us proceed as we previously agreed. This child shall be entrusted to your care. The elder seemed somewhat frail, his voice weak and listless. Guli's eyes widened in disbelief, overwhelmed by shock. Merging with the fish and taking refuge in a cave, accompanied by the children of the forest. Could this old man possibly be the three-eyed raven from Game of Thrones? Surely not, having just traversed through realms. Encountering both the Night King and the three-eyed raven in succession was exceedingly surreal. Undoubtedly, the three-eyed raven, Bran the Broken, was the shapeshifter who had possessed the dire wolf and saved his life. No, he was an elevated version of a shapeshifter, the Green Seer. Guli yearned to comprehend their discourse, yet the language barrier rendered him utterly baffled. Yezi discerned the three-eyed raven's frailty, but attributed it solely to his exhaustive possession of the dire wolf, believing he was merely fatigued from his endeavors. Thus, she refrained from probing further. "Rest assured, Seer, I shall nurture him to maturity," she promised. The three-eyed raven, with a grave demeanor, continued to admonish. Should he exhibit any peculiar behavior, eliminate him on the spot. Remember, do not show mercy. Although Yezi could not fathom why the three-eyed raven harbored such trepidation towards a human infant, she recognized the weight of his words. Understanding his gravity, she solemnly replied, "I comprehend, Seer." The three-eyed raven nodded and then closed his eyes once more, slipping into slumber. Yezi, accustomed to the three-eyed raven's abrupt silences, gazed down at the infant Guli in her arms, murmuring, "What makes you so extraordinary, little one?" She gently caressed his small head and added, "Never mind. Let us return you to the wooden cabin." With that, Yezi cradled Guli and exited the cave. After their departure, the three-eyed raven suddenly reopened his eyes. He coughed, suppressing the urge, as a trickle of dark green blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The vines entwined around him shifted, revealing a grievous wound on his chest, deep enough to expose bone. This was the true cause of his debilitating weakness. Yet, how had he sustained such an injury while remaining within the cave? The three-eyed raven had fused with the ancient tree, immobile, yet the children of the forest guarded both the entrance and the interior of the cave. How had the assailant breached this sanctuary? The vines surrounding the three-eyed raven seemed to possess a life of their own, exuding a green sap in a bid to aid in healing his wound. With the assistance of the verdant liquid, the wound rapidly ceased bleeding and began to scab over. "Fear not, old friend, this injury shall not claim my life. It is merely that man who poses a grave danger." His expression darkened as he stared towards the cave's entrance, his eyes filled with turmoil. The Green Seer possessed a unique magic known as the Green Sight, granting him knowledge of all that had transpired in the past. However, it could not foresee the future. The future lay within the domain of the divine, beyond mortal reach. Only the most adept Green Seers could occasionally glimpse fragments of what was to come. For instance, the three-eyed raven was capable of such visions. Time rewound to a day prior. The three-eyed raven, now over 110 years old, has long since become indifferent to matters of life and death. He is acutely aware that his future holds the inevitability of being slain by the Night King. However, on this day, he glimpsed a fragment of the future and discovered a divergence in his fate. Although he is still destined to fall to a White Walker, the one who will take his life has changed. It is no longer the Night King, but rather a stranger. A young White Walker adorned in frozen armor, and crowned with a diadem of ice. It is evident that he has supplanted the Night King, ascending to the throne as the new ruler of the White Walkers. Furthermore, in this vision of the future, Bran Stark, the three-eyed raven successor who had previously escaped the Night King's clutches, is also slain by this new sovereign. In that moment, humanity's hope of triumphing over the White Walkers is extinguished. Oh, is that the three-eyed raven from the past? After dispatching the future three-eyed raven and Bran Stark, the White Walker King suddenly turns around. He thrusts his massive sword into the ground and speaks to the void. The three-eyed raven is incredulous. This unfamiliar White Walker King seems to possess a strength surpassing that of the Night King. Remarkably, he can perceive the raven's gaze across the chasm of time. With keen interest, the White Walker King muses, so this is how the temporal laws of this world function? Intriguing. In a sudden burst of rage, he draws his blood-red sword and swings it at the three-eyed raven. The raven, akin to a sage in deep meditation, does not flinch or evade, for he is but an ephemeral projection from the past, insubstantial and untouchable by tangible blades. With a swift arc, the sword rends the black fabric of his chest, leaving a wound so deep that bone is visible. The three-eyed raven is shaken to his core, his worldview shattered, eyes wide with disbelief. Unbelievable occurrences unfold one after another, prompting him to retreat hastily, seeking to escape this vision of the future. The young White Walker King, opting not to pursue, laughs heartily. I have shown you mercy. Old one, this opportunity one grant you is, in truth, an opportunity for myself as well. Seek out my past self, if you can manage to do so in time. Perhaps you may alter the course of all that is to come. The projection of the three-eyed raven dissipates, leaving behind a lingering trace of the White Walker King's magic upon the wound on his chest. With this residual power, he indeed holds the capacity to track the past incarnation of the White Walker King. After the three-eyed raven vanishes, the young White Walker King, shouldering his great sword, steps out of the cave. He disregards his army of White Walkers, instead gazing upwards at the sky, lost in contemplation. Can fate truly be altered? Chapter 4. A new destiny 12 years later. On a sunlit beach, an elderly man clad in a long black robe was meticulously imparting knowledge, pacing back and forth while engaging in a fervent discourse, with only a single student before him. This student, a young boy wrapped in animal hide, sat upon a stone at the edge of the shore, holding a thick tome and listening intently. After a while, the elder inquired, "Have you retained all that pertains to the history of Sunspear and the Martell family?" "Indeed, I have, master," the boy replied solemnly, nodding with a serious expression. The elder subsequently posed several questions, and upon witnessing the boy's fluent responses, he smiled with satisfaction, saying, "With that, I have conveyed the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms' history to you." The boy gazed wistfully at the splendid scenery surrounding him, pondering, Sunspear's beaches are truly magnificent. I wonder if I shall ever have the chance in this life to visit them in person. The elder, choosing to overlook the boy's musings, decided it was time to conclude the day's lesson. "It is already morning. You should awaken from your dreams." In an instant, the two vanished, and the beach scene dissipated like a fleeting illusion, sinking into darkness. Beyond the wall, amidst a fierce blizzard deep within a grove, stood a wooden cabin. Ghoulie suddenly awoke, rubbing his eyes and yawning as he descended from his bed. "Awake, are you? Come, it's time for breakfast," called Yi, who was in the yard outside, holding a steaming pot of savory meat stew, cheerfully beckoning him. Beside her, a golden roast deer sizzled over the campfire. Inhaling the enticing aroma, Ghoulie swallowed hard and hurriedly donned his shoes. "Coming, Aunt Yi." The children of the forest seldom indulged in meat, predominantly subsisting on a vegetarian diet. Thus, they generally did not require fire for cooking and, consequently, were not well versed in culinary arts. Yi was no exception. However, to ensure Ghoulie could enjoy a normal human life, she diligently honed her skills, constructing a fairly durable wooden cabin and mastering the art of cooking. Ghoulie cherished her nurturing affection deeply, displaying remarkable obedience and forming a bond akin to that of a mother and son. Upon reaching the campfire in the yard, Ghoulie eagerly sliced off a small piece of roasted deer meat with his knife relishing it with gusto. With his mouth full, he mumbled, "Aunt Yi, your cooking has only improved. With just a sprinkle of salt, you've created such deliciousness. It's truly impressive." Yi Zi, seemingly accustomed to Gu Li's compliments, chuckled with a hint of resignation. "At your age, you must eat well to grow." Indeed, Gu Li nodded vigorously, diving into his meal with renewed enthusiasm. Their communication flowed effortlessly now, as Gu Li had mastered both the common tongue and the old tongue, taught by Yi Zi since he was 2 years old. He quickly grasped the languages, achieving proficiency in reading and writing by the age of 4. Additionally, each night, the three-eyed raven would descend into Gu Li's dreams, imparting knowledge of the history, customs, geography, and aristocracy of the continent of Westeros. Now, at the age of 12, Gu Li had acquired most of the knowledge he needed. However, despite his intellectual achievements, he had made no progress in martial prowess. Over the years, Leaf and the three-eyed raven have never imparted any martial skills to Gu Li. It appears they harbor greater hopes for him to evolve into a scholar rather than a warrior. Unbeknownst to Gu Li, this stems from the three-eyed raven's profound distrust. The visions of the future remain vivid. The raven must exercise caution. Thus, he has diligently educated Gu Li, conducting 5 years of lessons on languages, history, and moral philosophy. He elaborated on the history of Westeros to inspire Gu Li's affection for this land, embellishing the customs and culture within the wall with exquisite language, while employing the most disparaging terms to depict the White Walkers of the North, all to instill in Gu Li a love for humanity and a disdain for the others. He hoped that even if Gu Li were to become a White Walker in the future, he would still align himself with humankind. However, it is evident that the three-eyed raven's anxieties were unfounded. Gu Li had never been fond of the grotesque White Walkers, especially since the Night King had once pursued him with malevolent intent. If he were to be clad in divine armor now, accompanied by a few fire-breathing dragons, he would dare return to the land of eternal winter and personally slay the Night King. "Aunt Leaf, don't the children of the forest possess magic? Could you possibly teach me?" Gu Li inquired tentatively, blowing on the hot soup in his bowl. Leaf chuckled. "The magic of the children of the forest is intrinsically linked to the weirwood trees. Without belief in the old gods and lacking the weirwood as a source of power, how could you ever learn?" Gu Li pouted. It was indeed a tall order for a science-minded traveler like him to venerate a tree. Unless he were to witness the old gods with his own eyes, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to convince himself. "Aunt Leaf, I wish to venture south of the wall." Gu Li had drifted through 12 years and a days, continually reminiscing about the plot of Game of Thrones. He had long been enchanted by the southern realms of Westeros, the very heart of the narrative. Had it not been for Leaf and the three-eyed raven's watchful eyes, who even forbade him from mingling with the nearby wildlings, he would have long since run away from home. Leaf fell silent for a moment before responding. "Just wait a few more years. You're only 12. In human terms, you are still in your juvenile stage." Gu Li felt a pang of frustration. Leaf and the three-eyed raven's excessive protection weighed heavily upon him. "I'm not a child anymore, Aunt Leaf. Observinguam lis resoluta dameno, lea fralanta." "Luke, the seer has long had plans for you. Once you finish your meal, we shall seek him out for a discussion." Alas, this phrase again. Every time he went, the teacher merely expounded on grand philosophical concepts. Gu Li sighed, his lips pursed. In the cave where the three-eyed raven concealed himself, Gu Li followed Leaf from the wooden cabin, trekking for an entire afternoon until the sun dipped below the horizon, and they finally arrived. Within and around the cave were several scattered children of the forest, who took over Leaf's duties, guarding the three-eyed raven inside. It was not that the children of the forest were stingy, sending only a handful. Rather, they were on the brink of extinction, their numbers having dwindled to these few remaining souls. Though their numbers are few, the longevity of the forest children is beyond human comprehension. For instance, Yezi has surpassed 10,000 years. Even if she were to wait another century, by then Gu Li would be aged, yet she would remain eternally youthful. Thus, those forest children who appear so young may very well be several millennia old. Each time Gu Li contemplates this, he cannot help but marvel in silence. The forest children greet Gu Li warmly, and he responds dutifully. They were his companions in childhood, and their bond remained strong. However, this is not the moment for idle chatter. He must first seek the three-eyed crow. Accompanied by Yezi, he ventures deep into the cave, where he encounters the three-eyed crow, now one with the ancient tree. Master, Ghoulie respectfully stands beneath the ancient tree, softly calling out. Unlike the robust three-eyed crow from his dreams, the one before him in reality is quite fearsome. Its lower body is completely merged with the trunk, rendering it invisible. Even the upper body, visible to the eye, is emaciated, covered in patches of dark green moss. The three-eyed crow opens its eyes, fixating intently on Ghoulie, and speaks. Luke, the northern whites are lurking with malevolence. Yet the people within the Great Wall have long forgotten the terror of the whites. In such negligence, they will surely breach the wall of despair in the future. When that time comes, will you be willing to fight for humanity? Ghoulie has never revealed his identity as a traveler. So Luke is the name they have bestowed upon him. I am willing, Master, he replies, standing tall with a demeanor that exudes bravery in the face of death. The three-eyed crow nods in satisfaction, reflecting on the effectiveness of its years of diligent teaching. At its gesture, one of the forest children ladles a bowl of hot soup and presents it to Ghoulie. Ghoulie accepts the bowl of steaming broth, smiling as he says, After walking all afternoon, I am both hungry and cold. This bowl of soup for my master has truly saved my life. The three-eyed crow explains, You are a descendant of the ancients, with the potential to awaken as a shapeshifter. This broth, made from the seeds of the fish tree, will aid in your awakening. Under its watchful gaze, Ghoulie drinks the soup in one go. How bitter he grimaces, reminiscent of the traditional herbal medicine from his past life. Yet, compared to the pursuit of magic, this bitterness is trivial. Has he not feigned ignorance for 12 years, merely for the arrival of this moment? Observing his reaction, the three-eyed crow continues. Next, you need only touch the trunk of the fish tree to establish a connection with the old gods. Ghoulie jogs a few steps to the three-eyed crow and eagerly grasps a protruding root. The instant he makes contact with the ancient fish, a surge of powerful external energy floods into his mind. This energy seems to activate something within him, causing his left eye to shift from its original blue to a strange dark green. He becomes disoriented, ultimately rolling his eyes back and collapsing to the ground. Yezi, feeling a twinge of concern, looks up at the three-eyed crow and inquires, Prophet, has he succeeded? The three-eyed raven wore a visage of profound disappointment, shaking his head in resignation. No, it has failed. I cannot sense him. Initially, it was believed that Ghoulie, having the potential to supplant the Night King and ascend as the new king of the White Walkers, must possess extraordinary qualities. Yet dishearteningly, he proved incapable of becoming a shapeshifter. Deemed unfit to remain in this realm, it was time for him to depart. The three-eyed raven closed his eyes, succumbing once more to slumber. In the realm of dreams, Ghoulie seemed to return to the snow-laden forest. However, this time, the ice wolves did not make an appearance. The Night King ultimately caught up with Ghoulie, transforming him into a White Walker. In that fleeting moment of transformation, an unfamiliar deity abruptly descended upon Ghoulie's mental landscape. The deity seized his green gem, but as recompense, bestowed upon Ghoulie great power, enabling him to usurp the Night King and become the new sovereign of the White Walkers. No, I do not desire power. I merely wish to return home. Return home? Perhaps it would be better this way. Assist me in conquering the continent of Westeros, and I shall grant you passage home, the enigmatic deity proposed. Thus, the scenes flickered by like a spinning lantern. Ghoulie began to lose sight of his complete memories, only able to glimpse fragmented recollections. Among these shards of memory, he wielded the great sword bestowed by the deity, slaying the three-eyed raven and Bran Stark, the raven's successor, leading an assault that breached the wall of Winterfell. He infiltrated Winterfell alone, successfully taking the life of the North's king, Jon Snow. After seizing dominion over the entire North, he sacrificed hundreds of thousands of its people, nurturing a legion of White Walker whites in preparation for his descent southward. Half a year later, Ghoulie marched southward, obliterating 6 kingdoms, vanquishing dragons, and slaying the heroine, Daenerys, ultimately conquering all of Westeros. The realm became a land of the dead, devoid of life save for the White Walkers and their whites. At the zenith of his triumph, Guli encountered the deity once more. Yet, to his dismay, the deity proved treacherous. Winter has not yet enveloped the world. You must assist me in conquering the eastern continent. Only then can I amass sufficient energy to send you home. Perceiving the deity's avarice, Guli raised his sword to slay the god. Alas, how could a puppet defy its master? He was defeated, ultimately reduced to nothingness, scattered to the winds. Chapter 5. Does God exist? Before the ancient fish tree, Yezi stood alone. The prophet Luke was still quite young. Moreover, over the years, we have not equipped him with any means of self-preservation. He possesses mere brute strength, making it exceedingly difficult for him to survive within the intricate dynamics of the Great Wall. The three-eyed crow opened its eyes and stated flatly, "Do not forget. This is the front line of war." For him, the area beyond the Great Wall is considerably safer. He caressed the scar on his chest, filled with doubt. Why had the wound, which had ached for 12 years, suddenly ceased to hurt? Had the lingering magic within the scar dissipated? Yezi still harbored some concern, yet, rest assured, I have made arrangements to ensure his lifelong security, interrupted the three-eyed crow, continuing, our mission is to prevent the others from breaching the Great Wall. A matter of life and death for all beings on the continent of Westeros. When necessary, any one of us may be required to make sacrifices, including you and me. You must not allow personal feelings to interfere with our duties. Yezi's brows knit tightly. She fully understood her fate and could only acquiesce. As dawn broke, Guli awoke as if freed from a nightmare, drenched in sweat and dazed. He stared blankly at his hands, confusion etched across his face. His left eye had returned to its usual pale blue, as if that fleeting green light had never existed. Look, he is awake. Look, did you have a nightmare? Several children of the forest surrounded Guli, their expressions filled with concern. Indeed, it was but a nightmare, and thankfully, none of it was real, Guli replied, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with a light laugh. Oh, where's Aunt Yi? A relatively petite child of the forest whispered. Yezi has gone to fetch something. I will hurry and urge her. Without waiting for Guli's response, she bounced away. Guli seemed preoccupied. He lifted the straw covering him and addressed the remaining children of the forest. I'm going to find the teacher. I'll return shortly. With that, he stood up and departed. The forest children exchanged glances, puzzled. What is wrong with Luke? He seems to be afraid of something. Water droplet. Could it be that the soup you made earlier was off? Is that why Luke felt unwell after drinking it? Nonsense, how could that be? The forest children, concerned for Guli, began to bicker unexpectedly. Before the ancient fish tree, the three-eyed crow was, as usual, in a state of slumber. In truth, he was not truly asleep. His physical form merely rested while his consciousness drifted far beyond, deep into the land of eternal winter, secretly monitoring the movements of the others. Teacher, faintly, he heard Guli's call. The three-eyed crow drew his consciousness back and slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing the three-eyed crow awake, Guli hurried forward, eager to inquire, but unsure how to articulate his thoughts. The three-eyed crow, perceiving his hesitation, offered reassurance. What do you wish to ask? Organize your thoughts. There is no rush. Teacher, do deities truly exist? Guli pondered for a moment before posing the question. The three-eyed crow fell silent for a brief while, then retorted, what prompts such an inquiry? Guli refrained from answering directly and continued, you believe in the old gods. While the majority within the Great Wall worship the Seven, and the people of the Eastern Continent revere the Lord of Light. But do the others have their own deities? Perhaps the dark gods? The three-eyed crow's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor becoming exceedingly grim. Where did you hear the dark gods? Who informed you? Naturally, Guli could not divulge that he had gleaned this from the series Game of Thrones, where a priest serving the Lord of Light spoke of such entities. He could only fabricate a response. I merely mentioned it in passing. Teacher, have you ever encountered a deity? If they exist, why have they never manifested before humanity? Conversely, if they do not exist, whence comes magic? Enough. The three-eyed crow thundered, his voice laden with fury. I shall pretend I have not heard these words. Leave. Guli was momentarily taken aback, for in the three-eyed crow's gaze, he perceived a profound loathing perhaps even a hint of fear. It appeared that despite the passage of years, the three-eyed crow still harbored his reservations about Guli, as if in his eyes Guli remained the king of the others. However, after 12 years of companionship, Guli had also sensed the three-eyed crow's wariness towards him. The amiable mentor he had known was merely a fade. Consequently, Guli chose not to reveal his identity as a traveler from another world. Nonetheless, he still held gratitude for the three-eyed crow, not solely for the moments he had saved him, but also for the years of mentorship. Without the three-eyed crow's guidance, Yezi would not have nurtured him for 12 years, nor would he have encountered so many delightful children of the forest. With no further words, Guli turned and departed. As he strolled outside the cave, he inhaled the brisk air, standing in the snow, lost in contemplation. Since the three-eyed crow had offered no answers, he was left to ponder alone. Do deities truly exist? In reviewing the narrative of Game of Thrones, one could indeed find accounts of resurrection and prophecy, yet never was there a direct portrayal of a deity. The existence of gods remained an elusive enigma. However, both Guli's nightmarish visions and the three-eyed crow's recent lapse indirectly lent credence to the existence of deities. Perhaps his dreams were merely another facet of his existence, ensnared by unfamiliar gods, becoming their unwitting accomplice in destruction, the deity that commands the others. Could it be the dark god referenced by the Lord of Light in Game of Thrones? The dark gods, the seven, the Lord of Light, the many-faced god. If these deities indeed exist, why do they not manifest in the realm of mortals? Might there exist some form of accord among them? In the narrative of Game of Thrones, the Lord of Light appears to be a relatively just deity. If only he could be located, perhaps he would possess the means to return Guli home. Guli shook his head, swiftly dismissing this notion. After all, once bitten by a snake, one fears even the rope used to haul water. The whispers of the alien deities' lies lingered in his ears, compelling him to relinquish that option. Indeed, should not the pressing matter be to ascertain the true nature of that verdant crystal? An object that even the divine sought to seize must undoubtedly be a rare treasure. Perhaps it could facilitate his journey across realms, enabling his return as well. Guli learned from his dreams that the green crystal had not shattered 12 years ago. Its true essence lay concealed within some recess of his own being. Yet, how was he to unearth it? Should he, like the alien deity in his dreams, resort to gutting himself in a meticulous search? Alas, he was no divine being and lacked the means to resurrect himself. Chapter 6. An abrupt farewell as Guli pondered. Yezi had quietly approached his side. She gently ruffled Guli's hair and inquired with a smile, "I heard you had a quarrel with the prophet?" Guli retracted his thoughts and feigned grievance, responding, "Perhaps my foolishness has angered the teacher." Yezi, however, was not convinced. She perceived it as a natural part of growing up, where children harbor their own thoughts and sometimes hesitate to share with adults. She refrained from pressing further, instead retrieving several pieces of jerky from her satchel and offering them to him. "You must be hungry. Go ahead and eat. Once you finish, we shall set off to reach the Great Wall of Despair before nightfall." Set off? What purpose does the Great Wall serve? Am I to be abandoned? Guli, in a daze, accepted the jerky and swallowed it hastily. It was then that he noticed Yezi carrying a long object wrapped in animal hide, along with a small bundle. That long object, it seemed to resemble a sword. "Aunt Yi, what are we going to the Great Wall for?" Guli asked, his heart brimming with confusion as he chewed. Yezi pinched his cheek playfully and replied with a smile, "Haven't you always wanted to see the Great Wall of Despair? What? Have you changed your mind?" "I want to go," Guli exclaimed eagerly. After all, it was the most renowned tourist attraction in Game of Thrones. However, he hesitated. "But can I first bid farewell to Shui Zhu and the others?" He had a foreboding sense that this journey might be his last. Yezi, taking his hand, forced a smile that felt strained. "There will be another time for farewells. You needn't say goodbye. Just eat on the way. We must depart immediately." With that, she pulled Guli along, leaving no room for dissent. An adult stag had been waiting for them nearby, and upon their approach, it willingly knelt. Yezi climbed onto the stag's back with Guli, whispering softly into the creature's ear, "Let us set off." The stag sprang to its feet and swiftly entered the snowy forest to the south. Days later, on a moonless night, 10 miles north of the Great Wall of Despair, a stag came to a halt, and Yeezy dismounted. Before she could assist him, Gully jumped down as well. The two gazed into the distance, where the towering Great Wall was illuminated by rows of flickering torches. Turning to Yeezy, Gully reluctantly asked, "Aunt Yi, are you returning?" The unexpected farewell left him feeling disconcerted. During their journey, Yeezy had informed Gully of everything. She explained that the three-eyed crow wished for him to reside within the wall, far removed from the perils of the outer lands. This decision aligned perfectly with Gu Li's desires, so he offered no resistance. For Gu Li, departing the outer lands for the safety of the wall was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. He had grown weary of the three-eyed crow's teachings, which imparted mere knowledge without genuine skill. He understood that only by escaping the crow's grasp could he hope to grow stronger, and only by becoming stronger could he alter Yeezy's fate, ensuring she would not meet the same tragic end at the hands of the White Walkers as depicted in the series. At that moment, Yeezy raised her arm and pointed towards the south, where the Shadow Forest lay, a realm frequented by the Night Watchers. "It is impractical for me to reveal myself. You must traverse it alone." The brightest flame in the midsection of the wall marks the watchtower of the Black Castle. The Black Castle you seek is located just beyond that point. Gu Li scanned the seemingly endless expanse of the wall, noting only 3 concentrated sources of light. The three-eyed crow had once remarked that there were a total of 19 fortresses built alongside the wall in ancient times. Time has passed, and now only 3 remain. She slowly crouched down to face Gu Li and continued, "Upon reaching the wall, or if you encounter a Night Watcher beforehand, mention that you seek Banyan Stark. Once you meet him, hand over this letter." Yeezy opened her small pack, revealing a letter and a pouch of coins. She thrust both the pouch and the letter into Gu Li's hands, saying, "Take these gold coins. They are of no use to me." Gu Li carefully tucked the pouch and letter into his clothing, concealing them with caution. "And this sword is for your protection." Yeezy unfastened a slender object from her back, peeling back a corner of the hide to reveal a beautifully crafted hilt. She rewrapped the hilt and secured the sword to Gu Li's back. This sword was brought by the Prophet. Its name is the Dark Sister. Its significance is profound. You must take great care of it. The sword of the three-eyed crow? Gu Li recalled vaguely that the three-eyed crow hailed from the Targaryen lineage. Thus this sword must be a valuable item. He responded solemnly, "I will safeguard this sword diligently and will return it to my mentor in due time." Yeezy gently ruffled Gu Li's hair, her heart heavy with reluctance. Yet, she understood that the child had grown, and there would come a day when she must let go. "Remember, if Banyan inquires about your origins, assert that your father is Brandon Stark and that your mother was a wildling who raised you. She sacrificed her life to help you escape the lands beyond." Gu Li paused, confusion etched on his face as he asked, "Are you suggesting I pretend to be a member of House Stark?" Yeezy did not respond directly, reassuring him, "Do not worry. The Prophet has arranged everything. House Stark will treat you kindly, teaching you the ways of humanity, ensuring you want for nothing ye aunt." Gu Li suddenly embraced her waist, speaking earnestly, "In my heart, you are as dear to me as my mother. Thank you for 12 years of companionship, for your care, and for everything you have done. I have grown up now and can take care of myself. You need not worry." Yeezy's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she fought to keep them at bay, pushing Gu Li away gently before decisively mounting her deer. "I must go. You should hurry." With that, she rode away, not glancing back. Gu Li stood there for a long while, watching Yeezy's retreating figure. After gathering his emotions, he turned his gaze towards the distant lights of the wall, inhaled deeply, and swiftly made his way into the southern shadow forest. Not long after his departure, the stag reappeared, as if the leaves had returned once more. She stood at the same spot, gazing at the footprints left by Gu Li, silently shedding tears. The stag nuzzled Leaf's arm and suddenly spoke, "Leaf, do not weep. He is but a human, destined to walk a different path from ours. Rest assured, I shall watch over him when time permits." Despite being a male stag, its voice was distinctly feminine, for the shapeshifter inhabiting the deer was a child of the forest. Leaf wiped away her tears and remounted the stag. "Thank you." Bing Ling together, they turned and faded into the embrace of the night. Chapter 7. One Punch Man. Within the shadowy depths of the ghostly forest lies a tribe of wild men, fiercely insular and unwelcoming. In an effort to avert unnecessary troubles, Ghoulie deliberately steers clear of them. As the night deepens, he finds no sentinels patrolling within the forest. It appears that he has overestimated the discipline of the modern night watchman. The ghostly forest at night is devoid of any patrols. Millennia ago, the night watchmen constituted the kingdom's most elite forces, stationed in this frigid expanse to fend off the incursions of wild men and guard against the return of the others. Alas, time has passed, and 1,000 years have elapsed. The inhabitants within the Great Wall have long forgotten the terror of the others, relegating them to the realm of ancient myth. The purpose of the Great Wall has shifted from a barrier against the others to a mere defense against the incursions of the wild tribes. The wild men lack discipline, merely a disorganized rabble. Their combat prowess pales in comparison to the legendary others. Over time, the kingdom ceased deploying its finest troops to garrison this area. Consequently, it transformed into a place of exile for wrongdoers. The role of the night watchman has devolved from a sacred honor to a shackle for the punished. In contemporary times, their numbers have dwindled drastically. Of the 19 fortresses, 16 lie abandoned, leaving only 3 still occupied by night watchmen. The total number of these sentinels across the remaining fortresses barely exceeds 1,000. Were it not for the strategic advantage of the Great Wall, the present-day night watchmen would be utterly incapable of resisting the wild men's onslaught. The wild men outside the wall possess a decisive numerical superiority, capable of employing overwhelming tactics. Moreover, certain tribes have allied with the nearly extinct giants, bringing dozens of giants and mammoths into the fray. Should the night watchmen lose the protection of the Great Wall and engage in battle on the plains, it would be a one-sided massacre. Fortunately, there is no what-if, for the Great Wall stands resolutely, unyielding for 8 millennia. The Great Wall stretches nearly 500 kilometers in length, towering over 200 meters high. It obscures the sky and reaches heavenward. As Ghoulie approaches the base of the wall, he reaches out to touch the icy structure. Overwhelmed by a wave of emotion, truly, it is a colossal edifice that casts a shadow over the land. The oppressive aura emanating from it nearly steals his breath away. The Great Wall is not merely imposing. Its walls and foundations are inscribed with arcane runes. These runes serve to repel the others and annihilate their accompanying wraiths, forming the very essence of the Great Wall. In essence, as long as the wall stands and the runes endure, the army of the others shall never set foot in the south. With a sigh, he resolves to find a way inside. Ghoulie surveys his surroundings, seeking a means to breach the wall. There are no grand gates to be found, only narrow tunnels that pierce through its fortifications. These passages often lead to the fortresses, the most heavily fortified regions. Ghoulie follows the base of the wall, searching diligently until he discovers a sturdy wooden door, covered in rivets and iron bars. It appears remarkably robust. Clearly, beyond this door lies a tunnel leading to one of the last 3 fortresses, the Black Castle. Ghoulie raps gently on the wooden door. Its thickness renders any sound nearly imperceptible. Fortunately, he possessed great strength, and he lifted a large stone, forcefully striking it against the wooden door. Thud! Ghoulie stood outside, perceiving the sound to be rather muted. However, within the tunnel, the acoustics transformed the noise into a resonant cacophony, instantly rousing the night watchmen from their slumber. What was that? Perhaps it was merely a deer colliding with the door. Ignore it and return to sleep. They were reluctant to ponder further and were on the verge of resuming their deep slumber. Yet Ghoulie was undeterred. He picked up the stone again, repeatedly slamming it against the door. Thud! 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 The night watchmen in the tunnel grew irate, cursing as they approached the entrance and opened a small window to peer outside. However, darkness enveloped the scene, obscuring their vision. What could be causing the commotion? They could not discern Ghoulie amid the shadows, but Ghoulie could make out their figures in the flickering light of their torches. 2 men, one stout and the other lean, both relatively young, donned in black attire and armor, unmistakably the night watchmen. Ghoulie softly called out, "Gentlemen." The sudden voice startled the two watchmen from their drowsiness. "What on earth?" It appears to be a little wildling. The two watchmen on duty, enraged at the sight of Ghoulie, shouted, "Begone! Who let this wildling in? Quickly leave! You're not welcome here." "I seek Bran Stark on urgent business. Please inform him." The tall, lean watchman impatiently responded, "Come back tomorrow. It is the dead of night, and the person you seek is surely asleep." Ghoulie furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth. Outside, the frigid wilderness loomed. Where could he possibly spend the night? Should he be discovered by the wildling tribes of the forest, it would only complicate matters further. Cautiously, he turned away and retrieved a gold dragon coin from his pouch. There was no other option. He could only resort to bribery. Holding the coin aloft, he feigned innocence, saying, "Gentlemen, I found this gold coin in the forest. If you help me summon Bran, I shall gift it to you." The mention of the gold coin astonished the two watchmen, their eyes glinting with avarice. The stout watchman leaned closer to the window, smiling as he asked, "Little wildling, Bran has a foul temper. If we wake him now, we shall surely be reprimanded. This gold coin of yours is insufficient. Do you have more?" Ghoulie understood the insatiable nature of human greed. "Alas, this is the only one I found," he replied. "I cannot offer more, for human greed knows no bounds. Even if I produced additional coins, they would only demand even more." The tall watchman, somewhat crestfallen, extended his hand, conceding, "Very well, you give me the gold coin, and we shall fetch Bran for you." Ghoulie silently scoffed at their naivety, his expression unyielding as he stated, "What I mean is, you must first summon Bran Stark before I will part with the gold coin." "Impossible, we want a coin first." The tall watchman was about to erupt in anger when the stout watchman tugged at his sleeve. The portly knight watchman murmured, "This little wildling has just snatched some coins from us. He surely possesses more than a single gold dragon coin. Shall we let him in and search him?" The tall knight watchman's eyes glimmered with understanding, recognizing the merit in his words. Ghoulie, unable to decipher their hushed whispers, only observed as they abruptly shut the inspection window, plunging the area into silence. Could it be? Are the contemporary night watchmen truly so disciplined? Is their conscience not for sale, even for gold? While he pondered his next move, the grand wooden door before him suddenly began to tremble, gradually ascending to reveal a gap of about half a meter. "Come in quickly. We shall take you to Banyan," a voice called from within, sounding somewhat distant. With no alternative, Ghoulie gritted his teeth and bent low to enter. Bang! As he crossed the threshold, the heavy wooden door crashed shut behind him, sealing off his escape route. Torches flickered along the tunnel walls, illuminating the space just enough to discern one's surroundings. Unease gnawed at him as he ventured deeper into the tunnel, and finally, midway through, he encountered the two night watchmen. They leaned against the wall, panting heavily, and slowly approached Ghoulie. It was only natural. That wooden door was exceedingly heavy, likely weighing 4 or 5 tons. Without the aid of a pulley system, the two of them would have struggled to open it for Ghoulie. The stout night watchman spat, rubbing his aching arm, and declared loudly, "Boy, hand over all the gold dragon coins you possess." Ghoulie, eyeing the long sword at their waists, instinctively stepped back. "What do you mean by this, gentlemen?" The two men advanced menacingly, with the tall night watchman resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, a menacing expression on his face. "Boy, do not force my hand. I will not hesitate to slay you. You are overstepping your bounds. You are courting death." Ghoulie knew full well that, with his meager skills, he stood no chance against these two night watchmen. Thus, he resolved to strike first. A surprise attack was his only hope for victory. He hastened toward them, seizing the moment while the tall night watchman had yet to draw his sword, channeling all his strength into a single powerful punch. Seeing him throw a punch, the tall night watchman made no attempt to evade, even laughing derisively. "How amusing. Do you think you can kill me?" But with a resounding thud, Ghoulie's fist connected squarely with the watchman's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. Bang! The tall night watchman tumbled like a rolling ball, skidding across the ground for quite a distance before finally coming to a stop. He lay there, convulsing, gasping for breath, clearly on the brink of death. Shattered fragments of his darkened armor scattered everywhere, striking the portly night watchman's face painfully. He stood there, momentarily dazed, And by the time he recalled to draw his sword for retaliation, it was already too late. Ghoulie had charged upon him. Another punch struck. A scream echoed through the tunnel, resounding deafeningly. Chapter 8. Captured and Foiled. Ghoulie's punch was fortuitously intercepted by the right arm of the rotund night watchman. The watchman's arm twisted grotesquely in the opposite direction, revealing a ghastly sight of flesh and bone. He gazed at Ghoulie with terror, as if confronted by an exceedingly fearsome creature. Furrowing his brow, Ghoulie was poised to mount an offensive. To his astonishment, the watchman turned and fled, deftly locating a thin rope along the wall, pulling at it with wide eyes filled with dread. The clanging echoed through the tunnel, resonating ominously as it traveled deeper into the darkness. Simultaneously, an iron gate descended from above, fortifying a barrier between the two men. The watchman cackled maniacally. "You wretched savage. Await your demise." Approaching the iron gate, Ghoulie tested it with his hands and grinned. "I cannot lift the solid wooden door outside. It is far too heavy. Yet, this iron gate I shall attempt." With unwavering confidence, he crouched down, grasping the iron gate. To his astonishment, he managed to lift the nearly 1,000-pound door. However, it was no effortless feat. His arms trembled, indicating he could not sustain it for long. Once he raised the gate, he swiftly maneuvered to the inside. With a resounding thud, he lowered the iron door back to the ground. After adjusting his breath, Ghoulie sauntered towards the watchman. He first seized the watchman's sword and inquired with a puzzled expression, "Have you been rendered foolish by fear? Why do you not flee?" The entire process, from lifting the gate to setting it down, had taken a full minute, yet the watchman remained rooted in place, not seizing the opportunity to escape. His complexion had turned ashen, fear rendering him incapable of resistance. Trembling, he stammered, "There is a wooden door on the other side of the tunnel, but it is now shut. The mechanism to open it lies outside the tunnel. We are trapped. No wonder you did not run. It appears there is no escape." Ghoulie pondered for a moment. Since they were unable to exit, he would await assistance. Perhaps they could aid him in locating Banyan. The watchman forced a smile. "I advise you to leave this place swiftly. Having slain a night watchman, seeking anyone will be futile." Not far away, the tall night watchman lay lifeless on the ground, his breath extinguished. This was Ghoulie's first experience with murder, and, psychologically, it was disconcerting. Yet, he had long prepared for such eventualities in the chaos of this world. How could one avoid taking lives? He would gradually adapt. In time, it would become second nature. Turning to the corpse, he clasped his hands in prayer. "Brother, you harbored intentions to slay me. I consider this self-defense. May you swiftly reincarnate and hold no grudge against me." He then returned to the rotund watchman, smiling. "You fat fool, I'm not a bloodthirsty individual. I shall spare your life." He raised the iron sword he had confiscated from the watchman and struck the watchman's head with the scabbard. Crack! Darkness enveloped the watchman as he instantly succumbed to unconsciousness. The tunnel extended only a few hundred meters, devoid of any other guardians along the way. And Ghoulie soon reached its end. The portly night watchman had not spoken falsely. Indeed, there stood a heavy wooden door here, as substantial as the one on the outside. Ghoulie attempted to lift it, but upon realizing he could not, he languidly sat down on the ground. The commotion outside was considerable, and he believed it would not be long before someone arrived to open the door. Sure enough, less than 5 minutes later, raucous footsteps echoed from beyond. After a few breaths, the wooden door began to rise slowly. The night watchmen outside were on high alert, surrounding the tunnel's exit impenetrably. The foremost guard, wielding a wooden shield, stood in a neat line, shielding the archers behind him. The archers had already drawn their bows, aiming at the tunnel's mouth. Tension hung thick in the air, their eyes fixated intently on the slowly ascending door. For this night, the old bell, silent for centuries, had inexplicably tolled. They all understood the bell's ominous significance. It heralded the enemy's incursion into the city. A fierce battle was destined to ensue. But wait, was that a child? The watchmen were taken aback. They had anticipated a throng of wild men within the tunnel, never imagining it contained only a wild child clutching a sword. A wild child? How had he entered? The leading middle-aged man strode swiftly to Ghoulie's side, demanding with a sharp voice. His hair was a shock of white curls, and despite his age, his eyes were piercingly sharp, instilling a sense of dread in those who met his gaze. Clad in black attire and armor, it was evident that his gear was not the ordinary leather armor, but rather an advanced iron armor, superior to the typical. He peered into the tunnel, noting that the two doors were firmly shut. How, then, had this little brat made his way here? Could he possibly walk through walls? An infiltrator? The man deduced. Pressing further, "Speak. Who opened the door for you? Who is your insider?" Ghoulie cautiously stepped back, maintaining a safe distance from the man. He feigned trepidation, replying, "I have no insider. They opened the door for me willingly. They sought to seize my gold coins, and I acted in self-defense." The man scoffed. "Such eloquence suggests you've rehearsed your lies well." He waved his hand, instructing a few of the nearby watchmen. "You four, go inside and assess the situation. Check for any other wild men lurking." The 4 or 5 watchmen, filled with trepidation, paired up, cautiously raising their wooden shields as they slowly advanced into the tunnel. Ghoulie called out loudly, "I seek Bran Stark." The man's expression darkened further. "Do not think to leverage connections. It will be of no use who you seek." Bran, as the chief ranger of the Black Castle, held a prestigious position, tasked with leading the rangers to patrol the periphery of the wall. Thus, the rangers inevitably had encounters with the tribes of wild men in the haunted forest. The man suspected that Ghoulie had some acquaintance with Bran and now, having caused trouble, wished to invoke Bran's name to extricate himself from the predicament. Ghoulie pondered a way to break the deadlock, confident in his ability to eliminate the man before him. But what would follow? Would he meet his demise at the hands of errant arrows? As for taking the man hostage, well, Ghoulie was merely 12 years old, dwarfing the man by nearly 2 heads. He could only awkwardly position his sword against the man's neck by straightening his arm. Such a glaring vulnerability would surely invite retaliation. With no other option, given the overwhelming number of adversaries, he had no choice but to surrender. The man seized the sword Ghoulie was clutching, recognizing it as the standard weapon of the Night's Watch. Rubbing his forehead to suppress his fury, he ordered Ghoulie to the dungeon. At that moment, a member of the Night's Watch, who had ventured into the tunnel earlier, returned with alarming news. "Commander, 2 of our brothers on duty. One is dead, the other wounded." The man's composure shattered. He erupted in rage, kicking the messenger to the ground. "I've instructed you to train diligently, yet you're merely floundering. What a disgrace. 2 grown men unable to subdue a mere wild child. Pathetic, worthless fools." This man was the commander of the Night's Watch. Not only the guardian of the Black Castle, but also the mentor of most of the rangers. Though his rank was modest, his influence was significant. Moreover, this commander seemed to possess an intense sense of honor. The fact that his men had been outmatched by a wild child inflicted upon him an unprecedented humiliation. He approached Ghoulie, his eyes gleaming with cold fury. "Regardless of your motives, no wildling shall set foot beyond the wall. That is an unyielding law. Moreover, you have slain our men." Ghoulie attempted to clarify, "I acted in self-defense." But the commander seized his collar. "Seething rules are rules. I will see you and that negligent fool hang together." Feeling the palpable animosity in the commander's demeanor, Ghoulie could not comprehend the depth of the commander's disdain for wildlings. Yet, he recognized that if he did not devise a plan to escape this predicament, the commander would indeed execute him. Wiping the spittle from his face, he calmly retorted, "Commander, it was not I who intruded. Rather, it was your Night's Watch who opened the door to let me in. I was merely the passive party. What fault lies with me? Are the Night's Watch devoid of reason?" The commander scoffed. "2 of my men lost their wits and willingly opened the door for you. A wildling? Unless they are in league with you. After opening the door, you kill them to silence them. Speak. What was your purpose in infiltrating the Black Castle?" Ghoulie rolled his eyes and chose silence. At that moment, another group emerged from the castle. They were led by the esteemed commander Jorah Mormont, accompanied by Bowen Marsh and his rangers. "Alicia, what has transpired?" Jorah Mormont, older than the commander, sported a mane of gray hair and beard. Yet among all the Night's Watch, he was the most robust. His imposing figure loomed like a mountain, instilling a sense of dread. Beside him stood a young man with flowing brown hair, clad in black leather armor adorned with neatly stitched iron plates. This scale armor not only provides warmth but also possesses formidable defensive capabilities. The craftsmanship is intricate, and the price is exorbitant, making it beyond the means of an ordinary household. Ghouli's lips curled into a slight smile as he instantly recognized the young man before him as Banyan Stark. Although this man appeared considerably younger than his counterpart in the series, his handsome features stood out even more amidst a crowd of less attractive individuals. Furthermore, he exuded an air of noble elegance, clearly indicating a distinguished lineage. Thus, Ghuli had little trouble identifying him among the throng. Instructor Elisha promptly abandoned Ghuli to approach Jorah Mormont, reporting the situation to his superior. The circumstances at hand were rather straightforward. Two Night's Watchmen had voluntarily allowed Ghuli entry. Subsequently, a confrontation ensued between Ghuli and the two guards, resulting in one fatality and one injury. Elisha was unaware of the underlying reasons and could only share his conjectures. However, upon hearing Elisha's speculations, Jorah Mormont shook his head, stating that cannot be the case. If tonight's sentinels were indeed his accomplices, why would they sound the alarm for an enemy attack? Elisha, perplexed by this inconsistency, pondered whether they might have had a change of heart. Jorah Mormont then scrutinized Ghuli for a moment longer, marveling such a young child, yet capable of besting two grown men. Indeed, a born warrior. He approached Ghuli and inquired, "Which tribe do you hail from? What compels you to infiltrate the Black Castle?" Chapter 9. The Lettergeary was also observing Jorah Mormont, judging by the reactions of those around him. It was not difficult to deduce that Jorah Mormont held a position of considerable authority. As a high-ranking figure within the Black Castle, he must have made an appearance in the narrative of Game of Thrones, right? To speak frankly, the storyline of Game of Thrones is intricately woven, with 3 narrative threads progressing simultaneously, and the scenes frequently oscillating among 3 distinct regions. Moreover, the prolonged intervals between seasons have caused Ghuri to forget many plot points and characters. Apart from a handful of principal figures and the main storyline, he could only regard numerous secondary characters as somewhat familiar. Take, for instance, the elderly gentleman before him. Indeed, Ghuri found him somewhat recognizable. "I did not infiltrate the Black Castle. Hear me out. I am here in search of someone. Yet they claim that the person I seek has already retired for the night and cannot assist me in delivering a message." With no other recourse, he had to offer them a gold coin as recompense. To his dismay, they harbored malicious intent, deceiving him into this place with the aim of robbing him of all his wealth. The outcome? Well, you can see it for yourself. Ghuri shrugged helplessly, casting a disdainful glance towards the tunnel. At that moment, Elisha let out a derisive snort, dismissing his flimsy excuse. "What have wildlings ever dealt in coin? Do you have any idea how precious a gold dragon coin is?" Ghuri glanced at Banyang and retrieved a plump coin pouch from his breast. "Behold, this is my wealth." He deliberately opened the pouch, revealing the glimmering gold dragon coins within. By estimation, there were at least 20 or 30 gold coins, a substantial fortune indeed. Everyone was taken aback. Who would have expected a mere wildling to possess such riches? Could it be that this wildling was not lying? Due to his position, Jorah Mormont could not wholly trust the words of a wildling. He fell silent for a moment, intending to adhere to protocol. First, he would confine him to the dungeon and conduct an investigation the following day. Wait. I am here to find someone. I am seeking Banyang," Ghuri exclaimed urgently, not wishing to be mistaken for a criminal and spend the night in a dungeon. Banyang Stark." He cast a glance at Banyang, providing further clarification. Jorah Mormont turned to Banyang, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "Do you know him?" Banyang stepped forward, scrutinizing Ghuri carefully before replying in a leisurely tone. "I do not know him. The way he is bound in animal hides is quite distinctive. It does not resemble the methods of the nearby tribes. He must be a wildling from beyond the wall." I indeed hail from beyond the wall," Ghuri interjected, having overheard Banyang's deduction, and he offered a quiet explanation. He then produced an envelope from within his garments. "My mother sent me to find Banyang and to deliver this letter to him." Jorah Mormont received the envelope with a calm demeanor and inquired, "And where is your mother?" Ghuri began to showcase his acting prowess, feigning sorrow as he replied, "My mother was killed by an arrow while attempting to help me escape the tribe." Jorah Mormont remained silent as he opened the letter in his hand, revealing 2 sheets of parchment within. One of the letters was not only severely yellowed, but also bore faint, almost indecipherable handwriting, suggesting it had aged considerably. In contrast, the other letter appeared somewhat newer, with its contents more elaborate. He took advantage of the flickering firelight beside him to briefly scan the message. Suddenly, Jair Mormont's expression shifted dramatically, his brow furrowed as he swiftly folded the letter shut. "Banyan, take this child and accompany me back to the command tower." With that, he turned and departed. Without hesitation, Banyan obeyed the commander's orders. He pushed past Elisha, grasping the trembling Guli, and hurried to follow the commander. Elisha's countenance darkened. Could the situation have taken a turn? What could the letter contain to so unnerve the commander? Allowing the wildlings to breach the wall was an affront to the sacred oath. How could the commander knowingly commit such an act? This line of thought only deepened his distress. After much contemplation, Elisha resolved to head to the command tower. He could not stand idly by while the commander erred. The wildlings must not remain within the wall. In the command tower, at the top level, the commander's office, Jair Mormont secured the door, leaving only himself, Banyan, and Guli in the room. He approached his desk and lit the oil lamp. "Take a look at this letter. What is the matter?" Banyan, perplexed, accepted the letter and unfolded it to read. The lamp cast a bright glow, illuminating the parchment and rendering each word strikingly clear. The first letter contained only a few lines. Its message straightforward. It recounted an encounter 12 years prior between a man from House Stark and a woman in the village of Molestown, southeast of the Black Castle. After several months of intimacy, the woman became pregnant and the man departed, leaving behind a guarantee. He vowed to bring their child to Winterfell in the future. The letter was signed, Year 279 Aegon, Brandon Stark. The second letter was the woman's confession, detailing her experiences over the years. In the winter of the following year, she gave birth to a son but awaited Brandon Stark in vain. Another year passed, and the War of Usurpers broke out. The funds Brandon had provided dwindled, making survival increasingly difficult. Thus, the woman set out alone with her child, determined to reach Winterfell and find Brandon. Unfortunately, she encountered a band of highwaymen who sold her to a merchant active in the north. Ultimately, she was sold to a wildling tribe beyond the wall. Thereafter, she lacked the means to traverse the icy canyons alone and was compelled to reside within the wildling community. Raising her child, she hoped for her child's healthy growth, yearning for the day he might return to the realm beyond the wall. The letter concluded abruptly, the subsequent tale having already been recounted by Guli. His mother had perished at the hands of the wildlings while attempting to aid his escape from the tribe. Jaime Mormont gently patted Banyan's shoulder and said in a solemn tone, "If this letter is indeed authentic, that child is." Banyan inhaled deeply a few times before replying, "If he truly is my brother's illegitimate son, the Stark family will naturally welcome him. However, nothing is yet conclusive. Old Bear, I intend to take him back to Winterfell. There are letters left by my brother that could be referenced against the notes. The Duke of Winterfell, known as the Guardian of the North, is Banyan's elder brother, Eddard Stark." Upon hearing this, Jaime Mormont nodded in agreement. "Very well, rest for the night, and we shall set off at dawn. Old Bear, there is one more matter I would like to trouble you with. Please send someone to Molestown to verify the contents of the letter." Banyan planned to travel light, heading south on horseback without intending to linger in Molestown. Jaime Mormont nodded. "Rest assured, Molestown is less than 100 miles from the Night's Watch Castle. I will dispatch someone." Banyan carefully folded the letter and tucked it into his leather armor. He bowed his head and said, "Old Bear, I beg of you, go." Jaime Mormont waved his hand dismissively. Banyan led Guli out of the office, just as they encountered Elisha hurrying in. The two exchanged silent glances and brushed past one another. Elisha rushed into the office and exclaimed, "Commander, wildlings must not set foot beyond the wall. This is a rule that has not been broken for centuries. Is it appropriate to bring a wildling into the Night's Watch Castle?" Jaime Mormont returned to his desk and replied, "Until we clarify his identity, we cannot conclusively label him as a wildling. You should return and rest. I will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter." Elisha was taken aback, wondering what sort of enchantment Banyan had cast upon the commander, to turn reason on its head and speak such nonsense. How can he not be a wildling? Moreover, he has taken a life. Elisha's face flushed red with frustration. Jaime Mormont, wishing to avoid further contention, rubbed his forehead and gestured go. Curiously, Elisha inquired, "Commander, what about the letter?" Jaime Mormont lifted his head and interrupted. "There was quite a commotion tonight. You have worked hard. It will be best for you to rest early." Acknowledging the dismissal, Elisha bowed his head reluctantly and exited the commander's office. In one of the main structures of the Knight's Watch Castle, the guard tower, Banyan prepared a room for Guli. "I have no extra bedding, so you will have to make do with this for the night." Guli looked at the pile of dry straw on the bed and chuckled. "It's fine. My living conditions beyond the wall are even harsher than this." Banyan hesitated for a moment and said, "We have yet to establish a relationship of trust, so for safety's sake, I will take your weapons and coin pouch." He turned and pointed to the door, adding, "Furthermore, I shall lock the door. I will unlock it for you at dawn." Guli held a firm belief in the character of Banyan Stark, and without a trace of hesitation, he decisively entrusted him with his beast-hide sword and coin pouch. However, he felt the need to inquire, "Surely, there is no need to lock the door, is there? There is no restroom in this room. And what if I require relief in the middle of the night?" Banyan, grasping the sword and pouch, informed him, "Beneath the bed, there is a wooden bucket. You may use it for your convenience." He added with gentle insistence, "Do get some rest. We must set forth early tomorrow." With that, Banyan exited the room. A distinct sound of the door locking echoed as it closed. Guli, feeling somewhat resigned, reclined upon the bed and sighed. The Stark family, was it? One can only hope it is a welcoming abode. Chapter 10. Winter fell at the break of dawn the following day. Banyan roused the slumbering Guli from his dreams. The two immediately departed from the Black Castle, journeying southward toward Winterfell. The distance between the Black Castle and Winterfell was considerable, spanning several hundred miles. Fortunately, the presence of the King's Road afforded a relatively smooth journey, significantly enhancing their pace. Moreover, Banyan traveled light, sharing a mount with Guli. What would typically require a month to reach Winterfell was thus halved. As they progressed a third of the way, Banyan began to feel hunger and fatigue. It was already midnight when he sought a rise near the King's Road to rest for a while. Guli gathered some branches, fashioned a campfire, and lit it for warmth. Banyan secured the horse and produced provisions for their sustenance. He tossed a small piece of jerky to Guli and remarked, "Let us rest for a moment before we continue." Guli, already quite hungry, nodded while chewing on the tough jerky. Their interaction remained somewhat awkward, with little conversation exchanged along the way. Banyan then offered his water flask to Guli and inquired, "What is your name?" Guli hesitated momentarily, then awkwardly smiled and replied, I'm called Luke." Banyan continued, "Luke? What is your surname?" "I have no surname, just Luke," Guli answered, opening the flask to take a few sips of water. Banyan paused, contemplating for a moment before saying, "Luke, you were raised among the wild tribes beyond the wall. There, they possess no surnames, only first names. However, it is different here. Within the realms of the wall, everyone bears both a given name and a family name. The name represents the individual, while the surname signifies the family. Stark is your family name. Yet, you cannot bear the name Stark, for you are merely the illegitimate son of my elder brother. Therefore, your surname must be Snow. Do you understand?" Having studied the cultural customs of Westeros for many years under the guidance of the three-eyed raven, Guli was well aware of the nuances. Each of the 7 kingdoms had its own specific surname for bastards, universally recognized. For instance, in the north, regardless of the house of origin, all bastards were designated with the surname Snow. "Luke Snow," he mused, scratching his head with a silly grin. "I understand, Uncle Banyan." Banyan's expression grew somewhat complex. "Your identity has yet to be established. For now, refer to me as Sir Banyan." Ah, such a rigid man. It is truly challenging to win his favor. Guli thought internally, while outwardly maintaining a facade of innocence. "Very well, Sir Banyan." The two rested for over 3 hours, and before dawn broke, they resumed their journey. 14 days later, they finally emerged from the snow-covered Black Castle into the verdant expanse of the Wolfwood, mere steps away from Winterfell, which they could reach within half a day. Guli, seated upon the horse, gazed into the distance where Winterfell appeared almost within arm's reach. Banyan, showing signs of weariness and a solemn demeanor, remained silent, only a hint of tenderness flickering in his eyes upon catching sight of Winterfell as silhouette. Gully could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. Perhaps he would soon encounter his childhood companion, Jon Snow. He looked up and urged, "Sir Ballion, let us continue our journey." Ballion nodded, nudging his steed with his legs, prompting the warhorse beneath him to begin its leisurely pace. Throughout their travels, the bond between the two had notably deepened. During their rest stops, Ballion would subtly inquire about Gully's life over the years beyond the wall. Although he had never ventured to those lands and could not ascertain the veracity of Gully's words, the boy's spontaneous reactions suggested a truthfulness in his accounts. Indeed, this child hailed from beyond the wall, thus lending further credibility to the letter. In the north, Winterfell stood as the epicenter of power, the ancestral stronghold of House Stark. Its expanse was several times that of the Black Castle, a veritable noble fortress. The castle was encircled by a protective moat and walls, featuring 4 gates to the east, south, west, and north. Inside, the complex architecture and numerous structures dazzled the eye. Entering from the north gate, where the guards recognized Ballion, they lowered the drawbridge and opened the gate without further inquiry. Upon entering the city, Gully's attention was immediately captured by a remarkable sight to his right. It was a greenhouse garden constructed of glass and iron, where vibrant flowers bloomed in a riot of colors. He was astounded. Such modern workshops were non-existent in this world. The sheer amount of glass and the beauty of the greenhouse must have cost a fortune. At that moment, Ballion dismounted and, noticing Gully's dazed expression, followed his gaze to the glass garden. "Isn't it beautiful?" Below the garden, a hot spring provides warmth, allowing fruit and vegetables to be cultivated year-round. Snapping back to reality, Gully swiftly dismounted as well. Ballion entrusted the reins of his horse to a waiting servant who would lead the steeds to the stables. The two traversed winding corridors, passing through a heavily guarded guardroom until they arrived at the main keep. Adjacent to the keep lay a spacious training ground where the guards practiced daily drills. Naturally, the Stark children also trained in swordplay, horsemanship, and archery here. At that moment, upon seeing the long-absent Uncle Ballion, 2 spirited Stark lads abandoned their wooden swords and bows and rushed over. "Uncle Ballion, why have you returned?" exclaimed the fastest of the two, a boy with black curls, halting before Ballion with excitement. The other, a more composed lad with reddish-brown curls, smiled and said, "Uncle Ballion, it has been a while." They stood at a height comparable to Gully's and, after greeting Ballion, regarded Gully with curious expressions. At that juncture, an older boy approached, trailing behind a red-haired child, seemingly a servant. He cautiously bowed his head, addressing Ballion with respect. "Sir Ballion." Ballion offered a casual nod in acknowledgement. Turning to the red-haired boy, he gently inquired, "Robb, where is your father? Could this be Robb Stark?" The eldest son of Eddard Stark, the rightful heir of the North. Known as the Young Wolf, destined to become the future king of the North. His glory was undeniable, yet tragically short-lived. Gully cast a glance at Robb, feeling a twinge of regret within. Robb failed to notice Gully's peculiar reaction as he responded to Uncle Benjen's inquiry. "Uncle Benjen, are you here for an urgent matter concerning my father? He is in the study." Benjen affectionately ruffled the hair of the dark-haired child, while pointing to Gully with his other hand. "Please take care of him to stay near the training grounds. I have pressing matters to discuss with your father, and you must behave and not disturb us." Both Robb and the dark-haired child nodded in unison. "All right, rest assured, Uncle Benjen." After giving Gully a few more reminders not to wander off, Benjen turned and entered the grand hall, heading upstairs. At the entrance of the hall, Robb scrutinized Gully's attire and inquired, draped in animal skins, "Are you a wildling from beyond the wall? What is your name?" At that moment, the dark-haired child also asked, "What is your name?" Gully smiled slightly. "You are quite impolite. Should you not introduce yourselves before inquiring about another's name?" The dark-haired child curiously touched the animal skin on Gully, murmuring, "It seems to be deer hide." "Oh, hello, my name is Jon Snow." Of similar age to Robb and living in Winterfell, it became evident that he was the protagonist, Jon Snow. Gully had already surmised his identity. "Greetings, Jon." Robb introduced himself as well. "I am Robb Stark, and I hope you find joy in Winterfell, esteemed guest from beyond the wall." Gully glanced at the youth behind Robb. "And what about him?" "He is my father's ward, Theon Greyjoy from the Iron Islands, Robb replied, shifting aside so that Theon could acknowledge Gu Li with a nod. Gu Li raised an eyebrow, recognizing that these three individuals were all significant characters. Perhaps he should cultivate some goodwill. I'm Luke Snow. Pleased to meet you. Theon, who often clashed with Jon Snow, seizing the opportunity to mock, remarked, You are a bastard too? Just like Jon. Unlike Jon, who blushed at the jibe, Gu Li remained unfazed by Theon's taunt, responding with a smile. Perhaps so. Or perhaps not. Who can say? Robb sent something amiss. Wait, you are a wildling. Wildlings reside beyond the north. How could you bear a northern surname? Gu Li then clarified, You misunderstand. I am not a wildling. I merely lived beyond the wall for a few years. I see. And what is your relation to Uncle Benjen? Robb inquired, circling Gu Li with curiosity. This is the first time I have seen Uncle Benjen bring someone back to Winterfell. He added. Gu Li, unreserved, replied, I may be a relative of your Stark family. Sir Benjen brought me back to confirm this. A relative? Could you be a House Stark? Robb pondered, resembling a little adult, deep in thought. Possibly due to Gu Li's surname endearing him to Jon Snow, Jon proactively suggested, Robb, why not go see Bran today? Bran Stark, the second son of Eddard Stark and Catelyn Tully, was yet to reach his first year. In addition, they are blessed with two daughters, the 5-year-old Sansa Stark and the 3-year-old Arya Stark. A subtle ripple stirred within Gu Li's heart. For these children are pivotal characters throughout Game of Thrones, particularly Bran, who is the heir to the three-eyed raven and the next green seer. Although Robb possesses a relatively composed demeanor, he is, after all, merely a 7-year-old child. With Jon Snow's interruption, he instantly lost interest in Gu Li. Indeed, what are Sansa and Arya doing today? Come, let's ascend to see. Jon Snow intended to divert Robb's attention to spare Gu Li any discomfort. You go ahead. I will remain here to look after him. Soon, Uncle Benjen will be descending. Robb shrugged nonchalantly. It matters not. You all can accompany me. Uncle Benjen will surely be staying the night. You will see him at dinner. Chapter 11. The family feast in the uppermost chamber of the ancestral fortress. Eddard Stark's private study. Lord Eddard of Winterfell and his wife, Catelyn, were engaged in a meticulous comparison of handwriting. Ned, the diminutive form of Eddard, was a name reserved for his closest confidants. Eddard, holding a piece of parchment, approached Benjen with a grave expression, stating, Indeed, this is Brandon's handwriting. It does not conclusively prove that the child is his progeny. This letter merely attests to the fact that Brandon once caused a woman to conceive. As for whether this woman truly bore a child, or whether she was sold beyond the wall, or if the child perished, none of these can be verified. Benjen understood the significance of Eddard's words. Each point was crucial, and a single misstep could suggest that the child in question might be an impostor. Upon returning to the wall, I shall send someone to investigate thoroughly. The woman's former residence in Molestown lies near the Black Castle, so it would be more convenient for you to send someone to inquire, Eddard concluded, setting aside the letter. Regarding the matters mentioned in the letter about the lands beyond. The Night's Watch patrols are confined to the haunted forest and typically do not extend into those territories. You might consider reaching out to those traders who smuggle across the wall, enlisting their aid in gathering information. Benjen concurred, though he anticipated that a thorough investigation would take considerable time. As for the child, I shall entrust him to your care for the time being. Rest assured, Eddard replied nonchalantly, in this vast Winterfell, can we truly be concerned about raising one additional child? His primary concern lay solely in determining whether this child was indeed Brandon's son. Benjen, do you believe he is Brandon's son? Catelyn interjected unexpectedly. Benjen paused in contemplation before responding. I hope he is. He reflected for a moment before continuing. Ned, do you recall our visit to the wall 12 springs ago? At that time, Brandon was indeed lingering in Molestown. Eddard, too, recalled that moment. Their father was still alive, and the war of usurpation had yet to ignite. Reflecting on those days brought a tinge of melancholy. Join me for a few drinks tonight. We shall speak more before you depart tomorrow, Eddard suggested, placing a reassuring hand on Benjen's shoulder. Catelyn, having organized the cluttered desk, remarked, You two brothers converse. I shall prepare dinner. Aware of the lengthy time since their last meeting, she discreetly excused herself to allow them their privacy. On the 5th floor of the fortress, where the Stark children resided, their chambers adorned this level, save for the illegitimate son, Jon Snow. Inside a room, Robb stood beside the crib, playfully pinching the chubby cheek of the infant within. The baby let out a furious wail, kicking his legs energetically. This adorable display elicited laughter from those present in the room. Robb, releasing his grip, grinned and said, "Look, Snow, the little one is angry." Jon, along with Ghost, stood back, hesitant to approach too closely. "Do not continue to tease Bran. If he begins to cry, you will surely regret it." Robb dismissed the concern, asserting that Bran had always been prone to tears. Just then, a toddler, appearing to be around 2 or 3 years old, staggered over to Robb. She raised her tiny fist and struck Robb's thigh, indignantly declaring, "Don't bully Bran. Go away." Amused, Robb bent down and replied, "If I stop teasing Bran, then I shall tease you instead." He playfully rubbed the little one's face, causing her to stamp her feet in frustration. Ghoulie observed quietly, "This toddler must be Arya Stark." As for Sansa Stark, he caught a glimpse of a little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, with beautiful chestnut hair, nearly mirroring Robb's own hue. She pretended to be demure, yet her gaze continually darted towards Robb and Arya, as if yearning to join in their playful antics. However, the lessons instilled in her since childhood compelled her to suppress such desires, and her restless demeanor elicited a quiet chuckle. The commotion reached Catelyn, who was descending the stairs. She entered the room and, upon witnessing the children at play, sighed, "Enough. Why are you all frolicking in Bran's room again? Out you go. Bran needs to rest." The Duchess's words had an immediate effect. The little mischief-makers quickly scurried out of the room, tugging at one another as they went. Catelyn glanced at the servants present and, with a detached expression, inquired, "Has Bran eaten?" The 10-month-old Bran, now weaned, was receiving specially prepared meat porridge daily. "Yes, my lady, he has eaten." "Very well. Take good care of Bran. I shall return later this evening." Catelyn turned to leave the room, intending to head to the kitchen located on the western side of the training grounds. Since Banyan had returned, the family dinner that night must be particularly sumptuous. Once she exited the room, the children had already vanished. It wasn't until she passed the training grounds that she encountered the rascally children again. Among them, one child donned a hide outfit, standing out amidst the finery of the others. "Robb," Catelyn called her eldest to her side, "take that child back to your room to change. His wild attire is unfit for the dining table." "Yes, mother," Robb responded loudly, setting down the wooden shield he had been holding. Ghoulie sensed Catelyn's disdain towards him. It stemmed not from his wild appearance, but from his status as a bastard. She had long harbored animosity towards Jon Snow, viewing him as evidence of her husband's infidelity, the greatest blemish on her marriage. This disdain extended to Ghoulie, who shared the same illegitimate status, living under another's roof. Ghoulie had little choice but to quietly follow Robb away. Before departing, he cast a furtive glance at the bewildered Jon Snow, sighing inwardly. Catelyn Tully was undoubtedly a good mother, a competent duchess, and a capable helpmate. However, to Jon Snow, she was not a kind woman, although there was no physical abuse. The psychological cold violence was equally cruel. Tonight, the Stark family gathered for a family dinner, with numerous members surrounding the long dining table. Eddard, as the head of the family, occupied the seat of honor, merrily toasting with Ben Jen to his right. To his left, Catelyn refrained from joining their conversation, instead focusing her gaze on her 3 children, silently urging them to eat. Jon Snow and Robb sat in a corner, almost as if they were invisible, consuming their portions of meat and engaging in hushed conversation. Robb's old clothes adorned Jon, lending him an air of modest nobility. "Jon, why do you keep staring at me?" Robb inquired softly. Jon replied, "I thought you had a small appetite. Who knew you could eat so quickly? But if you can consume so much, why aren't you growing taller?" Through their casual banter, the friends had gleaned insights into each other's lives. For instance, they knew that Robb was 12, the same age as Theon Greyjoy, while Jon and Robb were 7 years old, 5 years younger than the others. However, Robb's stature was not significantly taller than Jon's, leading to Jon's misunderstanding. Robb rolled his eyes in exasperation and patiently explained, "The conditions beyond the wall are harsh. My living environment is far from your comforts." In truth, Leaf had devoted herself to raising Robb, but the dire circumstances of the wilderness posed insurmountable challenges. Leaf often returned home late, struggling to catch even a few animals, as most of the forests were controlled by various wildling tribes, making it perilous for Leaf, a child of the forest, to venture close. Jon had never experienced the harshness beyond the wall and could not fathom the severity of the conditions there. "Oh, then make sure to eat more," he encouraged. Robb nodded as he ate, his robust physique demanding substantial sustenance. During his years in the wilderness, he often ate only enough to stave off hunger, sometimes waking in the middle of the night due to starvation. However, times had changed. Now residing in Winterfell under the care of House Stark, he could indulge in plentiful meals. An hour later, the other children had long set down their utensils, leaving only Robb still voraciously consuming his food. Catelyn leaned close to Eddard and whispered, "It's getting late. I shall take the children to rest. I must also check on Bran." "Very well," Eddard replied, glancing at his children and gesturing for them to depart. "You all may go rest. Good night, father." "Good night, father. Farewell." The children followed Catelyn away from the table, leaving only Jon and Robb behind. As a bastard, Jon had never received Catelyn's affection and had long accepted the absence of maternal love. Once Catelyn and the others departed, he too prepared to leave. "Father, I shall go rest now." However, Eddard raised his hand to stop Jon. "Jon, wait a moment." He turned to look at Gully not far away and asked, "I heard you killed someone at the Wall of Despair?" Upon hearing this, Jon Snow decisively turned back, staring at Gully in shock. Gully burped, wiping the grease from his mouth. He certainly did not wish to be disliked or distanced by Jon Snow. After all, Jon Snow was his third favorite character in this series. "It was an accident. I did not do it on purpose. Besides, I was the victim. They were trying to rob me." Eddard fixed his gaze on Gully, warning, "No one here will harm you, and therefore, you must not harm anyone. Do you understand?" "Understood," Gully replied with a simple smile. "My lord, I am full. May I ask where I will be sleeping tonight?" Eddard had already made arrangements and replied, "You will stay with Jon for now. You will be in his room for the next few days." Then he turned to Jon and said, "Jon, please help him familiarize himself with Winterfell tomorrow. It will take a few days to prepare his room, so he will need to stay with you for a while." Jon, already fond of this new friend, eagerly nodded in agreement. "No problem, father. I will take good care of him." "Very well, off you go." Gully followed Jon Snow out, though he felt a subtle displeasure. Eddard Stark seemed to be quite wary of him, a sensation he had also sensed from the three-eyed raven. Chapter 12. Strength. Giri had not enjoyed a good night's sleep for several days. Following Jon Snow, he entered the room and, before he could take in the beauty of his surroundings, collapsed onto a new bed. It was simply divine. This was the first time since his arrival in this world that he had slept on such a soft bed. A thick, warm blanket lay atop the bedding, enveloping him in comfort. He removed his shoes and socks, and without shedding his outer garments, he nestled beneath the covers. On the opposite side of the room stood a small bed, Jon's. "Luke, it's still early. Tell me about the lands beyond." He began, but to Jon's surprise, in the brief moment it took to turn his head, Giri had succumbed to a deep slumber. "Sleep well. You must be quite exhausted." The following noon, Jon called out, "Luke, it's time for lunch." Giri, reluctant to leave the warmth of his bed, was roused by his roommate's voice. Though lunchtime had long passed, Jon had thoughtfully brought food back for him. Groggily, Giri sat up and beheld the lively figure before him. It was Jon Snow. Oh yes, he had indeed arrived in Winterfell. His gaze drifted to the table beside him, where a large bowl of potato soup and several pieces of freshly baked brown bread awaited. "Thank you." Giri expressed his gratitude, relishing the softness of the blanket. As he prepared to rise, he noticed two particularly familiar items by his bedside, his money pouch and a sword wrapped in animal hide. But weren't they in the possession of Ser Banyan? How did they end up here? Jon, noticing Giri's gaze, explained, "Uncle Banyan left them here, saying they belonged to you." Giri dismounted the bed, fastening the money pouch to his belt and lifting the sword to inspect it. The hide was untouched. Indeed, Ser Banyan was a true gentleman. "Where is Ser Banyan?" he inquired. Uncle Banyan visited you this morning and then left Winterfell. He is likely on his way back to the Black Castle now. A wave of melancholy washed over Giri. He had been escorted all the way to Winterfell by Banyan, and he hadn't even had the chance to express his thanks. Jon, seated at the small wooden table, beckoned Giri, "Come eat. The food is best enjoyed while it's hot." "Yes, I'm coming." Giri approached the table, intrigued by the large pieces of brown bread. He had no idea what to expect, as this was his first experience with the bread of this world. With anticipation, he took a bite, and the sweet, flaky texture immediately delighted his palate. "Ah, it has been years since I last tasted bread. It is exquisite." Seeing Giri enjoy his meal brought a smile to Jon's face. "The soup is delicious as well. You must try it." Giri took a spoonful and nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, it is delightful. Thank you, Jon. When the opportunity arises, I shall treat you to a grand cake." Cake. Jon had heard of such a delicacy, known to be both elaborate and costly. He waved his hand dismissively. "Perhaps not. Cakes tend to be rather expensive." Giri patted his money pouch with pride. "I have wealth." Jon's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is that full of coins?" "Luke, you're quite prosperous. Do you not have any pocket money?" Guli asked, somewhat astonished. Although Snow did not comprehend the concept of pocket money, he replied, "I have no money, and living in Winterfell does not require expenditures." Indeed, Snow was still young and had never ventured beyond Winterfell. Where could he possibly spend money? It was of no use. Guli patted Snow's shoulder and solemnly declared, "Consider it a debt of gratitude. I shall repay this meal in due time." "It's nothing. You need not concern yourself," Snow replied, his face reddening with embarrassment. Filled with curiosity towards Guli, "Luke, did you not previously live beyond the wall? How do you know about cake?" Guli paused in his act of eating bread, chuckling awkwardly. "I have never seen a cake, only heard my mother speak of it." Snow, being a motherless child, gazed at Guli with envy and remarked, "Then your mother must be a noble, hailing from a distinguished family. Otherwise, how could she know of such a delicacy?" Guli set down the bread, softly responding, "No. They're all ordinary people, common folk." "They?" Snow scratched his head in confusion, assuming it was a slip of the tongue. Guli could not help but gaze out the window, his expression growing increasingly sorrowful. 12 years had passed. He wondered if his parents on Earth were well. Would they be overwhelmed with sorrow over his disappearance, endangering their health? The thought brought tears to his eyes. Rising, Guli approached the window, kneeling in prayer. "My son is inept. It seems I shall never return. I only wish for my parents' health and longevity, hoping they may soon forget this unfilial son. The debt of their nurturing can only be repaid in another life." He too yearned for home. Yet how could a mere mortal achieve what even the gods could not? To return was but a daydream. "Luke, what troubles you?" Snow cautiously approached Guli, bewildered by his actions. "It's nothing. I simply miss home," Guli replied, wiping away his tears as he returned to the table, consuming the remaining food. Snow followed and comforted him. "This is also your home. We are all your family." He had heard from Robb that Guli seemed to be their cousin, also a member of House Stark. However, like him, Guli was a bastard and thus lacked the right to bear the Stark surname. Though Guli appeared as a child like Snow, his mental age was that of 30. The warmth of Snow-esque concern, coming from a 7-year-old, touched him deeply. "Thank you, Snow. You are truly delightful," he said, affectionately ruffling Snow's hair. Snow, feeling somewhat embarrassed, evaded Guli's hand. "Do not pat my head like that, as if I were a puppy. By the way, Robb and the others are at the training yard. Shall we join them?" "Very well," Guli agreed, having nothing better to do, and it seemed a pleasant outing. However, before that, they needed to make a trip to the kitchen. As bastards, though they lacked for nothing, they did not have servants to attend to them like Robb. Thus, the utensils they had just used needed to be returned to the kitchen by themselves. They descended to the kitchen to fetch the utensils before proceeding to the training grounds to meet Robb. Adjacent to the keep, on the training field, 2 children engaged in a mock duel, armed with wooden shields and swords. The slightly taller child had a clear advantage due to his height and physique, dominating the contest. The younger child, however, was undeterred, skillfully parrying and counterattacking. Thwack! Bang! The wooden swords clashed repeatedly for over 10 minutes, ultimately culminating in victory for the taller boy. "I'll defeat you once I'm a bit older," Robb declared as he lay on the ground, a hint of frustration in his voice. Theon bent down to assist Robb, chuckling. My swordsmanship is improving. You have no chance. At that moment, Gendry and Jon Snow arrived at the training grounds. Theon called out, Jon, did you sleep in today? Why are you so late? Gendry retorted loudly, have you ever been to the Wall? Do you know how harsh the conditions are there? Have you tried living on horseback for 14 days, enduring long treks? You Haven Tea, you are just a sheltered flower. If you don't understand, keep your mouth shut. All right? Theon's expression soured. He swiftly approached Gendry with a malicious grin. Let us see who is truly the sheltered flower. He thrust his wooden sword and shield into Gendry's arms and grabbed another set for himself. Thwack! Thwack! Theon struck his shield with his sword, taunting, come on, softy. Let us see if you're just all talk. Jon, anxious, murmured, don't fight him. He is 5 years older than us. Robb and I have never beaten him. Gendry, holding the shield in his left hand and weighing the heavy wooden sword in his right, sighed, it's too light. What a pity. Luke, are you even listening to me? Jon tugged at Gendry's sleeve, nearly exasperated. Jon, I'm 12 too. He is my age. Besides, even if I'm not tall, I'm quite strong. With that declaration, Gendry strolled to the center of the training field, locking eyes with Theon. Robb was intrigued by the impending duel, having heard some interesting tales from his mother the previous day. Theon, be careful. Luke has killed before the Wall. Theon's smile faltered, his disdain slightly diminished. Gendry, not particularly adept with a sword, discarded the wooden sword to the side, holding the shield with both hands. I only know one move. You should be able to withstand it, right? Theon's face flushed with humiliation. Gendry's stance clearly indicated his intent to charge with the shield, relying solely on strength, devoid of any technical finesse. Such a technique was akin to that of a newly enlisted soldier. How could one engage in combat without a weapon, relying only on a shield? Wasn't he that akin to inviting defeat? I'm eager to see how you intend to defeat me with just a shield. Theon, incensed and ashamed, swung his wooden sword and initiated the attack. Gendry remained unperturbed, positioning the shield in front of him, readying himself as he pushed off the ground with his right leg, channeling his strength. Bam! He charged forth like an enraged bull, sending the unsuspecting Scene flying several meters away. Ah, my hand! Scene cried out, crashing heavily to the ground and howling in agony. The wooden shield in Gu Li's grasp splintered under the force, breaking into several pieces. Discarding the damaged shield aside, he mockingly declared, You have lost, Master Scene. Enough. A portly, white-haired man entered the training grounds, his voluminous leather armor failing to conceal his rotund figure. If one were to note a distinctive feature, it would be his comically styled beard. Unlike an ordinary beard, his bore a unique flair. The hair around his mouth was meticulously shaved clean, leaving only 2 long strands at his cheeks, which he had styled into braids, presenting a most peculiar appearance. The white-haired man approached Scene, examining his injuries. Your arm is broken. Seek out Scholar Luwin. He will assist you in mending it. Scene clutched his immobile right arm with his left, tears streaming down his face as he struggled to rise from the ground. He shot a venomous glare at Gu Li before fleeing the training grounds in tears. The white-haired man then stood before Gu Li, his expression serious as he inquired, So, you are Luke Snow? Chapter 13. The Bow and the Sword. Gu Li arrived, unfamiliar with the identity of the white-haired man before him. Yes, my lord, he replied. Noticing Gu Li's evident apprehension, the white-haired man chuckled. There is no need to worry. It is quite normal to sustain a few injuries during practice. Gu Li exhaled, relieved, as he had initially feared the white-haired man might defend Xian. Fortunately, his concerns were unfounded. My lord, what brings you to me? At that moment, Robb and Jon Snow approached. Robb, grinning widely, patted Gu Li on the back and exclaimed, Luke, your strength is truly remarkable. I have a premonition that you will achieve great things in the future. He then introduced Gu Li. Oh, by the way, this is Sir Roderick Castle. He is the instructor in Winterfell, primarily responsible for training the new recruits. In his spare time, he also guides us. The instructor of Winterfell? Guam Limusha. Try to recall if such a character existed in the series. Alas, he could not remember any minor roles. Sir Roderick Castle stepped forward, grasping Gu Li's arm in astonishment. Such delicate arms possess such explosive strength. Is it innate? It is a result of acquired skill. Ghoulie refrained from revealing the truth. Instead, he feigned modesty, replying, "Yes, I have always had considerable strength. A fortunate gift indeed. This talent could lead you to boundless prospects," Sir Roderick Castle remarked, as if he had discovered a precious gem. Rob, intrigue, inquired further, "Luke, do you possess any other remarkable skills?" After a moment of contemplation, Ghoulie replied, "During my time in the wild tribes of the north, I was an outsider, shunned, and without friends or mentors. However, I taught myself archery over the years while hunting. Do not fret. With Sir Castle's guidance, you will have ample opportunities to grow," Rob reassured him. Sir Roderick Castle retrieved a wooden bow and an arrow from a nearby rack and tossed them to Ghoulie. "Show me your skill." Ghoulie accepted the bow and arrow, drawing the string a few times, nodding in satisfaction. The bow had commendable strength, befitting Winterfell's arsenal. He glanced at the wooden target across the training ground and hesitated, asking, "Sir Castle, should I aim for the target?" Sir Roderick Castle frowned. "What troubles you? Is it too difficult?" "Not at all," Ghoulie replied earnestly. "It is merely too close and too simple." The wooden target was only 8 or 9 meters away, making it a trivial task to hit the bullseye. Sir Roderick Castle stroked his beard. The training ground was designed for novice soldiers, so it lacked challenging targets. He surveyed the area and pointed to a distant Ice Wolf stone statue, asking, "That Ice Wolf statue is at least 30 meters away, with only a narrow slit for its mouth. Do you feel confident? It's merely a fixed target. What difficulty lies therein?" Ghoulie did not respond verbally, but nocked an arrow and drew the bowstring, aiming at the statue's mouth. With a swift release, the arrow flew from the bow, soaring towards the Ice Wolf statue, striking true into its mouth. Roderick Castle's eyes brightened, and he nodded repeatedly, expressing his approval. Jon Snow and Rob were equally astonished. "Luke, your archery skills are nearly on par with Theon's." However, that comparison fell short, as Theon had the guidance of Sir Castle, while Luke was entirely self-taught. His prowess far surpassed Theon's. Gendry sheepishly scratched his head, explaining, "When I hunt in the woods, I mostly target moving game. This stationary target is far too easy for me." Roderick Castle picked up a shard of a wooden shield and hurled it into the sky with great force. "Let us test your skills with this." Jon quickly grabbed another arrow from a quiver beside the weapons rack and tossed it to Gendry. Understanding the cue, Gendry knocked the arrow and drew the bowstring back once more. Crack! The arrow pierced the moving board, which then fell to the ground. Unable to contain his excitement, Roderick Castle exclaimed, "Excellent! Remarkable! You possess greater talent than Theon. However, hunting and warfare are fundamentally distinct. If you aspire to become a proficient marksman, there remains much for you to learn. Your late start necessitates a capable mentor. I will find an opportunity to speak with the Duke about securing you a good teacher. Sir Castle, aside from my father, who in Winterfell possesses superior archery skills to yours?" Rob inquired incredulously. Roderick Castle cleared his throat awkwardly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. "Within the castle, none, but beyond Winterfell, there are many throughout the north who excel beyond me." Gendry felt a surge of joy and bowed in gratitude to Roderick Castle. "Thank you, Sir Castle." Roderick Castle, optimistic about Gendry's future, confidently declared, "With your innate talent, you shall undoubtedly make a name for yourself in the north." The entire afternoon was dedicated to teaching them new sword techniques. Yet, the reality was that Roderick spent most of the time instructing Gendry alone, as Gendry was a novice in swordsmanship, requiring even guidance on how to grip the sword properly. The other two, having trained in swordplay for nearly 2 years, sensibly moved to the opposite side of the training yard to practice, allowing Gendry this rare opportunity for individual instruction. Soon, as the sun dipped below the horizon, it was time for dinner. With Eddard absent from the castle, only Catelyn, the Duchess, was present at the dining table on the ground floor. Under her scrutinizing gaze, the bastard Jon Snow dared not approach the table for a meal. He obediently took his dinner and retreated to his room. Gendry, as his roommate, naturally followed suit, carrying his dinner back as well. "Jon, do you think the Duchess dislikes you because you're the Duke's illegitimate son?" Gendry asked. "Yes," Jon replied, his expression dimming. burdened by the stigma of his birth. Gendry could not comprehend this sentiment, retorting, "It's been 7 years. Does the Duchess still hold a grudge?" How petty. He was aware of Jon's true lineage. Jon was not Eddard's bastard, but rather the son of Eddard's sister. However, he could not reveal this truth to Jon, as at this juncture, King Robert was still alive. If Jon Snow's true lineage were to be revealed, his demise would be inevitable. Even Eddard Stark would be unable to protect him. "Luke, what do you wish to pursue when you grow up?" Jon suddenly inquired after swallowing the last morsel of his food. Gully pondered seriously for a few seconds. "I suppose I would travel the world, becoming a free-spirited adventurer." Although the three-eyed crow had painted vivid images of Westeros in his dreams, those were mere illusions. Gully yearned to witness the reality firsthand. "Are you not planning to remain in Winterfell?" Jon asked, somewhat astonished. "Your situation is far more favorable than mine. The Duchess does not harbor any disdain towards you, allowing you the opportunity to stay. Remaining in Winterfell, under the protection of House Stark, would surely lead to a promising future. Who says that old woman does not dislike me? Did you not see how, after observing you, she fixated her gaze on me? Her eyes nearly rolled to the heavens." He chuckled. "Besides, you are only 7 years old. Is it appropriate to engage in such weighty discussions? You are quite precocious." Gully remained non-committal, smiling as he replied, "And what about you, Jon? It seems you intend to leave Winterfell in the future?" Jon had already formed his own resolution. "I wish to go to the Wall and join Uncle Benjen as a Night's Watchman." "Is that truly your aspiration?" Gully sighed softly before asking why. "The conditions there are harsh. It is not an ideal destination." "I fear no hardship," Jon replied, shaking his head, his eyes shimmering with aspiration. "Uncle Benjen has told me that the Night's Watch judges not by birth, but solely by merit." Gully furrowed his brow, realizing he had underestimated the weight of the term bastard. It appeared that Jon Snow's determination to go to the Wall was indeed tied to his identity. "However, dear child, you are tu nave. Even if you become a Night's Watchman, in the eyes of the world, you will still be the bastard of House Stark. Nothing will change. As long as you are known as Jon Snow, you shall forever remain a bastard." Nonetheless, Jon's future as a Night's Watchman would present its own opportunities. As a friend, Gully had no intention of intervening. "Let's see how it unfolds. Remaining in Winterfell, you could never become the Duke of Winterfell, but perhaps at the Night's Watch, you may indeed rise to the rank of Lord Commander." Jon blushed. "Luke, you exaggerate. Lord Commander? How could that ever be? My greatest dream is to become the First Ranger, just like Uncle Benjen. The First Ranger is the second in command at Castle Black. That is quite an ambition you have," Gully remarked with a smile, ruffling Jon's hair affectionately. Jon looked up in confusion. "Luke, why do you enjoy patting my head so much?" "Because it feels comfortable," Gully replied with a grin. "Does it?" Jon raised a hand to feel his own hair, questioning the sensation. "Is that really how it feels?" "Oh, foolish child. It is not the touch that is comforting, but rather the sentiment behind it." Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Look, Jon, are you asleep?" Jon recognized the voice. It was Robb. What was he doing here? He rose from his seat and went to open the door, allowing Robb to enter. As soon as Robb entered, he excitedly announced to Giri, "Luke, Father has agreed to hire a formidable archery instructor for you." Giri raised an eyebrow, surprised. "So soon?" "Robb, are you certain?" "Of course. I hurt myself." Robb settled onto Jon Snow's bed, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "However, I never anticipated that you would possess such remarkable talent in archery, yet be rather dull in swordsmanship." Giri conceded this point, admitting that despite Sir Kessler's arduous efforts to teach him for an entire afternoon, he had scarcely grasped a few moves. "Robb, I always feel that a one-handed sword is too light for me. You know my strength is considerable. Perhaps a one-handed sword is not suitable for me." He recalled another version of himself from a different realm, remembering that the king of the White Walkers wielded a great two-handed sword. Robb and Jon Snow understood Giri's implication. "You wish to practice with a two-handed sword?" Jon deliberately glanced at Robb before responding to Giri. "Luke, wielding a two-handed sword is not as simple as you might think. The distinction between a one-handed and a two-handed sword goes beyond merely having an extra hand to hold the weapon. They represent two entirely different schools of swordsmanship, with vastly different methods of attack. Compared to the widely popular one-handed sword, the two-handed sword demands significantly higher physical prowess. and its cost is several times that of a one-handed sword. This relatively obscure weapon is seldom pursued by commoners or lesser nobles. Such instructors are exceedingly rare. Wealth alone may not suffice to secure one. Very well, I shall teach you. Upon hearing Giri's desire, Robb resolved to fulfill it. You will teach me? Giri was taken aback. At that moment, Jon explained, the Stark family possesses a legendary greatsword forged from Valyrian steel, known as ice. It belongs to the Duke of Winterfell. Robb will be its future owner, which is why Father will privately instruct him in the Stark family's two-handed sword techniques. Chapter 14. The new instructor. 3 days later, the newly appointed archery instructor arrived in Winterfell. He hailed from House Stark of Caho, serving as a personal guard to the Count of Caho. A master archer, he could effortlessly hit targets with precision at 100 paces. Greetings, I am Larry Stark. I shall reside in Winterfell for a month to impart the skills of archery to you. In his 30s, Larry appeared somewhat anxious and awkward upon his first visit to Winterfell. Robb, with a reassuring smile, said, "There is no need to be so nervous, teacher. You come from House Stark, a distant kin of our Stark family. Thus, we might even be your nephews." Larry, cautious, replied, "Young Lord Robb, please refrain from jesting. Let us commence the lesson. First, I wish to assess the current archery skills of the three of you. First, Robb, I can hit a wooden target 20 meters away. Next was Jon Snow. I am about the same." Gendry pondered for a moment before stating, "If it's a stationary wooden target with a powerful bow, I could hit one at 40 meters. Larry glanced at Gendry. "You are Luke, are you not? If you are not embellishing your prowess, your talent is indeed rare. However, do not let pride take root. Diligent practice is essential. When I was your age, my skills far surpassed yours." Gendry humbly accepted the critique, understanding, "I shall strive to improve." In this world of imperfect laws, peril lurked at every corner. With chaos looming, lives were as fragile as grass. The civil war across the Seven Kingdoms and the invasion of the White Walkers unfolded in succession. He needed to acquire the ability to protect himself before the storm broke. Larry surveyed the training grounds, deeming it unsuitable for their forthcoming lesson. "We shall conduct our lessons outside the city." He instructed Gendry and the others to ready their bows and arrows as they walked to a grassy area beyond Winterfell's walls. Drawing his sword, Larry carved a cross into the trunk of a large tree, then led the trio 50 meters away. "Your task today is to hit the mark on that tree. You may return to the city once you have accomplished it." The three exchanged glances, uncertain, as that distance seemed daunting. Robb, eager, was the first to draw his bow. But alas, the arrow flew only 20 paces before it struck the ground. Jon attempted likewise, achieving similar results. Both turned their gazes towards Gendry, hoping he might achieve the impossible. "Don't look at me. I can only try." Gendry, possessing greater strength than the others, drew the bowstring to its full extent. Whoosh! The arrow soared, but only reached 40 paces before it fell short. Robb lamented, "What a pity. The wind outside is too strong. Without these gusts, you would surely have hit it." Yet Gendry disagreed. "It's the bow that's at fault. This is its maximum power. I require a stronger bow. The issue lies not with the bow, but with you." Larry interrupted their discourse. "Indeed, a bow has its limitations, yet with the same bow, I could strike a target beyond 100 paces. And you, incapable of hitting a wooden target 50 meters away?" He knocked an arrow and drew his bow, demonstrating that your method was flawed. As his words fell, the arrow shot forth with remarkable speed, tracing a perfect arc in the air before striking the tree, trunk, target 50 meters away with precision. The art of archery has never been about direct fire, but rather trajectory. Only by mastering the trajectory can one unleash the true power of the bow and arrow. Trajectory? 7-year-old Robb and Jon Snow had barely practiced archery for 2 years, merely shooting at wooden targets in the training yard. They were unfamiliar with the principle of trajectory. However, Gu Li, as a modern individual, grasped the concept immediately. "I understand, but the penetrating power of a trajectory shot is significantly diminished, far inferior to that of a direct shot. It surely cannot pierce through armor, right? Even the most formidable helmet will have its gaps. If you can strike a vital point, it can be lethal." After uttering this, Larry stepped aside, allowing Gu Li and the others to experiment freely. Without hesitation, Gu Li loosed his second arrow. This time, it was a marked improvement. The arrow flew more than 50 meters, but alas, it failed to hit the tree trunk. He continued with the third arrow, the fourth, the fifth, until, after exhausting the quiver strapped to his waist, he finally managed to strike the trunk of the large tree. However, he was still far from hitting the designated mark. "You hit it! Luke, you hit it!" Jon Snow exclaimed excitedly. Robb, too, discerned the principle of trajectory. It was not about shooting directly at the target, but rather aiming above it, wasn't it? He and Jon Snow began to try, needing a greater upward angle due to their lesser strength compared to Gully. Time passed without their notice as they retrieved arrows multiple times, and at last Gully successfully struck the mark on the trunk, his hands blistered and fingertips bleeding profusely. Yet Jon Snow and Robb struggled to grasp the technique and failed to hit the trunk. "You are truly remarkable, Luke. Even with the wind's interference, you can accurately calculate the arrow's landing point." Robb was utterly impressed by Gully's talent. "As for Jon Snow and me, we are lacking. It seems we will need some time to reach your level." "Indeed. Let us conclude today's practice here and return to the city," Larry suggested as he approached. They had ventured out early in the morning, and it was now afternoon. None had eaten lunch, and hunger was setting in. The children were all in their growth spurts, and among them was the esteemed heir of House Stark. Larry could not afford to let them go hungry. On the way back to the city, the three children chattered animatedly about the day's lessons, which had captivated Robb and Jon Snow's interest in archery even further. Suddenly, a wild hare darted out from the grass at the roadside, sprinting swiftly towards the other side of the dirt path. Unsatisfied with their earlier practice, Jon Snow and Robb simultaneously drew their bows to shoot. Unfortunately, the hare was exceedingly agile, and both arrows missed their mark. Gully, possessing hunting experience, felt confident in his ability to hit the hare, yet with his fingers aching, he had no desire to move. Observing this, Larry also drew back his bowstring. However, his target was not the hare, but rather the sky above the heads of the group. The hare was merely a few meters away from them. Surely, it could not have been a projectile, could it? Yet, how did the teacher manage to shoot it into the sky? The three of them instinctively looked up, but there were no birds in the heavens. What, indeed, was the teacher aiming at? Just as confusion enveloped the crowd, an arrow descended from the sky, plummeting straight down and piercing through the hare's skull, pinning the still twitching creature to the ground. Was it truly a projectile? That hare was in full flight. How had Larry accomplished such a feat? Mastery of 4 elements: wind sensitivity, the tension of the bowstring, flight time of the arrow, and anticipation of the enemy's trajectory was essential to strike true. Larry demonstrated yet another skill while imparting a lesson to Gully and the others. Gully was taken aback. The others seemed manageable, but this wind sensitivity, how was one to practice that? An arrow was considerably larger than a bullet and easily influenced by the wind. Robb praised, "Indeed, you are worthy of being the sharpshooter of House Stark." Larry feigned calmness as he picked up the hare, secretly relieved. Fortunately, the hare had run in a straight line. Had it veered unexpectedly, he would have been in quite a predicament. "Ahem, let us head back. This hare will be an extra meal for you," Jon muttered softly. "Just one hare? That is hardly enough for Luke alone." After dinner, Robb sought out Gully and Jon once more. "Luke, perhaps we should forego sword practice today. Look at your hand. It needs a few days to heal." For the next 3 nights, Robb would come to teach Gully the art of swordplay. Regrettably, compared to Gully's talent for archery, his aptitude for swordsmanship was rather disheartening. "It's nothing. This minor injury is inconsequential." The two made their way to the training grounds, where, illuminated by the surrounding torches, they sparred for several hours. Though termed sparring, it was more of a one-sided thrashing for Gully. After 3 days, even with Robb deliberately easing up, Gully still had no ability to retaliate. Robb, his sword poised in silence for a moment, finally spoke, "Luke, perhaps you should cease sword practice. Focusing on archery may be the wiser path." Though he did not express it outright, Gully understood the implication. His clumsy efforts were being criticized. Jon scratched his head helplessly. "Luke, Robb makes a valid point. Continuing like this is simply a waste of time." Robb added, "Luke, your strength is considerable. There is no need for you to practice sword techniques. In the future, clad in full plate armor, you can rely on brute force to prevail." "A heavily armored warrior? No, that won't do." Such armor is cumbersome, and the helmet would obstruct my vision. How could I draw my bow and shoot? It's getting late. If I do not return soon, Mother will come looking for me. Robb and Ghoulie bid farewell and departed first. After gathering the scattered wooden swords, Ghoulie and Jon returned to their quarters. They lay in their respective small beds, conversing across the space. Luke, I believe Robb is right. Your strength is your asset, and you should make the most of it. Yet, I do not favor that style. Bang! It was the sound made by the window being flung open by a fierce gust of wind. The windows of this era were not the modern glass panes we know today. They were merely two rectangular wooden boards, capable of blocking both wind and light when shut. Ghoulie promptly rose from his bed, intending to close the window once more. However, something peculiar caught his attention, a cluster of white granules on the windowsill. What could it be? Dried bird droppings? It did not appear to be so. He curiously pinched a few with his fingers. They were cold to the touch. Hail? In Lingdong City, the seasons were distinct, unlike the perpetual snow of the Great Wall of Despair. It was summer. How could it possibly hail here? Give it to me. Bring me the crystals. What was that sound? Ghoulie was startled and instinctively took a few steps back. With a look of terror, he turned to Snow and asked, "Did you hear that?" Amanda spoke. Snow shook his head. "No, there's no one speaking." "Luke, are you feeling fatigued?" The moon hung bright in the night sky, and Ghoulie, still shaken, glanced towards the wall outside the window. There was indeed no one there. Could it be a figment of my imagination? Give it to me. A man's furious roar echoed in Ghoulie's ears, deafening, as if he stood right before him. What on earth? Ghoulie shuddered in fright and quickly distanced himself from the window. Suddenly, a gust of frigid wind, laden with snowflakes, swept into the room, instantly lowering the temperature. Ghoulie had no time to evade, and he was buried beneath a torrent of falling snow. It seemed as though demons whispered within the snow, lulling him into an irresistible slumber. Chapter 15. The otherworldly deity and the king of light in a vast expanse of snowy ice. A colossal black maggot loomed ominously. It writhed incessantly, stretching its corpulent form. Ghoulie stood before this monstrous creature, his body inexplicably rigid and immobile. "Give me the crystal," the giant maggot bellowed, suddenly unleashing countless tentacles that ensnared Ghoulie, suspending him helplessly before it. "Hand it over now." The creature's raspy voice was ambiguous, neither distinctly masculine nor feminine. Its deep timbre grated on Ghoulie's ears. This voice seemed hauntingly familiar. Could this grotesque worm be an otherworldly deity? How had it transformed into such a ghastly form? Ghoulie forced himself to remain calm. This was merely a dream. He just needed to awaken. The maggot emitted a cacophonous laugh. "I could trap you here for eternity. If you do not surrender the crystal, your body shall remain in slumber forever." Ghoulie struggled to breathe, cursing vehemently. What nonsense about a crystal? I've never seen such a thing. You're asking for death. Hand it over. Give me the crystal. The maggot's agitation escalated, its tentacles tightening their grip around Ghoulie. "No, even if I had it, I would never relinquish it." Ghoulie roared through the excruciating pain. The maggot opened its gaping maw, lined with jagged teeth. "Then I shall torment you endlessly in this dream, making your existence a living hell. 1,000 years here is but a second in the outside world. We have ample time to spend together." Ghoulie was taken aback. Was there truly a temporal disparity between dreams and reality? Why had the three-eyed crow not employed such a trick when it had entered his dreams? Was this the distinction between the divine and the mortal? Crack! Accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, Ghoulie could not contain his anguished screams. Everything in the dream seemed to be at the mercy of the maggot, and under its gaze, Ghoulie's injuries rapidly healed. Yet this was not a boon. A new round of torment was imminent. "Next, let us crush your fingers." Two robust tentacles effortlessly crushed Ghoulie's left thumb, squeezing it until it was flattened and oozing blood. Ugh! Ghoulie gritted his teeth, enduring the agony. "If you have the guts, just kill me." No need to rush. We have 9 more fingers to crush." Thus, Ghoulie's body repeatedly healed, while the maggot tirelessly devised new methods of tormenting him. His gaze became vacant, and he gradually numbed to the suffering. "Give me the crystal, and I shall allow you to leave." The maggot's voice seemed to possess a sinister allure. gnawing at Gu Li's sanity. "No," Gu Li replied defiantly. "Even in death, I shall never compromise with you. I refuse to tread the same path and become a puppet of the otherworldly deity once more." The maggot, however, scoffed at his resolve, retorting with a cold laugh. "How resilient can the will of humanity truly be? There is no rush. We have 1,000 years to spend together. We shall take our time." Gu Li's expression darkened, despair creeping into his heart. The colossal maggot cackled with reckless abandon, ensnaring Gu Li's limbs with its tendrils and pulling them in 4 directions, intent on dismemberment. At that precise moment, a ray of light suddenly illuminated Gu Li's face, bestowing upon him a modicum of warmth. He gazed upward to discover a fissure in the dark sky, through which sunlight streamed in. With a resounding crack, the black sky shattered, revealing a gaping hole, and a crimson sun emerged above, casting light upon the previously shadowy dreamscape. Under the radiant glow of the red sun, the maggot's tendrils were instantaneously incinerated, and its very essence dissipated at a visible pace. Laro, the maggot's impotent rage culminated in its transformation into ashes. The sunlight posed no threat to Gu Li. He lay feebly on the ground, gasping for breath. Finally liberated, he mused to himself, "If I were truly subjected to 1,000 years of torment, I would undoubtedly succumb." He regarded the massive red sun with skepticism, his face quivering slightly. What manner of entity is this? Accompanied by the blinding sunlight, a girl adorned in golden armor, emblazoned with fiery patterns, floated down from the sun's core. "Greetings." The maiden landed before Gu Li, revealing a breathtaking smile. Though captivated by her beauty, Gu Li's heart brimmed with wariness. "Have you come to seek the stone as well?" The girl had striking red curls, and her flawless visage was accentuated by a delicate upturned nose, rendering her exceedingly enchanting. Her crimson eyes sparkled like 2 brilliant stars, captivating in their brilliance. She nodded, unreservedly declaring, "Child, that crystal is far too perilous for you. In your possession, the other gods would incessantly pursue you. I can offer you protection once, but I cannot safeguard you for a lifetime." Gu Li rose to his feet, scoffing, "You speak grandiloquently, yet your true desire is that wretched stone, is it not? Perhaps you are merely another incarnation of the other gods, orchestrating this charade." The girl's smile faltered, her fury igniting. "How dare you compare me to that foul, grotesque creature? Such blasphemy against the divine." The temperature within the dreamscape soared precipitously, the ground fracturing into myriad cracks that belched forth flames. "You're not another god? Then who are you?" "Gu Li, unperturbed, quishnit herlanguidli." "Let me ponder. You are from Westeros. It seems they refer to me as the Red God." The girl furrowed her brow in contemplation before speaking. "The Red God? Why have I never heard of this?" Gu Li retorted with a sneer. "The people of Westeros predominantly worship the 7 gods. Those in the north revere the old gods, and the Iron Islands venerate the drowned god. Where does this Red God arise from?" The girl hesitated, explaining, "I have few followers in Westeros, so it is no surprise you have not heard of me. However, on the continent to the east of Westeros, I have a multitude of devotees. There, I am known as the Lord of Light." "You are the Lord of Light?" Gu Li stared at the girl in astonishment. In the storyline of Game of Thrones, the Lord of Light is arguably the most prominent deity. As one of his priests resurrected Jon Snow, the male protagonist, in the latter part of the narrative, the revival of the deceased is undoubtedly a miracle. More importantly, the Lord of Light is the adversary of the ancient deities. In the original narrative, it was precisely to confront the Northern Whites that he dispatched his priests to the continent of Westeros. As the adage goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. To be frank, I remain uncertain about the nature of that crystal or its whereabouts. Gu Li, shedding his defenses, smiled wryly and stated, "Let me be candid. I am not from this world. I hail from another realm, and my arrival here was not by choice. I merely wish for the Lord of Light to wield his divine power and send me back." The Lord of Light, contemplating, responded, "You are not of this world? Could the power of the crystal be at play?" Suddenly, she broke into a smile, waving her arm to cleave a rift of space with flames. "I can send you back, but you must leave the crystal behind. That object is of no use to you and may very well transport you back again." Ghoulie had initially placed his trust in the Lord of Light, yet her swift action in opening the portal revealed a flaw. It struck him as peculiar. He had not even declared his destination, yet she had opened a transport gate. Surely, beyond this door lies not my homeland? The Lord of Light, now devoid of her smile, bristled with anger. Mortal, you are exceedingly verbose. Very well, I shall seek it myself. She unleashed a surge of deep crimson energy, attempting to ensnare Ghoulie. However, just as the crimson energy was about to reach him, his left eye unexpectedly transformed into a deep emerald. Consequently, a torrent of green energy surged forth from his eye, consuming the Lord's red energy. Indeed, this is it. Come, hand it over to me. The Lord of Light, elated, gazed intently at Ghoulie's left eye, eagerly extending her hand. Feeling the surging power within him, Ghoulie perceived that he could now command everything within the dream. This is my dream, begone. The Lord of Light seemed to grasp something. No, give it to me, give it to me. With a sudden burst, her body crumbled into dust, dissipating into the air. Ghoulie touched his left eyelid, murmuring to himself, "So, you have been concealed within my left eye all along?" He moved his left eye side to side, eager to explore the properties of this crystal that had drawn the attention of deities, causing them to lose their composure. Cough, cough, Ghoulie. A voice called from behind him, startling him into turning around. What on earth? Has another deity arrived? Upon focusing, he discovered a wight hovering behind him, possessing only half a form. This wight had but one right eye, its limbs severed, and its body marred with scars. A most pitiable sight. Ghoulie recognized him. This wight was another version of himself from a different timeline. Hello, other Ghoulie. He managed a strained smile. The white Ghoulie also smiled. Greetings, Ghoulie. I'm genuinely pleased to see you still in human form. Ghoulie scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I witnessed those memories. I owe you for sending the three-eyed raven to rescue me, or else I would have. Did you die? In the twilight of memory, the otherworldly ghost Ghoulie has been slain by the alien deity. Indeed, he has perished. This is the last vestige of my strength as I linger on the brink of oblivion, channeling a thread of magic through the wound left by the three-eyed raven to establish this connection with you. However, this power is fleeting, and I shall soon fade away. Despite the imminent dissolution of his existence, the otherworldly ghost Ghoulie remains remarkably composed. Were those memories granted to me by your design? Ahem. I previously thought I had uncovered some extraordinary ability, yet it was you all along. Ghoulie gazes at his otherworldly visage, feeling an immense discomfort, and can only manage an awkward smile. The otherworldly ghost Ghoulie, unwilling to squander any time, declares, Ghoulie, I have something of utmost importance to convey to you. Chapter 16. The mutated left hand speak your mind. I'm all ears, Ghoulie said, stepping closer in anticipation of what would follow. The otherworldly being replied, I offer you but one piece of counsel. Do not place your trust in any deity. They are all your adversaries. Do you comprehend? Not entirely. Are the other deities, aside from the outer gods and the Lord of Light, also my enemies? Why is that? Ghoulie expressed his confusion. However, before he could receive an answer, he suddenly grasped the implication. I see now. You mean the deities will all covet this crystal of mine? Thus they are foes? What precisely is it? Do you have any insight? The otherworldly being blinked with his remaining right eye and sighed. I lost it too soon, and thus never had the chance to comprehend its essence. Everything regarding it must be discovered by you alone. Ghoulie shrugged in disappointment. Then what purpose does it serve? It is nothing but a hot potato. At that moment, the otherworldly being remarked, though I'm unaware of its origins and purpose. I do know it is of this world, and it possesses the ability to perform a wondrous feat. What feat? Ghoulie inquired. To assist deities in forging corporeal forms. Came the response, leaving Ghoulie momentarily speechless. What do you mean? Do the deities not possess physical forms themselves? The otherworldly being continued. You are correct. Deities are devoid of physical bodies. They lack tangibility. This is precisely what I wish to convey to you. The so-called deities are, in fact, colossal energy entities birthed at the dawn of creation. These entities were originally devoid of consciousness, adrift in another dimension, much like wind, clouds, and sunlight. until humanity fostered belief. Through human devotion, some of these energy masses awakened consciousness and became individual deities. Ghoulie raised his hand to interrupt. Wait a moment. I'm becoming rather perplexed. Are you suggesting that humanity first conjured the Lord of Light? They erected his idol for worship, and then an energy mass, receiving this faith, transformed itself into the Lord of Light? Isn't that akin to a usurpation? The otherworldly being chuckled. There was no magpie to begin with. It was an empty nest. How could it be considered a usurpation? Similarly, should a deity lose all its followers one day, it would also forsake all memory and revert to that formless mass of energy. Ghoulie comprehended entirely, so the otherworldly beings preceded the outer gods. No wonder the series Game of Thrones explicitly stated that the others were indeed created by the children of the forest. So, it was never about the outer gods. The otherworldly being elaborated. Countless deities birthed through faith over millennia exist, yet they can only amplify their influence through the hands of their worshippers. No deity can genuinely descend into the world. This is the origin of magic. The magic of this world ultimately stems from the deities lending you their power. If a deity were truly able to descend into the mortal realm, they would become the sole true god, and all other beliefs and deities would be supplanted. Ghoulie stood in astonishment. So, this stone possesses such extraordinary potential? The enigmatic figure of Ghoulie spoke with gravity. Do not forget, it is what brought us to this world. Thus, it undoubtedly possesses the ability to return you. What you must do is ascertain its origins and methods of usage. In this manner, perhaps you can harness its power to find your way home. Ghoulie had wandered in a haze for 12 years. But today he finally discovered a glimmer of hope and purpose in life. And you? Me? I have run out of chances. No, I still possess one final opportunity. If you find yourself able in the future, please come to my aid. The eyes of the enigmatic Ghoulie were filled with a fervent desire for survival. Ghoulie nodded earnestly. If I can fully master this stone, this artifact, I shall traverse time to rescue you. Having expressed everything he wished to convey, the mysterious Ghoulie extended his hand. Receive my final gift. Gift? Ghoulie extended his left hand, perplexed. The enigmatic Ghoulie explained. There remains a trace of the otherworldly power within you. Yet it has not manifested because it is sealed by the crystalline force. I can assist you in activating it, allowing you to wield it fully. Ghoulie shook his head vigorously in refusal. Wait. Did you not just say that magic relies on the powers of deities? Is not the strength of the otherworldly akin to that of alien gods? Wouldn't using their power alert them to my presence? He recalled the grotesque giant maggot from earlier. Shuddering involuntarily, with a resigned sigh, the enigmatic Ghoulie remarked, You are truly foolish. Why rely on the power of alien gods when you possess a superior source of magical energy? With this crystal, you too can ascend to divinity. Me? Become a god? Ghoulie was taken aback, suspecting the other was speaking extravagantly, yet lacking evidence to refute it. The enigmatic Ghoulie elaborated further. Activating the otherworldly power serves two purposes. 1. To erase the mark of the alien god. 2. To construct a magical conduit, enabling you to utilize both the crystalline force and the abilities of the otherworldly. Thus, you would gain an additional means of self-preservation in the realm of Westeros. Otherworldly abilities? Reanimating the dead, shattering swords with bare hands? Oh, and even developing new otherworldly beings. Ghoulie pondered. If he possessed such powers, he could traverse Westeros with unparalleled might. The enigmatic Ghoulie concluded with a solemn warning, Protect your left eye, do not lose it as I did. He then disintegrated into a cascade of starlight, merging into Ghoulie's left hand. Suddenly, Ghoulie jolted awake, dazed, sitting on his bed with a throbbing headache. It felt as though he had just awoken from a long dream. He sat in silence for a few seconds, vividly recalling every detail of the dream. My left eye, how could I possibly lose it? I do not wish to become a cyclops, he murmured, lifting his left hand to touch his eyelid. Oh no! Ghoulie gasped, for he discovered that his left arm had transformed into that of an otherworldly being. The entire arm was divided at the joint, the upper half human, while the lower half resembled the forearm of an otherworldly creature. unlike the ordinary white walkers with their pale blue skin. Ghoulies' forearms are primarily a deep azure, adorned with an array of irregularly shaped deep blue scales. Between these scales, a faint cerulean glow flickers, reminiscent of the essence of Devil May Cry. Simultaneously, his fingers are equipped with elongated, menacing claws that resemble those of a beast rather than human nails, exuding an air of intimidation. While strikingly handsome, the transformation of his hands raises concerns about social interactions. Ghoulie closed his eyes, attempting to summon the crystal with his inner voice, hoping it would restore his arms to a human appearance, yet his efforts proved futile. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps rapidly traversing wooden planks echoed from outside, prompting Ghoulie to hastily conceal his left arm beneath a blanket. "Luke, are you awake?" A worried young face appeared at the door. It was Jon Snow. Moreover, he was not alone. Behind him trailed Robb and the insufferable Theon. "Luke, you're finally awake." Jon hurried to the bedside, his expression laden with concern. It was only then that Ghoulie realized he was in an unfamiliar room, his attire having been changed. "Jon, how did I end up here?" Robb exchanged a knowing glance with Theon, urging him to enter the room. Although Theon was clearly reluctant, he complied. His injured hand was bound with 2 wooden splints, hanging heavily against his chest, his face a mask of resentment. "You have been unconscious for 3 days. Our father is quite worried about you," Robb reassured Ghoulie. Ghoulie was taken aback. 3 days? Theon couldn't help but scoff. "Robb, I advise you to keep your distance from him." In the middle of summer, he was knocked out by some unknown snow. It must be the old god's punishment. What a grand accusation. If this were to stick, Ghoulie's life would be ruined. In such a feudal era, being forsaken by the gods carries a notorious stigma. Ghoulie sneered. "What is it? Do you wish to tie me to a stake and burn me alive?" Robb, equally displeased, turned back to Theon. "Have you forgotten our father's admonitions?" Theon's face flushed. "I know, but he must apologize to me first." "I should apologize?" Ghoulie burst into laughter. "On what ground should I apologize to you?" Robb seated himself by Ghoulie's bedside. "Luke, our father has heard about your conflict with Theon and wishes for a reconciliation. You broke his hand. An apology is in order." "Indeed, you must apologize first." Theon chimed in loudly. Ghoulie, disapproving of Theon's arrogance, retorted, "He provoked me first. I merely responded. Besides, he is inferior in skill. Why should I apologize?" "Luke, this is our father's wish." As Robb finished speaking, he added with a wry smile, "Could you do this as a favor to me? One must bow their head under the eaves. I cannot afford to damage my standing in Eddard's eyes over someone like Theon." With a sigh, Ghoulie conceded, "I'm sorry, Theon. My last blow was too forceful." "Oomph." Under Robb's watchful gaze, Theon could only respond, "I forgive you." He wished to avoid seeing Ghoulie's face any longer and did not want to linger. "Robb, my hand is starting to hurt again. I'll head back to my room to rest." After Sheehan departed, Ghoulie could not help but inquire Snow that night. "You weren't implicated, were you?" Snow, nervously fidgeting with his fingers, recounted, "That night was truly terrifying. I saw you closing the window when a sudden gust of strange wind burst through, lifting my blanket into the air. By the time I retrieved it, I discovered you buried beneath a mound of snow." Robb chuckled. "It was Snow who unearthed you and then summoned the guards to escort you to Bachelor Luwin." "Thank you, Snow," Ghoulie expressed, relieved to learn that Snow had remained unscathed. Snow waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. We are friends." "Oh, Luke, why is your left eye turned green?" Robb, equally curious, added, "I just noticed that too. I hadn't had the chance to ask." "Indeed, Luke. What has happened to the color of your left eye? It was blue before. How has it changed to one blue and one green?" It dawned on Ghoulie that his left eye might be irreversibly altered, much like his left hand. He hastily concealed the truth, stating, "I was born with heterochromia. Perhaps you two simply hadn't noticed before. Is that so?" Robb exchanged a bewildered glance with Snow, both perplexed by Ghoulie's explanation. Chapter 17. The Thief by the Way. "Robb, I would like to ask you for a favor." "Speak. What do you need assistance with?" Glenn seized the opportunity to shift the conversation. "In Winterfell, there must be someone skilled in glove-making, correct?" Robb deemed Glenn's inquiry somewhat redundant. "Of course, there are tailors in the castle." "That's good to hear." Glenn's expression turned serious. I wish to custom order a batch of gloves. Rob recalled Glenn's injured fingers from archery practice and thought he was referring to protective gear. Luke, we have specialized protective gear for archery practice. You need not have them made. Realizing Rob had misunderstood, Glenn clarified, not the archery gloves, but a different kind. I truly have an urgent need. Please arrange this for me. Rob nodded silently. This was merely a small favor. All right, once you recover, I shall take you to meet the castle's tailor. No, I wish to go now. Glenn was reluctant to wait, fearing exposure of his left hand. People of this era would not see it as stylish. They would perceive it as the hand of a demon and burn Glenn alive for being possessed. Now, Rob was genuinely taken aback, yet he acquiesced. Very well, then rise. Jon Snow remained concerned about Glenn's health. Luke, you haven't eaten in 3 days. Aren't you hungry? Reminded by him, Glenn realized he was indeed hungry. Yet the matter at hand was pressing. No rush. Let's first order the gloves. He scanned the room and pointed to a roll of white bandages on a nearby wooden table. John, could you bring me the bandages? John, puzzled, retrieved the bandages for him. Luke, what do you need those for? Glenn took the bandages and tucked them within the blanket, moving his hands back and forth inside. Luke, what on earth are you doing? Both Rob and John were intrigued, eager to lift the blanket immediately. Wait, Glenn called out loudly. Give me a few minutes. I will be ready shortly. He wrapped his left hand and arm tightly with the bandages, hastily doing so without separating his fingers, which rendered his movements somewhat cumbersome. All right, let's depart. He got out of bed, donned his boots, and draped a cloak for warmth before beckoning the two. Though it was summer, Winterfell's temperatures barely reached the teens, maintaining a generally cool atmosphere. Glenn's series of actions left Rob and John bewildered. Luke, why are you wrapping your hand? Rob found Glenn's behavior today rather peculiar. Glenn reached the door first. Still pondering an excuse, he casually replied, I will explain later. Let us go get the gloves. Rob, you shall lead the way. Oh, very well. The three departed from the Maester S Tower and ascended to the second floor of the main keep. This was Winterfell's textile room, where nearly all of the garments in the castle were produced. The women inside, unlike the other weavers, were exceptionally skilled seamstresses. Rob led Gilly and Jon Snow to a secluded spot where he introduced them. Ladies, my friend here requires a custom-made glove. Would you kindly pause your tasks for a moment? Once the women ceased their work, Gilly began to articulate her request. I desire a glove that encompasses the entire arm, preferably large and durable. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon a wooden crate nearby, which contained a plethora of leather gloves. Approaching the box, she picked up a glove and, after measuring it against her arm, exclaimed, This is precisely what I need. I shall take the entire crate. These gloves are the standard issue for soldiers in Winterfell, typically covering only 2/3 of an adult's arm. However, as Gilly was still a child with shorter arms, the glove fit her forearm perfectly. One of the women glanced at Rob and said, Young lord, your friend is attempting to take military supplies, which are all accounted for. Rob raised his hand to interrupt her. I am aware of your predicament. I will explain everything to my father. Rob, Luke desires an entire crate. John hesitated, understanding the potential gravity of the situation. If taken too seriously, it could be construed as Gilly's theft of military goods, punishable by exile to the wall. Gilly, understanding the implications, interjected, Ladies, may I purchase these with coin? The women exchanged glances. Young lord, the leather for a crate of gloves costs 20 silver stags. Do you possess such wealth? Silver coins? Only gold dragons were in her possession. What to do? Gilly frowned and replied, I have but 1 gold dragon. Could you assist me in exchanging it for silver stags? The women shook their heads in unison. Young lord, do not jest. We are but humble women without such wealth. Rob nudged Gilly playfully. Luke, I never realized you were so affluent. However, 1 gold dragon converts to 210 silver stags, indeed placing them in a difficult position. Do you have any? Gilly glanced at him, wondering if Rob, as the heir of Winterfell, might have some pocket money. To her surprise, he shook his head. I do not, but Sansa has a penchant for saving. Perhaps you should inquire with her. Gilly massaged her temples, incredulous that the heir of Winterfell was devoid of funds. How perplexing, she exclaimed. I shall return to my chamber for my purse, and then return for the gloves. Rob suggested, let's split our efforts. I will seek Sansa, while you both retrieve the gold dragon. The trio disbanded, with Gilly and Jon heading back to fetch the money, while Robb ventured off alone to find Sansa. In the castle, within Jon's chamber, Gilly approached her bedside and bent down to reach beneath the bed. Suddenly, her expression shifted. "My purse is missing." Beneath the bed lay only her beast-skin sword, but her purse had vanished without a trace. "How could it be gone? I checked yesterday, and both the purse and sword were there. Perhaps you should search again?" Jon expressed disbelief that anyone would dare steal within Winterfell. Was this person courting death? Gilly gazed at the beast-skin sword, thinking how foolish the thief was. This Valyrian steel sword was far more valuable than a mere purse. How unfortunate that they chose to take the purse and leave behind such a treasure. However, he remained exceedingly agitated. The coins were a trivial matter. The crux of the issue was the loss of his coin pouch, a pouch personally crafted by Leaf, which he cherished so dearly that he rarely employed it. In his heart, the pouch itself held more significance than the gold coins it contained. The main gate of the castle was guarded, preventing any strangers from entering. Gully gazed at the unlocked door with profound distress. Had he known, he would never have left them in his chamber. Were it not for the pouch's unwieldy size, he would have certainly chosen to carry it with him. Jon Snow tugged at Gully, urging him to leave. "Come, let us inquire with the guards downstairs if any suspicious individuals have entered the castle today." The two descended the staircase and arrived at the entrance, where they fortuitously encountered Robb and Sansa, the latter cradling Arya. "Have you received the money?" Robb inquired. "No. Luke's money has been stolen." "Stolen? In Winterfell?" Robb's eyes widened in disbelief. He would rather think Gully was fabricating a tale than accept the notion of a thief within Winterfell's walls. Sansa, becoming irate, interjected. "If you're in need of funds, I could lend you some, but I detest liars. Absolutely detest them." "Detest," Arya echoed childishly, mimicking her sister. Robb, feeling embarrassed, attempted to clarify. "Sansa, Luke is not that kind of person." Jon Snow then chimed in. "Luke has wealth that was left to him by Uncle Benjen, a hefty pouch of gold coins that I have seen." "Gold coins?" Robb gasped. "Did Uncle Benjen leave you his entire fortune?" Gully, wishing to avoid elaborating on the coin's origins, approached the guard at the door and inquired, "Excuse me, have you seen anyone carrying a leather coin pouch today? Or any individuals acting suspiciously?" The guard cast a glance at Gully, but remained silent. "Answer his question, guard." Robb stepped forward to support Gully. The guard bowed his head, conceding there had been no suspicious persons entering or exiting, nor had he seen any leather coin pouch. Robb realized the gravity of the situation. Since no one had exited the castle today, the pouch must still be within the city. "You all follow me. We must seek out Father." A group of children hurriedly entered the main castle and ascended the stairs with fervor. At the top floor, in Eddard's office, the children spoke over one another, explaining the situation to Eddard. Upon learning everything, Eddard fell into deep contemplation. "I recall Benjen mentioning that pouch and the sword you possess were both bequeathed to you by your mother. The pouch, was it truly lost or was it stolen?" Gully firmly asserted, "I distinctly placed it beneath my bed. There is no way it could be lost." "Indeed, Father," Snow added, "I even checked yesterday. The pouch was certainly there." Eddard stroked his chin and inquired further, "Apart from the two of you, who else knows the pouch was hidden beneath the bed?" Gully shook his head. "It should be no one else." Eddard pondered for a moment. The thief must have inadvertently discovered the pouch. Their initial reason for entering your chamber was likely different. He gestured to a middle-aged man standing nearby. "Poole, please investigate who cleaned Jon Snow's room today." The middle-aged man nodded in agreement and promptly exited the room. His name was Vian Poole, the steward of Winterfell. His responsibilities encompassed overseeing all matters within the castle, compiling monthly data to report directly to Eddard. All the servants of the castle fell under his jurisdiction, making him the most suitable person to investigate. Eddard had simultaneously assured him that if nothing was found, he would provide full compensation. "Thank you, my lord," Vian expressed, turning to leave the office. Inspired by Eddard's words, he suddenly had a suspect in mind. Robb followed closely behind Vian. "Rickon, you should return and await news. I will take Sansa with me to procure that box of gloves for you." At that moment, Jon Snow and the others emerged as well. Vian glanced back at them. Not in a hurry. Accompany me to a certain place first. Robb instantly grasped his implication. Do you have a lead? Possibly. It could be him, Vine replied, tilting his head. Do you know which floor Theon's room is on? Chapter 18. Coins. The chamber of Theon was situated just below Jon Snow's room. Knock, knock, knock. Robb led the group as they rapped upon Theon's wooden door. Shortly thereafter, Theon opened the door, momentarily taken aback by the multitude outside. However, upon spotting Gendry, a flicker of panic crossed his face. Robb, why are you all here? Jon replied. Luke's purse has been stolen. Father has instructed us to search the entire keep. They did inform Eddard prior to our arrival. Theon's expression shifted dramatically. You all wait outside. My room is quite disheveled and requires tidying. As he spoke, he attempted to close the door. Yet Gendry, relying on his strength, forcefully pushed the door open. Theon stumbled back, nearly losing his balance. Luke, you are overstepping. This is my room. Robb and Jon followed closely behind Gendry into the room, while Sansa stood at the threshold, holding the young Arya, watching the spectacle unfold. Gendry brandished his beast-hide sword at Theon. Did you visit Jon's room today? No. Theon replied defiantly, though he could not meet Gendry's gaze. Fury surged through Gendry as he slammed his bandaged left hand upon a nearby wooden table, splintering it with a resounding crack. Grasping a splintered piece of wood in his hand, he crushed it to dust. Theon, return the purse to me, or I swear I will end you. Theon's face drained of color as he struggled to swallow. I did not take it. In an instant, Gendry seized Theon by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Narrowing his eyes, he spoke in a chilling tone. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Where's the purse? Theon writhed in desperation, but despite his efforts, he could not escape Gendry's iron grip. Terror filled his eyes, and tears began to well at the corners. Luke, let go. You are going to choke him to death. Robb, witnessing Gendry's unyielding hold, rushed forward to intervene. Gendry released his grip. Where's the purse? Theon collapsed onto the floor, coughing violently. No longer could he doubt. Gendry truly intended to kill him. He retrieved the purse from beneath his pillow and, trembling, handed it to Gendry. Gendry weighed the purse in his hand, confirming the quantity was accurate. Consider this a reprieve. I may forgive you this time, but should there be a next, I will render your hands useless. He then produced a golden dragon and approached Sansa. Could you assist me in exchanging this golden dragon for silver stags? Sansa glanced at the shattered table, then back at Gendry, visibly frightened. She removed her own purse from her waist. I possess only silver moons. Here are precisely 30. Meanwhile, Arya, holding Sansa's hand, gazed at Gendry with unrestrained excitement, seemingly enamored by him. Gendry accepted Sansa's purse, placing a golden dragon in her palm. Thank you. Consider this a favor owed to you. He had learned from the three-eyed raven about the currency exchange. There was but one type of gold coin, the golden dragon, while the silver coins came in two varieties, the silver moon and the silver stag. Due to the variance in silver content, one silver moon is equivalent to 7 silver deer. The copper coin, being the most frequently utilized currency, is classified into 4 categories, ranked from highest to lowest as follows: copper star, copper wheat, copper penny, and copper plate. One golden dragon is equivalent to 30 silver moons, 210 silver deer, 1,470 copper stars, 2,940 copper wheat, 11,760 copper pennies, and 23,520 copper plates. Presently, the cost of a roasted sausage accompanied by a mug of ale is merely 1 copper penny. An adult live pig is valued at approximately 10 to 18 silver deer. This illustrates the substantial wealth represented by the 27 golden dragons in Guli's purse. The 30 silver moons brought by Sansa precisely equal the worth of 1 golden dragon. Robb and Theon initially shared a cordial relationship, making Robb's current disappointment palpable. Theon, how could you commit such an act? Theon hurriedly defended himself. I never intended to steal. I do not lack funds. I merely wish to play a prank on Luke. Jon Snow, incensed, declared, I shall inform father. Theon trembled, pleading, Jon, I acknowledge my error. Could you refrain from disclosing this to Lord Duke? I wish to avoid bearing the stigma of a thief. Jon and Robb turned to Guli, seemingly seeking his counsel. With a sigh, Guli acknowledged, Theon is a member of House Greyjoy from the Iron Islands, a hostage sent to Winterfell, and also Eddard's foster son. Should this matter escalate, it would not reach significant proportions. To preserve relations with the Iron Islands, Eddard would likely suppress this incident. Rather than escalating the situation, it would be prudent to grant a favor, while also using this incident as leverage to keep Theon in check for a time. You are Robb's friend, and I do not wish to complicate matters for you. I shall remain silent regarding this issue, and neither will Robb nor Jon inform Lord Duke. Take heed, and do not err again. The group departed Theon's quarters, leaving him alone in his room, consumed by regret. After dinner, Ghuli and Jon returned to their chamber, preparing for rest. The box of gloves had been moved indoors, per Ghuli's request. Only the left-hand glove was to be kept, while the right-hand glove awaited modification and would be retrieved in a few days. Ghuli provided them with 5 silver moons, equating to 35 silver deer. After all, the leather alone required 20 silver deer, in addition to the processing fee and the current modification cost. 5 silver moons were neither excessive nor particularly costly. Luke, Father just mentioned at the dinner table that you should get along well with Theon. It seems rather forced. I believe he must have found out. Was it Robb who told him? Jon, unable to sleep, suddenly inquired. Ghuli lay on the bed, having unfastened the straps of his left hand, now adorned with a leather glove, allowing his fingers to move freely. Even if Robb remained silent, Lord Duke will surely be aware. He is well informed of all that transpires within Winterfell. Jon, frustrated, retorted, then why does he not punish Theon? Ghuli responded with a hint of profundity, because he does not know. Jon was bewildered. Did he not say he knows? How can it be that he does not? Ghuli chuckled. You are still too young. When you grow a bit more, you will understand what I mean. Shuen Nual mumbled, you're not much older than me. Pretending to be an adult, Ghuli feigned ignorance, gazing at his left hand, contemplating the necessity of seeking a secluded spot to test the power of that hand. By the way, Luke, what happened to your left hand? Why are you suddenly wearing a glove? Shuen Nual inquired once more. Ghuli knew he had to concoct a plausible excuse to divert their attention from his left hand. Otherwise, exposure was inevitable. Actually, Shuen Nual, I possess a bit of magic. While practicing, I accidentally burned my left hand, leaving behind some unsightly scars. Hence the need for a glove. Had Shuen Nual been an adult, he surely would have been skeptical of Ghuli's statement. Alas, he was merely a 7-year-old child. Magic? Magic? Really? Show me your magic. Shuen Nual exclaimed, leaping off the bed in exhilaration. Ghuli, feeling helpless, descended from the bed to demonstrate. Approaching the wooden table, he filled a cup with water. My magic is the ability to turn water into ice. As the words left his lips, frost instantly formed on the cup, and the water gradually transformed into ice. Wow, Luke, you are amazing, Shuen Nual exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. He took the cup from Ghuli's hands, scrutinizing the ice within. It really turned into ice. What a marvelous magic. Luke, do you think I can learn magic from you? Ghuli silently returned to the bed, thinking, no, you lack the talent. Besides, learning magic is perilous. I am not yet qualified to be a teacher. Disappointed, Shuen Nual set the cup down. Oh, I see. By the way, you must not mention my magic to anyone. Just say my hand was burned, which is why I wear a glove. Ghuli reminded him earnestly as he turned on his side. Shuen Nual perked up again. All right, I will help you keep a secret. Thank you, Ghuli replied, closing his eyes to rest. However, Shuen Nual was still brimming with enthusiasm. Luke, can you freeze the entire moat outside the city? Not yet. Give me another decade or so, and perhaps I could attempt it. Ghuli responded with a hint of exasperation. Luke, since you possess such incredible magic, why are you still learning archery and swordsmanship? Magic is not without its flaws. It too has weaknesses. Ultimately, it is wise to acquire diverse skills, Ghuli explained. That makes sense. I should learn more as well. Indeed. Luke, hush, go to sleep, be good. Oh. The following morning, after breakfast, Ghuli, Shuen Nual, and Robb ventured to their usual spot outside the city. Their archery instructor, Larry, had been waiting for quite some time. With only a month of teaching available, Sir Kesso had dedicated all his time to Larry, sneaking off to rest. This time, they were no longer shooting at trees. 3 wooden targets had been set up on the grass, still at a distance of 50 meters. After 3 days apart, both Shuen Nual and Robb had made significant progress. Although precision cannot be guaranteed, there are moments when one can indeed strike the distant wooden target. However, Ghoulie has significantly regressed. The deformation of his left hand has rendered him quite unaccustomed, leading to frequent, inexplicable errors. He either grips the arrows too tightly, hindering their proper release, or releases them prematurely without adequately aiming. Luke, the injury to your left hand greatly affects your performance. You should take a few days to rest. Larry remarked upon hearing that Luke, having just awakened from a long unconsciousness, had once again burnt his left hand. Ghoulie set aside his bow and arrows, knowing that his instructor would only be in Winterfell for a month, compelling him to make the most of his time. The reasons behind his frequent mistakes were twofold. First, the strength of his left hand had increased, making it difficult to control. Second, the skin on his left hand had become excessively tough, and with the glove he wore, he could not feel the arrows even when gripping their nocks, further complicating his ability to gauge the necessary force. With 26 days remaining, there was no need for haste. You should rest for 2 days. I will guide the others in the meantime, he added, recognizing that Larry could not afford to favor one student over another. With that, he turned to check on Jon Snow and Robb's training. Ghoulie resumed his practice, releasing another 10 arrows, yet the feel remained unsatisfactory, with none hitting the mark. He let out a soft sigh and walked over to retrieve his arrows, disheartened as he sat down on the grass. A rustling sound reached his ears. Someone was treading on the grass, approaching him slowly. It was Luke. Ghoulie turned, somewhat surprised, and asked, "What brings you here?" Luke, currently recuperating, was not required to participate in practice, so his presence was unexpected. Chapter 19. The test. Sean chuckled awkwardly. "I went out for a stroll and happened to see you practicing archery. Is it the esteemed Duke's chosen archery instructor?" Ghoulie held a rather unflattering impression of him. "What do you want?" Sean took the initiative to sit beside Ghoulie and remarked, "I heard you burned your hand." "Oh, I apologize. I'm not here to revel in your misfortune." Noticing the signs of anger in Ghoulie, he quickly expressed his regret. Ghoulie raised an eyebrow. "What exactly are you trying to convey?" Sean continued, "I just observed your archery habits and noted that you hold the bow with your right hand and draw the string with your left. Is there an issue?" Ghoulie retorted, bewildered. Sean shook his hand, his tone laced with a hint of flattery. No issue. Everyone has their own habits. What I mean is, you could switch hands, hold the bow with your left, and draw the string with your right. Perhaps it could help you overcome your current predicament." He was quite adept at archery and understood how significantly loss of sensation in the fingers could affect one's aim. If Ghoulie's left hand needed to remain gloved, it was indeed wise to practice drawing with the opposite hand. However, he had not anticipated that Sean would genuinely consider his plight and offer such constructive advice. Seeing Ghoulie deep in thought, Sean suggested further, "I use my left hand to hold the bow. I can share some of my experiences with you. You would help me?" Ghoulie gazed at him in astonishment. "Why?" Sean hesitated, glancing at Robb and Jon Snow in the distance, and softly replied, "Because I do not wish to be isolated, I will attempt to befriend you." Ghoulie stood, bow in hand. "I accept your assistance, but we shall never be friends. As long as you do not oppose me, I can continue being friends with Robb." Sean nodded in agreement. "Why not mention Jon Snow? Do you look down upon him? The bastard?" Ghoulie remained silent as he moved to an appropriate archery spot and began attempting to draw the string with his right hand. Initially, he struggled with the unfamiliar motion, unable to release a single arrow correctly. It was not until he practiced for 3 to 4 hours that he gradually acclimated. However, he was still far from mastering the art of archery. During Ghoulie's breaks, Sean would correct his posture and share his insights. At noon, during mealtime, the children quickly consumed the bread they had brought. Sean seized the opportunity to converse with Robb, and upon receiving his forgiveness, he lingered nearby. As for Ghoulie, after finishing his bread, he excused himself under the pretext of hand pain and returned to the castle alone, skipping the afternoon training. In the castle on the 4th floor, in Jon Snow's room, Ghoulie carefully closed the door and secured it with a wooden bolt before cautiously sitting on the bed. He removed the glove from his left hand, finally able to be alone. "Now, let me see your power." For a moment, the temperature in the room seemed to drop a few degrees. Ghoulie spread his left hand in the air, remaining still for several minutes. I cannot conjure ice from thin air. He poured a glass of water and then placed his left index finger into it, causing the water within to instantaneously freeze. The ice formed so rapidly that it was marred by numerous cracks. However, he could only transform water into ice, and with his current abilities, he was incapable of achieving widespread freezing. Within Gu Li's body existed crystals, endowing him with sufficient magical power. Yet, he had yet to master the control of this vast reservoir of magic. A moment's carelessness could easily lead to chaos. It was akin to a person of modest strength attempting to pour water from a large bucket into a small kettle, often losing strength before the kettle was filled. In such a case, one could only set down the bucket and cease pouring. Persisting would undoubtedly result in disaster. Gu Li found himself in a similar predicament. He could only dare to harness greater magic once he had enhanced his control. Next, he decided to experiment with the ability known as shattered iron. He surveyed his surroundings in search of iron objects. The lampstand was made of iron, but it was essential for illumination during the night. Were there any other iron items? The room of Xue Nuo was quite simple, and the number of possessions was limited, leaving even fewer iron implements. The door was constructed from wooden boards, iron bars and rivets, with the iron bars and rivets being made of iron. There were 2 broad iron bars on the door, positioned at the top and bottom, secured with rivets that supported the overall structure of the door. If you were to damage just 1 or 2 rivets, the door should remain intact, right? Gu Li approached the door and gently touched one of the rivets with his left hand. A soft pop resounded as the rivet shattered into icy shards. Incredible! Material transformation? Iron turning into ice. How astonishing! He donned gloves and conducted another test, this time touching the iron bar. With a swift motion, the bar, a palm's width in size, shattered into icy fragments, clattering against the floor like spilled mercury. The gloves also activated the ability, but there seemed to be a delay of a second or two. Gu Li meticulously recorded his findings, increasingly convinced that this ability was extraordinarily powerful. In future duels, it would prove invaluable. A mere touch could shatter weapons, while 2 touches could obliterate armor. Marvelous! As for the capability to transform corpses into wights and living beings into others, it was impractical to test such abilities within the confines of the room. He planned to seek an opportunity in a few days to stealthily experiment outside the city. Having assessed the strengths, it was time to explore the weaknesses. Wights possessed numerous advantages: immense strength, resilient skin, and mastery over the dead. Yet, they bore a fatal vulnerability: fear of Valyrian steel and dragonglass. Weapons forged from these materials could easily harm wights, and if plunged deep into their flesh, would cause them to perish instantaneously, shattering into icy fragments. The Night King, a paragon of power, met his end in such a manner within the series. Gu Li happened to possess a Valyrian steel sword, the Dark Sisters, which he intended to use to sharpen his nails. He returned to his bedside, grasped the beast hide sword, and casually stripped away the layer of hide that enveloped the blade, revealing its true form for the first time. The craftsmanship of the scabbard and hilt was exquisite, with every gemstone embedded within worth a fortune. From a stylistic perspective, this appears to be a longsword designed for a woman. The family crest emblazoned on the scabbard depicts a 3-headed dragon belching flames, vividly alive and imposing. This is the sigil of House Targaryen, the survivors of the Valyrian civilization's demise. They once ruled the entirety of Westeros for centuries, leveraging their dragons as instruments of power. Even after the extinction of the dragons, they managed to maintain their dominion for over a century. It was only a decade ago, with the outbreak of the War of Usurpation, that House Targaryen descended from the annals of history, relinquishing the Iron Throne. Let us speak of Valyrian steel, a legacy of the long-extinct Valyrian civilization. It is a magical metal that does not rust, renowned for its hardness and lightness. With the disappearance of Valyria, the art of crafting Valyrian steel was lost. Thus, Valyrian steel is a non-renewable resource, exceedingly rare, with each gram worth its weight in gold. The nobility of Westeros often take pride in their families possessing a Valyrian steel sword. For instance, the ancestral weapon of House Stark, rulers of the North, is a great sword named Ice, forged from Valyrian steel. Regarding this sword of Gu Li, irrespective of its historical significance. Its value in Valyrian steel alone could purchase a castle housing thousands. Ghuli drew forth the Dark Sister, its blade a dark silver, adorned with intricate black patterns. The presence of these black markings on the steel surface is a defining characteristic of Valyrian steel, serving as a vital criterion for its identification. With a wistful sigh, Ghuli expressed his regret that it was a long sword for a woman, deeming it too slender. Holding the sword in his right hand, he made a small incision on the claw of his left hand, leaving no trace. It appeared his nails were quite resilient, prompting him to exert more force. Yet, even with increased effort, he could not inflict a single mark upon his claw. Undeterred, Ghuli escalated his attempts from slicing to chopping, and finally to hacking with all his might, barely managing to sever a small fragment of nail. He exhaled. It seemed that trimming his nails would henceforth be a cumbersome task. Since the nails proved ineffective for testing, he decided to explore other areas. His hand and arm were covered in scaled armor, leaving only the palm relatively soft. After a moment's hesitation, Ghuli cautiously prodded his palm with the sword's tip. He dared not apply too much pressure, fearing that should he pierce his hand, his entire arm might shatter into icy shards. He was no Yangwa, unwilling to become a one-armed hero. Gently and slowly, he aimed merely to break the skin. It was well known that ordinary steel could not penetrate the skin of the White Walkers. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air, startling Ghuli, who was deeply engrossed in concentration. His hand trembled, and the sword's tip inadvertently pierced his palm. Oh no! Ghuli's face drained of color as he hastily cast aside the Dark Sister, gripping his left hand tightly, internally pleading, "Please don't shatter into ice. Please don't." To his astonishment, the wound on his palm not only failed to bleed but began to heal rapidly. He let out a long sigh of relief, arriving at an unexpected conclusion. Valyrian steel may inflict injury upon my left hand, yet it possesses the remarkable ability to heal swiftly, rendering any concern trivial. As for the other material, dragon crystal, Ghuli currently lacks access to such an object, thereby rendering experimentation impossible. However, he speculates that since the mysterious crystal can mend the vulnerabilities of Valyrian steel, dragon crystal must similarly be capable of restoration. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed once more, this time with greater urgency. Ghuli sheathed the Dark Sisters and concealed them beneath the blanket on the bed. He donned his gloves again, his face etched with impatience as he opened the door. "Who is it? Do you not recognize that I am an injured party in need of rest?" Standing outside was a petite young girl, her hair tied in a ponytail, enveloped in a brown cloak that accentuated her round figure. The little girl glared at Ghuli with indignation, exclaiming, "Strong man, play with me." Ghuli's lips twitched slightly as he forced a smile, asking, "Ilya, what brings you here all alone? Where's your sister Sansa?" Chapter 20. Practice. Arya kicked the wooden door in frustration, and Sansa remarked that she had spoken ill of her, prompting Arya to declare her unwillingness to engage further. "Me? Speak ill of you?" Sansa retorted. Giri affectionately lifted Arya into his arms. "Arya, what did Sansa say about you?" Arya shook her head, clarifying, "She wasn't speaking to me. It was what she said to Mother. She called you a dangerous person and urged Mother to expel you from Winterfell." Giri's gaze darkened as he inquired sternly, "What was the Duchess's response?" Arya recalled, "Mother hadn't replied yet when I began arguing with Sansa. How could they possibly send you away? Don't worry, I will protect you." "Am I really that amusing?" Giri mused, looking down at the girl in his embrace. "Arya, are you not afraid of me?" Arya, puzzled, asked. "Robb and Jon are not afraid of you. Why should I be? Have you not heard? I broke Theon's arm, and just yesterday, right before your eyes." Giri paused, pinching Arya's small cheek. "You're not frightened?" "Not at all. Jon said you would protect me." Arya tilted her head, questioning, "Isn't that so?" Giri chuckled. "You are so charming. Of course I will protect you." Arya Stark was, after all, his fourth favorite character in the series, having followed her journey over the years. He felt as though he had watched her grow up. "Then come play with me," Arya insisted. Giri raised his left hand. "Look, my hand is injured, and I must remain in this room to recover. You should go play on your own. I will join you when I am better." Arya squeezed Giri's leather glove. "You're hurt too? Is this Theon's revenge? Well, I shall help you get your vengeance." She broke free from Giri's arms and rushed downstairs with enthusiasm. Giri sighed and closed the door behind him as he returned to his room, wrapping the Dark Sisters in animal hide and fastening them along with his coin pouch at his waist. Following the incident with Theon, he had resolved to carry these items with him, even if he found no immediate use for them. After a moment's thought, he descended to the kitchen to borrow a wooden bucket, filling it with water before returning to his room. For the time ahead, Giri intended to practice controlling his magical abilities. He removed his gloves and placed his index finger in the water. His goal was to create a layer of ice merely 1 centimeter thick. A trickle of magic began to seep from his fingertip. Clang! The entire bucket of water instantly froze solid, leaving no trace of liquid behind. Giri scowled, casting the ice block out of the window. He hurried downstairs with the empty bucket and filled it anew. Failure was not daunting. He would try again. After dinner, Jon returned to the room. "Luke, today was quite peculiar. There are numerous ice blocks floating in the moat. It is summer. Where could the ice have come from?" Jon sat on the edge of his bed, perplexed as he gazed at Giri. Giri, weakly lying in bed with his left hand trembling, was reluctant to discuss the matter and instead asked about Jon's training that day. "How did it go?" Jon flopped onto his bed, swinging his short legs. "Not long after you left at noon, Arya came looking for you. She had been making quite a ruckus, leaving us no time to practice. By the way, that little rascal seems to harbor a strong dislike for Scene, persistently pelting him with small stones. Guli. Wait a moment, Luke. Those ice patches below. You aren't practicing magic there, are you?" Snow knew, finally realizing this, rose to shout. Guli rolled his eyes and replied with a weary tone. "Keep it down. Weren't you supposed to keep this a secret?" Snow lowered his voice, asking Luke, "You haven't been discovered by anyone else, have you?" Guli glanced at the ajar door and retorted, "What good does whispering do? You should close the door first." "Oh, right." Snow dashed to the door, tugging at its edge. Crack! He stared blankly at the half of the wooden plank in his hand. "Luke, it seems the door is broken." This wooden door was originally supported by 2 iron bars, but now the upper bar was missing, and the wood had succumbed to years of decay. When Snow pulled at the edge of the board, he inadvertently snapped it. "Guam li stiflatalo," responding with mock seriousness. "I saw that. Let us get someone to fix it tomorrow." Embarrassed, Snow returned to his bed, suggesting, "Let us talk about something else? Let us sleep. I'm too tired." Guli felt utterly drained, his head aching, and fatigue weighed heavily upon him, his eyelids feeling leaden. Very well. As time flowed by, a month slipped away unnoticed. During this period, Guli practiced archery every morning and controlled his magical power in the afternoons. Though he made slight progress, there remained much work to be done. Occasionally, he would stroll through Winterfell with Robb, Snow, and others, living a rather pleasant life. Sansa remained the same, persistently avoiding him, while only the young Arya would occasionally visit, engaging him in conversation or fishing together. Today marked the day of Master Larry's departure from Winterfell. Guli, Snow, Robb, and Scene arrived early at the southern gate to bid farewell to Master Larry. "Children, each of you possesses considerable talent. Your future achievements will surely surpass mine. Should the opportunity arise, feel free to visit me in Castle Carhold. Well then, no need to see me off any further." Larry mounted his horse, waving goodbye to Guli and the others as he rode away. "Farewell, Master." The children watched as Larry departed, then returned to the training grounds. They had practiced archery for a month, but had not trained in swordsmanship during this time. To alleviate their sense of unfamiliarity, Robb and Scene picked up wooden swords and began sparring. Guli was utterly clueless about sword techniques, so Snow could only demonstrate each move to him step by step. In terms of single-handed swordsmanship, Snow was the most skilled among the 4. Robb, however, had the advantage of being well-versed in everything. As for Scene, he had previously excelled in archery, but now with the exceptionally gifted Guli, he had to settle for second place. "Luke, come quickly. Let us go fishing outside the city," Arya called eagerly, bouncing and waving her hands outside the training grounds. Jon Snow confiscated Gendry's wooden sword and remarked, "Go ahead, you can practice your archery outside the city. It is far better than wasting time here." Gendry's expression darkened. "You little brat, am I wasting time by practicing my swordsmanship? Hurry up, Luke. Come over." Arya urged. Gendry shot John a glare before reluctantly approaching Arya. He held a deep sense of gratitude towards her. Had it not been for her defense, he would likely have been sent away to the outskirts of the city long ago. At that time, Sansa had complained, and Lady Catelyn had indeed been persuaded. Robb, as the eldest son, was unable to oppose his mother and sought assistance from his father. To his surprise, Eddard chose to remain neutral, unwilling to jeopardize his relationship with his wife over Gendry. Fortunately, Arya had been resolute, going on a hunger strike to protect Gendry, which ultimately dissuaded Lady Catelyn from her intentions. Thus, Gendry often indulged this little girl, bringing back game from his hunts and preparing special meals just for her. He would also engage in playful antics and secretly teach her archery. Initially, he aimed merely to repay her kindness, but unexpectedly, Arya became increasingly attached to him. Meanwhile, her relationship with her sister Sansa continued to deteriorate. Chapter 21. Ice Spike. After spending the entire morning fishing alongside Arya, Ghuli returned to his chamber in the afternoon. He secured the door, preparing to commence his magical practice for the day. Following a month of diligent training, he had now mastered the precise freezing of water to achieve his desired thickness of ice. Today, he intended to refine his magical control even further. The room was arranged with 5 buckets filled with water, a stove, and a large pot simmering with hot water. Approaching the first bucket, he murmured to himself, "Let us freeze this water into a perfectly shaped cube." He suspended his palm above the surface, and a chill enveloped the entire wooden bucket. Simultaneously, the water within began to detach, gently rising into the air. Ultimately, all the liquid coalesced in Ghuli's palm, slowly solidifying into ice. Observing the oddly shaped ice sphere in his hand, he sighed, "It seems I cannot succeed on the first attempt. It appears I must practice diligently for a while longer." He realized that he needed to successfully create a simple shape, like a cube, before daring to attempt more complex structures such as an ice wall, a spear, a sword, or a bow. Subsequently, he could further enhance these icy constructs using magical refinement, augmenting their hardness and resilience to rival that of steel. Ghuli referred to this ability as ice shaping. It appeared that the Night King possessed a similar skill, though he seemed to lack proficiency. He could only refine the ice, but not shape it, which meant that he and the army of the undead often relied on pre-prepared weapons. With a resigned sigh, Ghuli placed the ice sphere into the steaming pot to melt, then approached the second bucket. This cyclical method not only saved time, but also minimized the risk of exposure. Just as he was about to begin his second practice, a black raven alighted on the windowsill. Ravens are a common avian species, often wild, though some have been domesticated by humans as messengers. They are larger and more robust than pigeons, enabling them to fly greater distances. However, domesticated ravens typically bear leg bands, and this one did not, indicating it was wild. Wild ravens seldom appear alone and rarely venture near human castles. Could it be a messenger from the old gods? Since awakening the power of crystallization, Ghuli had not been troubled by divine entities. Yet, he was acutely aware that those avaricious deities would not relinquish their pursuits so easily. He unsheathed the beast-hide scabbard from his waist and drew the Dark Sister sword, cautiously approaching the raven. The raven, perceiving his intent, spoke, "Luke, I have flown for many days to reach you, and you intend to slay me?" I spike. Recognizing the voice, Ghuli's surprise deepened. After 12 years of close companionship, he could identify every sound associated with the children of the forest. The raven hopped into the room, settling on the table to preen its feathers. "I am utterly exhausted. It is truly difficult to see you." Ghuli sheathed the Dark Sister, his face alight with astonishment as he took a seat at the table. You are a shapeshifter? Did you not know? I sent you to the wall a month ago." The raven replied with evident displeasure. Ghuli had always lived with their true forms and had never witnessed them utilize their shape-shifting abilities. "Was it you who sent the deer to take Aunt Yi and me to the perilous Great Wall? But isn't that deer a stag?" The raven shot him a glance, as if to say, "Is a stag incapable of being possessed? Well, I have little time. I came here at Yez's behest to assess your living conditions." It scrutinized Ghuli, noting that his face had grown rounder, suggesting a life of comfort. "Wait, what happened to your left hand?" Ghuli paused, glancing down at his gloved left hand, and vaguely explained, I accidentally burned it, leaving a scar, hence the glove. Due to Arya's propensity for sudden attacks, he had taken to wearing gloves while practicing magic. It was fortunate he did so. Otherwise, if Iceling discovered his arm resembling that of a white, the consequences would be dire. Injured within a month? Humanity is truly terrifying. The raven stood up, ire evident in its voice. Who harmed you? I shall confront them. A warm feeling surged within Ghoulie. It was merely my own clumsiness with hot water, unrelated to anyone else. The raven's gaze fell upon the pot of boiling water in Ghoulie's room. What are you boiling water for? Do the humans of Winterfell not provide you with water? Having lived with Ghoulie, Iceling understood human fragility. Consuming water mixed with ice would lead to illness. Thus, during their time beyond the wall, they often prepared warm water for him. No, I'm just preparing something. Ghoulie faltered, unsure of how to explain. As the saying goes, once a lie is told, 1,000 more must follow to support it. The raven perched on Ghoulie's shoulder. Luke, something is amiss. Ghoulie replied stiffly, I'm perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong. The raven tilted its head. There are traces of magic in this room, yet Winterfell lacks wizards. This is peculiar. Ghoulie found himself at a loss for words, opting for silence. Could it be that you have awakened the shapeshifter's talent? The raven arrived at its own conclusion, urging, you should sleep. Let me see if that is the case. Ghoulie speculated, it's broad daylight. How could I possibly sleep? Perhaps another time. The raven, unhurried, replied, well, my next task is simply to follow you. What? What task involves following me? Ghoulie was taken aback. The raven clarified, about a month ago, the seer suddenly lost sight of you. So, he instructed me to abandon my watch over the north and come south to find you. The three-eyed raven's green vision can no longer perceive Ghoulie. Such a divine technique from the Game of Thrones has indeed failed. The three-eyed raven, possessing green vision, can monitor every corner of Westeros, even able to review past events if they miss the live broadcast. Such a bug-level ability has been obstructed by a crystal. The raven rested on Ghoulie's shoulder. Yes, thus I shall remain by your side henceforth. With this raven as my marker, I want you to fly around again next time. Ghoulie felt a surge of joy. Despite Iceling's childish demeanor, she was, after all, a millennia-old sorceress, far surpassing Ghoulie in magical prowess. A magical teacher arrived for free, and naturally, he was quite pleased. Shall I craft a nest for you, Iceling? Or would you prefer to sleep directly on my bed? The raven shook its head, insisting, you must prepare a cage to confine me. Once my consciousness departs, this raven will awaken to its own awareness. Ghoulie overlooked a crucial point. Iceling's true form also required care. If she were absent for too long, her corporeal self might very well starve. Thus, Iceling was not perpetually by Ghoulie's side. She still possessed her own personal space. You should go now and fetch a birdcage. I have been flying and traveling for 7 or 8 days without returning to my true self. The raven leaped from Ghoulie's shoulder and returned to the table. Ghoulie complied and descended the stairs, arriving at the Bachelor's Tower located on the western side of Winterfell. This tower housed the esteemed scholar, Ruin, a venerable elder. He hailed from the academy and served multiple roles: physician, educator, disseminating cultural knowledge, and accountant, compiling the city's living data. Such scholars were a fixture in nearly every castle. However, Ghoulie was not there to seek out Ruin. He merely passed through on his way upstairs. The scholar occupied only the ground floor of the tower, while the upper level housed the raven's nest. This was the designated area for the care of ravens in Winterfell, ensuring a plethora of cages, which Ghoulie sought to borrow. I will only borrow it for a few days. Once my custom cage is ready, I shall return it to you. A month ago, Ghoulie would not have had the standing to make such a request. However, circumstances had changed. Both servants and soldiers were well aware of Ghoulie's close ties with the young wolf lord, Robb, and his relationship with Arya was particularly well known. Rumor even had it that the Stark sisters had been in a cold war for a month due to him. In any case, Ghoulie now enjoyed considerable respect. No one dared cast him disdainful glances. After borrowing a small, square cage, Ghoulie returned to his chamber. As soon as he stepped inside, he spotted a small figure chasing after the raven. Goodness! Luke, quickly get her out of here. The raven alighted to a high perch, reluctant to descend. Arya turned back with excitement, exclaiming, "Luke, is this your raven? Please give it to me." Ghoulie set down the cage and approached Arya, his expression serious. "Arya, its name is Iceling, and she is my friend. You cannot treat her this way." "Wow, she has a name." Arya's excitement grew, and she shouted, "Luke." The other ravens in Winterfell only say a couple of fixed phrases. But Iceling is different. She can say so much more. "I adore her. I want her." "Arya, Iceling is my friend. I cannot give her to you." Ghoulie gently patted Arya's head, offering comfort. "However, you may come to visit her often, all right?" "Okay. Then I will come every day." Arya's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she continued. "If she lays eggs in the future, I want to reserve a chick. She is so clever. Her offspring will surely be just as intelligent." Before Ghoulie could respond, the raven interjected, "Dream on. I am a male raven and cannot lay eggs." Without a moment's hesitation, Arya declared, "I shall visit the crow's nest to borrow a female raven. Once you have mated, you will be able to lay eggs." What a brazen remark. "You are merely 3 years old." The raven, infuriated, exclaimed, "Luke, bring the cage over. I wish to return." Ghoulie placed the cage on the table and opened the door. The raven flew in of its own accord, casting a wary glance at Arya before addressing Ghoulie. "Take good care of this raven. Ensure it does not perish. Otherwise, I shall have to seek out another and make the journey again." With that, the raven suddenly collapsed, lying motionless within the cage. Arya tiptoed, peering over the edge of the table. "Luke, is it dead?" Ghoulie observed the raven's gently rising and falling chest and replied, "No, it is merely asleep." After flying for 7 consecutive days without rest, even a raven cannot endure. It falls asleep so swiftly. I shall wait for it to awaken before returning to play with you." Arya was indeed as fleeting as a shadow, vanishing in an instant. Was it truly so easy for her to depart? This was uncharacteristic of her. Ghoulie rubbed his nose, sensing an intuition that Arya had likely set off to the crow's nest to procure a female raven. Chapter 22. Dreamscape in the stillness of the night. Ghoulie was roused from his slumber by an unexpected disturbance. Upon opening his eyes, he found a raven perched upon his face. A raven? How did it escape from its cage? Without pausing to ponder, Ghoulie swiftly seized the bird. "Be gentle. You are hurting me." The raven suddenly spoke in human tongue. "Bingling, what brings you here again?" Ghoulie, mindful of not waking the nearby Shuen Nua, lowered his voice intentionally. He released his grip, and the raven settled beside his pillow. "I told you before, didn't I? I will observe your magical essence while you sleep," the raven stated, preening its ruffled feathers. Ghoulie recalled that it indeed had mentioned this before. "But was it necessary to come tonight? It feels rather urgent." The raven continued, "While you slumber, your magical energy does indeed overflow. I have never encountered such a potent aura before. Luke, you may very well be a prodigy." The notion of exuding magical power during sleep, was that a positive sign? Before Ghoulie could contemplate further, the raven offered a straightforward suggestion. "Luke, I believe you should hasten your return. With the aid of a seer, you can learn to harness your unique gifts. Return to see the three-eyed crow? No. If he sees my white arm, he will surely enact my demise on the spot. Guamli estili declinat. Bingling, I have only journeyed south for a month. There are countless places yet to explore. Besides, do you not wish to accompany me on this adventure? To witness the grandeur of the 7 kingdoms?" The raven fell silent for a moment before nodding. "Indeed, you have a point. We can postpone our return." "Exactly, with you by my side to guide me." "My progress will be swift," Ghoulie complimented, continuing to entice the raven. "Moreover, you must not reveal my gifts, otherwise the teacher will surely summon us back." Bingling, of course, was not naive to such matters. The raven replied, "However, your magical prowess is so formidable that I cannot even enter your dreams. How can I teach you form shifting then? Furthermore, I cannot perform green sight either, so I cannot instruct you in that." To this day, it remained convinced that Ghoulie had awakened the bloodline of the ancients, possessing the potential to become a shapeshifter or even a green seer. Ghoulie whispered, "Let us not rush into green sight. Let us first discuss form shifting." He was quite envious of this ability, understanding that if mastered, it would serve as a formidable weapon. Feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness, Bing Ling began her role as a teacher. To inhabit another's form, there are typically two steps. The first step involves the detachment of consciousness, an ability that manifests upon awakening one's powers, with later training focused on refining this skill. The second step is the actual inhabitation of another's form. With an experienced shapeshifter to guide you, a novice can learn swiftly. However, Luke, you are quite peculiar. Despite your overwhelming magical overflow, there are no signs of your consciousness detaching. Gu Li tentatively inquired, "How about you guide my consciousness to detach just once?" The raven was taken aback. "But how would I do that?" Gu Li proposed a bold hypothesis. "Did you not just say you wish to enter my dreams? What if we reverse the process? You have drawn me into your dream, haven't you? Is this not a means of extricating my consciousness from its corporeal vessel?" The raven, taken aback, pondered why it had not considered such a notion. Perched beside the pillow, it extended its slender bird leg, while you grasped my leg and succumbed to slumber. Filled with anticipation, Gu Li gently held the bird's leg and gradually closed his eyes. The surroundings fell into a profound silence, and he too began to drift into the realm of dreams. Within this dreamscape, Gu Li was reunited with the true visage of Bing Ling, a child of the forest with emerald skin and golden eyes. "Have I succeeded? Am I within your dream?" he inquired. Bing Ling, after a moment of reflection, shook her head in disappointment. "Alas, you have not transcended your physical form. Your presence in my dream is solely facilitated by this corporeal connection, a temporary conduit." Undeterred, Gu Li understood the wisdom of moderation. Much like mastering swordsmanship, one should learn what one can and relinquish what one cannot grasp. He resolved to invest his time in pursuits where his talents lay. Bing Ling sighed. "Perhaps we shall endeavor again in the future. Who knows, in a few days, you might achieve the ability to separate your consciousness." Gazing at the vast emptiness of the dream, she smiled and remarked, "Since you have come, I shall not let your visit be in vain. Allow me to share a fragment of my memories." The dream's environment instantaneously transformed, shifting from the serene glacial woods to the front lines of a fierce battle. The opposing forces consisted of the Night King leading a scattered army of whites and the undead, as well as the children of the forest and wildlings. No, those were the ancient forebears. Was this the Battle of Dawn that transpired over 8,000 years ago? In that distant past, an unrelenting cold enveloped the entirety of Westeros. Winter lingered for decades, plunging the world into darkness, an era known as the Long Night. The whites emerged from the shadows, swiftly multiplying and slaughtering all living beings. The forebears were powerless to resist, and humanity teetered on the brink of extinction. In this dire predicament, a hero arose. His name was Azor Ahai, the architect of the Night's Watch. With the assistance of the children of the forest, he forged weapons from dragonglass to wage a final battle against the whites. At the cost of his wife's life, Azor Ahai crafted a flaming sword, the Lightbringer, earning him the reverence of future generations as the savior. This war was renowned, and Gu Li had heard the three-eyed raven speak of it. Yet, due to its ancient origins, he had regarded it more as myth than reality. Little did he know that Bing Ling was a witness to these events, capable of presenting them for his observation. In the darkness, Azor Ahai, wielding his fiery sword, stood as a beacon of hope for humanity. Under his leadership, those armed with dragonglass weapons fought alongside the children of the forest, initiating a counteroffensive against the whites. The battlefield was tumultuous, with the sounds of combat echoing through the night. Gu Li remained rooted in place, not only witnessing the scene unfold, but also inhaling the pungent sense of blood and decay. How astonishingly vivid! Then, an even more extraordinary occurrence transpired. A forebear clad in animal skins spotted Gu Li, and upon observing his unarmed state, muttered a few words in a language long forgotten. Gu Li stood frozen, cognizant that the forebear was speaking an ancient tongue, yet he could not comprehend. No, this is not merely a matter of comprehending ancient words. How did this ancestor perceive him? Noticing Gu Li lost in thought, the ancestor's tone grew urgent. He thrust his dragon crystal short sword into Gu Li's hand and picked up the dragon crystal weapon of his fallen companion from ground. Gu Li, still dazed, stared at the dragon crystal short sword in his hand and, under the push of the ancestors, was compelled to charge forward. As for the dream's creator, Aisling, they had long since vanished. While Gu Li was in a stupor, a half-faced corpse demon lunged at him. Instinctively, he raised his hand and thrust the dragon crystal short sword forward. The dragon crystal, akin to Valyrian steel, harbored magic within. Once this weapon pierced the body of a corpse demon, it would erase the magic imposed by the whites, restoring the demon back to a lifeless corpse. If it struck a white, it would instantly disrupt the stability of its magical essence, causing it to shatter into icy shards. Gu Li withdrew the dragon crystal short sword, and the corpse demon, now reverted to a lifeless body, slowly collapsed. As he surveyed the scene, he beheld countless corpses, resembling a swarm of locusts, surging towards him. Moreover, in the rear of the corpse army, dozens of paired blue lights flickered incessantly. Those were the whites riding dead horses, their eyes emanating the eerie blue glow. Azor Ahai raised the Lightbringer, unleashing a roar reminiscent of thunder. The remaining ancestors responded with raised arms, initiating a final charge against the corpse army. Gu Li, resigned to his fate, thought if he could not resist, he might as well relish the dream. He fixed his gaze on the blue lights behind the corpse army and grinned. "Old knight, if I can't defeat you in reality, can't I enjoy myself in the dream? Kill." He sprinted swiftly, even outpacing Azor Ahai, who led the charge. Under the astonished gazes of the ancestors, Gu Li plunged into the heart of the corpse army, wielding his sword with the ferocity of a reaper. What a valiant warrior! Which tribe does he belong to? Azor Ahai could not help but inquire of those around him. Yet they all shook their heads in ignorance. "I don't know. That dwarf seems to have come with the children of the forest." He did not pursue the matter further, shouting, "Stay close to this brave warrior. Let's fight our way through. Kill." The morale of the ancestors surged, and the exuberant atmosphere permeated even to the children of the forest. At this moment, the children of the forest were at their peak, boasting thousands of shapeshifters and over a dozen green seers. They were not adept at close combat, primarily providing intelligence and hurling firebombs to support the ancestors. Gu Li was like a force of nature. The corpse demons could hardly withstand him. Often, they were sent flying before they could even strike. He raced forward, swiftly breaching the defensive line formed by the corpses and confronting the whites. "Night King, come face me." Gu Li felt imbued with divine power. He leapt high, raising his dragon crystal short sword, and aimed at the nearest white. Splat! A glob of bird droppings landed on his forehead, jolting him awake from the dream. Awake? The raven hopped off his face, emotionless as it spoke. Gu Li wiped the droppings from his forehead and flung them to the floor. "Why did you wake me? I was just dreaming of a critical moment." As dawn began to break, he estimated he had slept for a few hours. The raven, in a huff, remarked, "I was just about to inquire why you chose to disrupt my dreams with magic. I had just assisted you in crafting a pleasant dream, and you unceremoniously expelled me. I am quite incensed. Was the alteration of the dream not caused by the ice shard? Could it be the power of crystallization?" Gu Li wiped the remnants of bird droppings from his hand onto the raven's plumage. "I, too, am baffled." The dream abruptly transformed. My beautiful ebony feathers. I shall have your head." The raven, infuriated, soared to Gu Li's head, flapping its wings against his face. The escalating commotion roused the slumbering snow, who squinted in confusion and asked, "Luke, why is your raven out of its cage?" With the presence of an outsider, the raven refrained from exhibiting overly human-like behavior. It let out a disdainful huff, returned to its cage, and skillfully secured the door behind itself. Snow, pondering the absurdity of the situation, remarked, "Luke, did your raven just smirk?" Chapter 23. In the depths of dreams, after enjoying breakfast, Gu Li and Snow left to pursue their respective endeavors. Snow, accompanied by Rob and Theon, ventured to the training grounds to learn swordsmanship from Ser Kaysar. Meanwhile, Gu Li made his way outside the castle to practice archery. The weather, however, was far from favorable. Dark clouds loomed overhead from the early morning, and a fierce wind made his practice exceedingly challenging. The arrows he loosed barely traveled far before being diverted by the gusts. Despite several attempts, he found himself unable to overcome this obstacle. Frustrated and resigned, he ultimately decided to abandon his practice for the day. Suddenly, a flash of white light pierced the ominous clouds, followed by a resounding clap of thunder that echoed through the sky. It appeared that a torrential downpour was imminent. Gu hastily gathered his belongings, secured his quiver and bow, and sprinted back to Winterfell. As anticipated, the heavy rain arrived, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder, cleansing the ancient castle. Inside a room, Gu, drenched and resembling a soaked rat, had just changed into dry clothing when Snow returned. Having trained with Robb in the rain, Snow's condition was even worse. His clothes were completely soaked, and water had filled his boots, creating a squelching sound with each step. "Look, it's pouring. Friesen," Snow exclaimed. After shutting the door behind him, he wasted no time and stripped off his wet clothes. He rummaged through the wardrobe and hastily donned a set of clean garments. "I'm so cold, Luke. I'm heading to bed." Gu expertly lit the hearth, suggesting, "Let us warm ourselves by the fire first. It will help fend off the chill and prevent you from catching a cold." Snow, shivering, moved closer to the hearth, extending his hands towards the warmth. "Luke, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Aren't you practicing magic today?" "It's fine. A day without practice won't set me back too much," Gu replied, distracted by his own thoughts. With his mind elsewhere, the quality of his practice would undoubtedly suffer. The two spent hours conversing by the fire before eventually heading downstairs for dinner. At the dinner table, Arya gazed out at the torrential rain and said to Catelyn, "Mother, I want to sleep with you tonight." Both Catelyn and Eddard were momentarily taken aback. Catelyn responded, "Arya, you are no longer a little baby. You must learn to sleep alone." "But the thunder is so loud outside," Arya protested, furrowing her brow. Catelyn gently patted her head and said, "You can sleep with Sansa tonight." The discord between the two daughters had not gone unnoticed by their parents. However, they deemed such quarrels among children to be commonplace and believed that it would resolve itself in due time. Arya shook her head defiantly. "No, I don't want to sleep with Sansa." Sansa, bemused, retorted, "You've only just arrived a month ago. Why do you like me so much?" Sensing the tension escalating, Robb quickly exchanged glances with Gu and Snow. Understanding the unspoken cue, Snow discreetly led the bewildered Gu away from the dinner table and back to their room. Once they were upstairs, Robb addressed Sansa. "This is between you and Arya. Do not involve others." Sansa felt utterly wronged, her eyes reddening as she questioned Robb with a quivering voice. "Robb, you are my brother. Arya is my sister. Why do you all support an outsider?" Robb replied calmly, "Luke is not an outsider. Although he does not bear the Stark name, he is nonetheless a part of the Stark family. Indeed, I prefer Luke over you." Arya shouted vehemently. Sansa's sobs grew louder, causing discomfort for Eddard and Catelyn. Eddard raised his hand, declaring, "Enough. Both of you be silent. Luke's status remains uncertain, so keep your distance from him. Do not become overly familiar." With her father's defense, Sansa's cries gradually subsided. Arya, displeased, laid down her fork, stating, "I am full. I shall head upstairs now." She slipped off the wooden chair and dashed up the stairs without a glance back. "Robb, this is your responsibility. As the elder brother, you are to look after your sisters." Eddard stood, lowering his voice in admonition. "They are your sisters, not your adversaries." 7-year-old Robb, flushed with anger, retorting, "Father, it was Sansa who instigated. You know Luke is strong, yet he has never harmed anyone. Where is the danger in him? Why must he be cast away?" Eddard exchanged a subtle glance with Catelyn and replied, "Did I ever say to expel him? These are merely your assumptions. Is it worth neglecting your own sister over such trivial conjectures?" Looking at Eddard's furious visage, Robb suddenly grasped his father's good intentions. Though his father seemed to reprimand him, his words were meant to support them. He quickly admitted his fault, saying, "It is my wrongdoing. I shall make amends to Sansa." Afterward, he smiled at Sansa, saying, "Do not cry. Luke has a very talkative raven. You will surely adore it." "A raven? Who would like such a dark, ominous bird?" 5-year-old Sansa pouted. "I do not like ravens. I wish for another pet." "Very well, what would you like? We shall fetch it for you." Robb sighed in relief, responding with a smile. Catelyn's expression remained inscrutable, yet her disdain deepened. Night fell. The torrential rain outside showed no signs of abating, and the cacophony of raindrops possessed a magically soothing effect. Ghoulie lay in bed, reminiscing about the sensation of slipping into dreams the previous night, gradually surrendering to slumber. Little Goo, are you joining the game? Get lost, you incompetent fool. In a university dormitory, several young men, bare-chested, were vociferously banging on their keyboards. Ghoulie floated among them, witnessing his younger self and his former roommates. He couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. How wondrous it was that dreams could be manipulated in such a manner. He gazed at the computer screen, which displayed the game he once adored. However, since graduating and stepping into the working world, he had scarcely found time to play. How he longed for those days. Ghoulie waved his hand, and time within the dorm accelerated. In mere seconds, several months had swiftly passed. At last, he found the opportune moment, and the flow of time resumed its normal pace. It was on this very day that a friend recommended Game of Thrones to him. Have you watched Game of Thrones, Xiao Guzi? It's a remarkable series. Not really into TV shows. You should give it a try. It's quite enthralling. No, I lack interest. But the female lead has some revealing scenes. After much banter, the friend urged to send the link. Accompanied by the familiar opening theme, Ghoulie, floating nearby, fixated on the computer screen. His intent in revisiting these memories was not merely to indulge in superficiality. Rather, he aimed to relive the plot lines he had forgotten, in preparation for the future. Unfortunately, he had only watched the first 6 seasons. By the time the latter 2 seasons were released, he had already commenced his career. Initially, he lacked the time to watch, and later, upon hearing about its disappointing conclusion, his interest waned further. As Ghoulie immersed himself in the dream of watching Game of Thrones, events unfolded in the external world. Knock, knock, knock. Jon Snow was stirred from his slumber by the sound of knocking. He glanced at the peacefully sleeping Ghoulie before rising to open the door. Outside stood Arya, clutching a pillow with a pitiful expression. Jon Snow, where's Luke? Luke has already fallen asleep, and Arya, it is quite late. Jon crouched down and inquired, why aren't you sleeping? Why did you come over? Arya, still holding her pillow, entered the room. The thunder is too loud. I can't sleep. She quickly surveyed the room, decisively climbed onto Ghoulie's bed, and snuggled under his blanket. Jon chuckled softly, stifling a yawn as he gently admonished, make sure to sleep well, but do not disturb us. I know, Arya replied obediently, nestling beside Ghoulie and waving to Jon. Good night, Jon Snow. Good night. Jon closed the door and returned to bed. Ghoulie deliberately set the playback speed to double, and after 3 hours, he finally completed the first season. I can't believe I overlooked so many details. I must take some notes. After jotting down a few key points, he prepared to leap through time once more to watch the second season. Suddenly, the entire dreamscape began to tremble, as if an earthquake had occurred. What is happening? This situation, it has happened before back in the lands beyond, when the three-eyed raven entered my dreams to impart knowledge. One day, when I overstayed, it was the same sensation that Aunt Ye experienced when she woke me. Could it be that someone disturbed my slumber? Was it Jon Snow? Or that raven? Recognizing that something was amiss in the external world, Ghoulie resolved to exit the dream and return to reality. Look, where are we? Arya's voice. How could it manifest in my dream? Ghoulie stiffly lowered his gaze, discovering the adorable Arya clutching his clothing, wide-eyed as she surveyed her surroundings. Luke, why do these people's clothes look so strange? And why can I see my parents when that little box opens? Had Arya spotted the Game of Thrones playing on a laptop? Ghoulie resolutely shut off his memories, and the scenery around them instantaneously transformed, bringing them to the grassy expanse outside Winterfell. He swallowed hard and inquired, Arya, is it truly you? He was uncertain how to discern whether this Arya was the genuine article or merely a figment of his imagination. Is me, haha. Luke, you haven't yet answered my question. What was that little box? Arya floated about like an inquisitive child, ultimately returning to Ghoulie's side, pressing him for information about the laptop she had just seen. Ghoulie conceived a straightforward method to ascertain Arya's authenticity. He gathered a sphere of magical energy in his left hand, taking complete control of the dreamscape, and declared, Arya, I want you to slap yourself. Now that the entire dream was under his dominion, if this Arya was intertwined with the dream, she would undoubtedly be affected as well. Instead, Arya punched Gu Li and retorted, "No. I won't hit myself. I want to hit you." Gu Li was taken aback. She was evidently unaffected. "Are you the real Arya? How did you get here?" Arya did not respond. Her face illuminated with curiosity as she floated closer to Gu Li, poking at the sphere of magical energy. "Luke, what is this thing? Don't touch it," Gu Li exclaimed, hastily dispersing the magic in his hand, but alas, it was too late. Under the assault from the external force, the sphere of magic retaliated instantaneously. Boom! Countless energies erupted forth, shattering the entire dreamscape like a mirror. Gu Li watched helplessly as the unconscious Arya plunged into the abyss of darkness, and with a determined grimace, he followed suit, descending into the deepest recesses of the dream. Chapter 24. Dream weaving. After a night of torrential rain, the sky gradually cleared. The inhabitants of Winterfell commenced their daily routines, albeit with the conspicuous absence of Guyu and Arya. Initially, their absence went unnoticed, for the pair often ventured beyond the city as confines, making their daytime absence seem quite ordinary. However, as dusk descended, their continued absence became a source of concern. Eddard and Catelyn were soon alarmed, hastily dispatching searchers. "I have inquired with the guards at all 4 gates, and none have seen Arya leave the city," Robb reported to Eddard. As for Gu Li, he was known for his elusive nature. Who could say where he had wandered? Moreover, who truly cared? The attention of all in Winterfell was firmly fixed upon Arya, rendering Gu Li's disappearance almost inconsequential. Eddard sought to console Catelyn while addressing Robb. "She hasn't left the city? Then she may still be within its walls. Poole, mobilize everyone to search the castle. We must leave no corner unchecked. We must find Arya." "Yes, my lord." Poole, the steward, replied swiftly before departing. Catelyn paced anxiously. "Ned, where could Arya have gone? Where do you believe she might be?" Eddard embraced her. "Do not worry. We will find her." The children were also fretful about Arya, though Jon Snow's expression bore an unusual intensity. He quietly beckoned Robb to a secluded corner. "Robb, I need to discuss something with you." "Jon, you should be helping us search for Arya, not focusing on your own matters," Robb admonished in a hushed tone. "She is your sister too." Jon replied softly. "It pertains to Arya. Come with me to my room." Robb's eyes widened. "Do you know where Arya is? Why not just say so?" "Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't attract attention," Jon replied mysteriously. "Just follow me." The 2 boys dashed into the keep and ascended the stairs to Jon's chamber. Before opening the door, Jon suddenly remarked, "Robb, actually Luke is a wizard." "Jon, at a time like this, do you think I am in the mood for jest?" Robb retorted, his eyes reddening with frustration. Jon slowly opened the door. "It's true. You'll see." Robb peered inside, noticing in the southwest corner of the room a large, white, oval object, approximately 1 meter tall and 2 meters wide. Its shape resembled a colossal ice egg lying horizontally. The icy entity emanated a chilling aura, enveloping the room in an unyielding frigidness. Robb stood agape. "Jon, it didn't snow last night, did it? Where did such a massive block of ice come from? And was Luke's bed once positioned there? Where is the bed? Where is Luke? It has been a day since I last saw him." Jon glanced over his shoulder to ensure they were alone. "Let's step inside and close the door before we discuss this." As Robb approached, he discerned that beneath the imposing ice egg lay 4 uncovered bedposts. In other words, the bed was encased within the egg. Jon shut the door and began to explain the situation to Robb, recounting events from Gu Li's practice of ice magic to Arya's late-night arrival the previous evening. "Upon awakening this morning, I found myself in this peculiar state." Robb, upon hearing this, incredulously asked, "Are you suggesting that they are both trapped within this colossal ice block?" Jon Snow, uncertain, replied, "It seems so." Robb, no longer inclined to engage in further conversation, seized a nearby wooden chair and forcefully struck the ice egg. Crack! The ice egg remained impervious, while the chair shattered into splinters. As he reached for a second chair, Jon hastily intervened. "What are you doing?" "What am I doing? I'm trying to rescue them. After being frozen for a day and a night, can they even survive?" At this moment, Robb perceived Jon's foolishness. He shoved Jon aside and struck the ice egg again. Crack! The ice egg remained unscathed, steadfast as a mountain. Robb discarded the remnants of the broken chair, declaring, "I shall inform my father at once, so he could devise a plan to rescue Arya and Luke." "No, you cannot go," Jon exclaimed. "I promised Luke that no one must know he is a sorcerer." Jon grasped Robb's hand, preventing his departure. Outside, the people were scouring the entire castle and would inevitably discover this place. Were it not for the fear of exposing Gilly's identity as a sorcerer, Jon would not have sought Robb's assistance. As for the two within the ice egg, would they be in peril? Jon recalled Gilly's previous admonition. "Jon, I practice ice magic. If you ever encounter strange ice creations, do not fret, for ice cannot harm me." Robb remained oblivious to this, squinting as he questioned, "Jon, do you wish for them to perish?" Jon wavered, equally concerned for Gilly and Arya's safety. After all, despite Gilly's reassurance, the current circumstances were exceedingly abnormal. Robb shrugged off Jon's grip, asserting, "I shall fetch my father's ice greatsword. It will surely cleave this ice egg." "Valyrian steel sword? Do not bother. That sword cannot shatter this egg," a woman's voice suddenly interjected, interrupting their dispute. Robb scanned the room, detecting no third presence. He vociferously demanded, "Who spoke?" At that moment, a raven in a cage extended a claw, deftly unfastening the wooden latch and swinging open the cage door. It soared to the wooden table, casting a disdainful glance at the two. "This egg is imbued with magical elements. Even if you manage to carve a breach, it will instantaneously restore itself." Although Robb had previously heard from Arya about Gilly's remarkable raven, capable of articulating many phrases, he found the fluency of this bird rather astonishing. Moreover, its intellect and reasoning were far beyond that of an ordinary raven. "Little girl outside the door, cease your eavesdropping and come in," the raven spoke again. Jon jogged a few steps to open the door, colliding with an embarrassed Sansa. The raven calmly addressed them, "Please, all of you come in. I happen to require your assistance." After allowing Sansa to enter, Jon closed the door once more. However, this time he chose to remain by the door, eavesdropping on the sounds outside, while participating in the discussion to ensure no further listeners were present. The raven first reassured them, "Rest easy, they are unharmed. These icy creations belong to Luke and pose no threat to them." Sansa, ever observant, inquired, "Even if they won't be frostbitten, they must still face hunger, right?" The crow, gazing at the three human offspring in the room, explained with a hint of exasperation, "Not at all. They are currently in a state of hibernation. They could endure not just a day, but even a month without issue. Moreover, wrapped in such potent magical energy, how could they possibly feel hunger?" Robb, seeking wisdom, asked, "Then when can they emerge?" The crow rolled its eyes, replying, "How should I know? Now it's my turn to question you. Hey you, the young one at the door. What transpired? How did Luke transform into this egg?" Jon Snow recounted the events once more. Upon hearing this, the crow fluttered atop the egg, remaining silent for a considerable time. Then, shaking its avian head, it declared, "No, my consciousness cannot penetrate. We must simply wait." Sansa approached Robb, asking, "Robb, will you help them keep this secret?" Robb replied with a wry smile, "Keep it a secret? For how long? We won't even last through tonight. Once Mother finds out, Luke will surely be cast away." Sansa bit her lip, adding, "Robb, the reason I wish to send Luke away is that Theon said something to me." "Theon?" Both Robb and Jon's expressions darkened. "What did he say?" Sansa responded, "He mentioned that Luke might be our uncle's child. Once his identity is confirmed, the Stark surname will be restored to him. At that point, he will contend with you for father's ducal title." Robb scowled. "Don't listen to his nonsense. That's not true. Luke, like Jon, is a bastard and has no claim to the ducal title." Jon, standing at the doorway, felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing this. Yet he could not reveal his feelings. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the ice egg. The crow spread its wings and soared from the egg, exclaiming, "They are about to emerge. Step back, lest you be harmed by the ice." Meanwhile, Gully searched for Arya in the enveloping darkness for what felt like an eternity. Yet she remained elusive. Floating in the void, he murmured to himself, "Now that the dream has shattered, the entire realm of consciousness lies in a dreamless state. Where could she be? Why can I not find her?" He sensed Arya still lingered within his mind, yet he could not locate her. Perhaps, he thought, if I recreate a dream, I might find her. With determination, he resolved to craft a dream vast enough to reach Arya. He summoned his magical energy and began to weave a new dream. Suddenly, a vision of Winterfell materialized before him. The characters enacting the first episode of Game of Thrones. No, he thought, my mind is consumed by Game of Thrones. I cannot dwell on this. I must think of something else. Ghoulie had no intention of revealing Arya's future to her. The narrative must remain in the hands of this time traveler. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled the Winterfell dream and set about crafting a new one. Think of something else. Think of something else. Think of something else. A blinding light erupted from his left eye, illuminating the entirety of his consciousness. After the brilliance, a new dream was born. Xiao Shizi, hurry up. It's getting late. We must return to the Forbidden City before the gates close. Ghoulie stared blankly at the goods he was carrying, then glanced down at his attire. At some point, his garments had transformed into a pale blue ancient robe. His left hand had also returned to its normal state, reverting to a human arm. Hurry up. Why are you just standing there? An elderly eunuch clad in a red dragon robe stood before him, urging him impatiently. Ghoulie scrutinized him. A eunuch? Judging by his attire and hat, he must be from the Ming dynasty. Wait, could it be that I am also? His face drained of color as he loosened his grip, discarding the goods in his hands, and removed the hat from his head for a closer inspection. It was over. It seemed he was indeed wearing a hat typical of a Ming dynasty eunuch. The old eunuch was furious. How dare you throw things around? With that, he turned back, intending to slap Ghoulie in a fit of rage. Ghoulie, undeterred, slowly reached down, but grasped nothing. In a fit of rage, he kicked the elderly eunuch before him, shouting, "Where's my brother? What have you done with him?" Chapter 25. A sudden inspiration. Oh dear. You little rascal. Have you lost your mind? Dare to strike your godfather? The old eunuch fell to the ground, cursing. Ghoulie paid him no heed. Instead, gazing into the distance at the Forbidden City, murmuring to himself, is that the Forbidden City? This must be the capital of the Ming dynasty. This dreamscape was of his own creation, undoubtedly a fragment of his memories. Yet, he could not have visited the capital during the Ming dynasty. Thus, it was likely inspired by some film or television work he had seen. The old eunuch, rising with a flurry of curses, declared, "Today, we shall surely flay you alive." His incessant noise grated on Ghoulie's ears. Suddenly, Ghoulie's left eye transformed into a vivid green. He raised both hands, intending to reshape the dream with his magical prowess. Altering a dream had always been a rather effortless task for him, one he had executed numerous times with ease. However, this occasion proved exceptionally strenuous. The reason for his struggle lay in the sheer magnitude of the dream. How vast was it? Previous dreams had encompassed merely a plain or a castle, modest landmarks. This time, he was tasked with molding not just the capital city, but the entire Ming dynasty. The process of modifying a dream involved two steps. First, he needed to stabilize the dream to prevent it from collapsing during the modification, and only then could he apply his magic to alter it. The territorial expanse of the Ming dynasty was considerable, roughly equivalent to the entirety of Westeros. As a conduit for the magical energy, Ghoulie was now under immense pressure. After an indeterminate passage of time, he finally completed the desired modifications. Yet, the excruciating pain in his body rendered him incapable of standing, forcing him to weaken and slump to the ground. "Oh dear, Godfather, why are you sitting on the ground?" The old eunuch, wearing a sycophantic expression, hurried over to assist Ghoulie. Ghoulie cast a sidelong glance at him. "Yes, my good child." His first modification had been to swap their identities. Now, he was the godfather of this old eunuch. Huh, this is what you get for taking advantage of me earlier. Naturally, he did not neglect the primary objective. His second modification involved locating Arya within the dream and instantly transporting her to a certain place within the capital. "My child, you may return to the palace now. I wish to explore alone for a while longer," Ghoulie said with a serious demeanor, hands clasped behind his back. The old eunuch, unable to refute, lowered his head and acquiesced. "Yes, Godfather." Ghoulie waved his hand dismissively and departed first. As he strolled down the street, an unsettling feeling nagged at him. As if he had forgotten something, he neglected to transform his brother back. Never mind. It is merely a dream after all. By this time, dusk had settled, and the palace gates were soon to close. The old eunuch, wary of delay, gathered the goods and made his way towards the royal palace. The capital of the Ming dynasty enforced a night curfew. Once darkness fell, the streets were devoid of life. Only certain professions, such as night watchmen and the imperial guards, were permitted to roam at night, including those from the Eastern Depot. Guli, being a newcomer in this strange land, was oblivious to these customs. He merely borrowed the power of the crystal to simulate a dreamscape. Most of the details were computed solely by the crystal, of which he had played no part. Therefore, even as the dream's master, he remained unaware of all that transpired within it. As he admired the ancient city's charm, he made his way towards Arya's location. Observing the dwindling number of passers-by, a sense of puzzlement filled his mind. Why had everyone returned home? Did the citizens of the Ming dynasty lack a vibrant nightlife? In a small corner of the southern city, a foreign little girl curled up in despair. Just moments ago, she had appeared on the street, her peculiar attire and strange language rendering her a target for expulsion. The townsfolk treated her as a beggar, driving her into the shadowy recesses of the street. It hurts so much. I want to go home. The little girl sobbed softly, feeling cold and weary, her consciousness gradually fading. The sound of footsteps echoed nearby. She struggled to lift her head, retreating deeper into the corner, fearful of another beating. Arya, what has happened to you? Guli spoke in Valyrian, lifting Arya from the ground. He placed his hand on her forehead and felt the heat radiating from her. You have a fever. Do not worry, I shall heal you. Guli altered the dream once more, instantly erasing Arya's injuries and ailments. Arya regained her composure, gazing at Guli in confusion. Who are you? Why do you speak the language of Westeros? Guli playfully pinched her little nose. I am Luke. This is my dream. Have you forgotten? Luke, is that truly you? How have you changed? And this is your dream? What a strange dream. Initially excited to see Guli, Arya's demeanor shifted to one of distress as she continued speaking. Gradually, tears flowed down her cheeks. Why did it take you so long to find me? I was almost bullied to death. Guli embraced her with one arm while gently patting her back with the other. There, do not cry. This is all but an illusion. Let us leave this dream and return to reality. Arya raised her tiny fist defiantly. No, I want revenge. Guli chuckled softly, conceding to follow Arya in her quest for vengeance against her tormentor. Night fell swiftly. By the time they exited the alley, the streets were shrouded in darkness. Where has everyone gone? Little Arya looked around, unable to spot the vendor who had struck her. His stall had vanished as well. Has he fled? Guli remarked with a smile. It is dark now. He has likely gone home. Not to worry, I will hasten time and ensure he sets up his stall immediately. Just as he prepared to alter the dream once more, a group of Imperial guards dashed past them. The leader of the guards exchanged glances with Guli before turning back. He scrutinized Guli for a moment and inquired, the attire of the Imperial kitchen? Why are you not returning to the palace at this hour? Guli studied the man's face, murmuring, Shun Lian? Is this dream inspired by the assassin? Shun Lian furrowed his brow. How do you know my name? A guard nearby suddenly interjected. Sir, there is a murder case at the inn awaiting your oversight. Shall we leave 2 brothers here to handle this? Very well, Shun Lian replied. Dingen, you remain. Follow protocol. Inquire, record, and then apprehend. Shun Lian waved his hand, and the remaining members of the Jinui followed him as they departed. Only the Jinui named Ding and remained, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword, inquiring. Little eunuch from the Shangshanken, pray tell, why do you defy the curfew? Do you wish to enter our Jinui's prison? Guli gently set down the girl named Elia and casually snapped his fingers. The dream began to stagnate, manifesting subtle changes. Cough, cough. His complexion turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The frequent alterations of the dream tormented him. Ultimately, it was his own frailty that rendered him incapable of bearing the immense power of the crystallization. The Jinui, Dingen, suddenly shifted his demeanor, exclaiming, Is that not eunuch she, out so late and still awake? He had not clearly seen the eunuch's face earlier, and thus had spoken out of turn. He implored the eunuch for forgiveness. With cupped fists, he performed a deep bow before Guli. Guli trembled, leaning against the wall, and bellowed, Get lost! Yes, yes. Dingen wiped the cold sweat from his brow and fled. Guli had just altered his own identity. Though he was unfamiliar with the bureaucratic hierarchy of the Ming dynasty, he recognized who wielded the most power at this juncture. Not the emperor, but the formidable eunuch Wei Zhongxian. His official status had not changed. He remained a lowly eunuch under the Shangshankan. Yet now, he was the beloved adopted son of Wei Zhongxian. His standing was thus extraordinary. Elia, observing Gu Li's suffering, expressed her concern. "Luke, shall we return to reality and forego our revenge?" Gu Li, leaning against the wall, slowly sank to the ground and replied with a smile. "Elia, I must confirm something." After resting for a moment, he took Elia to a nearby inn that was still open. "Innkeeper, provide us with a fine guest room," Gu Li commanded. He produced a gold leaf from his waist and tossed it to the innkeeper. As the innkeeper grasped the gold leaf and confirmed its authenticity, he hurried out from behind the counter, beaming, "Welcome, esteemed guest." They ascended to a room on the 3rd floor, where the innkeeper personally closed the door for them. "Should you require anything, just call out in the hallway," he said as he departed. Once the innkeeper left, Gu Li crouched down to explain to Elia, "I need to verify something. Please wait for my return and do not wander off." Despite her trepidation, Elia did not wish to impede Gu Li's important task. "Please return soon," she urged. "Indeed," Gu Li replied, turning to leave the room and descend the stairs. As he passed the counter, he intentionally paused for a moment, stating, "Take good care of that girl, or else." He removed his waist badge and slammed it on the counter, declaring, "I will shut down your inn." The innkeeper, upon seeing the 4 imposing characters on the badge, turned pale, exclaiming, "The Eastern Depot? You are a high-ranking official of the Eastern Depot. Rest assured, my establishment will take excellent care of the young lady. I dare not be negligent." Gu Li pocketed the badge and curiously inquired, "It is already past curfew. Why have you not closed?" The innkeeper, smiling apologetically, replied, "My lord, do you not know today is the Zhongyuan festival? Except for the main thoroughfare of the capital, the curfew in other areas is extended by an hour." Gu Li raised an eyebrow. "The main thoroughfare? The wide road just a street away from you?" Indeed, did the esteemed gentleman not know? The innkeeper expressed some surprise. Gu Li offered no response, merely nodding in silence. It was no wonder that despite the lively atmosphere within the inn, the main road where he had encountered the Imperial Guards was utterly deserted. "Take care of her well," he said. "Farewell, esteemed guest." With that, Gu Li departed from the inn, hastening towards the direction where Shun Lian had vanished. He sought to confirm a particular matter. In truth, at the very moment he encountered Shun Lian, an intriguing thought struck him. If all that transpired within the dream was the result of a mysterious crystallization of calculations, could it be that the martial arts techniques it computed possessed genuine lethality? Were someone to assert that one could transfer the inner strength and agility from dreams into reality, Gu Li would certainly scoff. Yet, if one were to merely speak of martial techniques, then it might indeed be plausible. Were these very skills not precisely the combat prowess that Gu Li desperately needed? Chapter 26. Martial arts training in the southern city, there stood an inn surrounded by the Imperial Guards. Gu Li surmised that this must be the scene of the murder. As he approached the inn, he was halted by 2 guards stationed at the entrance. "Halt! This is a crime scene. No unauthorized personnel are allowed to approach." Gu Li brandished his waist token and barked. Had her eyes gone blind? "Step aside. An official from the Eastern Depot?" The 2 guards dared not challenge him and quickly made way. With a cold snort, Gu Li stepped into the inn. Inside, the floor was strewn with the chaotic remains of 7 or 8 corpses. Several guards were documenting the scene, while 2 corner assistants were examining the bodies. Gu Li scanned the area, but did not spot Shun Lian. He called out loudly, "Where is Shun Lian?" The guards inside had heard the commotion at the entrance, and, recognizing Gu Li as an official from the Eastern Depot, did not dare to be negligent. "Sir, are you looking for Bai Hu Shun? He has already left with his men. We are under the command of Chief Ling left." Gu Li recalled the narrative. It seemed Shun Lian's case had been snatched by rivals. That night, one of his subordinates had also committed suicide for privately maligning Wei Zhongxian. He pointed at a guard and commanded, "You, take me to your town constabulary." The guard smiled wryly. "Sir, Master Shun will be on duty at Ming Shifeng tonight. Even after his shift ends, he will go directly home to rest and will not return to the office. Just take me there without further ado." Guli glared at him impatiently. The guard, not daring to retort, complied with a bow and hurried back toward the inn. Guli stood before the Northtown constabulary, waving his hand dismissively. You go ahead. I shall wait here. Are you planning to wait all night? Master, Shin only takes duty in the morning. The guiding guard ventured to remark. Guli did not respond, merely continuing to gesture for him to leave. The guard, sensing the tension, bowed respectfully and scurried away toward the inn. Guli gazed at the Northtown constabulary before him and casually waved his hand, accelerating the passage of time within the dream. In but a second, dawn broke, and the clock had struck noon the following day. Merely accelerating time did not induce any discomfort, far from the excruciating pain that accompanied altering the dream's fabric. Guli steadied his breath and slowly entered the Northtown constabulary. Guided by someone, he fortuitously encountered Shun Lien, who was just exiting the office. By who, Shun? Please hold. Shun Lien turned back, regarded Guli with a glance, then bowed his head and clasped his fists in greeting. Greetings, Your Excellency. Guli wasted no time and stated directly, I have long heard of Baihu Shun's exceptional martial prowess. Today, I wish to learn a few techniques from you. I wonder if you would be so gracious as to impart your knowledge. Shun Lien, reluctant to engage with someone from the Eastern Depot, politely declined. My family's martial arts are not to be disseminated. I hope you can understand, Your Excellency. Guli furrowed his brow. In both films of the spring knife, Shun Lien's martial skills are indeed commendable. However, this does not imply that no one surpasses him. Most of the other formidable figures are wandering knights with no fixed abode. Where could Guli possibly seek them out? Shun Lien is the only protagonist readily available. Are you aware of the consequences of crossing me? Guli threatened. Should Shun Lien continue to refuse, he would have no choice but to alter the dream once more, compelling Shun Lien to willingly impart his martial arts skills. Shun Lien, visibly troubled, remained silent. At that moment, another man emerged from the yamen. Dressed in a silver python robe, he approached Guli with a beaming smile. This is not the time for pleasantries. Come in and sit. He beckoned, simultaneously signaling to Shun Lien. Shun Lien clasped his fists in greeting and hastily departed. Guli attempted to retain him, but was blocked by the Jin Iwei officer. Xie Shun Lien has official duties to attend to. Allow me to entertain you. The officer said. Guli recognized him as Lu Wenjiao, a captain of the Jin Iwei. While Lu Wenjiao's martial prowess was commendable, it was not the reason Guli halted. Rather, it was his junior sister, a woman named Ding Beiying. Both of them are descendants of the Qijiao knife lineage, inheriting two distinct styles of the Qijiao knife. Ding Beiying had once defeated Shun Lien using her drawing technique, although, in the latter part of the film, Shun Lien, through his innate understanding, managed to counter her technique and ultimately vanquished her. However, for Guli, such innate understanding is not something that can be taught or learned. In terms of martial arts forms, Ding Beiying's Qijiao knife far surpasses Shun Lien's familial skills. With this thought in mind, Guli followed Lu Wenjiao into the yamen. Lu Wenjiao led Guli to a nearby reception room and instructed his subordinates to serve 2 cups of hot tea. What brings you here, Xie Gongong? Guli leisurely settled into a wooden chair and replied nonchalantly, I wish to learn martial arts. I have heard that the Jin Iwei is home to many skilled warriors, and I came to seek a mentor. Alas, Shin Baihu looks down upon me. Lu Wenjiao, uncertain of the truth, inquired cautiously, the Eastern Depot also has its share of experts. Moreover, with your esteemed position, would you not easily find a capable master? Why waste time with Shun Lien? I understand that you share a deep bond with Shun Lien and wish to protect him. Please forgive my presumption. Guli lightly tapped the table with his fingers and asked, Lord Lu, I have heard that you are a descendant of the Qijiao knife? Lu Wenjiao sipped his tea and nodded indeed. If you wish to learn, I would be more than happy to teach you a few techniques. In truth, compared to his junior sister Ding Beiying, Lu Wenjiao practiced the orthodox Qijiao knife. His blade was longer, with only the front third sharpened, while the remaining 2/3 remained unsharpened. This design allowed for versatile use, enabling the wielder to grip the unsharpened section for use as a spear or short sword when necessary. However, Guli had no desire to learn Lu Wenjiao's orthodox Qijiao knife. He shook his head and said, I have heard that Lord Lu has another junior sister. Lu Wenjiao's expression changed. Although his sister worked alongside him, she held no official title and remained a concealed figure in the martial world. How did Master Shi come to know this? A flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. For the greater good, he would not hesitate to slay even Wei Zhongxian's most favored adopted son. Gu Li feigned ignorance of Lu Wenjiao's hostility, sipping from his teacup. Unintentionally informed, Lu Qianhu need not feel apprehensive. Upon hearing of his martial sister's exceptional skills, I am filled with admiration. Might you be so kind as to introduce us? In the film, Ding Beiying's decisive blow against Shun Lian was nothing short of magnificent. Even after all this time, Gu Li still vividly recalls that scene. Ding Beiying's Qijia swordsmanship, refined from the techniques of the Woku, employs a blade that is similarly an adaptation of the katana. Gu Li could no longer discern whether it was the elegance of the technique or Ding Beiying's charismatic presence that captivated him. In any case, it was indeed enchanting, and he yearned to learn. Lu Wenjiao remained silent for a moment, then said, "Very well, I shall make arrangements. Master, she may return tomorrow." Understood. Gu Li set down his teacup and took his leave from the Bizenfu office. Upon reaching the entrance, he hastened the flow of time. In the blink of an eye, an entire day had passed. As time resumed its normal pace, a Jinui at the office entrance spotted Gu Li and rushed over, presenting him with a letter. "Master Shi, this is a missive from Lord Lu." Gu Li silently accepted the letter, opening it to reveal merely 4 characters. Qingfeng Tea House. Does Lord Lu imply that I should seek out Ding Beiying? After clarifying the route with the messenger, he traversed several streets until he arrived at the entrance of the Qingfeng Tea House. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary tea establishment. However, in truth, it served as Lord Lu's clandestine stronghold, where every attendant was a skilled fighter. The staff seemed to have anticipated Gu Li's arrival, leading him directly to the back courtyard. In the courtyard, a woman in white sat gracefully upon a wooden chair, surrounded by armed attendants. "The eunuch of the Eastern Depot wishes to be my disciple in martial arts. I regret to inform you, I do not accept castrated men." Ding Beiying harbored a deep disdain for the eunuch faction, casting a glance that prompted her attendants to draw their blades and advance upon Gu Li. Yet, Gu Li remained composed, intending first to converse with Ding Beiying. Should negotiations falter, he would alter the dreamscape. "Miss Ding, I share your loathing for the eunuch faction and Wei Zhongxian. My pursuit of martial arts is solely to vanquish him. Besides, I am aware of your deeds, the assassination of the emperor, acts of treason." With a swift motion, Ding Beiying unsheathed her sword. Gu Li chuckled. "Miss Ding, do not be hasty. Should I perish, the revelation of your clandestine communications will undoubtedly reach the depot master." Ding Beiying scrutinized Gu Li for a lengthy moment before finally returning her sword to its sheath. "Speak then. What is it that you desire?" "As I have stated, I wish to learn martial arts. You teach me the Qijia swordplay, and I shall ensure your secrets remain safe." Ding Beiying, intrigued, inquired. "My senior brother mentioned you were unwilling to study under him. Why then are you so adamant about learning my Qijia swordsmanship?" "Indeed," Gu Li affirmed with a nod. Ding Beiying remained non-committal. "I currently lack the time to instruct you. Perhaps you might select one of my numerous disciples?" A brief demonstration from Miss Ding would suffice. Gu Li possessed a mysterious crystal that assisted in recording. Henceforth, he merely needed to conjure the dream of this small courtyard to repeatedly observe Ding Beiying's swordsmanship. Ding Beiying, somewhat astonished, pondered whether Gu Li was a martial arts prodigy capable of mastering techniques at a mere glance, with an impeccable memory. Gu Li offered no explanation, simply stating, "Miss Ding, there is no need for excessive contemplation. Please demonstrate." Ding Beiying harbored reservations and was reluctant to impart her true skills to Gu Li. She carelessly wielded her sword, executing a few perfunctory motions. Observing her lack of focus, Gu Li remarked, "Very well, I shall learn just one technique. Miss Ding, I kindly request a demonstration of the drawing sword technique." With a cold smirk, Ding Beiying replied, "I initially believed you to be an unskilled outsider, but I now realize you possess hidden depths. Within the Ming Dynasty, there are scarcely a few who are aware of my proficiency in the drawing sword technique." Recognizing Gu Li could not be easily deceived, she resolved to showcase her genuine skill. Wooden stake, Ding Baying commanded, and several attendants swiftly retrieved a wooden stake from the adjacent firewood house, collectively positioning it within the courtyard. Her drawing sword technique differed from that of the pirates, as it employed a reverse draw. While this method reduced the attack range, it significantly enhanced the power behind the strike. Standing before the wooden stake, Ding Baying placed her hand upon the hilt, remaining utterly still. Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted. Before anyone could discern what transpired, Ding Baying had already sheathed her sword. The wooden stake before her lay, severed into 2 pieces. Chapter 27. The Chi Family Blade, Part 1. Ding Baying brushed past Gu Li, her blade in hand, uttering a mere phrase, "Remember your promise." With that, she prepared to leave the courtyard. Gu Li turned to gaze at her confident silhouette, his mind consumed by the image of her lifeless body, tragically perishing beneath the chaos of betrayal by Emperor Chongzhen. Perhaps it was due to a pang of compassion or a desire to rectify a lingering regret within him that he impulsively called out to the departing Ding Baying, "Miss Ding, please wait." Ding Baying halted, turning back with a frosty demeanor. "Your purpose has been fulfilled. I kindly ask you to depart. I have matters of great importance to discuss with you. I beseech you, Miss Ding, to dismiss your attendants," Gu Li insisted earnestly. After a brief moment of hesitation, Ding Baying replied, "There is a secluded room upstairs. Please follow me." The two ascended to the 2nd floor of the tea house, Ding Baying guiding Gu Li to a corner room. Without further pleasantries, she took a seat at the table and inquired with suspicion, "What further words do you have, sir?" Gu Li awkwardly lingered at the door, snapping his fingers to alter the dream. With a sudden gasp, he expelled a mouthful of blood, feeling dizzy and unable to stand. Confused, Ding Baying observed as he seemingly conjured a small box from thin air, only to witness him collapse, bloodied and weakened. "Sir, with such a frail constitution, you ought to return home to recuperate," she remarked with disdain. Gu Li struggled to rise, but found himself utterly drained of strength. Internally, he lamented, "Alas, it seems I have mismanaged the situation. Miss Ding, might you assist me in standing?" Ding Baying cast a disdainful glance at Gu Li, aware of the impropriety of physical contact between the sexes, even if he was a eunuch. With a sigh, Gu Li extended a tablet toward her. "Please take this, Miss Ding. It pertains to your future survival." Perplexed, Ding Baying accepted the tablet, scrutinizing it with curiosity. "What an exquisite mirror. Is this your gift, sir?" "It is not merely a mirror. It is not an ordinary mirror. This is the mirror of afterlife. Through it, you can glimpse the future of your fellow disciples." Ding Baying could not suppress her sarcasm. "Do you take me for a child? If you possess such mystical powers, why seek my martial training?" Weakly, Gu Li lifted his hand, pointing to a small button on the side of the tablet. The mirror side has a discreet button. A gentle press will activate it. Ding Baying explored with her finger, discovering the unassuming button. Skeptical, she pressed it, and the screen of the tablet illuminated instantly, accompanied by sounds emanating from the side speaker. Startled, Ding Baying nearly dropped the device. "Be cautious. The mirror of afterlife is not to be mishandled," Gu Li warned urgently. This tablet was custom-made by him, devoid of any complex operating system, containing only a singular film for viewing. To avoid complications, he had meticulously removed the credits and title from the beginning and end. "Is this my senior brother?" Ding Baying fixated intently on the tablet, her hands trembling. Gu Li had expected her to continue watching, yet to his surprise, after merely a few minutes, she approached him with the tablet in her embrace, inquiring, "Grandfather, how do I turn off this reincarnation mirror? Aren't you going to watch any longer? The subsequent images are crucial. They depict your future." Ding Baying's voice quivered as she replied, "I wish to summon my senior brother to view this reincarnation mirror with me." Gu Li could not help but marvel at the depth of her affection for her senior brother. He pondered whether he would ever be fortunate enough to encounter a woman who would treat him with such devotion. "Very well, simply press the button once more, and the reincarnation mirror will enter a state of dormancy. However, remember, it will only play once. You must seize this opportunity wisely." Ding Baying bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, grandfather, for bestowing this celestial opportunity upon me. I am eager to find my brother. I apologize for my rudeness." In her haste, She bypassed the door and stairs, instead employing her lightness technique to leap out of the window. So eager? You ought to send someone to escort me away first. Ghoulie grasped the doorframe, trembling as he pulled himself up from the ground. Truly, good intentions often go unappreciated. The world is deteriorating, and human hearts are becoming increasingly untrustworthy. Ultimately, what am I truly thinking? They are all illusions. When the dream dissipates, they too shall vanish. Why have I suddenly taken this so seriously? His current feelings mirrored those of a player who had just expended real money on a game, filled with both ennui and profound regret. How many pounds of pork can 648 buy? What is the use of drawing cards? Essentially, it is merely a string of data codes. Once his grievances were released, he began to move, slowly making his way down the corridor and stairs. The staff within the establishment, witnessing his labored movements, assumed he'd been beaten by Ding Beiying. Rather than offering assistance, they displayed expressions of schadenfreude. Ghoulie remained unfazed, replaying the memory of Ding Beiying's blade in his mind as he steadily advanced toward the inn where Elia resided. Inside the inn, although 2 days and nights had elapsed in the outside world, Elia felt as if she had spent less than 3 hours in her room. As a being not shaped by dreams, she was naturally unaffected by the acceleration of time. Oh dear, how has my lord sustained such injuries in just 2 days? Quickly, someone, assist my lord back to his room. The innkeeper's voice echoed from below, followed by 2 burly attendants who lifted the weakened Ghoulie back to his chamber. Luke, what has happened to you? Elia cried, nearly in tears at the sight of him. The 2 attendants, upon seeing her, looked as if they had encountered Spectre. After placing Ghoulie on the bed, they fled the room without a backward glance. Innkeeper, that little foreigner has reappeared. Due to Ghoulie's frequent time accelerations, those in the inn perceived that Elia had vanished for an extended period. Ghoulie, disinterested in their assumptions, found himself in a dire state, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. Who could have anticipated that a mere few hundred meters would take him nearly 2 hours to traverse? He leaned weakly against the headboard and extended his right hand. Elia, come hold my hand. We are about to depart from this dream. Arya nodded vigorously and said, Yes. Let us return swiftly. We shall not seek vengeance any longer. Just then, a man and a woman suddenly leaped through the window. The newcomers were Lu Wenjiao and Ding Beiying, who surveyed the occupants of the room. Ding Beiying proceeded to secure the door, while Lu Wenjiao approached Ghoulie's bedside. How could the immortal master be in such a weakened state? Ghoulie coughed a few times and lamented, I have divulged too many secrets of heaven. My time is short. I fear I can no longer assist you. Please, you two should take your leave. Lu Wenjiao and Ding Beiying knelt in reverence, expressing their gratitude. The immortal master has aided us, your disciples, immensely. We are at a loss for how to repay such kindness and feel deeply ashamed. We have come solely to express our gratitude, seeking nothing more. Does the immortal master have any wishes? They inquired earnestly. We, as your disciples, shall exert every effort to fulfill them. Ghoulie's eyes brightened, and he spontaneously exclaimed, Why not demonstrate the entirety of your Qijia martial arts for me? Chapter 28. The Qijia Blade, Part 2. Lu Wenjiao stood in a daze for a few seconds, glancing around before speaking. This place is rather cramped. It may not be suitable for a demonstration. However, since it is the wish of the immortal master, we shall comply. The 2 had come lightly equipped, without any weapons. Junior sister, you should carry the immortal master back to the Qingfeng tea house first. I will retrieve the blade from the magistrate's office and then rejoin you. With that, Lu Wenjiao departed ahead of them. Ding Beiying helped Ghoulie off the bed, reassuring him, Do not worry, my senior. I will do my utmost to ensure a smooth journey. Ghoulie, noticing the anxious young girl, Alia, beside them, suggested, Bring this little girl along as well. Of course, Ding Beiying replied, securing Alia at her waist with one hand while lifting Ghoulie with the other. With a gentle push off the floor, she soared out the window, landing gracefully on the roof of the adjacent building. It seemed as if she bore no weight, moving as swiftly as a swallow across the rooftops, taking shortcut. In less than 2 minutes, the trio returned to the courtyard of the Qingfeng tea house. Come quickly, bring a wooden chair for the immortal master. Immortal? Master? The attendants exchanged puzzled glances, but they acted promptly, soon bringing forth a large armchair. Ding Bing gently set Ilea aside before carefully assisting Gu Li into the chair. I beg the immortal master's pardon. This was the only way I could transport both of you at once. The thought of rushing while carrying the immortal master made Ding Bing feel quite rude. Gu Li, however, dismissed the concern, saying, "No matter. I merely believe that lightness and movement is a marvelous skill." Ding Bing, not one to withhold knowledge, offered, "If the immortal master wishes to learn, I can provide the secret manual and demonstrate personally." Gu Li waved his hand with a smile. "No need for that. Lightness and internal skills are not destined to be mine. You need only demonstrate the martial techniques. The rest is unnecessary." Ding Bing nodded. "Please wait here for just a moment. Immortal master, I will fetch the blade." She leaped gracefully to the third floor, where a chamber was located. In the brief interlude, while Ding Bing retrieved the blade, Lu Wenjiao had already arrived. He climbed over the wall, bearing a nearly 2-meter-long straight sword, and landed before Gu Li. Ding Bing descended directly from the third floor, landing beside Lu Wenjiao, blade in hand. Gu Li, regaining his composure, inquired, "Which of you shall begin?" Ding Bing clasped her fists together and declared, "My martial arts are quite simple. I shall go first." Lu Wenjiao nodded in agreement. "Very well." He positioned himself beside Gu Li, explaining, "The Qijia blade style practiced by my junior sister is one of the earliest forms. At that time, the true Qijia blade had yet to be fully developed, so it consists of modified techniques derived from the Woka's methods." Ding Bing stepped into the center of the courtyard. Her gaze suddenly sharpened. With a swift motion, the elegant Qijia blade was drawn, dancing freely within her grasp. The blade glimmered like a comet, each stroke imbued with lethal intent and an unwavering resolve. Ding Bing appeared as a blood-soaked female Azura, her aura of deadly intent suffocating. In a swift display, she executed a series of over a dozen techniques, concluding with both forward and reverse drawing techniques, showcasing everything she was capable of. Lu Wenjiao, shouldering his blade, exchanged places with Ding Bing. With utmost dedication, the junior sister has exerted herself. It is now my turn to demonstrate before the esteemed master. Ding Bing sheathed his sword and gracefully approached Gu Li's side. "Master, my senior brother practices the orthodox Qi family sword technique. The entire blade measures approximately 3.5 feet, with only the foremost foot sharpened. Due to its considerable length, it necessitates a two-handed grip." Lu Wenjiao unsheathed his long sword and commenced a serious demonstration. The orthodox Qi family sword is divided into 4 distinct sections, the first being the technique itself. As Ding Bing elucidated beside Gu Li, Lu Wenjiao wielded the 2-meter-long sword in the center of the arena. The swordplay of Lu Wenjiao contrasted sharply with that of Ding Bing. His style was expansive and sweeping, better suited for overcoming multiple adversaries. In simple terms, Ding Bing's technique was tailored for close combat, while Lu Wenjiao's was designed for battlefield formations. The swordplay comprises only 9 techniques. Upon concluding the demonstration, Lu Wenjiao did not immediately sheath his sword. Instead, he switched to a one-handed grip on the hilt, with his other hand grasping the unsharpened portion of the blade. Next, he would unveil the concealed spear techniques within the Qi family sword. With nearly 2/3 of the blade unsharpened, it could indeed function as a spear. The spear techniques consist of 6 forms, which Lu Wenjiao swiftly demonstrated. Following this was the short blade, ideal for close-quarters combat. By gripping the unsharpened edge with one hand, the long sword instantaneously transformed into a short blade. A remarkable feat, the short blade encompasses only 3 techniques, making it the simplest of the forms. Finally, there is the overarching principle, combining long sword techniques, spear forms, and short blade maneuvers into a fluid and unpredictable combat style. The myriad variations were too extensive for Lu Wenjiao to fully demonstrate in a single session. He could only showcase a few combinations he deemed most effective. Gu Li felt his spirit ignite with enthusiasm. "Excellent. Truly, the martial arts of Huaxia are profound and expansive," Ding Bing softly suggested. "If one were to harmonize the Qi family heart technique with lightness skills, the results would be exponentially greater." "Master, will you truly not learn?" Gu Li replied with a wry smile. "It is not that I do not wish to learn. It is simply beyond my capacity. At that moment, Lu Wenjiao approached. She'd sword in hand. Junior sister need not say more. The master possesses divine strength and need not practice internal skills. Guli chose not to elaborate, instead smiling. In that case, my wish has been fulfilled. I must take my leave. Lu Wenjiao clasped his fists in salute. Master, take care. The bond between us siblings will forever be etched in our hearts, grateful for your immense grace and virtue. After much contemplation, Ding Bing stepped forward, knelt on both knees, and presented her treasured sword. Master, I beg your forgiveness. The soul-returning mirror has been damaged by my hand. We possess nothing of value, and this sword is one of the few exquisite blades in existence, which I humbly offer to you. The tablet, having finished its film, vanished automatically. Guli smiled. You need not blame yourself. The mirror was destined to meet such a fate. Moreover, I cannot take this sword with me. Before he could finish, Ding Bing interrupted. Master, please do not delay any further. If you have just acquired the sword techniques, you are in need of a fine blade. Should you possess a better sword, I would naturally refrain from insisting. Guli fell silent. He certainly could not alter the dreamscape and conjure a superior sword at this moment. The blade is called Falling Plum. It is a treasured heirloom of my family. I sincerely hope you will accept it, for my heart shall remain restless otherwise. Ding Bing's sword is a magnificent work of art, adorned with exquisitely crafted reliefs on the hilt, guard, and scabbard. The blade is equally captivating, featuring a blood groove and intricate patterns that enhance its beauty. At the tip of the sword, a delicate white tassel dances gracefully in the breeze. This sword, named Falling Plum, is both luxurious and unpretentious, beautiful yet not gaudy, a true masterpiece. Guli, wishing to honor Ding Bing's kind gesture, solemnly accepted the Falling Plum and made a heartfelt promise. This sword shall accompany me throughout my life. Ding Bing slowly rose, wishing for the immortal master's longevity and well-being, free from worries for a lifetime. Farewells are always tinged with sorrow. Even though Guli knew their sentiments were fabricated, he could not suppress the melancholy within. He gazed deeply at Lu Wenjiao and Ding Bing, bidding them to take care. Immortal master, take care. The two exchanged formal bows. Guli tightly grasped the small hand of Alia beside him, and in an instant, they were pulled away from the dreamscape. As they departed, the dream world dissipated into the realm of consciousness. Chapter 29. Consequences in the Lord's Fortress of Winterfell, within Jon Snow's chamber. A colossal ice egg slowly began to crack under the watchful eyes of those present. It swiftly melted away, evaporating to reveal the wooden bed within. On that bed, two figures lay entwined in slumber, seemingly untouched by the world outside. Robb approached the bedside, gently calling out, Arya? Just then, Arya stirred awake, gazing at Robb with confusion. Is that you, Robb? I'm back. Luke, we have returned. Gendry opened his eyes and smiled. Arya, those were merely dreams. You need not take them too seriously. Arya, unfamiliar with the language of the realm she had dreamt of, had merely played a passive role throughout her visions. Yet, this did not hinder her appreciation for the exquisite foreign architecture and the breathtaking martial arts she had witnessed. With the threat averted, Jon too relaxed. He chuckled, teasing, You two enjoyed a delightful dream, while the rest of us endured quite the ordeal. Gendry sat up and inquired what transpired. Robb briefly explained, You both have slept for an entire day and night. Mother believed Arya was missing and has been searching the castle. If she discovers Arya here, she will surely think Luke has deliberately concealed her. He advised Arya, You should go down and find Mother. Just say you were hiding in the wardrobe and just woke up. Arya understood that their mother disapproved of Gendry, responding, Yes, I understand. She donned her boots and hurriedly exited Jon's room. Sansa's gaze towards Gendry shifted, transforming from fear to awe. After all, he was the legendary sorcerer, the living embodiment of one who could wield ice magic. However, recalling her previous antagonism towards Gendry made her reluctant to linger. I will check on Arya. Wait, Sansa, Robb called after her. Now that you are aware of Luke's situation, some matters are best kept from Mother. Sansa blushed, I understand. You need not worry. Jon earnestly added, and Father, yes, and Theon, none of this can be mentioned. Indeed, I shall safeguard the secret. In that moment, Sansa felt a sense of belonging, as if she had become a part of the Sorcerer's Fellowship, lifting her spirits considerably. Over the past month, she had felt lonely and sorrowful, deliberately sidelined by Robb and Arya. Deep down, she had longed to reconcile and reintegrate into their small circle. Now, with the opportunity at hand, she could not let it slip away. Robb, unaware of Sansa's thoughts and fearing she might jeopardize their situation, decided to accompany her to check on Arya. Jon, you stay behind and explain matters to Luke. I will accompany Sansa to alleviate Mother-S suspicions. Thus, the two departed the room. Left behind, Jon began to elucidate the circumstances to Gendry, recounting Arya's unexpected arrival the previous night, the mysterious ice egg that had appeared that morning, and the ensuing concern over Arya's disappearance. Finally, he spoke of the melting ice egg and the awakening of both Gendry and Arya. Ice egg? Could it be some form of self-defense mechanism? Ghoulie had not anticipated that the external circumstances were equally captivating. At that moment, the raven, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. The human whelp named Snow, you may take your leave. I have matters to discuss with Luke. Please grant us some privacy. Snow, perplexed, scratched his head in confusion. It was strange. The tone of this raven seemed more akin to that of an elder than a mere pet. He closed the door behind him, leaving the solitary pair of a man and a raven within, and stood in the corridor, waiting. The raven spoke gravely. Luke, I've been battling the others for millennia. No one understands them better than we, the children of the forest. It paused momentarily, alighting upon the headboard. I would never mistake it. The chill of your ice magic is unmistakably the power of the others. Ghoulie felt a surge of alarm and forced a laugh. Iceling, you must be mistaken. He wished to elaborate further, yet a sudden, disconcerting ringing filled his ears, overwhelming him. Buzz! Ghoulie was instantly engulfed in dizziness, warm liquid streaming from his eyes and nostrils. What was happening? He could see the raven's beak moving, but could not hear its voice. Luke, what has happened? Why are your eyes, nose, and ears bleeding? Ghoulie touched the liquid flowing from his eyes and examined it closely, a sticky, red substance. Blood? He retched violently, expelling a copious amount of blood that instantly stained the brown blanket crimson. Luke! The raven cried out in distress, but unfortunately, Ghoulie could not hear. He felt his entire body grow weak, his muscles turning to mush, and his bones ached with a sharp pain. It felt as though his brain might burst from the pressure, filling him with dread that it might indeed explode. Oh no, he retched again, this time ejecting fragments of internal organs along with the blood. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the raven hastily summoned Snow from outside, urging him to fetch help. Ghoulie's vision faded to black, and he lost consciousness completely. 3 full days passed before Ghoulie regained consciousness. He awoke alone beneath a colossal fir tree, devoid of any company save for a solitary raven perched upon a branch above. Beside the fir was a warm spring, steam rising in ethereal wisps that transported one to a realm of enchantment. You are awake? The raven appeared lethargic, as if wearied by its vigil. Ghoulie sensed that the fir tree nearby was emanating an invisible warmth, alleviating his pain. Iceling? Am I in the sacred grove of Winterfell? In the northwest corner of Winterfell lies a naturally flourishing grove known as the Sacred Grove. The foliage is so dense that it creates a vast canopy, shielding the ground from sunlight. Southeast of the Sacred Grove stands a particularly robust fir tree, adorned with the carved visage of the children of the forest. This tree predates Winterfell itself, having taken root long before the Stark family established the city. Most of the North's inhabitants are descendants of the first men. Alongside the children of the forest, worship the old gods. In contrast, the other 6 nations adhere to the worship of the 7 gods. Thus, Winterfell has steadfastly preserved the sacred weirwood grove, along with the heart tree, a fish-like wooden figure intricately carved with a face. The raven struggled to fly to Giri's side, nearly losing its balance. Look, what on earth have you done? Your entire being feels as though it has been crushed by an overwhelming force of magic. Not a single part remains unscathed. Were it not for the heart tree in Winterfell, through whose power I could heal you, you would have long since perished. Is it truly that dire? Giri rose to his feet, still somewhat fatigued, yet overall feeling significantly better. The raven, weary, stated, "Your subsequent recovery depends solely on yourself. I am utterly exhausted and shall require a period of rest. This raven cannot sustain the heart tree-esque magic. Once I detach, it will perish. Do not fret for me. I am unharmed." "Are you truly unharmed?" "Ice spirit, you must not deceive me," Giri lamented, regretting his reckless actions in the dream that had led to Ice Spirit-esque current plight. The raven reassured him, "I am fine. There is no need for concern. However, I must caution you, until your body has fully recuperated, refrain from utilizing magic. Otherwise, your ailments may resurge, leading to bodily collapse. No divine intervention can save you." "Refrain from using magic? You mean to say I must not wield magical power?" Upon hearing this, Giri comprehended the gravity of the situation. He had been so cautious until he momentarily indulged, and he never anticipated the consequences. "Ice spirit, my magic," the raven, sensing his unspoken thoughts, interrupted, "Rest assured, I shall keep your knowledge of the ice magic from the others confidential for now. Yet, you must exercise restraint and not become overly enraptured by this power. Otherwise, you may indeed transform into one of the others." Giri hesitated, contemplating the implications of channeling the energy of the other gods as a source of magic, which could very well lead to his servitude to them. Fortunately, the source of his magic was that enigmatic crystal, alleviating his concerns in that regard. After much deliberation, he ultimately chose not to divulge the truth about the crystal to Ice Spirit. The raven seemed to reach its limit and collapsed on the ground, its neck drooping weakly. "I have tirelessly channeled magic for you over 3 days without rest. I am utterly drained. Luke, take care of yourself. I shall return to you after some time. Rest well." "I am fine." Giri waved in farewell. The raven gazed at him intently. "Remember my words." "Indeed." Giri nodded in affirmation. After receiving his response, the raven slowly closed its eyes, peacefully succumbing to the embrace of sleep. Chapter 30. Abandonment and rebirth in the frigid expanse of the Frostbite Mountains. Within the concealed cavern of the Three-Eyed Crow, Bingling's consciousness returned to her corporeal form. The intense magical strain she had endured over the past 3 days left her somewhat fatigued. Yeji, having sensed the stir, quietly approached her side. "Bingling, why have you been absent for 3 consecutive days? Has something befallen Luke?" Her keen intuition detected the anomaly. Bingling typically returned on the same day she departed, never having lingered for such an extended period. As Bingling prepared to explain, she suddenly recalled that their every action had been under the watchful gaze of the Three-Eyed Crow. She swiftly altered her response, saying, "Yeji, I am utterly exhausted and wish to rest. Given that I have been caring for Luke, could you join me in repose?" "I'm not tired, but very well, I shall keep you company." Yeji initially intended to decline, but quickly grasped Bingling's underlying meaning. Together, they reclined on the hay, gradually succumbing to slumber. Bingling, endowed with the ability of shape-shifting, once more separated her consciousness, swiftly immersing herself in Yeji's dreamscape. This was not their first venture into such realms. As long as they conversed within the dream, even the Three-Eyed Crow's green vision could not penetrate their exchange. Within the dream, Bingling unveiled all that she had experienced over the past 3 days. How could this be? How could Luke possess the ice magic of the others? Yeji's eyes dimmed, murmuring, "How could Luke transform into another?" Bingling interjected with urgency, "Wait. Luke is not another. I have thoroughly examined him. He remains human. However, he is a human capable of wielding the powers of another." Yeji stirred awake, but she lamented, "The prophet will not let this go. Thus, even though he has sustained such grave injuries, I cannot allow him to return." Bingling asserted, "We cannot continue to neglect him. We must assign someone to remain by his side, vigilantly overseeing him." Bingling had already formulated a plan. "I know. In fact, I have a proposal. Yeji, I intend to relinquish my corporeal form and transfer my consciousness to—" "No, you must not," Yeji interrupted sharply. "This is my responsibility. Tomorrow, I shall seek out the prophet and persuade him to allow me to accompany Luke within the Great Wall." Bingling responded with a hint of amusement. "You, a child of the forest, wish to appear beyond the Great Wall? Can the humans still accept us?" "No, they cannot. Venturing beyond the Great Wall would be tantamount to suicide. Yeji fell silent for a moment before speaking. Is this the sentiment you have gathered during your time among humans? The children of the forest had long been estranged from the inhabitants of the Seven Kingdoms, finding the environment within the Seven Kingdoms exceedingly unfamiliar. Typically, whether ordinary children of the forest or those with shape-shifting abilities, their duty was to assist the three-eyed crow in monitoring the movements of the others. They seldom had the opportunity or energy to venture beyond the Great Wall. Only Bingling, fortunate enough to receive the task of supervising Gu Li, had the chance to journey into that realm. Bingling articulated her intentions, expressing her desire to transfer her consciousness into other animals, thus enabling her to remain close to Luke at all times. Yezi remained silent, unwilling to accept such a profound sacrifice from Bingling. The children of the forest have exceptionally long lifespans. They are among the most enduring, intelligent beings in this world. Even though they are nearing 10,000 years of age, they still possess several millennia ahead of them. Should Bingling completely transfer her consciousness to other creatures, she would relinquish her thousands of years of life for merely a few decades. Furthermore, this act would strip her of her shape-shifting abilities. In essence, she would have but a single opportunity to transfer her consciousness, with no possibility of continual transitions. Yezi, Luke is not solely your child. He is a child of us all. Bingling spoke softly. Yezi hesitated, yet she knew the seer would never consent to such a decision. Bingling's tone was resolute thus. I never intended to seek his approval. After a prolonged deliberation, Yezi, lacking both the talent for shape-shifting and a better alternative, ultimately acquiesced. What must I do? She inquired. Bingling, elated by her agreement, replied, It is quite simple. Fabricate a death for both myself and Luke. Additionally, assist me in stealing something. Yezi pondered this. The seer can see any corner of Westeros. If he merely directs his gaze to Winterfell, we would surely be discovered. Bingling chuckled. Did the seer not inform you? Ever since Luke entered Winterfell, he has been unable to see any events concerning Luke there. Otherwise, how could he have sent me to Winterfell to oversee Luke? Is that truly the case? Yezi inquired, surprised. They had aided several generations of Green Seers, yet had never heard of the Green Seer's vision being obscured. Bingling shared her sentiment. I believe there is a great secret hidden within Luke, which is why I must closely monitor him to prevent him from engaging in self-destructive behavior. Lowering her voice, Yezi suggested, perhaps you might transfer your consciousness into a human. This way, it would be more convenient for you to operate within the wall. Indeed, there existed human shapeshifters among the wildling tribes. However, these wildling shapeshifters were hardly comparable to the children of the forest. They had only practiced shape-shifting for a mere decade, often needing to establish an emotional bond with an animal before they could possess it. As for possessing a human, it was an endeavor of extreme difficulty, nearly impossible for them to achieve. The shapeshifters of the children of the forest, however, were markedly different. Most possessed millennia of shape-shifting experience, allowing them to inhabit any animal within their line of sight. Although possessing a human was challenging, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. Yet, Bingling had her own thoughts. Yezi, humans not only engage in mutual slaughter, but are also feeble. If they struggle to protect themselves, how could they possibly safeguard Luke? Yezi was perplexed by this. So, you wish to inhabit a beast? I believe that is not a prudent idea. Bingling shook her head. Not an ordinary beast. Yezi, do you recall the egg the previous seer instructed us to find? Yezi reflected for a moment, remembering that over a century ago, the former seer was still alive. He indeed dispatched several of them to the vicinity of the Rue River, west of the Great Wall, where they retrieved a large white egg. Do you know what kind of egg it is? The egg was brought back, yet they remained oblivious to the identity of the creature it belonged to. The previous prophet merely instructed them to store the egg deep within a cave, claiming it was for unforeseen circumstances. However, until the prophet's passing, the egg remained unused. Over time, it was forgotten by all. Bingling shared her insights, recounting a tale she had heard in Winterfell, which spoke of a century ago when a king and queen of humanity rode dragons to the wall, aiding the Night's Watch in repelling the invasion of the wildlings. The timing aligns perfectly. Are you suggesting that it is a dragon egg? Yezi, having never seen a dragon, could not make a judgment. Bingling was also uncertain. It was merely conjecture. You see, that egg is not of the species native to Westeros, as we both know. Dragons, indeed, are foreign creatures. The children of the forest once roamed all of Westeros and were intimately familiar with its flora and fauna. Clearly, that egg was not laid by any indigenous species. Dragons have a lifespan far exceeding that of humans, and I could accompany Luke throughout his life. After making this statement, Bingling patiently awaited Yezi's response. Yezi longed to say no, yet she knew she could not deter Bingling trembling. She embraced Bingling tightly and softly whispered in her ear, "Very well. I support you." Chapter 31. Misunderstanding the cave at night was extraordinarily tranquil, with the three-eyed raven, seamlessly integrated with the fish-leaf wood, soundly asleep. Yezi and Bingling cautiously traversed past the three-eyed raven, making their way to the deepest recesses of the cave. It was shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility impossible. The two could only proceed slowly, brandishing torches. Before them lay a vast pit, within which the white egg was stored beneath the surface. Using vines as makeshift ropes, they descended carefully to the cave floor. This was the sanctuary where the forest children safeguarded dragon crystals, haphazardly piled like grotesque rock formations. Amidst the blackened heap of dragon crystals, the white egg stood out conspicuously. Yezi cradled the frostbitten egg in her arms, its chilling touch devoid of life, igniting an ominous premonition within her. The egg had languished here for over a century and might very well be spoiled. Bingling placed her hand upon the white egg, channeling a flicker of magic within, seeking to ascertain whether life still resided inside. Yet her magic sank into silence, yielding no response. She maintained her endeavor, continuously infusing the egg with magic, yearning for a sign of life. After a prolonged period, just as they were on the brink of despair, a faint heartbeat echoed from within the egg. It was alive. Bingling was overwhelmed with joy, momentarily forgetting to temper her voice. Yezi, however, remained apprehensive, questioning how they could ensure a successful hatching in its current state. Bingling, are you truly willing to take this risk? Bingling was acutely aware of the dangers involved, yet she found herself devoid of alternatives. Perhaps nurturing this egg with all her magical essence could be a viable option. Several hours later, Yezi, bearing Bingling's lifeless body, approached the three-eyed raven. Prophet, the raven, hearing her call, awakened swiftly from its reverie. Yezi, what has transpired? The sorrow etched upon Yezi's face was unmistakable as she laid Bingling's body upon the ground. Prophet, Bingling's consciousness has departed for 3 days now. Her body has just lost its vitality. Prophet, how could this happen? The three-eyed raven fell silent, perplexed. Generally, the death of the host does not result in the demise of the shapeshifter. How could Bingling have perished? Since Luke entered Winter City, bizarre occurrences had unfolded one after another. First, he inexplicably became invisible to her, followed by Bingling's sudden passing. The raven gazed upon Bingling's corpse and solemnly instructed, "Summon the wind spirit." The wind spirit was another shapeshifter among the forest children. Yezi turned to exit the cave, a sense of relief washing over her as the weight upon her heart lifted. Utilizing Ghoulie to divert the three-eyed raven's attention had been their plan all along, allowing Bingling sufficient time to incubate. Now, she could only hope that Ghoulie would be astute enough not to reveal his ability to wield the ice magic of the otherworldly beings. A month elapsed. After a period of recuperation, Ghoulie finally regained the ability to walk normally. The sensation of tearing in his body gradually dissipated, and everything seemed to be progressing favorably. The sole source of his concern was the silence surrounding Bingling. Though it was promised that she would return in a few days, a month has now elapsed without a trace of her. On the training grounds, Ghoulie, still not fully recovered, refrains from vigorous exercise, standing aside as Rob and others practice. Having been idle for a month, he feels as though his limbs are on the verge of deterioration. Tomorrow, he must resume archery training. Yes, the swordsmanship also needs to be prioritized. As for magic, that will have to wait for now. Ghoulie engaged in some light physical activity, contemplating his future plans. Luke, Arya rushed up to Guli, cradling a raven. With excitement, she raised the bird high and exclaimed, "Luke, your raven has returned. It can talk." It is not particularly astonishing that a raven can mimic speech. At that moment, Jon Snow approached, dousing the enthusiasm with his remark, "Arya, Luke's raven is dead. I buried it alongside him. How could that be the same one you have?" Robb smacked Jon lightly on the back of his head. "You fool. Arya is trying to comfort Luke." Jon rubbed his head, suddenly enlightened. "Oh, is that so?" Guli chuckled softly. "It's all right. Arya, you need not concern yourself so." "Luke," the raven suddenly spoke. A collective silence fell upon the group as they all turned their gaze toward the raven in Arya's hands. Guli found the voice eerily familiar and, after a moment's reflection, inquired, "Wind spirit?" The raven nodded, breaking free from Arya's grasp. "Follow me. I have something to discuss with you." It took flight, leading the way out of Winterfell, and Guli hastily followed. The children remained unfazed by the scene, except for the oblivious Theon, who looked utterly astonished. "A raven can't talk, can it? Why does this one seem so peculiar, as if it possesses wisdom?" Robb diverted the topic. "Theon, let us continue our sword practice." In a small grove outside the city, the raven perched on a branch, surveying Guli below. "What transpired here? Why did Ice Blossom die?" "What? Ice Blossom is dead? How can that be?" Guli exclaimed in shock. The raven, perplexed, asked, "You did not know? Was she not involved in an incident in Winterfell?" Guli blurted out, "Impossible, she clearly told me." He paused, slowly descending into silence. Could it be that Ice Blossom had deceived him? Had her consciousness not returned beyond the wall? Or had she sacrificed her life to save him? "Are you here to monitor me as well?" he retorted, feeling despondent. The raven tilted its head in confusion. "What is wrong? What has happened?" Guli shook his head. "I am fine, you may leave now. I do not require protection, nor do I wish to be watched." The raven softened its tone, speaking gently. "Luke, we have watched you grow like our own child. How can we not care for you? The seer sent me to investigate the cause of Ice Blossom's death. But if you do not wish to share, I shall not press you." It flew to Guli's feet, "and I shall always accompany you. When you are ready to speak, simply share your thoughts with me." Guli gritted his teeth, declaring, "I do not wish to harm you. Depart." The raven, filled with urgency, inquired, "Luke, why do you say such things? Is someone intending to harm you? A human sorcerer? Or, leave now." A surge of potent magic erupted from him, forcefully expelling the wind spirit's consciousness from the raven's body. The raven's original consciousness awakened, and upon realizing it was beneath a human's feet, it let out a startled cry and swiftly took flight. Guli stood alone beneath the tree, consumed by sorrow. "Bingling, rest assured, I shall strive to live well and grow stronger. One day, I will fulfill your long-held wish, to slay the Night King and liberate the forest children bound by fate." His eyes reddened, and a few tears fell, betraying his resolve. Chapter 32. 5 years later, on the following morning, Guli resumed his archery practice with unwavering determination. The afternoon hours, originally dedicated to honing his magical control, were now devoted to mastering the Chijia swordsmanship taught by Ding Beiying. To facilitate his training, he meticulously crafted a wooden sword, mimicking the curvature of the blade used by Luo Mei. Thus, Guli devised a rigorous training regimen, aiming to draw his bow 10,000 times and unsheathe his sword 10,000 times. His days were filled with relentless training, and time passed swiftly. One morning, a month later, he inadvertently noticed a raven observing him from a distance. This peculiar occurrence persisted for several days. Guli soon realized that the raven must be the wind spirit ant. Regrettably, he was unwilling to live under the watchful gaze of the three-eyed raven and chose to remain indifferent. Aware of Guli's sentiments, the wind spirit maintained her distance, often appearing only outside the city, never venturing within and avoiding close contact with him. Like a guardian deity, she watched over him from afar, silently ensuring his safety. 3 more months passed, and the wind spirit's visits became less frequent, though she still occasionally checked on Guli. Her heart was at ease upon witnessing his continued health and well-being. A year later, Guli found himself at an impasse in his archery skills. The ordinary wooden bow no longer sufficed. He required a superior bow to elevate his prowess further. Consequently, he resumed his magical control training, reducing his archery practice to half an hour each day merely to maintain his dexterity. Time flowed swiftly, and 5 years elapsed in the blink of an eye. The once naive youth had grown taller and stronger, transforming into a vibrant and handsome young man. Within Winterfell, a white-haired, heterochromic youth rode slowly into the city atop a black warhorse. Behind him trailed dozens of Stark soldiers, recently returned from a mission to eliminate bandits, each saddle adorned with the severed heads of mountain thieves. The young man donned a suit of brown leather armor, carrying a simple wooden bow on his back, along with a wooden water flask, a leather pouch, and an exquisitely crafted lady's longsword. Curiously, his saddle bore no trophies. There was not a single head hanging from it. Had he not slain any foes? Yet, why did the soldiers behind him regard him with such reverence? Upon entering the city gates, the youth dismounted and handed the reins to a nearby servant. The soldiers followed suit, dismounting without the assistance of servants, but fortunately, they had entered Winterfell through the south gate, where the stables lay conveniently to their left, just a few steps away. After securing their horses, they intended to exchange the severed heads for military accolades, leaving no time for delay. The young man had little interest in military accolades. His excursions into battle were solely to refine his archery and swordplay. Military honors? He scoffed at the notion. He could not remain in Winterfell forever, and such things held no true value for him. Approaching the training grounds, he paused to observe. Inside, 2 younger boys, shorter than him, were engaged in a sparring match. The red-haired youth evidently struggled against the black-haired boy, gradually revealing signs of defeat. The two engaged in combat for over a dozen exchanges, until the dark-haired youth seized an opportunity, striking the red-haired youth's wrist and disarming him. The outcome was evident. The silver-haired boy clapped from the sidelines, exclaiming, "Snow, after just a few days, your swordsmanship has improved remarkably. Luke, you've returned from your bandit-slaying expedition?" Snow lowered his wooden sword and embraced Geary. Robb, rubbing his wrist, chuckled. Snow's prowess is evident, though it seems limited to one-handed sword techniques. At 12 years of age, they had already entered puberty, their lips adorned with fine fuzz and their voices deepening. Geary, being 17 and 5 years senior to Robb and Snow, naturally stood taller than them. However, this height difference was merely temporary. Given a few more years, Snow and Robb would soon catch up. "Where is Theon? I haven't seen him," Geary remarked, scanning the area for Theon's presence. Though their relationship was rather ordinary, it had improved from their earlier adversarial dynamic, evolving into a semblance of friendship after sharing 5 years under the same roof. Robb chuckled upon mentioning Theon, recalling a recent duel with Arya where he ended up with a rather embarrassing injury. P.S. probably lying on his bed, recuperating. "Are you going to visit him?" "Not really," Geary replied with a smile, recognizing their bond was not yet strong enough for such visits. Speaking of Arya, she had approached Geary about a year ago, expressing her desire to learn the exotic martial arts from her dreams. Geary had guided her into a dream state, intending to impart the authentic techniques of the Chicha family. Yet after over a month of dreaming, she had only grasped 6 techniques of spear fighting. Acknowledging her affinity for the spear, Geary ultimately decided to focus her training on these 6 forms rather than the entire repertoire. Unlike the languid Western techniques depicted in Game of Thrones, the 6 spear techniques of Liu Wenjiao emphasized swiftness and decisive action. It was no surprise that Theon, unaware of their intricacies, fell to Arya's skill. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Geary prepared to return to his room for rest, having been on the move for several days and in dire need of slumber. Now possessing his own private quarters, he no longer had to share a room with Snow. Despite no longer being roommates, their relationship remained close, perhaps even more so than before. In contrast, Robb, with the passage of time and the weight of his noble status, had grown more reserved, occasionally distancing himself from Geary and others. Perhaps it was Catelyn's influence, instilling in him the understanding of his distinction as the noble Stark heir, setting him apart from the bastards, Geary and Snow, and the wards, Theon. As Geary lay in bed, sleep eluded him. Ever since the passing of Ice, insomnia had been his constant companion. Fearful of dreams, He sealed his consciousness with magic before sleeping. Over the past 5 years, he had never crafted a new dreamscape. Only during his practice of swordsmanship did he enter the realm of consciousness to watch dream recordings. "Luke, I'm here to see you," Arya exclaimed with excitement as she rushed to his door, calling out loudly. With a sigh of resignation, Ghoulie stood up to open the door for her. "Arya, you're truly loud. I just returned and need some rest, all right?" He bent down and vigorously rubbed Arya's chubby cheeks, venting his frustration. Arya, holding a new water bottle aloft, declared, "I came to bring you a gift." "A gift?" Ghoulie took the new water bottle and scrutinized it closely. The entire vessel was intricately carved from a single bone, adorned with a lifelike depiction of the Stark family sigil, a direwolf. Arya said mysteriously, "This is dragon bone. I spent a lot of money to acquire it." Ghoulie sighed. "You have been deceived. This is bison bone." "No way," Arya protested, adamantly insisting it was dragon bone. "It is indeed a dragon bone water bottle. Take another look." Not wishing to shatter the child's dreams, Ghoulie relented. All right, dragon bone water bottle. Such a beautiful vessel. I shall keep it in my room." Arya was exasperated. "No, you must carry it with you. Throw away that old wooden bottle and take mine." The reason Ghoulie carried a water bottle was not merely for quenching thirst. Rather, it was to facilitate the use of ice magic. Unable to conjure ice from thin air, he could only create it by freezing liquid water. In a waterless environment, his ice magic would be rendered useless. Thus, he kept a bottle with him for emergencies. "I do find the water bottle quite lovely. By the way, I have a gift for you as well." Ghoulie turned and approached the bed, dragging out a long wooden box from beneath it. He carried this 2-meter-long box back to Arya. "Open it and see." Curious, Arya squatted down, gazing at the elongated wooden box, already guessing what lay inside. Excitedly, she patted the box. "Is it a new spear?" Ghoulie did not answer, but gestured for her to open it herself. Upon lifting the lid of the box, Arya beheld a spear emanating a chilling aura. The spear's design was exquisite. The translucent tip was sharp yet seemingly fragile, as if it could snap with the slightest pressure. Coiling around the juncture of the tip and shaft was a vividly detailed Chinese dragon, its scales, claws, and fangs all distinctly visible. The shaft was wrapped in white cloth, concealing its inner form. The tail of the spear was adorned with cloud motifs, harmonizing beautifully with the dragon at the tip. "What a beautiful spear!" Arya exclaimed, attempting to lift the ice spear, only to find it unexpectedly heavy. Not only did she struggle to steady the spear, but she nearly toppled over. Quick as a flash, Ghoulie caught her. With a smile, he explained, "This ice spear contains my infused magic, rendering it as hard as iron. It was originally intended as your coming-of-age gift, but I present it to you today." "Coming-of-age gift?" Arya huffed, "But I'm only 7 this year. I still have to wait 9 years. It is so heavy. How am I to use it now?" Arya complained, rubbing her head after receiving a light smack from Ghoulie. "This ice spear is exceedingly dangerous at present. You may only observe it. To wield it, you must wait until you mature further." "Dangerous? Are you afraid I will harm someone?" Arya retorted, her face flushed with indignation. Ghoulie shook his head and clarified, "This ice spear cannot inflict mere injuries. It is designed to kill. Within it lies my magical essence, which is unleashed upon striking an adversary." Unleashing magic. Arya struggled to comprehend. Ghoulie elaborated more straightforwardly. If you were to stab someone with it, that individual would instantly be transformed into ice shards. Thus, it constitutes a highly perilous weapon. He had devoted an entire year cultivating the magic within this spear to achieve its current potency. However, the magical energy it harbors is finite. One day it will be depleted. When I procure sufficient Valyrian steel, I will craft a spear tailored specifically for you. Upon concluding his remarks, he replaced the lid on the wooden box and added, "By the way, it has one more drawback. It tends to freeze one's hands." Arya dismissed these pros and cons. The ice spear was hers now. She summoned several guards to carry the wooden box back to her chamber. "Luke, will you always be by my side?" she suddenly inquired before departing. Ghoulie pondered for a moment and decided to speak truthfully. "No, one day you'll grow up, and I too shall eventually leave Winterfell. However, I will certainly return to see you." "Oh," Arya responded coldly, then kicked Ghoulie sharply before sprinting away. Chapter 33. The killing intent in the desolate lands beyond the wall, within the concealed lair of the three-eyed crow. The last two shape-shifting forest children were diligently reporting the results of their recent patrols. This month, several small tribes had joined the ranks of those who worshipped the cold god, and they had completed their sacrificial rites yesterday. A total of 7 human infants had been taken by the others into the realm of eternal winter. Throughout the month, 3 others had traversed in and out of this frozen domain, their sole purpose being to retrieve offerings. Upon concluding their report, the 2 forest children stood in place, awaiting the three-eyed crow's response. In a grave tone, the crow instructed, "Continue your surveillance. Among humans, there is never a shortage of fools. As long as those larger tribes remain unfallen, the situation is not dire." "Understood," they replied. Just as the forest children were about to exit the cave, the three-eyed crow called out, "Wind spirit, stay. Green grass, summon leaf." The one named Green Grass complied and exited the cave, soon returning with leaf. The three-eyed crow regarded them sternly. "You have repeatedly delayed addressing the matter of Luke. Do you truly believe I am unaware? I granted you 5 years. Yet to this day, you have failed to uncover who murdered Ice Ling and who is instructing Luke in the arcane arts." The wind spirit, puzzled, queried Prophet, "Why do you concern yourself so with Luke? He has remained obediently within Winterfell, never mingling with suspicious individuals. Moreover, isn't it a fortunate thing that he can learn magic?" The three-eyed crow's emotions erupted as he shouted, "He must not learn magic. I sent him to Winterfell precisely to ensure he leads an unremarkable life, to be mundane." He continued, "Now, I have reason to suspect that Luke is in collusion with human sorcerers, sacrificing Ice Ling to acquire his current magical abilities." Leaf, aware of the truth, immediately protested, "That is impossible. Luke is not that kind of child." The three-eyed crow sneered, "A child? Do you truly comprehend what he is? Why do I never allow you to interfere with the wildling sacrifices while I once risked my life to venture into the eternal winter to rescue him?" Both Leaf and the wind spirit shook their heads, recalling their past discussions on this matter, which had remained unresolved. As time passed, they had gradually forgotten. The three-eyed crow revealed the truth. "I once glimpsed a fragment of the future. Luke is destined to become the new king of the others, supplanting the Night King. Under his leadership, the others will breach the wall, transforming the entire continent of Westeros into a realm of the dead." "Anew, king of the others?" The wind spirit staggered back in shock, casting an incredulous glance at Leaf. Leaf's hands trembled uncontrollably. "Prophet, why did you not disclose this to us years ago?" The three-eyed crow fell silent for a moment before responding. "After all, it was a living soul. I could not bear to witness his demise in the snow, which is why I brought him back to you for nurturing." Having lived for millennia, Leaf was not easily deceived. The prophet's initial plan was to mold Luke into a weapon against the Night King. However, upon realizing he could not awaken as a shapeshifter, you abandoned him without hesitation. Now he suddenly wields magic and has escaped your control, leaving you in fear. As a mother, the bewildered wind spirit could only watch the confrontation between the two. The three-eyed crow did not deny it. For the sake of ultimate victory, everything could be sacrificed. "Wind spirit, I shall expel Luke from Winterfell. You must eliminate him." The wind spirit felt a pang of sorrow. After all, he was a child she had watched grow up. "Prophet, must it be this way?" Leaf clenched her teeth. "Prophet." Silence. The three-eyed crow's demeanor was resolute. "Do not forget your mission. Exterminating the others is the duty of you children of the forest." Leaf trembled. "Luke is not another." The three-eyed crow regarded her coldly. "But he will be. Leaf, you have aided so many generations of green prophets. Has the vision of the green ever been flawed?" Leaf closed her eyes, knowing it had not. The three-eyed crow ceased to speak further. "If that is the case, what are you hesitating for? Go." Wind spirit, remember to choose a strong beast. Luke is not easy to deal with now. The wind spirit smiled bitterly. "Prophet, I understand." They stepped outside the cave, and Leaf could not help but grasp the wind spirit's arm. "Wind spirit, do you truly intend to go?" The wind spirit sighed. "Leaf, even if I do not go, the prophet will send green grass. Moreover, the prophet is right. The others are our responsibility. We are all atoning, are we not?" Leaf clutched the wind spirit's arm tightly. "Wind spirit, I have a plan. We can send Luke away, Let him leave the continent of Westeros. Yet, the wind spirit was less optimistic. Luke is deliberately distancing himself from me. He may not heed my words. Leaf, I will try my best. We both bear heavy shackles. I once envied your brief freedom from them. Yet, regardless, the shackles persist, and we cannot escape. I'm glad you had a beautiful time as a mother. I am sorry to be the one to take your child from you. But we have no choice but to accept our fate. The others are a sin, a burden carried by all of us children of the forest. For the sake of other beings on the continent of Westeros, we must sacrifice everything to atone. Leaf, I hope one day you can forgive my decision today. The wind spirit embraced Leaf, resting her chin on Leaf's shoulder, a single crystalline tear sliding down from her eye. In the realm of the three-eyed crow's consciousness, though it was his domain, an external presence was imprisoned within. Countless vines erupted from the ground, binding a pristine white dragon. Prophet, how long will you confine me? The dragon raised its head and roared towards the sky. This dragon was immense, yet its voice was a soft, childlike tone, creating a striking incongruity. The three-eyed crow's consciousness manifested, floating before the dragon. Soon, in a little while, I shall release you. The dragon sensed something amiss and quickly inquired, What have you done? The three-eyed crow did not respond. Ice Crystal, we shall remember your sacrifice. Upon your transformation into a dragon, our chances against the others have significantly improved. The dragon yearns to break free from the tendrils, yet her strength remains woefully insufficient. Release me, you wretched cur. Do you intend for all the children of the forest to accompany you to your grave? I shall not allow you to triumph. The three-eyed raven replied with an unsettling calmness. I harbor no personal enmity towards you, do I? All that has transpired stems from the children of the forest, and all shall culminate with them. Such is fate, an immutable destiny. The dragon seethed with rage. Brandon Stark, I shall see to your demise. The three-eyed raven remained unperturbed. When your lineage meets its end, so too shall my own fate conclude. At that juncture, I hope you refrain from transferring your vendetta onto the next three-eyed raven. The dragon, filled with defiance, lunged at the three-eyed raven, but the taut tendrils once more drew her back. At that moment, a distinct ticking sound echoed in their ears, reminiscent of water droplets striking an eggshell. Subsequently, a woman's sobs filled the air. Eiling, it has been 5 years. Why have you not yet hatched? I have come to bid you farewell. The prophet has sent the wind spirit to slay Luke, and I must intervene. He is my child, and I shall not permit anyone to harm him. A crack suddenly appeared in the dome of consciousness, and the tendrils enveloping the dragon began to slowly dissolve. The three-eyed raven's expression shifted. Leaves? The dragon erupted into laughter, revealing her array of sharp teeth. You cannot contain me any longer, you old fool. Chapter 34. Escape after parting ways with Feng Ling. Yizi found herself alone at the small wooden cabin where she had spent 12 years with Gu Li. 5 years ago, she had relocated the white dragon egg to this very place. Whenever she found a moment of leisure, she would visit to check on the dragon egg's condition. Following the nurturing of Bing Ling, the egg had long regained its health and luster. Yet, the long-awaited hatching had not come to fruition. Day after day, the heartbeat within the egg grew stronger, but the hatchling remained stubbornly encased. Yizi had never seen a dragon and was unaware of the duration required for the egg to hatch. All she could do was maintain her patience, waiting and waiting. Little did she know, this waiting would stretch into 5 years. Cradling the dragon egg, she fell into a reverie, her thoughts consumed with concern for Gu Li's plight. Bing Ling, the seer, had foreseen certain events. Luke would usurp the Night King's throne and become the king of the others. What was she to do? Torn between duty and motherhood, she faced a dilemma. Choosing one meant sacrificing the other. As she surveyed the room, it felt as though Gu Li had just departed yesterday. A small bee-skin garment still lay upon the simple bed. Drip! A tear fell upon the white dragon egg. Sniffling, she spoke with a hint of reproach. Bing Ling, it has been 5 years. Why has the hatching not occurred? I have come to bid you farewell tonight. The seer has sent Feng Ling to eliminate Luke, and I must save him. He is my child, and I shall not allow anyone to harm him. Crack! The surface of a dragon egg suddenly split open, a fissure extending and spreading across its shell. Realizing that the egg was on the verge of hatching, Yeezy carefully placed it back into the nest of grass. Indeed, accompanied by peculiar sounds, the cracks on the egg multiplied. Pop! A small lizard-like head? No, a dragon's head broke through the shell, straining to escape, tearing the opening wider and wider. At last, it emerged coated in thick, viscous slime, lying feebly amidst the grass. Bingling? Yeezy called softly. The newborn dragon was still quite diminutive, only slightly larger than Yeezy's palm. Its scales had yet to form, and its skin was so thin that the underlying blood vessels were visible. It propped itself up on its wings and hind legs, attempting to stand, but being newly born, it lacked the strength to do so. The little white dragon opened its mouth, but its throat was not fully developed, producing no sound. Moreover, it had lost its shapeshifter abilities and could no longer communicate through magic. Struggling to crawl onto the wooden board, the dragon used its clawed wings to awkwardly inscribe a word. It was the language of the forest children. Fire? Do you need fire? Yeezy inquired. The little dragon nodded weakly, its feeble state evoking deep sympathy. Yeezy quickly retrieved her flint from her waist, intending to kindle a fire for the dragon's warmth. However, the dragon, misinterpreting her actions, wrote another series of words. Put me in the fire. I need its energy. By this time, Yeezy had ignited a small pile of wood within the cabin, but alas, the flames were too modest, sufficient only for warmth. If a white dragon were to be cast into a bonfire, it would undoubtedly extinguish the flames. Thus, the fire must be stoked further. She cast a lingering glance around, retrieved a delicate leather garment from the bed, and then tossed all the dry straw onto the fire. Instantly, thick smoke billowed within the wooden cabin, and he embraced the leather garment, fleeing from the structure. Before long, the smoke began to dissipate, and a fierce blaze ignited within the cabin. The fire grew increasingly ferocious, swiftly engulfing the entire building. Fortunately, the cabin was nestled against a mountain, surrounded by rocks and thick ice. The nearest trees were over 10 meters away, alleviating any concerns of the flames spreading to the forest. The intense heat lashed against Ye's face, yet she felt no fear. Instead, her gaze remained fervently fixed on the depths of the fire, eagerly anticipating something to emerge. After half an hour, a white figure soared from the inferno, landing at Ye's feet. The white dragon, despite its unchanged size, stood upright and spread its wings in a manner that made it appear at least twice its previous size. It inscribed upon the solid ice beneath Yi, "Yi, I have heard all your words. I shall go now to protect Luke. You must remain here and be wary of the prophet. He harbors his own selfish motives, far from the grandeur you envision." Yi was perplexed. Why had the ice crystal suddenly mentioned the prophet? Could it be that its failure to hatch was due to the prophet's interference? The white dragon, newly emerged and scarcely larger than a crow, spoke with unwavering conviction of its desire to protect others, though its confidence seemed misplaced. "You are still quite frail. Take care of yourself." The white dragon nodded in a decidedly human-like manner, flapping its wings as it approached Yi and gently nudging her cheek with its head. After their final farewell, it beat its wings vigorously, ascending higher and disappearing above the treetops. Yi withdrew her gaze and turned to regard the remnants of fire within the ruins of the cabin. She appeared to be lost in reminiscence, unable to shake off her thoughts. Suddenly, 6 children of the forest burst forth from the trees, racing toward Yi. "Yi, the prophet has sent us to retrieve the dragon egg." Yi replied coolly, "The dragon has already hatched." "And where is it?" "It has flown away." "Flown away?" They were unaware that the consciousness of ice crystal resided within the white dragon, and they expressed their frustration. "You simply watched it depart?" "That is a dragon. If we could successfully tame it, we would have a formidable ally against the army of whites." He turned to them. "Do not worry. It will return one day." As the sun dipped below the horizon, Guli concluded a day of training. He felt increasingly adept with the wooden sword in his hand. However, his left hand bore the properties of white shattered iron, destined to wield only Valyrian steel swords and dragon crystal weapons. Yet, the Dark Sister in his grip was a Western-style longsword, starkly contrasting with the graceful form of Luo May's blade, rendering it quite uncomfortable for him to wield. He resolved to seize an opportunity to journey to King's Landing and have the Dark Sister reforged. The technique for reforging Valyrian steel is exceedingly rare, possessed only by a select few blacksmiths. In any case, Giri has already inquired, and no one in the entire north possesses this skill. Luke, Arya exclaimed, wiping the sweat from her brow with her sleeve as she approached Giri, carrying a wooden spear. It's almost dark. Let us return. She typically trained alongside Giri in their usual spot outside the city, practicing her spear techniques. In truth, she had become quite proficient in the 6 forms of spear fighting, yet she still dedicated every afternoon to practice. Jon would occasionally join them, engaging in sparring with Giri using his one-handed sword techniques, a mutual exchange of skills. However, today Jon was absent, likely occupied with Robb in their own training. As Giri and Arya made their way back to Winterfell, illuminated by the fading light of dusk, they encountered Ser Poole, the steward, waiting at the city gate. Luke, Ser Poole addressed Giri, the Lord Duke wishes to see you. Follow me. He shall be in his study. Giri paused momentarily, surprised. It was dinner time. What could be of such importance that it could not be discussed at the table? Why the necessity for the study? After a day of rigorous training, he found himself ravenous. He awkwardly placed a hand on his stomach. All right, I shall go. He suppressed his hunger and obediently followed Ser Poole. Left behind, Arya felt a twinge of curiosity. She vaguely recalled Robb mentioning at noon that Uncle Benjen had sent a letter. Then, her father and mother had quarreled fiercely in the study. Could their dispute be related to Luke? Unable to quell her inquisitiveness, Arya hoisted her wooden spear and followed suit. Chapter 35 Departure, Part 1. In the study on the top floor of the main castle, Eddard Stark sat silently at his desk while Catelyn stood by the window, gazing into the distance. An unmistakable tension hung palpably between them. After delivering the message, Ser Roderick left the room, leaving an inexplicably bewildered Gilly standing inside. Luke, take a look at this, Eddard said, tapping the desk as he pushed a piece of parchment towards Gilly. Approaching the desk, Gilly picked up the letter and began to read. Ned, how have you been? Here at the Black Castle. The first half of the letter conveyed mundane pleasantries, but the latter half contained explosive news regarding Luke's parentage. I have compiled the information gathered over the past few years. It appears he is not the illegitimate son of Brandon Stark. I have captured the traitor who sold women beyond the wall, and he is currently imprisoned in the dungeons of the Black Castle. According to his recollection, he did indeed sell a batch of women 17 years ago, one of whom was a mother holding a child. However, that woman died en route. As for the child, due to the tribe's disdain for outsiders, he discarded the infant carelessly by the roadside in the snow. A newborn could not possibly survive in such harsh conditions. The child was likely taken by wild beasts. Though Luke has been living under a false identity, he has never posed a threat to Winterfell. He is a good boy. I shall continue to investigate this matter to uncover who orchestrated this deception. You must send Luke to the Black Castle promptly to take on the responsibilities of this generation of Starks at the Wall. Gilly set the letter down, speechless. Internally, he scoffed. Is it really this easy to expose the truth? Is the three-eyed raven so careless? Eddard inquired, do you have anything to explain? Gilly stroked his chin and replied, I am indeed not of the Stark lineage. See, I told you he was already aware. He is an informed party, Ned. You must take this matter seriously. Catelyn suddenly turned, casting a glance at Gilly before coldly exiting the room. Eddard felt a pang of discomfort. He had previously wagered with Catelyn that Luke was oblivious to the truth. He had not anticipated that Gilly would admit it so openly. Who instructed you to act this way? What purpose did that person have in placing you in Winterfell? Gilly shrugged. There is no ulterior motive. I was raised by the children of the forest. I have never known a Brandon Stark. My foster mother was named Leaf, one of the children of the forest. She sent me here so I could lead a normal human life. Eddard was incredulous upon hearing the term children of the forest. Such beings belong to myth. How could they possibly exist in reality? Even if they had existed once, they were long extinct like dragons. And the letter? Where did it come from? Gilly hesitated, then ventured. Have you heard of the Green Seer? He gave me the letter. With a loud smack, Eddard slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, I demand you speak plainly, yet you regale me with bedtime stories? Gilly chuckled. Then you must think the White Walkers are mere tales as well? Eddard stepped closer to Gilly. Have you truly killed a White Walker? How is that possible? I have only encountered the White Walkers, Gully remarked, spreading his hands. I have said all I needed to. Do you have any further inquiries? Ed, disheartened, closed his eyes. You should prepare to leave for the night's watch at Black Castle tomorrow morning. Gully removed the coin pouch from his waist and emptied its contents onto the table. Consider these coins as compensation for the years of sustenance. With an empty pouch in hand, he departed the study. Ed picked up a gold dragon, examining it closely. One side bore the sigil of House Targaryen, a three-headed dragon breathing fire, while the other showcased the visage of a king from the coin's minting period. Aegon I Targaryen, how could a gold dragon from over a century ago still be in circulation? Every new king would reforge the coins, although this was a gradual process. After generations of kings, gold dragons over 100 years old should have long ceased to exist. He inspected other coins, noting their inconsistency in age. Yet all appeared to be century-old currency. The children of the forest, perhaps? Ed pondered, gazing at the gold dragon in his hand. Upon returning to his chamber, Gully took a moment to compose himself before feeling a wave of regret. Sitting at the edge of his bed, he sighed, I acted impulsively, without funds. One cannot make headway. Gully had initially planned to depart Winterfell the following year to explore the world. On one hand, it would broaden his horizons. On the other, it would provide an opportunity to investigate the mystery of the crystal. Alas, plans are always outpaced by change. Ed would escort him to Black Castle the next morning, which meant he must quietly leave Winterfell tonight. Perhaps I can still journey without money, like a mercenary. However, being a mercenary is no easy feat. At the door, Robb and Jon stood together, smiling and waving at Gully. Embarrassed, Gully rubbed his nose, realizing he had forgotten to close the door, and wondered if they had overheard his musings. Robb tossed Gully a coin pouch, chuckling, You know I never save, so this is all I have. Jon entered the room and threw another pouch, saying, I have some silver stags and copper stars. Take these as well. Gully fumbled to catch both pouches, astonished by their generosity. You both knew? Robb, standing at the door, glanced around. Arya told us. Why isn't she here? A warmth spread through Gully's heart. Had you been eavesdropping? Thank you, but you really didn't have to. Luke, in times like these, don't be modest. We will certainly help you, Jon replied earnestly. With a clap of his hands at the door, Robb redirected the other's attention. Jon, stay here with Luke. I will go arrange things. All right. Be careful not to get caught, Jon responded. Robb felt Jon underestimated him, scoffing lightly, understood, await news of my success. With that, he departed. Gully was somewhat taken aback. You all wish to assist me in escaping Winterfell? Jon and the others were aware of Gully's ambitions and understood his disdain for the Wall's northern expanse. Have you not always yearned to venture south? If the night passes, you shall never have another opportunity. Do you not resent me for deceiving you? Gully could hardly believe their lack of emotion. Jon Snow retorted, When have you ever deceived us? Why will we hold you accountable? After all, you were merely a child back then, lacking the capacity to dictate your own fate. Robb and I understood that it was the adults who erred. It appeared that this was their perspective. Gully lapsed into silence, uncertain whether he should reveal the truth. Jon Snow, with a tone of certainty, stated, Luke, even if you bear no Stark blood, you remain our dearest friend. Gully was profoundly moved, his voice trembling as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Thank you all. Jon Snow chuckled. It is still early. Shall we engage in conversation for a while? Yes, that sounds good. Chapter 36 Departure. Part 2. The two reminisced about the past. From their initial impressions of one another to the moment Gully's hair turned white due to a mishap in his magical training. The white locks were a result of an injury sustained in a dream. As Gully attempted to explain, he couldn't help but recall the sacrifice of Bing Ling, a wave of sorrow washing over him, evident in the depths of his eyes. By the way, Luke, where do you plan to go after leaving the city? Snow noticed Gully's shift in mood and swiftly diverted the conversation. I intend to visit the academy first, then head to King's Landing, Gully replied, already having a plan in mind. The academy? What purpose could you have there? Snow questioned, puzzled. King's Landing is easily understood as it is the power center of the Seven Kingdoms. But why the academy? Are you aspiring to be a scholar? Gully touched his left eyelid, hinting at his intentions. The Academy houses all the knowledge of the Westeros continent. I wish to investigate certain matters. Oh, Snow responded, refraining from probing further, instinctively feeling that Ghoulie aimed to explore his lineage. They continued their conversation for over an hour, and soon the time had come to part ways. Snow tilted his head towards the window, estimating the hour by the moon's position. Luke, gather your things. It is time for us to depart. Ghoulie planned to travel light. With his coin pouch, water flask, and sword in hand, there was little to prepare. Let us go. Very well, we shall set off. At the south gate of Winterfell, an unusual scene unfolded. Despite the late hour, the gate remained open, and no guards were in sight. Why is there no one on watch? Ghoulie inquired, suspicion lacing his voice. It is all thanks to Sansa. She has drawn the guard away, Snow explained, standing alongside Ghoulie, awaiting Robb's arrival. Ghoulie was taken aback. Sansa is involved as well? Snow nodded, clarifying, yes. But do not worry. She is unaware of your situation. She is merely assisting Robb. However, Sansa could not delay them for long. They needed to hurry. Where is Robb? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Snow fretted, straining to see into the darkness of the city. Time trickled by until, at last, Robb emerged from the shadows. Noticing his empty hands, Snow immediately asked, "Where is the horse?" Robb's expression darkened. I don't know why, but father has remained in the stable, and I cannot find an opportunity to steal a horse. Snow felt a surge of panic. Without a horse, Luke would not get far before being recaptured. Robb lowered his head in guilt, I know. It was then that Ghoulie realized the extent of the two youngsters' clandestine efforts. He smiled. Fear not. Have you forgotten? I am a wizard. Robb countered. Can you conjure a horse? Ghoulie faltered, not quite. Just then a sound echoed, thud, 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 as Eddard appeared, leading a horse around the corner of the wall. The children had no time to hide and were caught red-handed. Why aren't you all in bed at this hour? Eddard scolded, his face stern. Both Robb and Snow turned pale. Father, return to your rooms. I must close the city gates. Eddard seemed to disregard Ghoulie's presence and remarked, by the way, remember to bid farewell to Luke. He departs for the Black Castle tomorrow. Robb, with a foolish expression, responded, Father, isn't Luke just? Eddard interrupted him. Why are you still standing there? Hurry along. Oh, right, we shall go at once. The two waved goodbye to Ghoulie and swiftly made their way to the keep. Once they had departed, Eddard approached Ghoulie while leading a horse. He handed the reins to Ghoulie and said, Go on. Guarding the wall is the responsibility of House Stark. It does not concern you. Ghoulie was perplexed. Have you changed your mind? Eddard evaded the question. You bear a striking resemblance to him. To whom? Brandon Stark? Ghoulie did not take the reins, stating, I cannot accept a war horse from Winterfell. I can procure a mere pack horse from a nearby village. Take it. You have assisted me greatly over the years. Eddard firmly placed the reins in Ghoulie's hands and waved him off. Be swift. The city gates will soon close. Ghoulie hesitated for a moment while holding the reins, but ultimately chose to accept the gesture of goodwill. He removed the wooden stopper from his water flask, raised his left hand, and a stream of water erupted from the flask's opening, gradually coalescing into ice within his palm. In an instant, a delicate ice flower materialized in his hand. He extended the ice flower to Eddard, saying, Present this to Arya. Eddard, taken aback by the scene before him, numbly accepted the ice flower, asking, You are a sorcerer? He had indeed overheard the children discussing Luke's abilities, claiming he was a wizard wielding ice magic. Yet, he had dismissed it as mere fanciful imagination. Now, however, the truth lay before him undeniable. After a few moments of hesitation, Ghoulie felt it inappropriate to gift only Arya, so he conjured another ice flower. This one is for Sansa. Both flowers carry my magic and will remain unmelting for a century. Consider them my small tokens of gratitude. After handing over both flowers to Eddard, he turned to mount his horse, preparing to depart. Eddard could not resist asking, Were you truly raised by the children of the forest? Ghoulie nodded while on horseback. Indeed, I did not deceive you. He continued, Winterfell has been kind to me, and I have friends here. I shall return, to stand by you in times of hardship. Ghoulie had revisited the first season of Game of Thrones in his dreams, where the age of Bran Stark was revealed. He was 10 years old at the series beginning, while Ghoulie was only 6. In other words, Guli only needed to return within 4 years to avert the Stark family's tragedy. Eddard responded, "It would be best if you did not return, otherwise I shall truly send you to the Black Castle." Guli did not reply. He tugged at the reins, guiding his steed to turn slowly. "Farewell, my lord," he said, riding off into the night. Eddard stood rooted in place, watching his retreating figure, murmuring to himself, so much alike. He turned to summon the guards to close the city gates when suddenly an inexplicable commotion erupted around him. "Come forth." In the shadows, Steward Poole emerged. "My lord, a horse is missing from the stable." Eddard nodded. "I am aware. I led it away." Steward Poole continued, "It is not the war horse in question, but rather a gentle mare that is absent." "Oh, is it Arya's horse or Sansa's?" Eddard inquired, for within Winterfell, only those 2 girls possessed docile mares. After a moment of silence, Steward Poole replied, "It is Arya's horse." A realization struck Eddard, and 2 exquisite ice flowers slipped from his grasp, shattering upon the ground into crystalline fragments. "Prepare a horse. Accompany me to pursue Luke." Chapter 37. Pursuers in the dim twilight. Guli rode leisurely upon the steed, gifted by Ed, meandering along King's Road. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he cast a glance back towards Winterfell. The silhouette of the ancient fortress was shrouded in darkness, only punctuated by flickering lights. Guli's emotions were tumultuous. Everything had transpired too abruptly. Just yesterday, he patrolled this vicinity, yearning for a swift return to rest. Today, as he set foot upon this expanse once more, he was destined to bid a final farewell to Winterfell. After briefly collecting his thoughts, Guli chose to press onward. As he steadied himself upon the saddle, he discovered a new pouch affixed to it. Opening the pouch, he found it contained precisely 27 golden dragons. However, these coins were freshly minted. Unlike the aged currency he had possessed, it dawned on him that Ed had not sought payment from him. Indeed, the Duke of Winterfell had no need for such a paltry sum. He glanced at the other 2 pouches at his waist, gifted by Jon Snow and Robb Stark. The weight of these debts of gratitude felt both heavy and heartwarming. It seemed he ought to contemplate how best to repay this kindness. With resolute determination, Guli even mused that upon King Robert's demise, he might assist House Stark in their quest for the throne. Yet, these were merely flights of fancy, for he currently had no plans or intentions in that regard. There were still 4 years ahead. There was no rush, and he could attend to his own affairs first. He nudged the horse's flank, prompting a quicker pace. The following midday, at the shores of Carlin Bay, situated at the southernmost reaches of the north. This area was a desolate ruin, surrounded by treacherous marshlands. Fortunately, the King's Road provided a safe passage, even for one unfamiliar with the terrain. This locale served as the gateway to the north, a strategic stronghold, and an essential route for Guli's journey southward. However, in times of peace, no family station guards here. After a long night of travel, weary and famished, Guli urgently sought a village for sustenance and rest. Yet, this borderland between the north and the riverlands, combined with the marshy landscape, rendered habitation nearly impossible. He would need to venture further south before he could find a more substantial settlement. After a half-day's journey, as dusk approached, he finally left the marshes behind and stumbled upon a modest village of a dozen households. Dismounting, he approached the villagers to procure some supplies. Most of the villagers were hunters, possessing several fine blankets. Guli, troubled by the thought of braving the night without adequate warmth, purchased 3 of the finest blankets available. In addition to the blankets, he acquired a substantial amount of provisions, primarily consisting of dark bread and jerky. Though they were not palatable, they were durable and filling. Furthermore, he purchased a newly crafted hunting bow from an elderly hunter, along with a dozen arrows. After ensuring his steed had a measure of fodder, his total expenditure amounted to a silver stag and several copper coins. Concluding the transaction, Guli hastily departed the village, mindful of the need for caution. He could not afford to remain there for rest. Compared to the beasts of the wild, the greed of the human heart is far more terrifying. He ambled back to King's Avenue and, after a moment's reflection, decided to light a fire and rest in the woods by the roadside. Suddenly, the sound of urgent hoofbeats echoed behind Guli. He turned in confusion, wondering if Ed had changed his mind and sent someone to bring him back. To his astonishment, it was none other than Arya. Arya, breathless and weary, halted beside him on her little white horse, her face streaked with dried tears. "Why did you run so fast? I chased you for an entire day and night." Ghoulie stifled a laugh at her pitiful state. "Why did you catch up? Are you here to bid me farewell? Well, now that your sentiments have been expressed, you should return." Arya shouted in frustration, "I am not going back. I left the city before you last night and waited for you in the woods outside. And you, riding off on your horse. I shouted after you until my voice was hoarse. After a night of frantic galloping, all Ghoulie could hear was the howling wind, rendering him oblivious to any other sounds." He pinched Arya's chubby cheek, chuckling, "Then I apologize. My bad. Now, hurry back to the north." Arya swatted his hand away. Her cheeks puffed up like a squirrel, and retorted, "I told you I am not going back. I want to journey through the 7 kingdoms with you. Did you not say that heroes are destined to roam the world?" Ghoulie's expression darkened. He had known better than to share those tales of chivalry with this little brat. "Be good and return home. You're still young, and I cannot afford to look after you." Arya, defiantly lifting her chin, replied, "I am not a child. I do not need your care." She patted a wooden box tied to the side of her saddle, declaring, "I have money, a great deal of it." Ghoulie glanced down and realized it was none other than Catelyn's jewelry box. Wait a moment. Why was there a familiar long sword hanging from Arya's saddle? Ghoulie facepalmed. "Arya, did you steal ice?" With boldness, Arya retorted, "Father never uses it. He just leaves it in his study all the time. I'm about to explore the 7 kingdoms, so I borrowed it." Ghoulie pointed to the elongated wooden box on the other side of the saddle, tied together with a wooden spear. "Did you not already bring 2 spears? What do you need ice for?" Arya looked at him quizzically. "Haven't you been complaining about lacking a suitable sword? I borrowed it for you to use." Ghoulie was momentarily speechless. After a pause, he remarked surely, "The Duke will send someone to hunt me down?" Arya disagreed. "How could he? He often says you are the most capable among all the children. He likes you. How could he possibly want to harm you?" "No, I think he would." Ghoulie sighed. "Arya, you are truly a source of trouble." Gurgle. Arya's ears turned crimson as she clutched her stomach, embarrassed. "Is there anything to eat? I've finished the bread I brought, and I'm starving." The dark bread and jerky were too tough. Arya likely wouldn't be able to chew through them. Ghoulie pointed towards the distant woods and said, "Let us take a moment to rest there. I can also hunt some game to roast for you." Arya finally brightened. "All right." The two arrived at a small grove, tethering their horses to a tree before gathering sticks to kindle a fire. The horses, having run tirelessly throughout the night, seized the opportunity to graze and recuperate. Ghoulie tested the newly acquired hunting bow, noting its craftsmanship and strength were inferior to the standard wooden bows produced in Winterfell. Although this bow could not pierce a wooden shield, it was more than sufficient for hunting. Venturing deeper into the woods, he soon returned with 2 wild rabbits in hand. He conjured an ice knife, skillfully eviscerating the rabbits and removing their skins and heads. Next, he retrieved a small pouch of coarse salt purchased from the village, extracting a few chunks to roll over the rabbit meat. Arya, watching eagerly, had prepared 2 twigs, waiting to skewer the rabbit meat. Ghoulie, feeling a pang of hunger himself, took the twigs from Arya and expertly threaded the meat before placing it over the fire to roast. After a considerable half-hour, the rabbit meat began to exude its juices, and the delightful aroma of sizzling fat wafted toward them. Ghoulie tore off a hind leg of rabbit, ensuring it was thoroughly cooked before offering it to Arya. "Here, eat up. Once you finish, I shall escort you home." Arya hastily swallowed the steaming meat, exclaiming, "You cannot return. Mother must surely think you have stolen the ice. If your father catches up with you, you will likely find yourself imprisoned in Winterfell's dungeons. That wretched Catelyn has always harbored disdain for you. Returning now would be akin to walking into a trap." Ghoulie, feeling a sense of frustration, bit into the rabbit meat, pondering how it was that a mere 7-year-old child seemed to have him so thoroughly ensnared. Chapter 38. The Shadowlynx. After finishing their meal of rabbit meat, Ghoulie buried the remaining bones to prevent the enticing scent from attracting wild beasts. They sat around the campfire, resting, when Arya, wrapped in a blanket, tilted her head and inquired, "Luke, are you going to River Run?" "No," he replied. They were currently in the Riverlands governed by House Tully, Riverrun being their ancestral stronghold, akin to the relationship between Winterfell and House Stark in the north. Ghoulie was not truly on a leisurely journey. What purpose would he have in Riverrun? Moreover, House Tully was the maternal family of Catelyn Stark. If he went there, would he not be waiting to be captured? Then shall we go to the Eyrie in the Vale? Arya pressed. Ghoulie shook his head once more. No, we will not. How about Casterly Rock in the Westerlands? The Lannisters who rule there are the wealthiest family in the realm. And I've heard even the floors of their castle are made of gold. Arya spoke enthusiastically, her preparations evidently well thought out, revealing her prior intentions. Leaning against a tree trunk, Ghoulie closed his eyes to rest. We shall bypass these places and head directly to King's Landing. King Robert is a dear friend of your father. I will entrust you to him, and he shall send you back to Winterfell. He originally intended to circumvent King's Landing and proceed directly to the Riverlands further south. The Riverlands lay in the southwestern corner of Westeros, with Old Town situated at its most southwestern point. Ghoulie's destination, the Citadel, resided within Old Town, with Arya now accompanying him. He would have to visit King's Landing first before attending to matters at the Citadel. Upon hearing Ghoulie's plan, Arya began to sulk. No, I have already said I will not return. Perhaps, after you and I traverse the Seven Kingdoms, I shall return on my own? A hint of a smile played at the corners of Ghoulie's lips. You are quite optimistic. Suddenly, an unsettling noise echoed through the woods, as if something was approaching them. Ghoulie swiftly opened his eyes, drawing his sword, the Dark Sister, and positioning Arya protectively behind him. The two horses tethered to the tree began to whinny anxiously, tossing their heads as they attempted to break free from their restraints. A crisis unfolded as a large, jet-black carnivore emerged from the shadows, growling. Ghoulie recognized the creature and muttered in astonishment, "A shadow lynx? What is it doing south of the wall?" Despite its name, the shadow lynx bore little resemblance to a feline. It appeared more akin to a large black and white striped tiger. This shadow lynx seemed to be over a decade old, in its prime, and considerably larger than its typical kin. However, this species usually roamed north of the wall. How could it have appeared in the Riverlands? Arya, paralyzed by fear, turned pale. "Look, it's a huge tiger." Ghoulie whispered, "Stay here and do not move. I will deal with it." Just as he prepared to take action, the shadow lynx spoke. "Luke, leave Westeros." Ghoulie stood in stunned amazement. "Wind spirit? How do you know my whereabouts? Can the three-eyed raven see me once more?" The shadow lynx did not respond to his inquiry, but rather spoke to itself, instructing, "Continue south without looking back. Seek the city from which you can embark upon a vessel to depart this continent. Until then, I shall relentlessly pursue you. Should you halt your steps again, I will tear your throat asunder." Its gaze was unwavering, devoid of any semblance of jest. Ghoulie felt a weight in his heart. Did this signify the intent of the three-eyed raven? It appeared the three-eyed raven could not forget the other, Ghoulie, and had resolved to eliminate this potential threat. The shadow lynx remained silent, preparing to turn away. "Luke, you have but one night," it warned. "At dawn, I shall take your life." Ghoulie called out to it, "I will not abandon the continent of Westeros, at least not now." The shadow lynx turned back with a fierce glint in its eyes, sensing that Ghoulie was in dire need of a lesson to ensure compliance. "Then I shall strike you down this very moment." It propelled itself forward, its hind legs powering its leap as its forepaws revealed claws as sharp as daggers, lunging towards Ghoulie, who quickly embraced Arya and dodged. They tumbled across the ground in a frantic roll, narrowly evading the lynx's strike. The lynx's paw slammed against the tree they had just leaned upon, instantly stripping away a large section of bark. "I will divert its attention. You ride away," Ghoulie urged, releasing Arya and sprinting deeper into the woods. However, Arya was unwilling to abandon Ghoulie. Stumbling, she rushed to her small mare and retrieved a wooden spear from its back. The wood lacked the hardness to penetrate the lynx's skin, rendering it ineffective for inflicting any lethal damage. Though Arya was reluctant to confront the beast with a wooden spear, her frail strength prevented her from wielding the greatsword ice or the specially crafted ice spear Ghoulie had made for her. This wooden spear was her sole weapon. As the shadow lynx prepared to pursue Ghoulie, it halted after just a few strides. Turning back to Arya, it remarked, "Human whelp, it seems Luke holds you in high regard. If I were to seize you, Perhaps I could compel him to submit. You are deluded, Arya exclaimed, genuinely terrified, but striving to bolster her courage with her voice. Ghoulie, having run a considerable distance, and noticing the shadow had not followed, quickly realized Arya might be in peril and turned back. Arya was wildly thrusting the wooden spear, her overwhelming fear rendering her mind blank, utterly forgetting any martial techniques. Merely jabbing aimlessly, the shadow lynx, a creature of remarkable swiftness, easily evaded her attempts. After several dodges, it grew impatient and shattered Arya's spear. Human whelp, do not move recklessly. I do not wish to harm you. Arya, observing the lynx's sharp teeth, could hardly believe its words. She discarded the broken spear and turned to retrieve another weapon from her mare. With a thunderous roar, the shadow lynx unleashed a fierce growl, causing Arya's small mare to collapse helplessly, whimpering in distress. The nearby black warhorse, seasoned from countless battles, remained standing but trembled nonetheless. The young mare pinned down the icy ground, prompting Arya to retrieve another ice spear from the other side. She opened the wooden box, gripping the shaft of the spear tightly with both hands. Ultimately, summoning all her strength, she managed to lift the spear, her face flushed with exertion, her short arms trembling with effort. She let the tail of the spear fall to the ground, barely raising the tip to aim at the shadow lynx. The shadow lynx sniffed the air in Arya's direction, and suddenly, its fur bristled as if sensing the chill of the White Walker's ice magic. You're a little White Walker, aren't you? How did you breach the wall? Arya was familiar with the White Walkers, the malevolent demons from bedtime tales. She shook her head, insisting, I am not a White Walker. This is not the ice magic of the White Walkers. This is Luke. At that moment, Ghoulie rushed out, catching sight of the unfolding scene. The shadow lynx turned its gaze towards him. Luke, the prophet was right. You indeed have issues. Have you made a pact with the White Walkers? Is the frost a sacrifice? It was convinced of its evidence and disregarded Ghoulie's explanations. Luke, you have betrayed your own kind, aligning yourself with the harbingers of death. Damn it! The shadow lynx opened its massive jaws and lunged at Ghoulie, genuinely intent on killing him, unaware that the forest children would not perish with the death of their vessel. Ghoulie feared that the wind spirit would meet the same fate as Ice Ling, and thus hesitated to harm the shadow lynx, opting instead to evade. Wind spirit, let me explain. There is no need for further words. I cannot allow a White Walker to remain within the wall. The shadow lynx, astute and aware that conventional physical attacks would not harm a White Walker, sought to seize the Dark Sister from Ghoulie, aiming to use the Valyrian steel sword to slay him. Ghoulie failed to discern the shadow lynx's intent, and in a moment of miscalculation, the lynx bit down on the sword blade with fierce determination. While Valyrian steel is remarkably resilient, it is not an indestructible weapon. The shadow lynx clamped its teeth onto the blade, making it impossible for Ghoulie to withdraw it. The only way to retrieve the precious sword was to exert force horizontally, severing the lynx's head in the process. Seizing the opportunity, the shadow lynx swung its claws toward Ghoulie's arm. Reluctant to harm the creature, Ghoulie was left with no choice but to abandon the sword. Wind spirit, I'm not a White Walker. While I bear some responsibility for Ice Ling's death, I did not offer her as a sacrifice to the White Walkers. The shadow lynx, still gripping the Dark Sister, replied in a muffled tone, Indeed, your involvement in Ice Ling's death is undeniable. The prophet foresaw everything. It is laughable that I once doubted him. Luke, I shall carry out the prophet's command and execute you. Ghoulie could not suppress his anger. His patience had worn thin. Wind spirit, do not force my hand against you. The shadow lynx snorted derisively. Kill me? Even if you slay this vessel, what of it? I will merely inhabit another creature and seek you out again. Realizing his long-held misconception, Ghoulie understood that shapeshifters do not perish with the death of their vessels. He opened the water flask at his waist and with resolve declared, In that case, I shall draw my blade. He spread his legs, slowly crouching down, as frost began to form on the leather gloves of his left hand. The pupils of the shadow lynx suddenly constricted as it sensed Ghoulie conjuring the ice magic of the whites. In a swift motion, it leapt forth, enveloped by the darkness of its kin, lunging towards the motionless Ghoulie. A stream of crystal-clear water gushed forth from the flask at Ghouli's waist, swirling around his arms before rapidly coalescing in his left hand. With deliberate grace, he placed his right hand above his left, assuming a stance reminiscent of drawing a blade. In an instant, a long sword of ice, resembling a fallen plum blossom, materialized within his left hand. White silk, blade draw slash. Chapter 39. Dragon. The pristine blade of light sliced through the veil of night, unleashing a tempest of murderous intent while stirring a flurry of snowflakes dancing in the wind. Ding! Ghouli's strike was swift. Even the shadowy lynx, known for its remarkable speed, could not evade it. However, the recoil from the blow felt peculiar. It seemed he had not struck the shadowy lynx after all. Had he faltered? No, he had not. The vertical slash he executed was deftly intercepted by the horizontal Dark Sister clutched in the lynx's jaws. Yet, it did not entirely thwart the blow. The sheer force of the strike propelled the Dark Sister from the lynx's mouth, accompanied by several bloodied fangs. The shadowy lynx howled in agony. A deep gash visible to the bone marred its right forepaw, the wound extending ominously toward its back. Flesh was torn, and blood flowed profusely, gradually soaking the fur surrounding it. It raised its injured paw, propelling itself backward with remarkable speed, relying on its remaining 3 limbs. Where did you learn such swordsmanship? The shadowy lynx trembled. It was not the spirit of the wind within that quaked, but rather an instinctive response from the body itself. Ghouli glanced at the half-broken ice blade in his hand and murmured, "Did I strike the Dark Sister?" This hastily formed ice blade, unable to withstand excessive magical power, possessed only a modest hardness and was meant for a singular use. He discarded the broken blade and retrieved the fallen Dark Sister, speaking softly, "Wind spirit, you have lost your combat capability. Depart now. Even if you struggle further, it will only lead to more suffering, utterly pointless." The shadowy lynx, bereft of the Dark Sister, found itself devoid of means to vanquish Ghouli. "Luke, you had better refrain from using magic. If you transform a human into a white, I believe the prophet would go to any lengths to eliminate you." Currently, the attention of the three-eyed raven and most of the forest children was fixated on the Night King in the land of eternal winter. However, if Ghouli began converting humans within the wall, his priority would drastically rise. Ghouli scoffed, "Though my magic bears resemblance to the ice sorcery of the whites, there exists a fundamental distinction between the two. Moreover, I am not a white. Cease your incessant pestering. Otherwise, I shall retaliate, perhaps by revealing your hideout to the Night King." The shadowy lynx growled, "Luke, do you wish to bring harm, even to the leaves?" Ghouli's words were merely bluster. He could never truly betray the forest children to the Night King. "Then you had best refrain from bothering me. I will not, nor could I ever, transform humans into some wretched whites." The shadowy lynx remained skeptical. "Luke, why do you remain silent about the ice shards? What exactly are they?" Ghouli's focus was entirely on the shadowy lynx before him, oblivious to the impending danger lurking behind him. On the treetops at his back, a vividly colored serpent flicked its tongue, fixated on Ghouli below. The serpent, fully concentrated, subtly coiled its body, adjusting its angle before launching itself with sudden force. It opened its wide maw, revealing 2 venomous fangs, akin to arrows, as it lunged toward Ghouli's neck. Crack! Just as the venomous snake was about to strike Ghouli, a magnificent white bird suddenly swooped down from the sky, swiftly snatching the snake away. Startled, Ghouli instinctively swung his sword, fearing the bird was attacking him. Fortunately, the bird, being agile and not overly large, effortlessly evaded the blow. What on earth? Another shapeshifter? A companion of the wind spirit? Ghouli warily watched the circling bird above, while keeping a vigilant eye on the Shadow Mountain Cat's movements. In the sky, Bing Ling used its powerful hind legs to firmly grasp the snake while its tooth-filled jaws lunged for the snake's head. The snake suddenly emitted a human voice, an aged male tone. "Bing Ling, he is an otherworldly creature." Before the words could fully escape its mouth, Bing Ling severed the snake's head. Subsequently, it devoured the entire snake as if slurping noodles. Lowering its head to survey the situation below, it gracefully descended onto a large tree not far from Ghouli. Ghouli fixed his gaze on the white bird, fearing another assault. However, when the creature landed on the tree, he was utterly astounded. This was no ordinary white bird. It was unmistakably a newly hatched white dragon. A dragon? How could this be? Did not the series Game of Thrones feature only Daenerys' 3 dragons? Ghoulie stared blankly at Bing Ling, his mind struggling to comprehend the revelation. Seizing the moment of his distraction, the Shadow Mountain cat pounced, attempting a surprise attack. Bing Ling, aware of the cat's intentions, immediately opened its mouth and unleashed a scorching breath of fire. The acrid smell of singed fur filled the air as the flame successfully repelled the ambushing Shadow Mountain cat. Bing Ling cleared its throat, producing a series of unfamiliar and peculiar sounds. After several repetitions, the Shadow Mountain cat finally recognized it as the source language. It gazed at Bing Ling in astonishment, inquiring, "Who are you? Are you a surviving child of the forest?" Bing Ling did not respond, merely continuing to repeat those few syllables. Having lived alongside Yi Zi and others for so long, Ghoulie understood some of the source language. The white dragon was persistently telling the Shadow Mountain cat to leave. Unmoved, the cat retorted, "A stranger among our kin. This man is an otherworldly creature. Why do you protect him?" Bing Ling rolled its eyes, flying in front of the Shadow Mountain cat and using its claws to inscribe on the ground. "Wind Spirit, I am Bing Ling. I have not perished. You must return. Do not harm Luke any further." "Bing Ling? You are Bing Ling," the Shadow Mountain cat exclaimed, disbelief etched on its face. "Impossible. I have seen your corpse." "How? Is there consciousness?" A realization struck, causing its pupils to dilate. "You transferred your consciousness permanently into this dragon? You? How foolish. What you have done is akin to suicide." Bing Ling wrote again, "Everything is for victory. I must protect Luke." "Why? He is already an otherworldly creature." The Shadow Mountain cat queried, perplexed. Bing Ling hesitated before inscribing, "Because Luke possesses the power of the divine." The Shadow Lynx gazed in astonishment at Bing Ling, then turned his head to glance at Ghoulie not far away, murmuring, "Is what you say truly the case? He has been chosen by the divine?" Bing Ling nodded, writing, "Luke is highly likely our clan's last hope. I must safeguard him." The Shadow Lynx slowly approached Ghoulie, stating, "I'll buy you time. Must grow stronger swiftly, for the Night King's army is becoming ever more formidable. Those selected by the divine are destined for greatness. Much like the three-eyed raven, an ancient god, and the Night King, the god of cold, both of whom are figures capable of altering the course of history." Although Ghoulie could not see the words written by Bing Ling, he could hear the words spoken by the Wind Spirit moments ago. He brushed past the Shadow Lynx and, trembling, approached Bing Ling, bending down to softly call out, "Bing Ling?" Bing Ling nodded and flew onto his shoulder, nuzzling his face affectionately as before. Ghoulie cradled him in his arms, his throat quivering with emotion, his voice filled with relief and excitement. "How wonderful! You are still alive. Truly, that is magnificent." Chapter 40. Shared ride and arrow struck the Shadow Lynx, yet due to its insufficient force, it neither inflicted harm nor penetrated the creature's fur, ultimately falling to the ground in a feeble descent. The Shadow Lynx cast its gaze towards the origin of the arrow and noticed that the human child had not fled. She was aiming a hunting bow at it. Choosing to disregard her, it turned back to Ghoulie and said, "Luke, I shall return now. I will inform the prophet of your situation, urging him to cease his pursuit. Should he remain obstinate, I will discreetly alert you." "Thank you," Ghoulie replied, rising and placing the ice spirit upon his shoulder. The Shadow Lynx nodded slightly and added, "Once I depart, remember to eliminate this Shadow Lynx to prevent it from harming you." It then turned its attention to the ice spirit, smiling, "Everyone misses you. Do return when you have the opportunity." The ice spirit giggled, joyfully nodding in agreement. The Shadow Lynx deliberately took a few steps back before saying, "Take care." Suddenly, its body stiffened, and its gaze became unfocused. After a few moments, clarity returned to its eyes, and consciousness gradually resumed. Ghoulie drew the Dark Sister, while the ice spirit bared her teeth at the Shadow Lynx. The Wind Spirit's essence had departed. The Shadow Lynx now resembled a bloodthirsty beast, posing a significant threat. "How? How? How?" the Shadow Lynx wailed, recalling only that it had awakened in an unfamiliar place its right paw inexplicably incapacitated. Pain coursed through its back, and its entire body ached. With ears drooping, it looked at Gu Li and the ice spirit in terror, emitting a series of low growls. Unfortunately, its growls lacked any semblance of menace, even sounding somewhat off-key. Before Gu Li could draw his sword, the ice spirit unleashed a torrent of draconic breath. The searing gust tickled Gu Li's cheek, and the flames, appearing abruptly, terrified the shadow lynx. It tucked its tail and attempted to retreat, but after only a few steps, the reopening of its wounds caused excruciating pain, sending it tumbling to the ground. The shadow lynx tried to rise again, but after several failed attempts, it glanced back at Gu Li, helplessly collapsing onto the ground. Is it dead? Gu Li hesitated to approach, fearing it might be feigning death. The ice spirit nuzzled Gu Li's face once more before suddenly taking flight. However, it did not venture far, circling above him. Gu Li sheathed the Dark Sister and returned to Aaliyah's side. Unfamiliar with shapeshifters, Aaliyah viewed the shadow lynx merely as a shadow lynx, believing it had never truly departed. Holding her hunting bow, she innocently inquired, "Is it dead?" Gu Li wiped the dirt from her face, gently patting her head. "It should be dead. Let us leave this place." Aaliyah could no longer contain her emotions. Bursting into tears, "Luke, my horse has died." Together, they approached the lifeless body of the mare, discovering it lying on its side, frothing at the mouth. Devoid of breath and heartbeat, there were no visible wounds on its body, as if it had succumbed to fright. "It matters not, for we still have a horse." He gathered Arya's belongings and transferred them onto his war steed. "Luke, you were right. I am indeed a burden," Arya lamented, her face clouded with sorrow. Gu Li crouched down to comfort her, saying, "You are not a burden. You are exceedingly brave. Few possess the courage you displayed by confronting the fierce shadow lynx. Such a formidable predator could not be subdued even by a dozen stout soldiers. However, when I confronted it, my limbs trembled, and I forgot all the marksmanship I had learned. I truly am quite cowardly." Arya wiped her tears, sobbing, "Luke, perhaps I should return home. I am far too weak. Should we encounter bandits on the way, I would surely endanger you." Gu Li, having just reunited with Bing Ling, was in high spirits. He chuckled, "Nonsense. Did you not just launch a surprise attack on that shadow lynx? That was quite impressive. Do continue to assist me in that manner." Arya's face flushed crimson as she protested. "That was not a surprise attack. I did not hide. I shot my arrow boldly. It was merely unaware of my presence. How could that be considered a sneak attack?" Gu Li chose not to tease her further. He stroked the horse's mane and remarked, "Now that we have but one horse left, how do you intend to return? Do you truly wish for me to escort you back?" Arya shook her head, wiping away her tears. "If you return like this, Mother will surely not forgive you. I shall wait here for Father. He will undoubtedly come for me. What if he does not come?" Gu Li squinted his eyes, feigning a sinister tone to frighten her. Arya sniffed and glanced furtively at the distant shadow lynx. "Then I shall wait for him in that village. That should be acceptable, right?" Gu Li gave her a playful tap on the head, saying, "Sometimes humans can be more terrifying than beasts. A delicate girl like you, if sold to certain establishments, could fetch quite a price." Establishments? Arya had never heard such a term and was utterly perplexed by Gu Li's words. He lifted her up and placed her on the saddle. "Very well. We shall proceed with our original plan. You will accompany me to King's Landing, and then I shall present you to the king." "Oh." Arya felt a surge of happiness at Gu Li's acceptance of her. He drew the dagger known as the Dark Sister and inscribed a message on the tree trunk. "Arya safe. See you in King's Landing." After sheathing his sword, he loosened the reins tied to the tree and mounted his horse. "Luke, whatever happened to that fire-breathing little white lizard?" Arya suddenly recalled the enchanting little dragon. Gu Li chuckled. "It has been by our side all along. You simply could not see it. When you need it most, it will reveal itself." Arya realized with a start. "It is shy, so it has been hiding?" "Shy? Perhaps," he replied. "Oh, and it is not a lizard. It is a dragon." Gu Li gave the reins a vigorous shake, and the steed galloped forth, carrying them away from that perilous, chaotic place. "A dragon? Is so small? Hardly a dragon at all. No, you're deceiving me. The book records that dragons have long been extinct, their essence now embodied in lizards." Hours later, in the depths of night, Eddard led a contingent of elite cavalry, tirelessly galloping until they reached the place where Gendry and Arya had previously rested. "My lord, we have found no trace of Miss Arya, but her horse has been discovered," reported a soldier. Eddard's gaze fell upon the lifeless body of a young mare, his heart plunging into despair. Was it only one horse's remains? What the other? Where was Robb's steed? They were nowhere to be found, but numerous dried bloodstains marred the surrounding grassland. Nearby, the trees bore the marks of fearsome claws left by wild beasts. Could it be that the two children had met a grim fate? "My lord, there are words here." Upon hearing the soldier's exclamation, Eddard quickly raised his torch to investigate. It was a brief message left by Gendry. A sigh of relief escaped his lips as he gazed southward, then turned to mount his horse. "Let us return to Winterfell." As the Duke of the North, he was bound to his territory unless summoned by the king. His venture into the Riverlands in search of his daughter was already a grave transgression. Should he delve further, it would surely incite conflict. Therefore, he resolved to return to Winterfell and dispatch his most trusted subordinate to King's Landing to retrieve Arya. Chapter 41. Rest at Dawn. Gully and his companion found a quaint little town near King S Road after a grueling night of travel, weary and in need of respite. Within the tavern of the town, a throng of mercenaries and bandits occupied the space, the air thick with the foul stench of alcohol, creating a rather oppressive atmosphere. Gully pushed open the taverness door, laden with a plethora of burdens, and approached the counter alongside Arya. "How much for night's stay?" The proprietor, preoccupied with polishing a glass, replied nonchalantly, 2 copper stars. "If you desire the finest room, that would be 7 copper stars per night." 7 copper stars? That equates to a silver stag. A rip-off indeed. Gully furrowed his brow, realizing that this tavern was the only establishment in the entire town, leaving him with no alternative. He opened the pouch that Robb had given him, revealing merely 3 silver stags remaining. However, he still possessed Jon Snow's pouch containing 27 golden dragons, so financial concerns were not pressing. As for Caitlyn's jewelry, it would be best to leave it untouched. Gully placed 2 silver stags on the counter, 1 night's lodging, and "Please send some provisions to our room." The proprietor's eyes brightened as he swiftly pocketed the silver stags, then turned to retrieve a set of iron keys, handing one to Gully. "Your room is at the end of the hallway on the 2nd floor. The food will take a little while. We'll bring it up as soon as it's ready." "Very well." Gully accepted the key, suddenly aware of the hushed silence that enveloped the tavern. His earlier display of generosity had drawn the attention of all present. These were mercenaries and bandits, and their scrutiny was not a welcome circumstance. With a cold smirk, Gully raised his left hand and struck the counter with a fist. Bang! The wooden surface caved in dramatically, silencing the room. "My apologies, a slip of the hand," he remarked indifferently, tossing an additional silver stag to the owner for the counter's damage. "And please ensure the food arrives promptly." With that, he took Arya by the hand and ascended the stairs. Only after they had departed did the mercenaries below begin to murmur amongst themselves, speculating about the identity of this enigmatic stranger. From his accent, he appears to hail from the north suddenly. One mercenary's eyes lit up with realization, and he whispered conspiratorially, "White hair, mismatched eyes, and great strength. Do you think he could be the White Wolf of House Stark?" In the Riverlands, many bandits from the north had been roaming about, and tales of the White Wolf had spread like wildfire. On the 2nd floor of the tavern, Gully remained blissfully unaware of the nickname he had acquired. He first settled the drowsy Arya into bed before he began to organize their belongings. Though the quantity was modest, the items were rather bulky. 3 blankets, a wooden box containing ice spears, 2 Valyrian steel swords, a large bundle of jerky and dark bread, a hunting bow, and a quiver holding 8 or 9 arrows. And also Caitlyn's jewelry box. He was also encumbered with several smaller items, such as 3 pouches of coin and a water flask. Sighing, he reflected on the burdens of travel. Indeed, carrying so much was a wearisome endeavor. Gully began to organize his belongings, unrolling 3 furs. The first roll contained an ice spear, allowing him to discard the cumbersome wooden box. The second roll encased 2 Valyrian steel swords, which he deemed unnecessary for the time being, as he typically relied on his ice dagger for combat. He decided to keep the third roll for warmth during his nights under the stars. Subsequently, he combined his coin pouches, extracting his cherished leather pouch and pouring all the coins into it. The 3 pouches belonging to House Stark were set aside and placed into a jewelry box. After completing these tasks, Ghoulie strolled to the window, gazing at the pale sky, lamenting, endlessly traveling day and night. I scarcely had the chance to admire the scenery along the way. What a torment it has been. He resolved to slow his pace in the journey ahead, choosing to enjoy the travel alongside Arya. There came a knock at the door. "Guest, your food is at the door. Could you please come and retrieve it?" Ghoulie opened the door and accepted a large platter of roasted meat and bread from the innkeeper, expressing his gratitude. The innkeeper inquired, "Would you like some wine? Our selection is quite good." "No, thank you." Ghoulie turned to place the bread and meat on the wooden table within the room, preparing to close the door. The innkeeper hurriedly asked, "Will you be dining this afternoon? The cost remains a silver stag." With a rare customer like Ghoulie, the innkeeper was eager to extract more profit. Ghoulie, maintaining a stern expression, replied, "No, we require ample rest. Please do not disturb us." With that, he shut the door, leaving the innkeeper to retreat awkwardly, muttering about the arrogance of nobility. Inside the room, as Ghoulie turned, he noticed Bing Ling had suddenly appeared on the table, tearing into the roasted meat on the platter. When had it flown in, glancing at the open window, he already had his answer. He sat down at the wooden table, saving a piece of meat for Arya, who had yet to eat. Bing Ling, unable to speak, merely rolled its eyes before swiftly devouring all the roasted meat. With a belly now distended, it sat contentedly on the table and let out a satisfied burp. "I told you to save a piece for Arya. Sigh, I suppose I'll have to buy more when she wakes." Ghoulie gently patted Bing Ling's little head, expressing his exasperation. Bing Ling, having finished its meal, pointed at another platter of bread, its intentions clear. "The human hatchling may have bread. All the meat is mine." Ghoulie, seeing through its thoughts, chuckled. "By the way, how did you become a dragon?" No, I should ask, where did you find a dragon egg?" Bing Ling wrote on the table, "We possess one. The children of the forest possess a dragon egg? This was never mentioned in the series. How did you hatch it?" "Hatching a dragon egg requires Targaryen blood, though the three-eyed raven is a bastard of House Targaryen. Is his blood pure enough?" Ghoulie inquired further. Bing Ling looked at him in astonishment and wrote, "Why is human blood necessary? Are dragons created by humans?" Ghoulie slapped his forehead, realizing, of course, the Targaryens merely tamed dragons. Long before their ancestors, the Valyrians, tamed the dragons. These magnificent creatures already roamed the earth. In other words, the breeding of dragons does not necessitate human intervention. Thus, there is no requirement for human bloodlines. You must grow swiftly so that one day you can carry me aloft through the skies. Ghoulie believes that Bing Ling was born several years prior to Daenerys' 3 dragons and will undoubtedly surpass them in size. One day, Bing Ling will accept 3 younger siblings, and I shall possess 4 dragons. Bing Ling, feeling rather disinterested, reclined on the wooden table, declaring, "I am growing rapidly. In a year or 2, I shall be able to fly with you." Ghoulie yawned, his body weary and aching, in need of rest. He hastily consumed a piece of bread to satiate his hunger, then, with an ice blade, scraped away the words inscribed on the table. "I am off to sleep. You do as you wish." Ghoulie approached the bedside, gently nudging the slumbering Arya to the inside, while he took the outer side of the bed. Fortunately, this double bed was spacious enough, offering no sense of crowding. He removed his shoes, climbed into bed, and covered himself with a blanket, slowly closing his eyes. Seeing that he was settled, Bing Ling flew to his pillow, curling up in a ball, and drifted off to sleep alongside him. Chapter 42. King's Landing atop a high hill outside King's Landing. Ghoulie and Arya sat astride their steeds, gazing at the distant city. Nestled along the eastern coastline of Westeros, King's Landing served as the capital of the 7 kingdoms, sprawling over an area several times that of Winterfell, boasting a dense cluster of buildings. Encircled by a nearly square wall, the city featured 7 imposing gates. Its population was remarkably dense, with nearly 500,000 souls residing within its confines. "Wow, what an enormous city!" Arya exclaimed, taken aback by the sheer size. As this was her first encounter with such a vast metropolis, far surpassing Winterfell in scale. Ghoulie nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "Indeed, as the capital of the Seven Kingdoms. This grandeur does not disappoint my expectations." After pausing to admire the view for a moment longer, the two riders descended the slope and ambled towards King's Landing. Approaching the northern gate, known as the Old Gate, they followed the King's Road southward until they reached its entrance. As they drew near, a different scene unfolded before them. Perhaps due to its status as the capital, the outskirts of King's Landing were crowded with impoverished families, clad in tattered garments and struggling to survive in makeshift tents. They appeared gaunt and destitute. Ghoulie sighed, yearning for the opulence of noble life, yet his heart ached upon witnessing the plight of these destitute souls. However, as an ordinary man, the fate of the kingdom bore little weight upon his shoulders. The two continued on horseback, passing the unfortunate souls until they arrived at the city gate. "Stop! Dismount for inspection," commanded a guard. Ghoulie dismounted alone, leaving Arya on horseback. A sentinel approached, sizing Ghoulie up. Noticing his refined attire and distinguished demeanor, the guard inquired, "Are you of noble birth?" "I am yet to be ennobled," Ghoulie replied calmly. The guard pressed further. "Do you possess a letter of admission?" The so-called admission letter was a recommendation from local nobility. Ghoulie, unfamiliar with such requirements, furrowed his brow and retorted, "Is entry to the city impossible without such a document?" A flicker of disdain crossed the guard's face. "Naturally, without proof of your origins, how could we permit you entry?" Left speechless, Ghoulie explained, "I hail from Winterfell, and this young lady is the daughter of the Duke of Winterfell. We have come to King's Landing to meet His Majesty the King regarding urgent matters." The guard smirked. "Deceit is futile. Winterfell is but a remote corner of the continent. Even traitors shy away from such a place." He extended his hand, insisting on proof, rendering Ghoulie's words ineffective. Realizing the guard's persistent gesture was not mere formality, Ghoulie retrieved a silver stag from his pouch and tossed it into the guard's palm. The guard greedily eyed Ghoulie's coin pouch, his hand still outstretched. Ghoulie, with a cold smirk, warned, "Do not be excessively greedy. The consequences of offending House Stark are not burdens you can bear. To serve as a guard in the capital, one must surely hail from a noble lineage, for it is inconceivable that he would not have heard of the Stark family from the north." The guard, noticing that Ghoulie frequently mentioned the Stark name, felt a flicker of belief ignite within him. He withdrew his hand and declared loudly, "You may enter. The horses are not permitted within the city. And remember to behave. Should you break the law, we shall apprehend you just the same." Such juvenile threats were beneath Ghoulie's concern. He merely took the reins and strolled into the capital. Upon entering King's Landing, Ghoulie and his companion were soon assailed by an indescribable stench. The foul aroma enveloped them, lingering long and unyielding. How repugnant! Arya gagged a few times, dismissively waving her hand. This penetrating odor was a ghastly amalgamation of decay and death, sharply pungent and utterly intolerable. Even Ghoulie covered his mouth and nose, instinctively quickening his pace. Their foremost task upon entering the city was to locate suitable lodgings before devising a way to gain access to the Red Keep, the King's residence. Alas, if they faced such difficulties with the guards at the gates, gaining entry to the Red Keep would undoubtedly present a formidable challenge. Ghoulie hurriedly led his horse away from the stinking slums, navigating the narrow streets of King's Landing in search of an appropriate tavern. Suddenly, commotion erupted from a nearby inn, suggesting a skirmish had broken out. Ghoulie was not surprised, given the squalid state of the city. One could only assume that law and order were equally compromised. He was about to turn away from this den of discord when he overheard a furious voice exclaim, "Damn that imp! Mary is my wife. How dare you?" Unable to resist the temptation to investigate, Ghoulie turned back, pondering whether this imp could indeed be the one he suspected. He handed the reins to Arya, saying, "I shall take a look. Wait for me here." Arya, having heard the ruckus, cautioned Luke, "Be careful. Do not worry. I shall be fine," he reassured her, securing his bow and quiver back onto the saddle, and fastening the dark sister at his waist before cautiously approaching the inn. Inside, the sounds of clattering echoed, as if someone were smashing objects. Ghoulie lifted the gauzy curtain at the entrance and peered inside. There, a golden-haired dwarf was scurrying about in the nude. "Sir, please calm yourself. I was unaware she was a married woman. This is a brothel. After all, who could have anticipated?" Opposite him stood an irate, burly man wielding a short sword, relentlessly pursuing the exposed dwarf. "Do not try to deny it. You have had your way with her. I will kill you." Ghoulie covered his face in disbelief. "It was indeed you, my beloved character, Tyrion Lannister." A tragedy seemed imminent within the inn. Yet the scantily clad women paid no mind, immediately resorting to provocative displays upon seeing a new patron. Having just arrived from the modest surroundings of Winterfell, Ghoulie was utterly taken aback by the scene before him. Ahem, the wealthy certainly know how to indulge. I am most impressed, he thought. Tyrion, noticing Ghoulie, called out for assistance. "Friend, lend me a hand. I'm a Lannister. A Lannister always pays his debts." Ghoulie stifled a laugh. Even in the absence of the Lannister motto, "A debt must be repaid," he would have intervened to rescue Tyrion. After all, he was undeniably his favorite character. Steeling himself, he traversed the tumultuous sea of people with feigned calmness, delivering a swift kick that sent the sword-wielding middle-aged man sprawling. The man was remarkably robust, his physique rippling with muscles. Astonishingly, after being struck, he merely rolled once on the ground before regaining his feet. Ghoulie furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. This middle-aged man was no mere civilian, but rather a seasoned fighter masquerading as one. How could a commoner, who barely had enough to eat, develop such a physique? Even if he were a hunter with ample meat at every meal, his skills were clearly unnatural. No longer holding back, Ghoulie swiftly closed the distance to the man, his movements as elusive as a phantom. Seizing the moment of the man's shock, he landed a powerful blow on the man's right hand, causing him to emit a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The man's thumb and index finger bent grotesquely, and his short sword clattered to the ground. Ghoulie placed his right hand on the hilt of the Dark Sister's sword, commanding, "Quickly flee, or I shall cleave you in two." Terrified, the man retreated several paces, cradling his injured hand, and hastily exited the inn. Tyrion, who had been hiding beneath the table, emerged once the middle-aged man had departed, wrapping the tablecloth around himself. He smiled at Ghoulie and said, "I apologize for my disheveled appearance, but rest assured, I am indeed a Lannister. If you accompany me shortly, I shall reward you with gold." Ghoulie crossed his arms, leaning against the wall, his expression one of amusement as he regarded him. "I'm aware. You are Tyrion Lannister. Greetings, I am Ghoulie, hailing from the north. You may also refer to me as Luke, which is my other name." "Very well. Please wait while I don my clothes," Tyrion replied, turning to fetch his garments. Suddenly, he paused and, with a look of astonishment, turned back. "You, with your white hair and also from the north. You're the White Wolf of House Stark?" Ghoulie's expression darkened. He was still a virgin. How could he possibly be mistaken for some infamous figure? "I am not Gerald. My name is Ghoulie, though you may call me Luke." Chapter 43. The Dwarf. In truth, it was a misunderstanding on the part of Ghoulie. It is only the well-known members of House Stark who are bestowed with the moniker of the Wolf by outsiders. For instance, Eddard, known as the Silent Wolf, Benjen, once referred to as the Wolf Cub, their elder brother Brandon, the Wild Wolf, and their deceased sister Lyanna, the She-Wolf. In Ghouie's generation, only he and Robb were widely recognized. Thus, Robb is the young wolf, while he is the White Wolf. At this moment, Tyrion entered the room to don his attire once more. Ghouie remained alone in the hall, confronting the encroaching tides that drew nearer. "Cough, do not approach," he asserted. "Ah, I thank you for allowing me to behold such splendid scenery." He retrieved several silver stags from his waist and bestowed one upon each of them. The tides, understanding his lack of interest, accepted the coins and discreetly veiled their exposed allure with delicate veils. Upon Tyrion's return, dressed appropriately, he addressed Ghouie. "You are Ghouie? Not the White Wolf of House Stark." Ghouie, disinterested in further explanation, reminded him, "Lannister, debts must be repaid." Tyrion adjusted his attire and replied earnestly, "Come, I shall escort you to retrieve your gold." As they exited the establishment, Ghouie stated, "I do not require your gold. Can you facilitate a meeting with the king?" Tyrion could not help but glance back. "You wish to meet the king? Is that so difficult?" Ghouie retorted. After all, Tyrion, being the Queen's brother, should have the means to arrange an audience with King Robert. Otherwise, he would have to sneak into the Red Keep under the cover of night. Tyrion halted. It isn't impossible, yet neither is it straightforward. Allow me to ponder a solution. Giri proposed. Are you not able to meet the king? I could masquerade as your guard. Tyrion shattered his illusion. Disguised as my guard, you would merely gain entry to the Red Keep. In an audience with the king, how could I allow a personal guard to accompany me? Giri refrained from further argument, convinced that Tyrion, with his status and connections, would surely facilitate a meeting with King Robert. Nearby, at the street corner, Arya observed Giri exiting the inn. She immediately gave a slight tug on the reins, guiding her steed slowly towards him. At that moment, Tyrion conceived a plan. I have it. My brother Jaime serves as a king's guard within the Red Keep. With his assistance, you shall meet the king. However, this will be an informal encounter, and you must possess a legitimate reason. Otherwise, the king's wrath is something we both cannot bear. Giri assuredly replied, Rest assured, I have a legitimate reason. I seek the king's aid in sending this girl back to the north. The girl? Tyrion turned to see Arya approaching on horseback, exclaiming in surprise. You intend for the king to assist you? You possess remarkable audacity. She is the youngest daughter of Eddard Stark. With that lineage, I am confident the king will oblige, Giri explained with calm composure. Tyrion, aware of King Robert's camaraderie with the Duke of Winterfell, suddenly comprehended. How could the Stark family's youngest daughter be with you? You cannot deny it. You are indeed the White Wolf. Guli remained silent, feeling a profound discomfort with the title bestowed upon him, as if it belonged to another. Arya rode up to them, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Tyrion, inquiring. Luke, his head is quite large. Is he a dwarf? Guli, exasperated, responded, Arya, that is rather impolite. You must apologize. One should not expose another's vulnerabilities upon first meeting. Were it not for Arya's tender age and innocent candor, Tyrion might have been incensed. I'm sorry, sir. Arya quickly offered, realizing her faux pas. Tyrion, indeed, took no offense, saying, No matter, children will be children. Now, regarding your matters, having the Stark name will facilitate things. I shall mention this to the king, and I trust you will be summoned forthwith. Thank you. I shall await good news. Guli replied as he prepared to depart with his horse, but Tyrion called out to them. Wait, judging by your appearance, you must have recently arrived in King's Landing. If you have yet to secure accommodations, why not accompany me? My residence is far more comfortable than any inn, perched high with a view over much of the city, and it boasts a private garden for your repose. Guli, eager to cultivate a rapport with Tyrion, consented. Then I shall impose upon you. Tyrion led the way, remarking, I seldom stay there. I spend most of my time at various places with children, but I shall refrain from elaborating. In any case, you may rest easy. I will seek an audience with the king at the earliest opportunity. Thank you, Guli noted, intending to caution. The man we encountered earlier is not to be underestimated. His attire suggests he is of humble origins, yet his prowess is anything but ordinary. Tyrion's keen intellect had already discerned the situation. I am aware. In this city, many harbor disdain for me. It could very well be someone is toying with me. Fear not, they would not dare to act upon their malice. Although he may not have garnered his father's favor, the Lannisters' reputation for repaying debts was not mere rhetoric. The trio proceeded leisurely, sharing laughter along the way. Within King's Landing, there are 3 prominent hills, each adorned with distinctive edifices. In the southwest, the Visenya Hills are home to numerous exquisite structures, the most renowned being the Great September of Baelor, where statues of the 7 gods stand, creating an atmosphere steeped in spirituality. Conversely, the Rhaenys Hills to the northeast harbor no such buildings. Rather, beneath them lie the long-abandoned dragon pits, once a sanctuary for the Targaryen family's dragons in days gone by. Lastly, the tallest hill, known as Aegon's High Hill, is situated at the southeastern corner of the city, crowned with the imposing Red Keep, the royal castle and seat of the Iron Throne. The 3 traversed half of King's Landing, arriving at the vicinity of Aegon's High Hill. This area, a prosperous district, was characterized by its sparse population, tidy streets, and notably wider thoroughfares. Tyrion guided Guli and Arya to his modest estate, instructing a servant to lead their horse to the stables while he personally showed them to their quarters. Ghuli bore several large bags of luggage, following closely behind Tyrion alongside Arya. They resembled country bumpkins entering the city, constantly glancing around in awe. Truly, the wealthiest family in Westeros had managed to acquire such a spacious residence in the densely populated King's Landing. Ghuli could not help but exclaim in wonder. Arya, equally curious, wandered about, her senses overwhelmed by the exquisite murals, lifelike sculptures, and beautiful garments that captivated her immensely. Although the Stark family was not impoverished, the North's material scarcity made it difficult to attain such a lavish standard as found in King's Landing. After assigning them their rooms, Tyrion explained, "All of this was purchased with my own earnings, without spending a single penny of the Lannister family's fortune." His unfortunate childhood had rendered him with little sense of belonging to House Lannister. Ghuli set down his baggage and tossed a gold dragon to Tyrion for their lodging and meals. Tyrion felt a pang of sadness, remarking, "I thought we were friends now, little wolf." Ghuli spread his hands, replying, "If you cease to call me that nickname, we might indeed be friends." Accepting the gold dragon, Tyrion jested, "Ah, but with only one gold dragon, it appears I can only offer bread." Ghuli was indifferent, knowing that noble bread was far superior to the coarse black bread common folk consumed, possessing a refined taste and texture. "Very well. It has been ages since I last enjoyed palatable bread." Through their exchanges during the journey, Tyrion perceived Ghuli's remarkable innocence. He spoke freely and with little reservation. Was it customary for northern nobles to be so trusting upon first meeting? Tyrion had never encountered such a guileless aristocrat before. Furthermore, in Ghuli's eyes, he saw no hint of disdain for his dwarfism, nor any trace of pity. Engaging in conversation with Ghuli allowed Tyrion to experience, for the first time, the sensation of being treated as a normal person. Their pleasant rapport perhaps served as the fundamental reason behind Tyrion's desire to befriend Ghuli. Chapter 44. The Legend of the White Wolf. In truth, Ghuli was not as simple and naive as he appeared. He was well acquainted with the personalities and histories of the central figures in Game of Thrones, including Tyrion. Thus, the act of garnering favor was an effortless endeavor for him. Furthermore, he did not truly divulge his secrets to Tyrion. He merely shared fragments of his past in Winterfell and how he came to King's Landing. The more crucial matters, such as the secret of his left hand, remained unspoken. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Tyrion set out for the Red Keep to meet the king. Ghuli and Arya, upon his departure, promptly ventured out as well. With coin purses in hand, they navigated the bustling streets of King's Landing, seeking out preferred shops for a delightful shopping spree. Although Ghuli initially lacked a desire to shop, seeing Arya, who had been sulking in her room, he resolved to take her out for some retail therapy to lift her spirits. This outing would not only allow Arya to acquire a few new garments, but it also provided an opportunity to pick up gifts to send back to Jon Snow and Robb. They roamed the city until the afternoon, returning with their arms laden with treasures. Arya, adorned in a new pink dress, gleefully leapt ahead, while Ghuli trailed behind, carrying the gifts he had selected for the nobles of Winterfell, including the not-so-close relations of Catelyn and Theon. Yet among the multitude of presents, only 3 were meticulously chosen by him. 2 finely crafted steel swords, the work of a renowned artisan in King's Landing, inscribed with the names of Robb and Jon, intended for the 2 of them. Additionally, there was a gilded breastplate, adorned with exquisite patterns and emblazoned with the Stark sigil of the dire wolf, which Ghuli had selected for Eddard. However, these 3 significant gifts were still in the process of being crafted and would require several days for completion. The items he currently bore were merely small tokens, chosen alongside Arya for the other inhabitants of Winterfell. Upon their return to Tyrion's residence, they found him waiting eagerly. He had instructed the servants to prepare dinner, anticipating their arrival. The servants took the parcels from Ghuli's hands, promising to deliver them to his room shortly. "Please, take your seats. I have delightful news to share," Tyrion urged, seated at the dining table. Once Ghuli and Arya were settled, Ghuli inquired, "Has the king agreed to send someone to escort Arya back to Winterfell?" Tyrion raised his goblet of wine, taking a sip before responding, His Majesty is quite intrigued by you. It seems your reputation as the White Wolf has indeed reached the Red Keep. Ghoulie furrowed his brow. Intrigued by me? Arya is the daughter of his old friend. Has the king mistaken his affections? Moreover, the moniker of White Wolf. Could I perhaps have a different alias? Tyrion, taken aback, questioned, do you not fancy the name White Wolf? He had sensed this sentiment, but could not fathom the reason behind it. Well, never mind. White Wolf it shall be, Ghoulie replied, taking a sip of wine, attempting to dispel the peculiar image that had surfaced in his mind. At that moment, Arya raised her hand and exclaimed, I know. Luke is referred to as the White Wolf, a moniker whispered among the soldiers of Winterfell. His mother once quarreled with his father over this matter, urging him to forbid the soldiers from spreading such rumors. Yet, his father paid little heed to her concerns. Ghoulie was taken aback. How was he unaware of this development? Moreover, is it truly wise to divulge such personal revelations about one's parents? Tyrion remarked, it is widely rumored that you are the illegitimate son of Brandon Stark. As an illegitimate child, you cannot bear the Stark surname. Frankly, the title of Wolf has always been the exclusive domain of House Stark. For a bastard to possess such a title is rather remarkable, is it not? Why would you resist it? Ghoulie offered an awkward smile. I do not intentionally resist. I merely find it somewhat disconcerting. Tyrion regarded Ghoulie with a knowing gaze, sensing that his new friend was quite naive when it came to matters of power. If the soldiers had bestowed upon you the title of Wolf, your standing in the Winterfell army must be considerable. No? In times of peace, Ghoulie had never led troops in a battle. Thus, he believed there was no such esteem to speak of. Not at all. I rarely interact with the soldiers of Winterfell. Arya tapped her plate and shook her head. That is not true. Luke is quite popular in Winterfell. The soldiers say he is the strongest warrior in the north, able to take on 100 foes single-handedly. They regard you as an idol and often sneak outside the city to watch you practice your swordsmanship. Ghoulie raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Aren't they supposed to be on patrol? He had indeed witnessed soldiers gathering to watch him, but they had claimed they were merely conducting their patrol duties and had stopped by to observe. Impossible. I have no military achievements or noble titles. Why would the soldiers admire me? Ghoulie chuckled and shook his head. Arya, surely you fabricated this? Arya flushed and exclaimed, I have not. Tyrion interjected, Luke, even from the far-off King's Landing, I have heard tales about you. It is said that several years ago, you ventured alone to a village besieged by mountain bandits and single-handedly slew over 300 of them, successfully rescuing more than 100 villagers. Ghoulie pondered for a moment. That was my first patrol, and I happened upon the bandits attacking the village. At that time, we had only 4 soldiers and myself, and they sought to retreat for reinforcements. However, I believed we could win, so I charged in. He continued, however, it was not as exaggerated as you claim. There were only about 60 bandits, not 300. Moreover, those bandits were neither armored nor well-armed, making them not particularly formidable adversaries. Tyrion chuckled. I suspected the tales had been embellished. Nevertheless, achieving victory with 5 against over 60 is no small feat. No, the 4 soldiers did not engage. Ghoulie silently took a bite of his food, offering no further explanation. Tyrion took a sip of wine and laughed. There are also rumors that you, in that battle, wrenched the head from the bandit leader with sheer strength. Indeed, Tyrion was momentarily stunned, his wine glass tilting unconsciously and spilling wine upon himself. He had no time to clean up, hastily inquiring, is that true? Are you truly that strong? Ghoulie set down his wine glass, reassuringly stating, do not fear. I am not usually so ferocious. It was merely that one time I lost my composure. I am not afraid, Tyrion replied, standing by the table and brushing off the wine stains from his clothing. A nearby maid promptly produced a handkerchief to assist him. However, the crimson wine had already seeped into the fabric, rendering it impossible to clean entirely. Tyrion, with a resigned gesture, returned to his seat and inquired, is it true that you once killed an adult bull with your bare hands in the north? Ghoulie glanced sideways. Is that what you have heard? Indeed. It occurred last year, he acknowledged. But it was not barehanded. At the time, I was seeking a practice target to refine my swordsmanship. The immensely powerful bull became my chosen adversary, and I faced it with a blade. Thus, the bull perished by the edge of the ice-cold sword. rather than by his fists. So, you were the one who led the charge against the mountain bandits in the north? Tyrion asked. Ghoulie chuckled. How could that be? Though I have often ventured out to eradicate bandits over the years, it is impossible to completely rid the land of them. In these times, the number of those unable to survive only increases. Tyrion di Ragardawam, Lislamin. Asarting. No. The reason your tale has circulated is because the mountain bandits collectively descended southward. Ghoulie frowned. Is that so? Over the years, he had indeed slain quite a number of bandits in his pursuit of honing his sword's killing intent. Pouring himself another glass of wine, Tyrion continued thus. We can conclude that your reputation within the forces of Winterfell is quite formidable. Were you not a bastard? This esteem alone would make you a strong contender for the title of Duke of Winterfell. He shot Ghoulie a sidelong glance. If I were Brandon Stark, I would marry your mother, even at the cost of breaking the Night's Watch oath to legitimize you. Ghoulie shook his head with a smile. Brandon is not my father, and I do not seek legitimacy. The Duke of Winterfell is not my desire. Tyrion took a hearty drink and remarked, His Majesty is aware of your exploits. He intends for you to participate in the tournament a week hence. I have no interest. Ghoulie waved his hand dismissively. Tyrion reminded him, this is the best opportunity to meet His Majesty. Should you miss it, you might have to wait quite a while for another chance. Ghoulie hesitated, finally conceding, Very well, I shall attend to observe, but I cannot guarantee my participation. Clearing his throat, Tyrion spoke with an air of seriousness. Ahem. His Majesty wishes to convey that in a few days it will be Princess Myrcella's birthday, and a tournament should be held to celebrate with the nobles. He hopes you can offer splendid omen. What do you mean? Ghoulie asked, not comprehending. Tyrion explained directly. The champion of the tournament can present a garland to the most beautiful woman in the arena. It is an unparalleled honor, and His Majesty hopes you can assist the princess in securing it. Ghoulie scratched his head. Since it is, after all, the princess's birthday, whoever wins should naturally bestow the garland upon her. Wouldn't you agree? Surely, there wouldn't be anyone so lacking in tact. Tyrion believed Ghoulie to be that very tactless individual. You hail from the north, which carries a unique significance. To my knowledge, King Robert has long harbored intentions of forging an alliance through marriage with the north. After all, Robert and Ed have grown up together since childhood, forging an exceptionally strong bond between them. Chapter 45. The Martial Arts Tournament, Part 1. As night fell, Arya unexpectedly entered Ghoulie's chamber, lingering within its confines. Reluctant to depart, Ghoulie discerned the sorrow in her eyes and chuckled. Fear not, for there are still 7 days remaining. We shall venture forth once more. I vow to return to Winterfell and visit you. Arya, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, replied, Luke, I cannot bear to part with you. Ghoulie, having watched her blossom into the person she is, felt a profound bond with her. He gently ruffled Arya's hair, saying, You're still quite young, not yet of the age to journey into the world. You have seen how grim the outside realm can be. It could devour you whole. Lowering her gaze and pouting, Arya queried, When shall I be able to travel with you? Ghoulie crouched to meet her gaze. You are but 7 years old. You may embark on your journey after your 16th birthday. Ah, must I wait 9 years? Arya sighed, turning her head away in discontent. Ghoulie reassured her. Do you recall our first meeting? Remarkably, 5 years have slipped by as if it were only yesterday. The next 9 years will unfold in the same manner. They will pass swiftly. Suddenly, Arya leaped from the wooden chair, her spirits lifted. Oh, Luke, you have the ability to dream, do you not? You could meet me in your dreams. Dreaming? Ah, crafting dreams, Ghoulie replied, shaking his head. I lack the power to enter another's dreams. The last occurrence was you inadvertently stumbling into mine. Arya's smile faltered, and she returned to her earlier disheartened state. Oh, very well. Ghoulie settled beside her and cleared his throat. Shall I tell you a news story? Arya's attention was instantly captured. A news story? Yes, please. She obediently returned to her seat, her focus unwavering as she awaited his tale. Once upon a time, there existed a place called Kael Mohan, a secret haven for training demon hunters. The narrative continued late into the night, and under its enchanting spell, Arya gradually succumbed to slumber. Ghoulie carefully lifted her and placed her in her chamber. tucking her into bed after removing her boots and covering her with a blanket before returning to his own quarters. Sighing, Guli sat at the edge of his bed, murmuring to himself. Since the passing of Bing Ling, guilt had shackled him, sealing away his gift. For 5 years, he had refrained from crafting new dreams. Yet now that he had learned of Bing Ling's well-being, those reservations diminished. However, the objects within dreams were mere phantoms, incapable of manifesting in the real world. The only tangible gain he could attain from dreams was knowledge. Indeed, it was knowledge. The martial techniques of the Chicha family swordsmanship were knowledge, allowing them to materialize in reality. In contrast, Ding Bing's falling plum, even in his grasp, remained a mere illusion, unable to escape the confines of dreams. Gu Li's reluctance to forge new dreams was not a slight against the power of knowledge. On the contrary, he believed that knowledge wielded far greater power than material possessions. Indeed, if he so desired, he could even conjure a reality within his dreams, subsequently devising the intricate algorithms for nuclear weapons. Alas, possessing the algorithms would be futile if he could not comprehend them. Even if he were to understand them, it would not guarantee that he could procure the necessary nuclear materials within the realm of Game of Thrones. In fact, he had fantasized years ago about creating firearms in that world. However, he was compelled to abandon this ambition when he could not find gunpowder in Winterfell. This world seemingly harbored the existence of alchemists. Perhaps he could seek their assistance in the future. It made sense. Those adept in chemistry should possess the means to concoct gunpowder. Lying on his bed, Guli contemplated the future. He was determined to modernize the armies of the North. 7 days later, outside King S Landing, in the Kingswood, due to the necessity of constructing a venue for the tournament, a significant area of the Kingswood had been cleared. The felled trees would be fashioned into grandstands for the royalty and nobility, as well as the arena for the knights jousting. When Tyrion brought Guli and Luke to the Kingswood, the venue was already filled with noble guests from various houses. They were to ascend the high wooden platform where the royal family resided, presenting gifts to Princess Myrcella in celebration of her birthday before returning to their designated seating in the noble area. Once the princess had received the various offerings, the king would formally commence the tournament. This outlined the general procedure of the tournament, which was not overly complicated. However, as a participant, Guli was not permitted to join the noble seating, but rather had to proceed to the knights' resting area. "Luke, do you think we will see the princess and the prince?" Arya suddenly inquired. Guli pondered for a moment. "We should be able to catch a glimpse, perhaps even converse with them." Arya, having never encountered royalty, felt a twinge of nervousness. "Really? Luke, His Majesty has already registered you. You must prepare diligently," Tyrion remarked, his expression tinged with embarrassment upon grasping the situation. "King Robert is rather eager to witness the spectacle." "I assent, Teehee." Guli rubbed his aching head. "I have never participated in a tournament. Please enlighten me." Tyrion approached Guli, gesturing towards the tournament grounds. "Over there is the archery range. The largest area is designated for team simulations and collective brawls, and that spot is for individual sword duels. However, these are merely preliminary rounds. You need not partake. You have secured a place in the final segment of the tournament through the reputation of White Wolf and the King's endorsement." Recalling the details from the series, Guli hesitantly asked, "The final segment? Is that where two individuals charge at each other on horseback with wooden lances?" Tyrion nodded affirmatively. "Precisely. That is known as the Lance Tournament. It tests the knight's horsemanship, lance skill, strength, and bravery, serving as the decisive step in determining the champion." "Boring," Guli replied in a low tone. Immediately, Tyrion interjected, "Luke, you listen carefully. Although both contenders would don full suits of armor and wield deliberately blunted wooden lances, the jousting event remained the most perilous segment, with a notably high mortality rate." Guli was acutely aware of this truth. The acceleration provided by the steeds could transform a wooden lance into a dangerously lethal weapon. Even the protection of plate armor was insufficient, as a strike to the body could still result in internal injuries from the blunt force. Moreover, a thrust to a vital area, such as the neck, would undoubtedly be fatal. Such a contest, lacking in technical finesse, struck Guli as exceedingly tedious. He felt disinclined to participate. especially since he was not a true noble and had never trained with a lance in his youth. Tyrion suggested, if you're truly uninterested, perhaps you could merely go through the motions? Gully, resting his hand on the hilt of ice, nodded indifferently. He had come to partake in the tournament of the current king, and it would be rather improper to carry a blade from a bygone royal lineage. Thus, earlier that morning, he had left the Dark Sister safely stored in his chamber and had departed with the great sword ice. "Kulme, I shall take you to get fitted with armor," Tyrion said, gesturing to lead the way. Gully called out to him, clarifying, "No need. I did not bring armor, and I am quite comfortable as I am." Tyrion chuckled, "I know, which is precisely why I have already made arrangements for you. Now, let us go and get you suited up." Chapter 46, The Tournament, Part 2. In the resting area for contestants of the tournament, Tyrion encountered a golden-haired man clad in light golden armor and draped in a white cloak. He introduced, "This is my brother, Jaime Lannister, as a member of the King's Guard. He will also be participating in this tournament. And this is the White Wolf of the North, Jon Snow." Jaime regarded Jon with keen interest. "The White Wolf of the North? Huh. I expected you to be a robust man. I did not anticipate you to be such a scrawny lad." His tone dripped with arrogance, much to Jon's displeasure. Jon retorted, "Whether I am robust or not, you shall soon find out for yourself." Jaime found Jon's spirit amusing and chuckled. "I hope you truly possess skill. Otherwise, your North may face considerable shame." Tyrion tugged at Jaime's arm, whispering, "Where's the armor I asked you to prepare? Where did you put it?" Jaime gestured towards the depths of the resting area. "It's all inside." Tyrion approached Jon, looking up. "I am not a contestant, and according to the rules, I cannot freely approach the Knight's resting area. Jaime will escort you in. Arya and I will head to the viewing platform." "All right." Jon bent down, advising Arya, "Stay close to Tyrion and wait for me at the viewing platform." Arya clenched her small fists. "Jon, you must make them eat dirt." Jon smiled. "I promise you that." Arya waved farewell to Jon and departed the resting area with Tyrion, making their way towards the noble viewing platform. Jaime whistled, "Come along, follow me." Jon trailed behind him as they ventured deeper into the resting area. The entire area was spacious, with all the contestants resting and practicing. There were dedicated stalls for knights to keep their steeds. Along the way, Jon observed numerous tall and powerful knights, some practicing swordplay, others charging on horseback, while a few were discussing team formations. However, he appeared to draw unusual attention. Whenever he passed by other knights, they would pause their activities and curiously fixate on him. Why was that? Was it due to his white hair? Jaime led Jon to a nearby stall, kicking a large wooden crate on the ground. "Your armor is inside. Care to try it on? We want to be competing until the afternoon, so we have ample time." Jon opened the crate to reveal a suit of silver gray armor. This armor not only covered the body and limbs, but also included a helmet, neck guard, gauntlets, and greaves, all offering comprehensive protection. Unfortunately, its exorbitant cost and weight made it impractical for widespread use. Just as Jon began to remove his leather armor, donning only his tunic in preparation to try on the plate armor, a burly man approached. "Sir Jaime, is this truly the White Wolf of the North?" He looked rather feeble. Disappointment was evident on the man's face. James chuckled. "This is the first time a Northerner has participated in His Majesty's martial arts tournament. Do be gentle." The man sneered dismissively. "Hey, little Northerner, I assume you haven't weaned yet? This tournament is no child's play. You should scurry back to the north." Gully paid him no heed, still engrossed in examining the armor set in his hands. Where should I even begin putting this on?" The man spat, raising his hand to grasp Gully's shoulder. "Are you deaf, brat?" In an instant, Gully's expression sharpened. He swiftly turned and seized the man's outstretched hand. "What do you think you're doing?" The man attempted to retract his right hand, only to find it firmly held in place by the surprisingly strong grip of this slender youth. With a crack, he fell to the ground, howling in pain as a dark bruise began to form on his hand, clearly indicating a broken bone. Gully placed his hand on the hilt of his icy sword, his face a mask of menace as he declared, "If you bother me again, I will kill you." James watched in astonishment as the seemingly Na'vi youth transformed into a fierce warrior, exuding an aura of lethal intent. This boy, it seemed, had taken many lives before. The name White Wolf was indeed well-deserved. He approached Gu, saying, "If you intend to kill him, it would be prudent to do so during the duel. If he dies here, you will still be labeled a murderer." Guli's murderous intent dissipated as he smiled innocently, replying, "Sir James, you worry too much. I have no intention of killing. I merely wish to teach him a lesson." He then turned back to the armor, continuing his adjustments. James, contemplative, leaned towards the injured man and remarked, "His Majesty does not wish for anyone to spoil his enjoyment. Thus, the tournament must proceed. Do you understand?" The man, trembling, nodded repeatedly. "Of course, my hand was accidentally broken. Sir James, I shall forfeit." After watching the man depart, James returned to Guli's side. Guli had now donned the lower components of his battle attire, including the boots, knee guards, and greaves. He turned to James and inquired, "Isn't it the duty of the royal guard to protect the king? Why participate in the tournament?" James, observing Guli's clumsy struggle with the armor, offered a few pointers before responding. "It seems the North truly suffers from poverty. Have you never participated in a martial arts tournament?" It was a fact that the North was indeed poorer compared to the other 6 kingdoms, but Guli felt no anger. He replied, "Hosting a tournament is an exceedingly costly endeavor. The North, being barren, is reluctant to squander gold on such frivolous pursuits." James, intrigued, asked curiously, "You, a youth in the prime of your vigor, speak like an old man. The tournament is the finest stage for the great nobles to showcase their might and a rare opportunity for lesser nobles to rise." He pondered aloud. "Do you truly have no interest in power? If not, what captivates your interest? Like my brother, you're interested in girls? Oh, then you two should indeed become friends. His current dream is to charm the young ladies of the 7 kingdoms. Perhaps you could join him in this pursuit." Guli was rendered speechless and redirected the conversation. "Sir James, you have yet to answer my question." "The question? Ah, you inquire why the King's Guard must participate in the tournament?" James elucidated. "The organizers typically designate a queen of love and beauty and send forth 5 guardians to battle in her honor. If we triumph, we shall bypass the ceremony of crowning, and the laurel will be directly bestowed upon Princess Myrcella. However, should we falter, the victor may grant the crown to any unmarried noblewoman present, thus making her the queen of love and beauty for this year." Guli frowned, pondering the complexity of the situation. It would be far simpler if the King's Guard were to win. James chuckled. "Each of us fights for our own honor, yet you wish for defeat to simplify matters? White Wolf, you are the sole northerner among the contestants. Have you not considered fighting for the honor of the North? Honor? The chivalric code?" He retorted, "Forgive me, but such sentiments elude me." Furthermore, he had heard that bestowing a crown upon an unmarried woman also implied a proposal. Guli regarded James. "If I were to emerge victorious, matters would become more complicated. His Majesty intends for me to present the crown to Princess Myrcella. Do you deem that appropriate?" While others may remain oblivious, Guli was acutely aware of the truth. The Queen's 3 children, Joffrey Baratheon, Myrcella Baratheon, and Tommen Baratheon, were not sired by King Robert Baratheon. They were the offspring of Queen Cersei Lannister and her twin brother, James Lannister. Indeed, Princess Myrcella's true father stood before him in the form of James. James believed Guli possessed a keen awareness of his status as a bastardo, recognizing the improbability of his union with the princess. In truth, even if Guli were to present the crown to her, the king would never consent to such a match. The king would wed the princess to Eddard Stark's eldest son, Robb, rather than to Guli, a nameless bastard. James delicately conveyed, "His Majesty intends to forge an alliance with House Stark, yet you are not the primary candidate. If I were you, I would fight for the honor of the North and strive for victory in the tournament. But instead of offering the crown to the princess, I would select a daughter of a great noble family." He whispered, "In this manner, you might shed your bastard surname and embrace a true noble one." Guli nodded in agreement. If he genuinely aspired to a promising future, he ought to heed James's counsel. Alas, he harbored no interest in such prospects. It seemed too troublesome. He would settle for 2nd or 3rd place. In this way, the honor of the North would be preserved, and he would find peace of mind. Guli donned his full suit of armor and commenced his preparatory exercises. James discerned that this young lad possessed not a shred of honor. "The steed prepared for you is the chestnut one, adorned with the sigil of House Lannister upon its saddle. I must now attend to my own preparations. We shall meet on the field of competition. Ghoulie lifted the visor of his helmet, expressing gratitude, and said, until we meet again on the arena. Jaime, resting his hand upon his sword, eagerly anticipated the duel with you, White Wolf, and added, do not disappoint me. With that, he turned and departed from the stable. Chapter 47. The Tournament, Part 2, Noble Viewing Stand. Tyrion sat at the foremost edge of the trapezoidal seating, a prime location unattainable even by wealth. The stand was brimming with nobles, and even on either side of Tyrion were unfamiliar faces. Where had Arya gone? Why was she not beside him? Directly in front of the viewing area lay 2 straight tracks, designated for the jousting event. As it was not yet time for the lance competition, the tracks remained unoccupied, with no one upon them. Other contests were underway beyond the tracks, and although they were somewhat distant, the nobles remained engrossed. Jaime rode proudly onto the track, engaging Tyrion across a wooden barrier. My dear brother, do not think I am unaware of your intentions. You wish to use that northern brat to embarrass our sister, do you not? Tyrion did not deny it, and calmly replied, a week ago, I nearly met my end at the hands of Jaime grimaced, Cersei dislikes you, but she would not go so far as to kill you. Tyrion sneered, of course she dares not kill me, yet she seeks to humiliate me. She desires to see me parading through the streets of King's Landing in the nude, a grand jest for all. Were it not for the arrival of Luke, I might have already been forced into such a predicament. So, Jaime, who is truly embarrassing whom? Jaime lowered his voice. The king has long wished to summon Eddard Stark to King's Landing to usurp our Lannister power. It is only through our father's pressure that he has refrained from doing so. You would dare act as a liaison between the king and House Stark? Do you not fear our father's wrath? Tyrion remained remarkably composed. Why would father blame me? The king's eyes are everywhere in the city. From a moment the Stark wolves entered King's Landing, he was already aware. Even without my recommendation, he would have found the wolves. Jaime glanced at the nobles seated beside Tyrion, noting they were all from the Westeros. He no longer concealed his thoughts. Father would not be pleased to see House Stark within the Red Keep. Cersei and I also have no desire for the Northern Paupers to dictate terms before us. But do not worry. I shall assist you in resolving this predicament. Tyrion turned to him with curiosity. What do you intend to do? Jaime donned his helmet. I shall slay him in the duel, thereby extinguishing the king's aspirations. Tyrion smiled slightly. Then I wish you good fortune, brother. Jaime cast a lingering glance at Tyrion before riding away. Knight's rest area. Gory stripped off his plate armor, donning his leather gear once more. What's the matter? Does the plate not fit well? A familiar voice queried from behind him. Gory turned in surprise, greeted by a stout, balding man clad in northern leather armor. Sir Roderick, what are you doing here? He set down his plate armor and embraced the man. Roderick Castle, the master-at-arms of Winterfell, Gory's esteemed mentor in horsemanship. His 2 comical braids are a look that Ghoulie will never forget. Sir Kiso, with his rotund belly protruding, stood upright, having been dispatched by the Duke to King's Landing to fetch Miss Arya. Ghoulie promptly indicated the way, stating that Arya could be found at the noble viewing platform. Sir Kiso, resting his hand on his sword, remarked, I recently encountered Miss Arya outside. She is presently by the king's side. Hence, I had time to come and see you. Ghoulie, feeling bashful, scratched his head and replied, I am no longer a child. Sir Kiso, you needn't worry. Oh, by the way, he unsheathed the ice sword from his waist and handed it to Sir Kiso, saying, this is ice. I hope you will help return it to Winterfell. Sir Kiso, cradling the heavy and lengthy blade, glanced at Ghoulie's severely deformed leather belt and inquired, doesn't carrying ice at your waist weigh you down? Ghoulie tightened his inexplicably loose belt and chuckled. It's manageable. Ice is quite substantial. Little monster. Sir Kiso's lips twitched involuntarily as he returned ice to Ghoulie. You hold on to it for now. Give it back to me after the tournament. Ghoulie did not accept the sword, stating, Sir Kiso, I only need to participate in the spear competition. There are wooden spears prepared for that. I do not require a sword. Sir Kiso sighed, realizing that this little monster, engrossed in practice, was oblivious to even the most fundamental knowledge of nobility. Since your arrival here, you must have faced quite a few provocations. Haven't you? Ghoulie's smile faltered. How did Sir Kiso know? Pointing at ice, Sir Kiso explained. In the duels among knights, the defeated party offers their armor, sword, and steed to the victor, thus entering the fray wielding a Valyrian steel sword. How could they not provoke you? Ghoulie was taken aback. He genuinely had no idea. Then I certainly cannot bring ice. What if I lose in the duel? Sir Kiso thrust ice back into Ghoulie's arms, insisting, hold it. Not bringing ice into the competition will only lead other families to underestimate the North. Thinking Winterfell cannot bear to lose. For the North, for House Stark, you absolutely must not falter. And as your mentor, I do not believe you will. Is it once again about noble honor? Ghoulie replied with a wry smile as he accepted ice. I will do my utmost. I shall give it my all. At noon, the first half of the competition concluded, and the nobles commenced their lavish feast. Once their lunch was finished, the afternoon contests would begin. All knights participating in the afternoon spear tournament were already donned in their plate armor, bearing their wooden spears, and mounted, awaiting outside the venue. Ghoulie blended in among them, disdainfully eyeing the wooden spear in his hand. This implement was long and thick, too heavy for an average person, primarily meant to be wielded with the aid of a horse's power for thrusting. Did such a cumbersome spear truly hold any practical significance in battle? Luke, outside the ranks, Tyrion stood on the grassy ground beyond the wooden railing, waving at Ghoulie. Ghoulie rode over and removed his helmet. I have already learned about Arya. Thank you, Tyrion. Tyrion moved a bit closer and remarked, that is not the matter I wish to discuss with you. Pay heed, your Valyrian steel sword is exceedingly conspicuous. Many aspire to elevate their reputations and futures at the cost of your life, so you must exercise caution. Gendry discerned Tyrion's warning that someone harbored murderous intentions towards him. He shrugged nonchalantly. It's nothing. Let them come. Tyrion had initially held considerable faith in Gendry until he recently encountered someone. You must be particularly vigilant. It appears the Queen has summoned Ser Gregor Clegane of House Clegane. Should he enter the fray, he will be your most formidable adversary. Gregor? Which one? Gendry inquired. Having not heard of House Clegane, is he formidable? Tyrion nodded gravely. His height and strength are beyond your imagination. You must remain wary. Tall and powerful, yet obeying Cersei Lannister. Gendry seemed to recall a figure, the mountain. Tyrion, relieved that Gendry recognized Gregor Clegane, affirmed, indeed, he is known as the mountain that rides. When you face him, you must exert your utmost strength. He will not hold back. The mountain's prowess is indisputable. He is a giant towering over 2 meters. He wields a great sword as if it were a mere dagger and possesses the capacity to crush a human skull with his bare hands. However, the mountain is not invincible. He has faced defeat in the series. Well, it could be classified as a defeat, I suppose. Gendry sighed, acutely aware of why Cersei sought his demise. He had no desire to partake in this game of power, yet he realized he was irrevocably ensnared within it. Nevertheless, speaking of the mountain, he couldn't help but think of another character he found intriguing. Doesn't T the Mountain have a brother named the Hound? Tyrion appeared surprised. Have you not spent most of your days in the north? Even Sandor is known to you? Sandor and Gregor are at odds. After Gregor inherited the title, Sandor voluntarily departed from House Clegane to pledge his allegiance directly to House Lannister. He now serves as Prince Joffrey's guard. Do you know him? Gendry shook his head. No, I do not know him. I merely find it fascinating. Why would a good man choose to be a dog? Tyrion remained silent for a moment. If one can find a worthy master, a dog may live better than a man. A horn echoed throughout the arena, signaling the imminent commencement of the tournament. The knights were donning their armor, preparing to enter the lists. Indeed, in such a world, surviving is a feat in itself. As for being a man or a dog, what difference does it make? Gendry donned his helmet, bidding farewell to Tyrion as he followed the throng of knights into the arena. Tyrion's eyes glimmered with an inscrutable light. Such bold statements from a northerner named Luke. What manner of person are you, truly? Chapter 48. The Jousting with Long Spears, Part 1. The jousting with long spears is about to commence, and nearly 100 knights begin to line up for the drawing of lots. They will subsequently proceed to the southern and northern sides of the competition arena based on whether their draw numbers are odd or even. Once the tournament officially begins, The knights on each side will enter the arena in succession according to the size of their numbers. At this moment, they hold a singular conviction to unseat all their competitors with the wooden spears in their hands. Due to the withdrawal of some participants, Ghoulie has fortuitously received a bye, allowing him to advance directly to the next round without partaking in the initial contest. Mounted on his steed, Ghoulie, feeling rather bored, approaches the wooden rail to observe the unfolding of the tournament. The combatants of the first match have taken their positions on either side of the track, while their attendants conduct final checks. In the royal box, the king, adorned with a crown, raises a goblet, seemingly exclaiming something loudly. Standing before him are two men, one with a sword at his waist, and the other carrying a wooden bow, likely the victors of the morning's contests. The queen, elegantly dressed, appears to be struggling with the king's boisterous demeanor, massaging her temples in her seat. The king's three children are also seated on the high platform, their faces radiating with joy, seemingly quite pleased with the jousting event. Notably, the two boys are far more exuberant than Princess Mycela, having risen from their seats to tiptoe and glimpse at the knights awaiting their turn on the sidelines. It is evident that they are eagerly anticipating the upcoming jousting with long spears. Ghoulie, positioned at a distance from the royal box, has scanned the area for some time, yet has failed to spot Arya among the attendees. In truth, Arya stands right beside Princess Mycela, her petite figure obscured by the princess's presence. Are you feeling nervous? Jaime rides up alongside Ghoulie, as they're in the same half of the bracket and will not face each other in the earlier rounds. Ghoulie chooses to ignore him. Having already discerned that Cersei intends to harm him, he finds it difficult to place trust in Jaime, the queen's brother and paramour. Jaime's lips curl into a smirk. Don't be so aloof. After all, I lent you the warhorse and armor. Ghoulie retorts, though they are both Lannister possessions, it was Tyrion who lent them to me, not you. Jaime brushes back his handsome golden locks and quips. Do you honestly believe Tyrion possesses a warhorse and armor? Ghoulie turns to face Jaime. So you came over just to hear my gratitude? Well, I appreciate your assistance. But are you not concerned about me losing your warhorse and armor? Jaime dismissively replies, Oh, have you grasped the rules of knightly jousting? Even if you lose, it matters not. We Lannisters are indifferent to such trifles. A mere suit of armor and a warhorse are hardly worth much. Ghoulie coldly retorts, Ah, truly a testament to the wealth of the richest family on the continent. With that, he turns away from Jaime, resuming his gaze towards the royal box in search of Arya. Jaime follows his line of sight and inquires, Are you watching the rewards bestowed upon the victors by His Majesty, or are you merely gazing upon Princess Mycela? Rest assured, I have not laid eyes on your daughter. There is no need for the old father to fret. Ghoulie casually remarked, Are those two the victors from this morning? James replied nonchalantly, The champions of the team competition have already received their honors and prizes and departed. These two are the champions of archery and swordsmanship, and His Majesty is about to present their awards. Prizes? Ghoulie was about to inquire when, from a distance, two servants approached the royal dais, carrying two small wooden chests and placing them before the two men. Were in those chests? Ghoulie asked. James stroked his stubble gold. Ghoulie's eyes widened in astonishment. All gold dragons? The prices in King's Landing are exorbitant. He had exhausted all his savings while shopping with Arya these past few days, making a dire time for him financially. James nodded. Indeed, the champion will receive 5,000 gold dragons. Ghoulie's expression turned grave. He had confidence in his archery skills. If only he had been privy to this information sooner, perhaps the champion of the archery contest could have been him. 5,000 gold dragons slipped through his fingers just like that. Is there a prize for the champion of the Lance tournament? He inquired, tilting his head. James, slightly taken aback, asked, Are you truly in need of money? Though the North may be impoverished, it shouldn't be to such an extent, should it? Ghoulie responded coldly. As a bastard, I have no right to use the funds of Winterfell. Answer me first. Does the champion of the Lance tournament receive a prize? James could not help but chuckle. You are quite confident, aren't you? The champion. The champion of the Lance tournament does not receive a monetary prize, but the victor may attain something infinitely more precious than gold. Do not tell me it is the honor of knighthood, Ghoulie said, the fervent flame in his eyes extinguishing instantly. He sighed, gazing at the ice blade hanging from his saddle. Well, even without money, I must give it my all. On the dais, the two victors bowed respectfully and then descended, each carrying their respective chests of gold. After their departure, King Robert announced in a booming voice that the lance tournament was officially commencing. The two knights, slated to compete in the first match, rode their steeds to the front of the royal viewing stand and paid their respects to His Majesty with a knightly salute. They then returned to their respective ends of the course, preparing for the imminent charge. Both knights were clad in plate armor and chainmail, concealing all their physical characteristics. Only the banners draped over their horses revealed to the observing nobles the families they hailed from. Each knight wielded a wooden lance approximately 3 meters long in one hand, while the other hand held a shield emblazoned with their family crest, sitting resolutely atop their war horses. They glared at each other with fierce intensity, poised for action. The arena from the earlier competitions had been cleared, and the townsfolk of the city would gather at this moment to witness the forthcoming matches. After all, the lance tournament, known for its high mortality rate, and the crowning of a new queen of love and beauty, promised to be far more captivating than the morning's archery and team events. However, they lacked dedicated seating and could only stand around the periphery to watch. Ghoulie, lacking interest in the straightforward nature of the lance tournament, asked James, "Whom do you believe will emerge victorious among the two?" Jaime expressed indifference, deeming it insignificant, for neither of the two posed a challenge to him or to you. As they conversed, the outcome of the match had already been decided. One knight had been thrown from his steed, while the other advanced to the next round. "So, who are our true rivals? The Mountain or the Hound?" asked Gory. Jaime was not surprised. He chuckled. "It seems my dear brother has divulged quite a bit to you. However, you are mistaken. Neither the Mountain nor the Hound will partake in this tournament." "Not participating? Then why did Cersei summon the Mountain all the way to King's Landing?" Gory pondered, wondering if he had misinterpreted his conversation with Tyrion or if Cersei had ulterior motives to eliminate him. Jaime kindly reminded him, "If your prowess is indeed as rumored, then your only noteworthy adversaries are 3. Ser Loras Tyrell, known as the Knight of Flowers, Ser Barristan Selmy, captain of the King's Guard. Both formidable opponents." Gory recalled, "The Knight of Flowers? That dashing fellow? Indeed, his skills seem commendable. As for Barristan Selmy, though I have no recollection of him, his position as captain of the King's Guard suggests he is not to be underestimated. You mentioned 3. Who is the final one?" Jaime flicked his golden hair, donned his helmet, and declared with a single word, "Me." He guided his horse to the gap in the wooden barrier, slowly making his way onto the field. It appeared that the forthcoming match was indeed his. Chapter 49. The Jousting with Lances, Part 2. James's inaugural joust was utterly devoid of suspense. Setting aside the matter of equestrian skill, the steed beneath him was of a significantly superior caliber compared to his opponents. The influence of wealth had already bestowed upon him a distinct advantage, compounded by his own formidable prowess, which surpassed that of his adversary. After merely 2 charges, James shattered his opponent's wooden shield, sending him crashing to the ground. Boredom set in. Ghoulie turned his horse around, seeking a more secluded spot to rest. The first round of the competition was lengthy, featuring nearly 100 knights, half of whom would be eliminated before the second round of jousting commenced. Prior to that, Ghoulie had at least an hour or 2 to recuperate. He rode past the wooden barrier and settled beneath a grand tree outside the arena. Dismounting, he tethered his horse and, encased in his rigid plate armor, sat beneath the tree with his eyes closed, seeking solace. Lord Luke, a servant approached, clutching a plain wooden shield devoid of any family crest. Ghoulie opened his eyes, unable to recall this unfamiliar servant. "Who are you?" The servant explained. "I am a retainer of Lord Tyrion. You forgot to bring your wooden shield, and my lord sent me to deliver it to you. Guamli baba dismissivity. I have no need for it. Take it back." He found both the lance and plate armor cumbersome, and had it not been for the regulations mandating their use, he would have preferred to don his original leather armor for the contest. Moreover, under the impact of high-speed collisions, the wooden shield would scarcely withstand a few blows before splintering. Rather than carry it, he preferred to free his left hand, thereby enhancing the agility of his attacks. The servant appeared flustered, yet persisted. "But, my lord, All the other knights possess a wooden shield for protection. Do you truly not require one? Very well, take it away, Guli replied, resuming his meditation. The servant, left with no choice, quietly departed, still clutching the shield. Beside the small grove outside the arena, Tyrion, just finished with a brief respite, was adjusting his belt when he was suddenly confronted by Cersei. "Oh, dear sister, sometimes you really ought to avoid such confrontations," Tyrion quipped as he fastened his leather belt. Cersei, however, was visibly incensed. "Was it you who sent that informant to Robert?" "Informant? Oh, you mean Sir Gregor's attempt to secretly take a vacant spot and directly enter the jousting tournament without registering? Pray, this is a sacred tournament. How could one cheat?" Tyrion replied, unperturbed, a faint smile adorning his face. Cersei hissed, "You are still a Lannister. Do not forget your identity." Tyrion's smile gradually faded. "I am well aware of my identity, dear sister." "Then remain silent and do not cause any trouble," Cersei coldly commanded. Tyrion chose to disregard her, continuing, "Many Lannisters hold significant positions in King's Landing. Not long ago, you summoned our cousin Lancel to the capital, making him the king's personal attendant. However, one must know where to draw the line. Do not forget, the Seven Kingdoms belong to the Baratheons, not the Lannisters." Cersei's expression darkened. "Whose side are you truly on?" Tyrion chuckled. "Of course, I stand with the Lannisters, which is precisely why I shall lend a temporary hand to the Starks. The king is in high spirits today. He wishes to witness a Stark triumph in the tournament. Why not indulge him? To deepen his trepidation towards us over such trivial matters would be sheer folly." Cersei gritted her teeth. "Do you wish to see a Stark enter the Red Keep?" As Tyrion brushed past her, he thought, how could Jon Snow, a mere bastard, represent the Starks? Moreover, the Starks have long dwelled in the north, nearly isolated from the world. Why expend energy guarding against them when one could be wary of the Tyrells, who conspire with the hand of the king, Loras Tyrell? He took great pleasure in seeing Cersei rendered speechless, her frustration palpable. With a wicked grin, Tyrion paused briefly before making his exit. 2 hours later, Gendry, wielding a wooden lance, unsteadily rode into the arena, bowing before the royal box. His opponent stood beside him, also saluting the king. Gendry cast a casual glance at his adversary. Alas, he could discern neither face nor sigil, rendering the encounter rather anticlimactic. Though he had studied the continent's brief history under the three-eyed raven, his familiarity was confined to the major houses, leaving him at a loss with the numerous lesser families allied to them. After so many years, the Starks were finally making their presence felt at the tournament in King's Landing. King Robert, holding a goblet, leaned forward eagerly. "Young Stark, do not disappoint me." Gendry caught sight of Arya, standing beside Princess Myrcella, making faces at him. He smiled. "Your Grace, I am not a Stark. However, I assure you, I shall not let you down." King Robert, his ample belly straining against his leather armor, finished his drink and laughed heartily. "Excellent. A Stark's blood indeed. Go forth and show everyone your prowess." The other knight, visibly perturbed, shot Gendry a furious glare before turning back to the end of the track. Gendry, undistracted, strolled back to the opposite end of the track. The two knights awaited the signal, and with the blast of a horn, the call to charge echoed. Clop, clop, clop. The spectators fixated on the approaching horses, their ears ringing not only with the thunderous hooves, but also with the rapid beats of their own hearts. Rather than thrusting his lance like a traditional knight, Gendry wielded his wooden lance with dexterous flair. At the moment of contact, he unleashed his strength, swiping at his opponent's lance, causing it to veer off course and miss its mark. In the ensuing moment of stunned silence, Gendry swiftly repositioned his lance horizontally, unseating his opponent from the saddle. Could it be done in such a manner? The gathered nobles and commoners were rendered speechless, their cheers momentarily forgotten. The challenger, disgruntled, clambered to his feet, angrily removing his helmet, and pointed an accusatory finger at Gendry, shouting, "You cheated, you despicable northerner." Guli, bearing a wooden spear, languidly retorted, "Which regulation dictates that during a duel, long weapons may only be thrust and not swung?" His opponent, face flushed with indignation, acknowledged that there was indeed no explicit rule against it, yet these were unspoken conventions among knights. Such a lack of decorum and honor to suddenly contravene the customary practices caught him utterly off guard. Unfazed, Ghoulie declared, "Since there is no such rule, I am the victor." With that, he deftly shook the reins and rode away from the arena. His opponent remained on the field, gazing expectantly at the king upon the dais, hoping he would intervene to uphold justice and preserve the traditions of knighthood. To their surprise, the king, nearly in stitches from laughter, clutched his ample belly and bellowed, "How amusing, Stark! This round goes to Stark." With the king's endorsement, the crowd erupted in the appropriate cheers. The defeated knight, in a fit of rage, hurled his helmet and stormed off the field. Chapter 50, The Lance Tournament, Part 2. In the ensuing rounds of the tournament, Ghoulie employed the same tactics as in the first match, eliminating several knights. However, he soon found himself the target of their strategies. Yet the attempts to counter him proved largely ineffective. Left with no alternative, the knights began to imitate Ghoulie's approach, naively believing that by adopting his methods, they could contend with him. To their astonishment, this endeavor unveiled a shocking truth. This unassuming, slender figure possessed a strength rivaling that of a mountain. As the competition gradually approached its conclusion, the number of knights remaining on the field dwindled. Ghoulie had entirely lost interest in the tournament, often retreating to a corner to rest during the intervals, showing little concern for the matches of others. The primary reason for his detachment was that the knights donned helmets, and he could not recognize their sigils, rendering observation futile. After the round of 16 concluded, Jaime reappeared at Ghoulie's side, voicing his frustration. "What exactly makes you so extraordinary?" Ghoulie, puzzled by his words, nonetheless noticed that Jaime had changed his armor. He was no longer clad in the tournament's plate armor, but had donned the light golden attire of the Kingsguard. "You lost." Ghoulie was taken aback. He was well aware of Jaime's formidable combat prowess, excelling in both horsemanship and swordsmanship. It was surprising that such a skilled warrior had not reached the final 8. Jaime rubbed his injured shoulder, recounting his encounter with the fearless Barristan, who, despite his age, was seasoned and undoubtedly the participant with the most experience in the tournament's history. "I concede my defeat to him in lance techniques. I accept it wholeheartedly." "Barristan? The commander of the Kingsguard?" Ghoulie remained silent, mentally noting this information. Jaime continued, "Given the current standings, if you manage to defeat Loras next, you will face Barristan in the finals. Is my next opponent the flamboyant Loras?" Ghoulie pondered, surprised at Jaime's familiarity with the tournament's layout. "How is it that you know this so well? Are you genuinely here to offer me a heads up?" Jaime chuckled. "Not all. I came to ascertain why Tyrion is aiding you so generously. What does he hope to gain from you?" Still clad in his heavy plate armor, Ghoulie struggled to rise from the grass. "What assistance has Tyrion provided me?" Leaning against a tree, Jaime smirked. "Initially, I had bribed a noble overseeing the draw to ensure I faced you in the first round. Yet, the outcome resulted in us being placed in the same half, which can only mean that Tyrion offered an even heftier sum than I did. The Northerners lack such cunning. They wouldn't conceive of bribing for your match placement. In this unfamiliar realm of King's Landing, the only person you could count as a friend is Tyrion. Indeed, it seems like something Tyrion Lannister would do. However, Jaime is correct. My acquaintance with Tyrion is not profound. Why would he extend such support to me?" Suddenly, a horn sounded, interrupting their conversation. The quarterfinals of the tournament had commenced. As the number of participants dwindled, the pace of the competition quickened. Although Giri was not the first to appear, he had nonetheless begun his preparations. With a grave demeanor, he addressed Jaime, stating, "If your Lannisters were devoid of such earthly desires, perhaps we could be good friends." With that, he mounted his horse and returned to the tournament grounds. Jaime pondered Giri's words, questioning what constituted these earthly desires: women, gold, or perhaps power. Was this Stark bastard truly deranged? The third match of the quarterfinals featured Giri against the Knight of Flowers, Loras. Loras Tyrell, handsome and affluent, hailed from the ruling Tyrell family of the Reach, reputedly the second wealthiest family on the continent. Upon his entrance, noble women in the stands cast flirtatious glances, while commoners outside the arena erupted in cheers, creating an atmosphere akin to a star-studded spectacle, much to the envy of other gentlemen. Alas, he was a gay man. Giri donned his helmet in silence, acutely aware that in the eyes of these women, he was perceived as a nefarious villain, while Loras was the gallant hero challenging him. Jaime, too, was handsome, yet his devotion to his sister diminished his allure compared to the flamboyant Loras. As for Guri, he was passably attractive, but his heterochromia was rather peculiar, an oddity not readily accepted in this era. Loras's armor was exquisitely crafted, adorned with metallic flowers that truly embodied his title. The Knight of Flowers. This armor appeared less as protective gear and more as a magnificent work of art. Guri mused that such a suit must have cost a fortune in gold dragons, realizing only through this experience how impoverished the North truly was. The horn sounded once more, signaling the charge of Guri and Loras. Guri intended to employ his signature sweeping lance maneuver, yet Loras, being astute, had already devised a counter-strategy. As Guri evaded his thrust and prepared to execute his sweeping attack, Loras cleverly reclined on his horse's back, successfully dodging the strike. They parted ways, sprinting to opposite ends of the arena to prepare for a second charge. Guri felt no surprise. After all, the sweeping motion of his lance was rife with openings, making its counter a natural outcome. At the opposite end, Loras felt confident, believing he only needed to evade until Guri grew weary, at which point he could launch his assault. During the competition, lances were permitted only for thrusting at opponents, not for maliciously targeting horses. Thus, Loras concluded that Guri either had to engage him in honorable combat or succumb to exhaustion. They adjusted their stances and quickly initiated their second charge. Upon contact, Guri deviated from his usual tactic, opting for a direct thrust instead of sweep. Loras had anticipated this maneuver and promptly raised his wooden shield. The tremendous force of their collision caused Loras's shield to shatter into splinters. Meanwhile, Loras's lance was poised to pierce Guli's throat. To everyone's astonishment, Guli raised his left hand and deflected the blow with the guard on his arm. Had it been an ordinary person, their left arm would surely have been fractured. Yet, not only was Guli unscathed, but at the very moment they were about to pass each other, he abruptly turned his horse's head. Swiftly, he angled his body and thrust his lance towards Loras's back. Here, a taste of my counterstrike. Bang! Loras, caught completely off guard, felt a tremendous force from behind that sent him tumbling from his mount. Despicable. The Northerners are utterly shameless. Such an affront to the honor of knighthood. His qualification must be revoked. In an instant, not only the women spectators, but even the previously silent men joined in the chorus condemning Guli. Unfazed, Guli sat proudly on his horse, exuding confidence. What are you all shouting about? This is strategy. Do you even understand? Chapter 51. Has he become a true heir? In the midst of the jeers and insults from the crowd, Guli returned to the resting area. He had a mere 10 minutes to recuperate and gather himself before continuing with the next round of the competition. A distinct dent marred the surface of his left forearm guard, a result of being jabbed by Loras's wooden lance. Though his arm remained uninjured, the pressure from the guard was quite discomforting. Coupled with the taunts from the sidelines, it only added to his agitation. How noisy, he thought, a dark impulse flickering within him, wishing he could silence them all. A strange red hue flickered momentarily in his emerald left eye, but it was swiftly consumed by the green once more. Regaining his composure, Guli shook his head and chuckled bitterly, pondering, what am I thinking? They are merely a group of ignorant commoners. How could I let my discontent lead me to indiscriminately harm the innocent? He sat upright on his steed, closing his eyes to adjust his breathing. Meanwhile, the first match of the round had commenced within the arena. It featured the captain of the Royal Guard, Baristan Selmy, facing off against another Royal Guard, Mandamore. Their duel was a spectacle, both knights adhering to the chivalric code, eliciting cheers from the audience. Guli paid little heed to the commotion, calmly awaiting his turn to compete. His opponent was also a Royal Guard named Alis Oakheart. Alis possessed light brown hair and a rather handsome visage, ranking second in flamboyance only to Loras among the competitors. Yet, the presence of 3 Royal Guards among the top 4 contenders attested to the formidable prowess of this royal retinue. Upon hearing the sound of the horn, Guli opened his eyes. The second match of the round was about to begin, and he was to enter, riding forth to the royal dais. He followed the customary salute to the royal family. However, Aelys Oakhart suddenly shouted, "I cannot triumph over this warrior from the north. Therefore, I choose to forfeit." A collective gasp rippled through the crowd, reigniting the chorus of insults directed at Gu Li. With a darkened expression, he turned his head, sneering, "Is this how you demonstrate your courage? How disgraceful for a royal guard." Aelys Oakhart chuckled softly, retorting, "The one who should feel shame is you. I am the one receiving accolades." After bowing to the king, he strutted away amidst the cheers of the onlookers. Consequently, the public's perception of Gu Li worsened, with even the 3 royal children on the dais viewing him as a contemptible rule-breaker. Even a usually amiable Princess Myrcella cast him a sidelong glance filled with disdain. Beside her, Arya was frantic, desperately whispering explanations into the princess's ear. Thus, Gu Li advanced smoothly to the next round, soon to face the fearless Barristan Selmy in the finals. Barristan Selmy approached Gu Li, first bowing to the royal family before addressing him. "If you seek to earn the respect of the people, you must adhere to the knightly code. Taking this duel seriously is beneficial for both you and the North." Gu Li responded in a low voice, "If you want me to take it seriously, then you shall meet your demise." Balashtan, adjusting his reins, turned his horse's head, "And I shall await the spectacle with bated breath." He swayed the reins and made his way to the opposite end of the arena. Gu Li returned to the starting point of the track, and although the competition had inexplicably transformed from 4 into 2, culminating in a final showdown, the duel would proceed as planned. "Balashtan! Balashtan!" The spectators rhythmically chanted his name, their hearts brimming with admiration for this esteemed captain of the royal guard, who had served under 3 generations of kings. They were well acquainted with his prowess. Amidst the cacophony of cheers, faint shouts of Luke mingled in the air. Among the onlookers, a few soldiers from the north stood, fully aware of Gu Li's true capabilities, convinced he would topple the royal guard captain. They shouted against the wind, their swords and armor shielding them from the wrath of the enraged populace. In the aristocratic box, the nobles, well practiced in the art of betting, commenced their wagers for the final duel. Almost all placed their bets on Balashtan's victory, save for a striking young lady with chestnut hair, who staked her claim on Gu Li, whose odds were significantly higher. Some nobles scoffed at her inability to discern the situation, to which she retorted, "He defeated my brother. Thus he must be the champion. Is that so? Then place your bet. After all, your Tillier family is not lacking in funds. Do share a portion with us." On the track, Gu Li exhaled a breath of resolve. "If you require seriousness, then allow me to demonstrate." His countenance turned grave. With his right hand, he held the long spear with unwavering precision, his eyes devoid of emotion, embodying the essence of cold calculation. What was he contemplating? Surely, the art of the hunt. With a thunderous charge, the 2 steeds surged forth as arrows released from their bows, racing towards one another. Upon their encounter, the seasoned Balashtan swiftly raised his shield for defense, thrusting his spear towards Gu Li's unprotected left flank. Having honed his blade-drawing skills for 5 years, Gu Li was prepared for a reaction. To compare speed with him was laughable. While Balashtan's thrust was swift, Gu Li was swifter still. In a flash, he extended his left hand, meeting the incoming spear, seizing its shaft mid-lunge, and leveraging it inward. Realizing he was on the verge of losing his grip, Balashtan employed a countermeasure, attempting to use his horse's momentum to unseat Gu Li. Yet, Gu Li was not one to be trifled with. His other hand was already at work. The spear shot forth like lightning, an unstoppable force, aimed directly at Balashtan's helmet. Clang! The impact struck Balashtan's head with devastating force, rendering him unconscious. His spear slipped from his grasp, and he slumped lifelessly from his mount. The arena fell into a hushed silence, no cheers erupting from the crowd. Everything transpired in an instant, a complete annihilation. The commoners were in disbelief, while the nobles in the viewing box stood transfixed in shock. Gu Li discarded the 2 spears, removed his helmet, and bellowed, "Who else dares to question the fairness of this match? Who else wishes to challenge me? I stand here, awaiting your arrival." Outside the arena, the northern soldiers were elated, exclaiming, "Did you see that? Behold the white wolf of the north. Who dares to challenge such a formidable creature?" King Robert, equally astonished, set down his goblet and approached the dais, exclaiming, "Where is the laurel wreath that befits the champion?" You lazy good-for-nothings, move swiftly. Several attendants hurried forth, bearing a tray upon which rested a magnificent garland of white roses, presenting it to Gully at his steed's feet. Gully bent to accept the wreath and instructed the attendants. Quickly, carry Sir Ballystan to a shaded area to rest. He has merely fainted. He can serve his strength at the last moment, and Ballystan should only require a brief respite, as he likely suffers from a mild concussion. The attendants nodded in agreement and proceeded to the other side of the field, lifting the prone Ballystan away. King Robert's voice boomed. From the north, Luke Snow, you have proven your prowess and claimed victory in this tournament. You are entitled to choose any unmarried maiden present and crown her queen of love and beauty, dedicating your triumph to her. He then shifted his tone. However, before that, I must announce your reward. In the name of the crown, I declare that from this day forth, you shall be the stepson of Eddard Stark, the Duke of Winterfell, and your surname shall henceforth be Stark. Upon the dais, Cersei's countenance darkened considerably. She gripped the armrests of her wooden chair until her nails turned white. Is this your plan, Robert? A bastard cannot wed a noble princess, so you elevate him to the Stark lineage? But why? He is but an insignificant bastard. What merit does he hold that warrants such regard from you? Chapter 52. The last sorcerer. Upon Robert's declaration, the previously boisterous northern soldiers fell into silence. Ghoulie was genuinely taken aback. He had not anticipated such a maneuver from the king. He stared blankly at Arya, seeking answers from her. Yet Arya, too, looked back at him in confusion, for the king had never disclosed to her his intentions. This left Ghoulie in an awkward position. Although he was a stepson, as long as he bore the Stark name, he was in line to inherit the title of Duke of Winterfell. Should this news reach Winterfell, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Without waiting for Ghoulie's response, Robert continued, Come now, offer your crown to the most beautiful lady in the arena. He turned to glance at his daughter, clearly indicating his intent. Ghoulie furrowed his brow. Did King Robert truly intend to match him with Princess Myrcella? While the princess was indeed lovely, she was merely 12 years old. Moreover, Ghoulie aspired to travel across the Seven Kingdoms and eventually venture to the Eastern continent, all in pursuit of the origins of the mysterious crystals. He intended to harness the power of these crystals to return to Earth, leaving him little time to serve the royal family in King's Landing. When Robert eventually passed, turmoil would inevitably descend upon Westeros. He wished to remain unbound by the crown, avoiding the treacherous game of power. As for reporting Queen Cersei's indiscretions, well, aside from the risk of endangering the innocent Myrcella, the most significant concern was that Tyrion, the imp, would certainly be implicated and likely executed alongside Robert. This would undoubtedly incite Tywin Lannister to rebel from the Westerlands, hastening the onset of chaos, a prospect that was hardly desirable. Ghoulie's desires were simple. He merely hoped to safeguard his friends and family amidst the impending turmoil, allowing them to evade the ravages of war and live peacefully through their lives. Ignoring the princess's eager gaze, he turned his attention to the noble viewing platform. Having resolved not to align himself with the royal family, he needed to find a scapegoat without delay. Perhaps due to their earlier raucous taunts directed at Ghoulie, the nobles hesitated to meet his gaze. Only one enchanting young lady clad in a green gown met his eyes with a bright smile. She possessed a cascade of soft, light brown curls and a statuesque figure, her graceful curves making her the most striking maiden present. With large brown eyes, she confidently held Ghoulie's gaze. Although he could not discern her age, she appeared to have matured splendidly, rather well, and likely was only a few years his junior. While the princess had inherited the queen's beauty and was indeed attractive, she paled in comparison to the brown-haired maiden. Ghoulie nodded, since she exuded such confidence. She must hail from a distinguished family. Thus, he decided she would serve as a scapegoat. He urged his steed forward, slowly approaching the noble viewing platform amidst the astonished stares of the crowd, and addressed the young lady. My dear lady, would you accept this crown? It is your choice, yes or no. Do not accuse me of leading you astray. A wave of astonishment rippled through the nobles, who regarded Ghoulie as if he were a fool. Did this Stark truly lack sense? Had not his majesty made his intentions abundantly clear? How dare he refuse the king's goodwill and reject the royal invitation? It is said that the North is frigid and unforgiving. Could it be that they have become foolish from cold? To the majority of the nobility, accepting King Robert's goodwill seems the most prudent choice. With Robert's assistance, perhaps Geary could even vie for the title of Duke of Winterfell. The smile on the king's face gradually faded, and with a cold huff, he returned to his seat, visibly displeased. Myrcella, feeling wronged, wept softly, sitting on a wooden chair with her head bowed. The young woman stood up and gently inquired, "Have you truly made up your mind? Do you understand what you are relinquishing?" Without hesitation, Geary nodded, assuring her that he had indeed made his decision and that she need not worry. What was there to ponder? He was eager to rid himself of this burdensome dilemma. Quickly now, take it, he thought. The young woman smiled sweetly, lifted her skirts, and curtsied, saying, "Then I shall accept your crown, and I hope you remember your promise." Geary extended the laurel to the viewing platform, but the young lady did not reach out to take it. She maintained her bowing posture. The young lady, aware that Geary was unfamiliar with noble etiquette, softly reminded him, "Stark, you must place the crown upon my head yourself." "Oh." Geary extended his arms and placed the white rose garland atop her head. The young lady adjusted the crown and, blushing, playfully chided, "Be gentler. You are crushing my hair." "My apologies." Geary, mounted on his horse, politely stepped back. The young lady straightened her posture, took a deep breath, and then turned confidently, proudly gazing at everyone. Her eyes sparkled with triumph, and her graceful figure left the men parched and the women gritting their teeth. She stood amidst the crowd like a sacred and untouchable rose. Geary gazed at her retreating figure, utterly captivated. Among a host of conventional noble maidens, this spirited girl stood out remarkably, exuding a unique allure. However, he failed to notice that as she caught sight of his admiration, a sly smile crept upon her lips. At that moment, Geary felt a pang of regret. How could he deceive such a beauty? Would it not be somewhat unkind? He tugged at his horse, preparing to leave the arena. "Young Stark, do you intend to flee without offering an explanation? Come up here," King Robert bellowed, halting Geary's departure. With a resigned sigh, Geary dismounted, handing his steed to a servant by the roadside. He grasped the great sword ice and crossed over the wooden barrier, ascending to the royal platform. "Your Majesty, your Highnesses," he began. Robert, seated and holding a goblet, wore a scowl. "Was this? Is my little princess not beautiful enough? Is she unworthy of wearing the crown of love and beauty?" With a wry smile, Geary replied, "Your Majesty, though I hail from the remote north, I am well aware of the significance of that crown. The princess is simply too young. I truly..." "Huh, you still dare to fantasize about my little princess? I could never allow Myrcella to be wed to someone from that dreary, cold land." Geary raised his gaze, puzzled. Had he misinterpreted the king's intentions? Surely, Robert harbored no such designs. Had it not been for his inadvertent glimpse of the king's furious disdain, he might have nearly believed it. "Ah, your Majesty speaks truly. I must have overthought the matter," he replied. King Robert set down his goblet and, pointing at the tearful Princess Myrcella beside him, declared, "But you have made my princess weep, Stark. Do you dare to disrespect the crown?" Gendry bowed his head in deference. "I would not, your Majesty. Please allow me the opportunity to make amends to her Highness." King Robert, clutching his goblet, strode heavily towards Gendry. "Before you and Arya Stark entered the city, I had already received a raven from Ned." Gendry remained silent, understanding that a raven was indeed swifter than a man. The king continued, "Do you know how Ned described you in his letter?" Gendry felt a swell of pride. Surely, Eddard had spoken favorably of him. "He called you the last sorcerer of Westeros," Robert proclaimed, his voice booming. "He also mentioned your unparalleled ice magic, that you can conjure ice with your bare hands." The atmosphere was so tense that no one dared to whisper, and the gathered nobles and lingering commoners alike heard every word. Sorcerer? Magic? Such enchanting terms seemed like relics of an ancient fantasy, long extinguished alongside the extinction of dragons. For over a century, successive kings had sought traces of dragons and magic. Yet the sorcerers who arrived in King S. Landing were mostly charlatans. These deceivers met grim fates, facing severe punishments for their treachery against the crown. Magic, thus, had become nothing more than a figment of human imagination, as if it had never truly existed. Among those present, the elderly had witnessed 3 kings, yet had never encountered genuine magic. Not only these seniors, but even their ancestors from over a century ago had never experienced the splendor of sorcery. Given that the elders had never beheld magic, it was even less likely that the younger attendees would have. The crowd instinctively rose on their toes, eager to witness the birth of a sorcerer or the demise of a fraud. Gendry sighed. Eddard had a loose tongue, and he regretted having confided in him. What? Is there a problem? I know Ned's character. He would not deceive me. Or could it be you who deceived him? King Robert's tone grew increasingly frigid, laced with a hint of menace. Summoning her courage, Arya declared loudly, Luke is not lying. He is indeed the sorcerer who wields ice magic. We from Winterfell all know this. Gendry slowly lifted his gaze, shifting his grip on the ice sword, placing his free hand upon Robert's goblet. Under the watchful, fearful eyes of the crowd, the king's golden chalice shattered into glistening shards of ice, a stream of faint crimson liquid defying gravity as it flowed upward, gathering in Gendry's palm. In the blink of an eye, a brilliantly vivid red ice rose appeared in Gendry's hand. He presented the flower, bowing deeply before Princess Myrcella. Your Grace, please accept my sincere apologies. Princess Mysera gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth with her hand. She shyly averted her gaze and accepted the rose from Gu Li, murmuring her gratitude. Thank you, Stark. Cersei's eyes mirrored her surprise as she turned to Tyrion on the viewing platform, silently mouthing, Did you know all along? Tyrion, with a self-satisfied smirk, raised his wine goblet and replied with a subtle movement of his lips, Of course. Chapter 53. The ice sculpture King Robert flicked away the ice shard from his hand and laughed heartily. Is that all you've got? A mere ice flower? Come now, show me the true magic. Giri stepped back to the center of the platform, hesitating as he replied, Your Majesty, the energy required to complete a spell is exceedingly precious. Moreover, magic is not mere trickery. It is not intended for mere spectacle. King Robert accepted a new wine goblet handed to him by a servant and said with a smirk, How can a simple ice flower prove that what you just displayed is genuine magic, rather than a prearranged illusion? Giri's tone softened. Your Majesty wishes to witness a grand display of ice magic? I have only recently begun my studies in magic and am not yet proficient. Such a spectacle may come at a cost. Robert, astute as he was, understood Giri's implication and inquired, Speak freely, what do you desire? Giri had long considered this request. I hope, Your Majesty, to obtain a letter of recommendation that would grant me unrestricted access to the academic city of Old Town. A letter of recommendation? If you can prove your identity as a wizard today, I shall write you one, King Robert replied, surprised that Giri sought merely a letter to become a scholar rather than a title or something of greater value. Giri leaned his great ice sword against a nearby post, freeing his hands as he asked, What would you like to see, Your Majesty? Robert, shaking his ample belly, returned to his seat and countered, What do I wish to see? I would like to witness snow in the summer. Can you accomplish that? Giri hesitated, inwardly cursing Your Majesty. Altering the weather is a miracle reserved for the divine, beyond the realm of magic. Disappointed, Robert took a hearty sip from his goblet, then created a larger block of ice for all present to behold. The previous ice rose had been too small for the commoners in the distance to comprehend what had transpired. Moreover, Robert harbored suspicions that the ice flower was a concealed prop. He conveniently chose to forget the shattered goblet and the spilled wine. Giri nodded, Certainly, but I cannot conjure ice from thin air. I will require a substantial amount of water. With a grand wave of his hand, Robert commanded, Did you not hear? Go fetch water. The attendants on standby immediately sprang into action, racing toward the nearby stream with several empty wine barrels. In less than half an hour, 5 barrels brimming with river water were arranged beneath the platform. Giri descended from the platform and approached the 5 large barrels, wafting a faint scent of wine. His mind was preoccupied with contemplating the form his ice creation would take. He could not mold a weapon, as it would be too intimidating and might evoke fear in others. Similarly, he refrained from crafting a powerful explosive spell for the same reason. Given the prominence of his wizarding identity, Giri could only strive to remain discreet. As he observed Robert indulging in his drink, an idea struck him. Yes, I shall sculpt a grand ice figure for his majesty. Giri shed his heavy armor, carelessly discarding it onto the ground. He approached the first barrel of water, donning his leather gloves, and slowly submerged his left hand into the water. Splash! A stream of white water shot forth from the bucket, and amidst the gasps of the crowd, it swiftly descended to form a grand, icy leg. Some are moved to tears, exclaiming, "It is magic. He truly is a sorcerer." Others trembled in fear, praying, "Oh, seven gods, protect me from the sorcerer's wrath." Some stammered incoherently, "Is this magic? Does it truly exist?" Followers began to emerge, proclaiming, "This sorcerer must be an apostle of the ice god, who has come to save us." The ice god? Where did that notion come from? Surely, this was a fabrication. However, Guli remained oblivious to these nonsensical utterances, wholly focused on sculpting the ice statue. Under his diligent craftsmanship, boots and trousers gradually took form on the icy leg. Yet, due to the ambitious scale of his creation and the rapid consumption of river water, he exhausted an entire bucket merely to shape a thigh. The nobles in the viewing stands appeared as if they had seen a ghost, murmuring in clusters. Only a beautiful maiden adorned with a floral crown leaned against the wooden railing, her gaze fixated on Guli below. Ah, and there was a dwarf as well. How could he have nearly forgotten? Tyrion approached the maiden, inquiring suddenly, "Lady Margaery of House Tyrell?" Margaery, aware of his identity, replied without turning, "The imp of Lannister. What do you want?" "I have heard that you have come to King's Landing with Duke Renly, seeking to replace Cersei as his majesty's new queen," Tyrion murmured, his words strikingly bold. A flicker of panic crossed Margaery's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. "Such baseless rumors. Do the Lannisters truly believe them?" Tyrion shrugged. "I must admit, I find you far more appealing than Cersei. However, you are somewhat younger than His Majesty. Yet, if His Majesty is fond of you, it may not pose a significant issue." As it was Margaery's first venture far from home, she was not well acquainted with the Lannister siblings, believing Tyrion was merely probing. She laughed lightly. "You misunderstand, Ser Tyrion. House Tyrell harbors no such ambitions. Of course, it would be foolish for House Tyrell to openly express such intentions, especially to a Lannister." Tyrion cast his gaze upon Guli, who was still engrossed in shaping the ice statue. "Lady Margaery, do refrain from recklessly tugging at shields. The wrath of a sorcerer can indeed be formidable." With that, he raised his wine cup and turned it apart. Margaery bit her lip, her eyes drifting back to the white-haired youth below. Perhaps initially, he had been an unwilling shield against her marriage to Robert, but now, things had changed. A sorcerer, too, could bring immense benefits to House Tyrell. Within the arena, Guli swiftly consumed the 5 buckets of water, the massive ice figure halting at the belly, with the upper body yet to take shape. "Alas, the belly is too large. I am truly running low on ice. A bunch of fools. Can't you see Stark has run out of water? Hurry and fetch more. You lazy wretches." Robert bellowed from his elevated platform, awaiting the completion of the ice statue alongside the royal family. Observing the servants frozen in confusion, he could not restrain his roar. Awakened from their stupor, the servants promptly sprang into action. They brought forth more barrels, one after another, transporting river water before Guli. With their assistance, Guli meticulously summoned additional magical energy, hastening the creation of the upper half of the ice statue. This upper section demanded far more intricacy than the lower half, not only requiring a greater attention to the details of the garments, but also the crafting of a vividly expressive face. In summary, the workload had doubled. Over an hour passed, and dusk approached. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, the ice statue was finally completed. A magnificent ice effigy of a king reflected the sunlight, radiant and resplendent. It held aloft a goblet, smiling warmly at all who beheld it. This exquisite creation left the gathered commoners and nobles alike utterly astounded. Guli, clutching his sore left hand, bowed to the king on the platform. "Your Majesty, I hope this ice sculpture meets your satisfaction." Robert offered a few commendations before inquiring, "How long can this statue be preserved?" Upon hearing the question, Guli quietly placed his left hand upon the statue, infusing it with a modicum of magical energy. In such weather, it could remain intact for 3 days. King's Landing, situated in the heart of Westeros, was considerably warmer than the northern Winterfell. Excellent. Where's the city guard? Quickly, transport this ice statue back to King's Landing. Place it in the center of the city at the Cobbler's Square for all to admire. Robert was evidently orchestrating a show of support for Gully. Was this a positive development? No. It served as a declaration of sovereignty to other houses. This ice sorcerer belongs to the crown. The golden-robed guards, the city guard, swiftly formed ranks, encircling the colossal ice statue. Gully had no interest in how they would transport the statue back. He ascended the platform to retrieve the great ice sword, while also seeking a letter of recommendation from Robert. Your Majesty, what of the promised letter? Robert, gazing at the increasingly dimming sky, replied, It is getting late. Accompany me back to the Red Keep, and I shall write it for you tomorrow. Spend the night at the Red Keep? Perhaps not. Gully declined the king's kind offer. Your Majesty, members of House Stark are still within the city, and they are likely to depart King's Landing soon. I wish to seek them out and reminisce, so I shall not go to the Red Keep tonight. Robert understood, as he held a favorable view of the Stark family due to his close friendship with Eddard. Very well. Remember to come to the Red Keep tomorrow for your letter. Indeed. Gully winked at Arya, and hand in hand, they swiftly departed from the royal platform. The two princes and Princess Myrcella were left feeling quite dejected. They had intended to converse with the sorcerer, exploring the possibility of learning magic themselves. However, their youthful pride held them back, and in their hesitation, the sorcerer had already vanished. Chapter 54. Farewell. Giri and Arya sought out the master-at-arms, Ser Roderick Castle, along with the northern soldiers who had accompanied him to King's Landing. They quietly blended into the throngs of common folk and journeyed back to the capital. Throughout the journey, the northern soldiers were imbued with excitement, believing that today's tournament was organized by the king and represented the highest caliber of jousting in all of Westeros. Giri had earned this honor, demonstrating that although the North resided in a harsh and impoverished land, its warriors were no less formidable than those of the other 6 kingdoms, perhaps even surpassing them in prowess. The glory of the championship belonged not solely to Giri, but to the entire North. However, Ser Roderick Castle appeared less jubilant. He seemed preoccupied with his own thoughts, brooding as they walked. Upon arriving at the inn where Ser Roderick and his men were lodged in King's Landing, they ordered a lavish feast in the bustling hall below. To the melodies of the minstrel, the men indulged in hearty revelry. After several rounds of drinks and a plethora of dishes, deep into the night, Arya succumbed to slumber on the table. Several northern soldiers, having drank to excess, stumbled upstairs to rest. Giri, carrying Arya, intended to return to Tyrion's residence, as their belongings still remained there. It would be impolite to depart without a word. They needed to return tonight. Just before leaving, Ser Roderick called out to Giri at the inn's entrance. Luke, you are now a Stark. Would you care to accompany us back to Winterfell? Giri understood Ser Roderick's concerns. He handed over the great sword, Ice, to him. No, I hold affection for Winterfell, yet I harbor no ambition for its ducal title. Please convey this to Lord Eddard and Robb. Ser Roderick accepted Ice with a sigh of relief and replied with a smile. Indeed, your prospects in King's Landing are far more promising. Giri glanced at Arya and inquired, When does the knight intend to depart for Winterfell? Ser Roderick embraced the sword and shared their plans. We shall set off tomorrow morning and expect to reach Winterfell in approximately 2 months. Such haste? Giri had hoped to persuade them to linger a few more days, but considering Lord Eddard and his wife, who were undoubtedly anxious for Arya's return, he wisely held his tongue. Arya had been away from home for nearly 3 months. It was indeed time to return. Then Arya and I shall rest at Tyrion's for the night, and you may find us there in the morning. I have gifts for the folk of Winterfell that you can take back with you. They bid farewell at the inn's entrance, with Giri heading towards Tyrion's residence and Ser Roderick returning to the tavern with Ice in hand. At Tyrion's abode, despite the late hour, Tyrion had yet to return. Giri wished to express his gratitude personally, yet after waiting until the late hours of the night, Tyrion was still absent. Reluctantly, he retired to his chamber to sleep. The following morning, Ser Roderick arrived with the northern soldiers to seek out Giri and Arya. Galiri escorted them to the city gate. Sir Kaiser, The armor is a gift from Duke Ed, and the two finely crafted steel swords belong to Robb and Jon Snow. You must ensure they are not misplaced. Sir Kaiser patted his ample belly, reassuringly stating, "Fear not, I have it all noted." At that moment, Arya approached, tearfully clinging to Galeri's waist. "Luke, please return home with me." Galeri bent down to wipe her tears away. "Did we not agree? You shall return first, and once I have concluded my matters, I will come to find you. In no more than 4 years, when the time arrives, you will see me again." Arya remained silent, softly sobbing. Galeri continued, "You still cannot wield that ice spear, can you? How about this? Upon your return, practice diligently with your spear. When you can twirl that ice spear with grace, I shall return to Winterfell." After a prolonged embrace, she reluctantly released him. "I shall return. Remember to think of me." "Very well," Galeri said, pinching her cheek with a smile. Arya mounted her horse and, along with Sir Kaiser and the others, set off along the King's Road towards Winterfell. She turned back thrice, waving farewell to Galeri until they were out of sight. He stood at the city gate, feeling a twinge of melancholy, letting out a gentle sigh. Without that boisterous little girl by his side, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed. In a manor somewhere in King's Landing, a furious Loras Tyrell arrived, seeking Margaery Tyrell, inquiring, "What is the meaning of this? You intend to return to Highgarden?" Margaery leisurely reclined in a wooden chair, her lips slightly parted as she nibbled on a grape. "My lord, the tournament has concluded, and it is time for me to return to Highgarden." Loras composed himself, reverting to his usual courteous demeanor. "Margaery, do not forget the purpose of your visit to King's Landing." Margaery discarded the half-eaten grape, finding the local fruit rather stale. "My lord, I certainly remember why I came to King's Landing, as well as your promise." Rising slowly, she approached Loras, whispering, "You promised to make me queen, but now the Lannisters have uncovered your scheme. Why should I remain in King's Landing?" Loras forced a stiff smile. "Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. You wish to take that sorcerer with you. Keep your little schemes to yourself. The sorcerer belongs to House Baratheon." Margaery trembled slightly, stifling a laugh. "He is an individual with free will, not a dragon of House Targaryen. Do you intend to confine him like a dragon, raising him in captivity?" Loras enunciated each word carefully. "He is a possession of our family. It would be wise for you to maintain your distance." He ceased further conversation with Margaery and turned to leave the manor. Yet Margaery, brimming with confidence, gazed at his departing figure, murmuring, "Let's await the outcome, my lord." At Tyrion's residence, Galeri returned from the city gate, finally encountering the returning Tyrion. He inquired with a hint of confusion, "Surely you do not hold any official position at present? Why are you so preoccupied?" Tyrion chuckled mischievously. "Yesterday was a day worthy of celebration. Did you not venture out to unwind?" He paused, then added, "Oh, I recall now you have a child to tend to. Where is she? I have not seen her." He glanced behind Gendry, searching for the little shadow that trailed him. With a sigh, Gendry replied, "She has returned home." Tyrion patted Gendry's arm, offering words of comfort. "Do not be so despondent. Let us revel together this evening." Gendry caught a whiff of a cheap perfume emanating from Tyrion, surmising his escapades from the previous night. "You went to the brothel again last night?" Tyrion unabashedly confessed. "Indeed, I found great joy indulging with 3 delightful women." "Is it so shocking? Is it not customary for men to frequent such establishments? Do you not partake?" Gendry waved his hand dismissively. "I shall not. I cannot endure that atmosphere." Truth be told, the brothels in the villages surrounding Winterfell left a profound impression on him. In his youthful ignorance, he had once ventured with Jon Snow and others, seeking adventure. However, upon arrival, the sight of those middle-aged women with yellowed teeth had sent them scurrying away. It was said that later, Theon discovered a decent brothel nearby, where the women were still quite young. Alas, by then, Gendry had already been left with a shadow of trauma, unwilling to return. King's Landing, with its vast array of pleasures, certainly boasted establishments far superior to those near Winterfell. After all, the women there primarily catered to soldiers and common folk of modest means, whereas King's Landing served nobles, knights, and affluent merchants, ensuring a level of quality and distinction. Yet, The shadows lingering in Gendry's heart prevented him from lingering in such places. You do not partake? Do you not have an affinity for women? Tyrion exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before quickly recovering. No matter. It is merely a personal choice. Given your current standing, I am certain many noble youths would relish the opportunity to spend a delightful evening with you. Gendry, with a scowl, gritted his teeth. I do enjoy the company of women. I simply find the brothel's ambience unbearable. Tyrion laughed heartily to mask the awkwardness. If you accompany me a few more times, you shall grow accustomed to it. After all, a man should not deprive himself. Just today, what do you say? Gendry shook his head in refusal. I must meet with His Majesty at the Red Keep today to obtain a letter of recommendation. Chapter 55. Setting off once more. Yes. I recall you declined His Majesty's invitation, insisting instead on pursuing the role of a scholar in the Citadel. Tyrion and Gorey strolled into the courtyard, where attentive servants promptly presented them with platters of fruit and cups of sweet wine. Gorey placed the wine upon a small wooden table, elucidating. I am not intending to become a scholar. I merely wish to gather some information at the Citadel. Gather information? King's Landing boasts a library as well. Why venture to the distant old town? Tyrion took a sip of the wine, leaning against the stone railing, gazing at the distant seascape. The collection in the library of King's Landing pales in comparison to that of the Citadel. What is available here, the Citadel possesses in abundance. However, the Citadel houses tomes that may not be found in our library. Oh, indeed. Gorey recalled that Tyrion cherished two pursuits above all, jesting and reading. Thus, he was likely a frequent visitor to the library of King's Landing. Do you know if there exists a deity possessing a green stone? Tyrion paused, taken aback. A deity? To my knowledge, the seven have their shrines and statues scattered across Westeros, yet none are associated with a green stone. The seven are the most prevalent faith across the continent, yet there exist other, lesser-known deities. What about beyond the seven? Beyond the seven, we have the old gods of the north and the drowned god of the Iron Islands. You should be more familiar with the old gods than I. As for the drowned god, he possesses no green stone. Wait a moment. Are you in search of a divine artifact? Tyrion perceived Gorey's aspirations as fanciful, albeit he refrained from voicing his skepticism. Gorey had already spun a tale, narrating with fervor, my mother's ancestors once pilfered a treasure from the gods, a green stone. This divine gem has intertwined with our bloodline, granting us the capacity to wield magical powers. Yet, simultaneously, it has ushered in a curse. None of us can survive past the age of 30. A curse? I was once a skeptic of such notions. However, after witnessing your magic yesterday, I find my convictions wavering. A curse of not living beyond 30. What do you intend to do about it? Tyrion took another sip of wine, both to satisfy his thirst and to quell his unease. Gorey continued his narrative. I seek to locate that deity and return this power to him. Perhaps in doing so, I may lift the curse that afflicts me. Tyrion pondered for a moment before responding. I must admit, I have not heard of any deity possessing a green stone. So you wish to peruse the tomes at the Citadel? Yet, much of their literature pertains to the history of Westeros. What if the deity you seek resides on the eastern continent? Gorey stroked his chin, acknowledging, I have considered that as well. One must take it step by step. Let us first see if there are any clues at the Citadel. Tyrion finally grasped the reasoning behind Gorey's choice. It was no wonder he would forsake a promising future in King's Landing. Was it truly all for the sake of curse? Very well. A journey to the Citadel may prove beneficial. We shall pass through Highgarden, and you may take the opportunity to discuss your matrimonial prospects. Matrimonial prospects? Gorey appeared momentarily stunned. Tyrion turned, his brow furrowed in confusion. Have you forgotten? Yesterday, you offered a garland to Margaery Tyrell, and she graciously accepted your coronation, which signifies her agreement. Does it not? Agreement? Wait, the maiden from yesterday was Margaery Tyrell, the Rose of Highgarden? Ghuli was taken aback, having never anticipated that the scapegoat he casually selected would turn out to be the illustrious little Rose, Margaery Tyrell, one of the few high-ranking players in Game of Thrones. Tyrion, holding the wine jug from the small wooden table, poured himself another generous cup of fruit wine. Oh, you don't recognize her? Well, it hardly matters now. The deed is done. Should you dare to renege on the agreement, the Tyrells would likely dispatch someone to Winterfell for negotiations. At that point, neither side would emerge unscathed. Ghoulie shook his head vigorously, his hands waving in protest. No, no, I cannot marry Marjorie. Tyrion almost choked, coughing slightly. Why not? Is it because she lacks beauty? Do you have any idea how many men in King's Landing covet Marjorie's beauty and Highgarden's wealth? With her status, she could even marry the Crown Prince. If you were to wed her, the Tyrell family would undoubtedly exert all their efforts to help you seize the title of Duke of Winterfell. Ghoulie replied with a bittersweet smile. She is indeed beautiful, the most exquisite person I have ever encountered. Yet, she possesses a deep cunning that I find distasteful. I do not favor women who are overly calculating. Little Rose Marjorie Tyrell, raised under the watchful eye of her shrewd grandmother, Olenna Redwine, had learned from a young age to wield her charm, effortlessly manipulating men of all ages. She managed to attain her desires with minimal cost, employing others to her advantage. In the original series, her relentless scheming to become queen led her to orchestrate the downfall of many. Had it not been for Cersei's treachery and the wildfire that consumed the Sept, Marjorie would likely have ascended even higher. To be candid, Ghoulie admired Marjorie's exterior, yet could not reconcile himself with her nature. Marjorie was far too intelligent and power-hungry, a product of her upbringing that Ghoulie could not alter. Thus, they were never meant to be, nor could they find happiness together. Tyrion raised an eyebrow. Ah, so you prefer a more innocent maiden. Then Princess Mira is quite innocent. Yet you also turned down the king. Ghoulie awkwardly rubbed his nose. Princess Mira is far too young. Never mind. I shall first acquire the letter of recommendation from the Red Keep, and then make my swift exit from King's Landing. Tyrion chuckled. Are you certain you wish to evade Marjorie? Pray, you are headed to Old Town in the Reach, which is the Tyrell family's domain. How could you possibly escape her? Ghoulie swallowed nervously. If I delay, perhaps it will all blow over. At the Red Keep, in the throne room, King Robert sat upon the Iron Throne. Summoning Ghoulie, Ghoulie recounted the tale he had meticulously crafted once more. Therefore, your majesty, I must visit the citadel. Robert instructed a nearby servant to present the pre-written letter of recommendation to Ghoulie. Concerning your life, it is imperative that you go. However, do return promptly. The kingdom requires your service. Understood. Ghoulie took the letter and prepared to exit the throne room. Wait, the king called. I shall send 2 Kingsguard to accompany you to Old Town. With their protection, I can rest easier. Robert suddenly called out to Ghoulie, his tone imbued with an authority that brooked no refusal. This was not protection. It was clearly an assignment to surveil him. Guamli shukulata ukwarli, rapling. There is no need, your majesty. The duty of the Kingsguard is to ensure your safety. How can they accompany me to Old Town? I can manage alone, without any guardians. Robert understood Ghoulie's evasion and continued. Then I shall select 2 capable knights from the Baratheon family to accompany you. Having someone to look after you will bring me peace of mind. The king's repeated emphasis on peace of mind made it clear to even the most obtuse that he intended to keep close tabs on Ghoulie's whereabouts under the guise of protection. Thank you, your majesty. Ghoulie, along with the 2 knights assigned by the king, rode back to Tyrion's residence. After a brief preparation, he was ready to set off for Old Town in the Riverlands. Tyrion could not help but tease. Knights from House Baratheon? His Majesty truly values your safety. Knights are not mere soldiers. They are formidable individuals who have earned their titles, whether through noble lineage or personal prowess. It was evident that these 2 were specifically chosen by Robert and belonged to the latter category. Knowing Ghoulie was in need of funds, Tyrion helped procure a carriage. The journey was long, and traveling by carriage would be far more comfortable than horseback. Ghoulie wholeheartedly agreed, recalling his arduous ride to King's Landing with Arya, during which they had to change saddles 3 times. His inner thighs were marred with scars and bruises, all from the saddle-less friction. Also, here is a pouch of gold dragons. It should suffice for your journey. Tyrion tossed another money bag to Ghoulie, clearly having considered every detail for him. After stacking his belongings securely in the back of the carriage, Ghoulie expressed his gratitude. Thank you. However, I have always wondered why you are going to such lengths to assist me. Tyrion personally opened the carriage door for Ghoulie and responded, Why help you? Initially, it was by chance, but later, upon learning you are a sorcerer, I sought to befriend you deliberately. My standing within my family is low, akin to that of a bastard. I may require your assistance in the future, if I ever find myself in dire straits. I hope you will remember this friendship and lend me a hand." His candor endeared him further to Guli, who smiled as he entered the carriage. "With your intellect, you shall undoubtedly rise to prominence in the future. Who knows who will be aiding whom then?" Tyrion's eyes dimmed slightly as he replied, "I am ashamed of House Lannister. My family will never grant me power or status." However, he quickly regained his composure. "Well, let us not keep those two knights waiting. Let us depart. Farewell, my friend." Guli closed the carriage door and bid a solemn farewell. Tyrion waved his hand, and under his watchful gaze, the carriage and the two mounted knights gradually made their way from his estate. At the southwestern city gate of King's Landing, the King's Gate, Guli was inside the carriage, wiping the dust from the scabbard of the Dark Sister, finding some intricately carved corners difficult to clean. Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt. The coachman spoke through the small window. "My Lord Luke, a noble lady, is obstructing our path. Her carriage appears to have broken down by the roadside, and she seems to require our assistance." Guli furrowed his brow, stating, "None among us possess the skills to repair a carriage. We ought to advise her to seek aid from the gilded robes within the city." "Indeed, alas, my lady, you cannot." The coachman's words were cut short as the carriage door swung open. Marjorie, adorned in a flowing gown of sky-blue chiffon, made a stunning entrance. She adjusted her sun hat and dabbed the beads of perspiration from her brow. Then, with a pleading expression, implored, "Stark, I urgently need to return to Highgarden, but my carriage has broken down by the roadside. Since you're en route to the academy, might you be so kind as to convey me back?" Guli placed the Dark Sisters upon his lap and replied solemnly, "Can I refuse?" "I cannot." Marjorie shed her guise of helplessness, adopting a resolute demeanor as she took her seat opposite Guli. Chapter 56. Discrepancy. One of the knights from House Baratheon approached the carriage and inquired, "My lord, shall I compel her to dismount?" Marjorie, using a delicate fan to alleviate the warmth, smiled and replied, "I trust that the Stark will not display such a lack of chivalry." Gendry sighed and waved his hand dismissively. "She is a lady of House Tyrell. You cannot afford to offend her. It's nothing. Let us continue our journey." The knight nodded in acquiescence and secured the carriage door. Gendry and his companions resumed their travels along the Rose Road, heading south toward King's Landing. Marjorie gazed out the window and suddenly asked, "What is your purpose in visiting the Citadel? Is it true, as the rumors suggest, that you intend to become a scholar?" "Not at all. My reasons for visiting the Citadel are entirely different." Gendry continued to polish the Dark Sister, avoiding direct eye contact with Marjorie. It was not shyness that held him back, but rather the overwhelming charm and allure that Marjorie exuded, which seemed to envelop the confined space they shared. The captivating scent that lingered about her was intoxicating, and he found that focusing on his sword was the only way to maintain his composure. Marjorie leaned in closer and inquired, "The Citadel, located in Old Town, is under the dominion of House Hightower. They are a vassal of our Tyrell family. If you seek to conduct business there, perhaps I may be of assistance." Gendry chuckled softly. "Assist me? Then allow me to pose a question. Have you ever heard of a green stone, one that harbors immense power, coveted even by the divine?" "Why have you suddenly begun to recount mythic tales?" Marjorie, unable to follow Gendry's train of thought, replied, "I have not heard of such a thing." "I know, which is precisely why I intend to visit the Citadel, to inquire of those learned scholars the same question." Gendry nonchalantly brushed off the dirt from the corner of his sword sheath. Marjorie, seemingly feeling warm, increased the intensity of her fan. She removed her hat and asked, "What if the scholars at the Citadel cannot answer your question?" Gendry did not lift his gaze, responding, "Then it shall signify that the object I seek is not to be found in Westeros." "Seek what? The green stone of legend?" Marjorie leaned closer, her breath warm against his ear, causing an unexpected itch. "You have far too many questions, and please maintain some distance." Gendry looked at her, poised to speak, but the sight before him startled him, causing him to press against the back of the carriage and retreat. What manner of terrifying thing could provoke such a reaction from the ever-composed Gendry? It was merely that Marjorie's recent movement had allowed him a glimpse of the delicate contours concealed beneath her garments, coupled with her intoxicating fragrance. It was no wonder Gendry reacted so profoundly. Marjorie, noticing his unusual response, giggled and covered her neckline. Your reaction is quite peculiar. You aren't still a maiden, are you? In this world, noble youths matured at an astonishing pace. At the tender age of 13 or 14, one typically embarks on the journey of maturation with the assistance of a maid or courtesan. However, the noble young ladies diverge from this norm, as they often reserve their first experience for their husbands. Ghoulie, blushing profusely, quietly inquired, "Why do you not wear an X-garment?" "I saw everything." The mention of the X-garment puzzled Marjorie, as it was the first time she had encountered such a term. Did the women of the North don such attire? Ghoulie was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. He had only glimpsed the courtesan's form since arriving in this realm, believing her lack of an X-garment was merely for the convenience of her patrons. He was astonished to ponder whether all women across Westeros shared this practice, perhaps due to the garment's unavailability. How intriguing, he mused. It might even present a business opportunity. Thinking Ghoulie was perturbed, Marjorie reassured him, "You are my fiancé," seeing it as merely a matter of fact. "Rest assured, no other man has laid eyes upon it, only you." Ghoulie was momentarily at a loss for words. Miss Marjorie, if I have inadvertently led you to misunderstand my intentions, I sincerely apologize. I am neither powerful nor esteemed, and truly feel unworthy of you. To have the honor of crowning you is my greatest privilege. I wish for you to pursue your own happiness. Unworthy? Why do you harbor such thoughts? Marjorie replied, furrowing her brow in confusion. You are the last sorcerer on the continent, and currently the most valued individual by His Majesty. You possess a radiant future and are entitled to inherit Winterfell. How could you deem yourself unworthy? Ghoulie scratched his forehead, posing a soul-searching question. Do you have feelings for me? No, but I require your presence. Perhaps you should grant me some time. I may eventually come to love you. Marjorie responded with a calm demeanor. Ghoulie felt an inexplicable agitation. You need me? Or is it the Tyrell family that requires my presence? The sorcerer's destructive potential may pale in comparison to that of a dragon, yet his influence rivals that of the beast. For a sorcerer can wield dazzling magic to sway the hearts of men. To win the hearts of the people is to seize the realm. Thus, a sorcerer with such allure could indeed topple kingdoms. Is there truly a distinction? Noble marriages are invariably entangled with familial interests, love following after union. You two hail from a noble lineage in Winterfell. Can you not comprehend this? Marjorie regarded what seemed obvious to her as utterly absurd in Ghoulie's eyes. No, I cannot understand. Though I am no longer a child, I still yearn for the possibility of growing old with the one I love, sharing this life together. Ghoulie, having experienced several relationships back on Earth, held a deep longing for the freedom of romantic love. Marjorie, covering her mouth in laughter, remarked, Love? My grandmother once said that love is merely a pretext for men to indulge their desires, a deception used by the nobility to manipulate the common folk. In this world, love does not exist. Only self-interest is eternal. Ghoulie sighed. This is where our perspectives diverge. Thus, we are destined to walk separate paths. Marjorie, however, believed it was Ghoulie who failed to grasp reality. Marriage is the most sacred of vows, and I intend to abide by this vow and accompany you for a lifetime. Is that not love? Moreover, you have just begun to feel something, have you not? Ghoulie expressed his regret, saying, It is of no use to be moved. Once I have settled certain matters in Winterfell, I shall embark on a journey to explore the world. Would you be willing to relinquish power and family to accompany me? Explore the world? Is it truly in pursuit of that absurd stone? Marguerite gazed at Ghoulie in disbelief, never anticipating such naivety from him. Ghoulie shrugged. So, you cannot remain by my side, can you? Marguerite's smile gradually faded. With power, you could enlist many to help you find that stone. Why must you undertake the search alone? Ghoulie gazed thoughtfully out of the window, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he replied, Because, if I were to truly possess power in you, perhaps I would no longer seek it. Chapter 57. The cat Marguerite fell into a moment of silence before suddenly realizing that Ghoulie was a wizard. Like the alchemists, Wizards possessed arcane skills, naturally engaging in endeavors beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. She pondered whether that stone was truly of such paramount importance. Gu, with unwavering conviction in his gaze, nodded affirmatively. It was indeed vital, the ultimate pursuit of his existence. In truth, the green gemstone resided within his left eye, and his quest for the gem was merely a pretext to placate others. What he truly sought to unravel was the origin and purpose of the gemstone, for only then might he discover the proper application of the green stone's power. Through over 5 years of diligent effort, his mastery over magical energies had grown increasingly proficient, allowing a greater flow of magic within him and the execution of more formidable spells. Yet, this seemingly vast reservoir of power was but a mere drop in the ocean compared to the energy contained within the green stone. Moreover, 5 years prior, the green stone had aided him in calculating a nearly authentic virtual world, a dreamscape. This indicated that the green stone, aside from being an inexhaustible source of magical energy, must possess other formidable capabilities. However, Gu currently lacked the understanding to harness these abilities, unable to unlock its potential. Once he fully grasped the power of this divine stone, perhaps he could return to Earth. As for the notion Gu had once entertained of becoming a deity, well, it was a tantalizing possibility to muse upon. Marguerite fell silent once more, her upbringing in the aristocracy making it difficult for her to accept a husband engaged in pursuits deemed frivolous. Gu, perceiving her thoughts, smiled without speaking. She had yet to witness the might of the others or the terrifying power of dragons, remaining unaware of humanity's insignificance. Little did she know that in a few years, the forces of the others would descend upon them, igniting a war between the living and the dead. In the face of that harrowing struggle between humanity and the others, the internal conflicts among humans would appear utterly ludicrous. Both remained quiet, sharing the silence. Night fell. A bonfire blazed beside Rose Boulevard, where Gu and Marguerite sat together, each absorbed in their own consumption of jerky. With curiosity, Marguerite gazed at the sword at Gu's waist and inquired, "Why does your sword bear the sigil of House Targaryen?" Gu draped a blanket over the dark sister, replying, "It is of no concern to you." Marguerite, ever considerate, cautioned, "It is indeed a relic of House Targaryen. If other nobles were to see it, it would surely invite unnecessary trouble. Accompany me to Highgarden, and I shall procure a new hilt and scabbard for you." Gu swallowed a piece of jerky and took a sip from his water flask. "There is no need for such trouble. The nobles who recognize this sword are either my friends or deceased." Marguerite tilted her head with a smile. "So, does that mean I am your friend now?" Temporarily, Gu tossed her the water flask. "Care for a drink?" "Thank you." Marguerite accepted the flask. Her cheeks flushed as she took a few sips. Gu noted her evident awkwardness in this unfamiliar setting. She seemed to have forgotten her usual composure. Her eyes filled with panic and unease. Gu suddenly found her rather endearing. Was it her first night in the wilderness? Marjorie promptly straightened her posture and feigned nonchalance, stating, "Well, it is more interesting than I imagined. It's quite an experience. For someone of her noble stature, embarking on journeys typically involved a retinue, complete with a dedicated family guard for protection. The route would be meticulously calculated, ensuring rest stops in towns or villages along the way. If no suitable resting place could be found, they would set up a tent, allowing Marjorie to rest while taking turns on watch. Unlike Gu's current predicament, where not only was there no one to patrol and safeguard, but even the luxury of a sleeping tent was absent. The nearby woods occasionally echoed with the howls of wolves, leaving Marjorie feeling rather vulnerable. Suppressing a laugh, Gu remarked, "You see, if you were to marry me, this would be your life. No silks and brocades, no servants to attend to you, no guards at your beck and call. Each day would be spent wandering, exposed to the elements." Marjorie hugged her knees tighter beneath her blanket and chuckled lightly. "But you are free. You can go wherever you wish. Do you envy this freedom?" Gu added a few more logs to the bonfire and turned to inquire. Marjorie shook her head. "I do not envy it, for I understand that such freedom is a luxury that demands the sacrifice of too much. Thus, I cherish my family and loved ones even more than freedom." "Ah, how he could relate to that sentiment. If he could easily forsake his family, he would not be so scheming in his desire to return to Earth. Ghoulie gazed at the enchanting young woman, his heart filled with profound admiration. Were he a king, Margaery would undoubtedly be his sole choice for queen. She possessed a remarkable ability to win hearts, making her an exceptional ally to a king. Furthermore, Margaery was adept at navigating the intricacies of nobility and possessed keen strategic insight, often devising plans that could alter the course of events. Alas, beauty often meets with misfortune. In the series Game of Thrones, Margaery had entered into 3 politically motivated marriages, each with a king, and each ending, well, not favorably. Contemplating this, one could find her rather pitiable. You should sleep in the carriage. Rest assured, I will ensure your safe passage to Highgarden. Nearby, 2 knights from House Baratheon were tending to the carriage, horses, and luggage, standing by the roadside as they covertly indulged in drink and whispered among themselves. Lady Tyrell is indeed quite forward. Lord Loras is fortunate. Fortunate? Have you forgotten the King's orders before our departure? Are you suggesting that as a sorcerer? And I find that rather daunting. The King's command is clear. Should the sorcerer choose to join another house, we are to eliminate him on the spot. I understand, but must the Lady Tyrell also be eliminated? That seems a shame. No shame at all. If it weren't for such circumstances, we would never have the privilege of such high-quality company. And indeed, you speak the truth. The 2 whispered softly, unperturbed by the presence of Ghoulie and Margaery by the bonfire. Indeed, it is precisely due to maintaining a safe distance that they can act so brazenly. However, just because Ghoulie and Margaery cannot hear, it does not imply that others are equally oblivious. The 2 knights, alerted by a sound, instantly became vigilant. They drew their swords and stood back to back, scanning their surroundings with caution. Lacking the illumination of a campfire, their visibility in the darkness was severely limited. Although they could not see, they could distinctly hear something trampling swiftly through the grass around them. What could it be? One of the younger knights, his voice trembling with fear, was cautioned by the more seasoned knight. Listen to the sound. It is the footsteps of a beast. Be wary, it approaches. Ah, ah, ah. In the darkness, 2 piercing screams echoed in succession. Ghoulie swiftly unsheathed his dark sister sword, shielding Marguerite behind him. Marguerite, panic-stricken, leapt up, losing all semblance of composure. She clutched Ghoulie's arm tightly, her voice trembling with terror. Those screams sounded like the 2 knights. Have they been slain? What assailed them? Was it a wolf? Aye. Silence. Remain calm. Ghoulie, vigilant, gazed toward the direction of the carriage, his sword poised for action. Marguerite, unwilling to succumb helplessly, tore a portion of her long skirt, fashioned it into a makeshift torch, ignited it, and hurled it into the darkness, attempting to ward off the beast with flames. While her adaptability was commendable, her strength was insufficient to cast the torch far. The heavy dew on the grass extinguished the feeble flame. Nevertheless, with the flicker of light, Ghoulie managed to discern the approaching creature. Blast! Those black and white markings, those glimmering green eyes. How could it be you again? The shadow lynx. Moreover, this particular shadow lynx moved peculiarly, as if its right forepaw were injured, gingerly advancing on its toes. Goodness, is this not the very shadow lynx once possessed by the wind spirit? It has not perished? Has it returned for vengeance? Strangely, however, the shadow lynx sat there docilely, licking the blood from its paw and mouth, showing no inclination to attack. Just then, as Ghoulie pondered this perplexity, a sudden rush of wind swept past his ear. A white figure descended from the heavens, landing upon his shoulder. Chapter 58, Dragons and Cats. Bingling rested on Ghoulie's shoulder, stammering, "I tamed it to protect you." After relentless effort, it had finally managed to articulate a few simple syllables. Ghoulie listened intently, speculating, "You tamed shadow lynx? But it just killed those 2 knights. It seems quite untamed still." Bingling shook its head and continued, "They want to kill you. I let kill them." The knights of House Baelish wished to slay him? Why? Simply because of his closeness to Little Rose. Ghoulie pondered. If he had indeed betrayed the crown and allied with another house, it would be understandable for the king to seek his demise. Yet at this point, nothing had been finalized. How could the king permit such actions? Surely, these two fools must have inadvertently revealed their plans, which Bing Ling overheard. Dragons? Dragons? Marjorie, terrified, released her grip on Gu Li's arm, her finger trembling as she pointed at Bing Ling, instinctively retreating. Gu Li furrowed his brow. He had kept Bing Ling well concealed. Aside from Arya, no one had set eyes upon it. Whenever Gu Li ventured into populated towns, he would instruct Bing Ling to remain outside, awaiting his return. Today's unforeseen occurrence had led to Bing Ling being spotted by Marjorie. What a predicament. Bing Ling turned towards Marjorie, puzzled for a few seconds. Huh, this woman isn't the Stark girl. She's a stranger. It immediately shifted into a defensive stance. Baring its teeth, sparks beginning to flicker from its nostrils. Gu Li hastily calmed it. No, she cannot die here. Everyone in King's Landing knew that Marjorie had left with him. If she were to perish here, Highgarden would undoubtedly wage war against the North. This is the trouble with lords having their own armies. When they lose their wits, even the king cannot restrain them. Marjorie's panic dissipated in an instant. Her excitement bubbling forth. I should have guessed. The relic of Targaryen, accompanied by a dragon. The hereditary white hair. You are a descendant of House Targaryen. No wonder you rejected the king's offer. What a delightful misunderstanding. Gu Li was about to explain that things weren't quite as she imagined, but she interjected, Rest assured, I shall keep it a secret. Marjorie then began devising plans for Gu Li. Though Eddard Stark was close to King Robert, you grew up in Winterfell, forming a deeper bond with Eddard's children. Should Eddard perish, his heir Robb would surely support you. Gu Li felt a chill. Marjorie seemed to have revealed something crucial. How did she know he had grown up in Winterfell? That she was aware of his rapport with Robb Stark? The intelligence network of House Tyrell appeared rather formidable. Marjorie seemed oblivious to her slip of the tongue, continuing enthusiastically with the aid of House Stark, and if we also include the military might of House Tyrell. No, that would still be insufficient. We must continue to seek allies. To the south, Dorne. The Martells of Dorne are at odds with the Lannisters of the Westerlands. And with the king having wed Cersei, Dorne has long harbored discontent. Moreover, being a descendant of House Targaryen, they might lend you their support. Dorne could be persuaded. Wait, Gu Li interjected loudly, setting aside the question of my lineage. We have only met twice, and you expect me to lead a rebellion? Is that reasonable? Not in the slightest. Marjorie pointed excitedly at the dragon, exclaiming, You possess a mighty dragon. Who would dare question your legitimacy? You wield magic, do you not? I can assist you in ascending to the Iron Throne. Gu Li retorted skeptically. Are you not aware of the inherent risks? Is your family willing to gamble everything on an individual of dubious origins? Marjorie again gestured toward the dragon. This is indeed a dragon. Westeros was ruled by the Targaryens for over 2 centuries, and a legend of dragons is known to all. In the past, Aegon Targaryen's forces were weaker than those of the Iron Islands, let alone the powerful Seven Kingdoms. Nevertheless, he resolutely landed in King's Landing with his 2 wives and 3 dragons to commence his campaign of conquest. No one could withstand the onslaught of 3 dragons. The royal families of the 7 kingdoms either perished or surrendered. Aegon Targaryen unified the continent of Westeros with unparalleled might. Gu Li was also familiar with this history. His 3 dragons were fully grown, while mine cannot be fully assessed. Ice Wing, in displeasure, nudged Gu Li with its wing, clearly engrossed in the discussion and irritated by the interruption. Yet Marjorie insisted, but it will eventually grow, will it not? Gu Li did not dispute this. Dragons grow rapidly. In the mere span of 3 months, Icewing had already increased significantly in size. Were it not for his own considerable strength, he would truly struggle to bear the weight of Icewing. Icewing nodded in agreement, lacking an understanding of human societal structures, nor comprehending why Gu Li could ascend to kingship among men. However, it believed that if Gu Li were to become king, he could command all men to march north to assist the children of the forest in repelling the invasion of the White Walkers. Given the current size of the Night's Watch, facing a vast army of White Walkers would render them nearly ineffectual. Upon seeing Icewing nod, Marjorie cheerfully remarked, As for your concerns regarding House Tyrell's loyalty, there is no need for apprehension. As long as you proclaim me queen upon your ascendance, House Tyrell shall never betray you. Although the oaths of loyalty from nobles are sacred, they are not unbreakable. Ghoulie was well aware of this, yet he was moved by Marjorie's earnest demeanor. This girl spoke with such conviction, seemingly genuinely wishing to aid him in claiming the Iron Throne. However, she remained rather naive. House Tyrell might not wholly support Ghoulie as she claimed. Only on equal terms can cooperation and alliances be formed. Do you truly believe that I, a mere individual with a dragon, can stand on equal footing with the entirety of House Tyrell? Faced with this unexpected inquiry, Marjorie was momentarily taken aback. She had been lost in her daydream of becoming queen, neglecting many pressing realities. For instance, the immense pain caused by the last Targaryen king, Aerys II, the Mad King, had not yet been forgotten by the Seven Kingdoms. It is exceedingly difficult for the populace to accept the restoration of a Targaryen king, given the overwhelming opposition. Furthermore, the Baratheon royal family has not committed any grave transgressions, and thus, Gurren possesses insufficient justification to incite rebellion. Such an unprovoked uprising is destined for failure. Additionally, the circumstances in the north are particularly intricate, far more so than she envisions. Unless both Eddard and his spouse were to perish simultaneously, Gurren might have a chance. Yet this is an implausible scenario, for Eddard Stark has shown kindness to Gurren, and she would never contemplate assassinating him for the sake of power. Therefore, all of this amounts to nothing more than Marjorie's immature fantasies, wholly unattainable. However, Gurren is pleasantly surprised to witness this innocent and naive side of Marjorie. It is indeed a rare sight. It is a pity she could not be just a bit older. Marjorie, doused with cold reality, sank despondently to the ground. Gurren had no intention of claiming the Iron Throne, yet to placate Marjorie, he felt compelled to fabricate a lie. So, you must help me keep this a secret. In a few years, when my dragon has matured, we can engage in a fair negotiation with House Tyrell. Unbeknownst to him, he had already been ensnared by Marjorie's charm. This statement effectively suggested that Marjorie should bide her time at home, awaiting his proposal. Marjorie's face brightened once more. Is 3 years sufficient? After 3 years, I will be of age. In Westeros, one comes of age at 16, so Marjorie is currently not quite there, as she requires 5 years. Wait, you're only 13? Merely a year older than Princess Myrcella? Gurren gaped at Marjorie's form, under the impression she was already 15 or 16, only to be astonished by the reality. It was not that Marjorie appeared older. Rather, she had matured exceptionally well. Marjorie, noticing Gurren's gaze, instinctively covered her chest with caution. No, that is not permissible until after marriage. Gurren, he harbored no such thoughts, nor did he have intentions of marrying Marjorie. Everything was merely a temporary strategy. Marjorie did not love him, and he had not fallen for her either. There was no emotional foundation between them. Discussing marriage at this juncture was decidedly premature. Feeling a bit weary, Marjorie turned her head and stifled a yawn silently. 5 years, then. I shall await your growth. For years hence, King Robert shall perish, and war shall erupt. By then, Westeros will be embroiled in chaos. Who will care whether Gurren possesses a dragon? Gurren, guilt-ridden, closed his eyes. All right, wait for me. He felt that Marjorie would likely not wait for him. She would follow the narrative, marrying Renly first, then Joffrey and Tommen. 4 years should be ample time for her to forget the boy she had only encountered twice. A shadow cat ambled leisurely to Gurren's side, nudging its head against his calf. Gurren had nearly forgotten about this creature. He stiffened, looking at the ice-winged creature perched on his shoulder, and inquired, "Is this reliable? Have you truly tamed it?" The ice-winged creature, displeased, flapped its wings against Gurren's head. "Do you underestimate me? I have, already, ingrained your essence within it. It has consistently communicated in its native tongue, rendering Marjorie oblivious to its utterances." Ghoulie stroked his chin, aware of the formidable beast-taming prowess possessed by the children of the forest. Over 10 millennia ago, the children engaged in a conflict with the ancestors who first set foot upon the continent of Westeros. The numbers of the ancestors far surpassed those of the children. Had it not been for the beasts they had tamed to serve as their combatants, they would have long been obliterated by the ancestors' overwhelming numbers. Nevertheless, The art of taming beasts proved ineffective against the White Walkers, leading the children to gradually neglect this skill. In present times, however, Bing Ling has resurrected this ancient technique, successfully taming a shadow cat, demonstrating that his prowess remains undiminished. Observing its amiable and affectionate demeanor, Gu Li bent down to caress its head, saying, "Good, good." Marjorie dared not approach, choosing instead to remain on the opposite side of the campfire, exclaiming, "Stark, you have tamed such a large creature." Gu Li continued to stroke the shadow cat's head, and seeing it offer no resistance, he guided it to sit beside the fire. The shadow cat curled up on the ground, gradually forming a small ball, closing its eyes to rest. Bing Ling took the opportunity to change positions, flying onto the shadow cat's back and comfortably settling down for slumber. Gu Li wrapped himself in a blanket, leaning against a tree. He addressed Marjorie, saying, "You should rest in the wagon. It is furnished with cushions. After an hour or two, we shall resume our journey." Marjorie shook her head, stating, "There are corpses outside the wagon. I refuse to go." Draped in her blanket, she slowly edged closer to Gu Li, smiling, "I will rest here. Good night, Stark." Gu Li offered his shoulder to her, leaning against the tree, allowing himself to rest. "Good night, Targaryen." Chapter 59. The waterway the groom had long since vanished amidst the chaos of the previous night. Thus, Gu Li found himself assuming the role of the driver, steering the horse-drawn carriage forward. Marguerite remained within the vehicle, occasionally interrupted by soft coughs. The heavy dew and chill of the night had left her feeling unwell, as though she had caught a cold. Beside Gu Li, Bing Ling rested on the bench, coiled comfortably despite the carriage's jolting, sleeping soundly. The shadow lynx had not boarded the carriage. Instead, it sprinted behind, its right front paw having healed sufficiently, now in need of exercise. With its presence urging the horse onward, Gu Li felt as though the steed was galloping with greater vigor. 2 days later, heeding Marguerite's counsel, they veered onto a smaller path, departing from Rose Avenue to a place called Tungsher Town. There resided the Fudeli family of He Wan Di, a subordinate house to the Tillier family. Marguerite could solicit a large vessel from them to ferry them down the Mandian River to the High Court. This waterway would save nearly 2/3 of the time, compressing what would typically be a month's journey into approximately 10 days. However, such seafaring vessels were generally in the possession of nobility across various regions, making this convenient mode of transport inaccessible to the common folk. Initially, when Gu Li and the increasingly ailing Marguerite entered the town, the shadow lynx trailing behind them frightened the townsfolk. Had it not been for Marguerite promptly producing the Tillier family insignia, Gu Li feared he might have clashed with the soldiers of the Bodalai family. Upon learning of Gu Li and Marguerite's identities, the Bodalai nobles swiftly altered their demeanor, abandoning their previous arrogance to offer the pair the finest new ship. Concerned for Marguerite's health, Gu Li wished to rest in Tungsher Town for a period. Coincidentally, the Bodalai family desired to extend their hospitality, aiming to strengthen their rapport with the Tillier family. However, Marguerite declined their offer, asserting that her mild cold was no serious illness. "Let us continue. I have urgent matters to attend to upon returning to the High Court," she insisted. Observing the fawning Bodalai family, she felt a wave of irritation. Each night, she had intentionally exposed herself to the chill by tossing aside her blanket, hoping to elicit Gu Li's tender care in her time of illness. In the intimate solitude of their companionship, Gu Li would inevitably develop feelings for her. Yet, these oblivious nobles were exasperating. They insisted on dragging Gu Li to their banquet for drinks, assigning several servants to attend to her, then dismissing her. This could not stand. Her carefully planned evenings of sweetness were on the verge of being ruined by their foolishness. Thus, after Marguerite's persistent urging, Gu Li, together with her and the shadow lynx, boarded a large sailing vessel bound for the High Court. Once they had distanced themselves from the town, a familiar white figure reappeared in the skies above Gu Li. However, due to the presence of the Bodalai family's servants and crew aboard, Bing Ling chose not to descend, soaring high above where few could discern its presence. Moreover, its form is modest. Even if someone were to catch a glimpse of it, they would merely perceive it as a white raven. 3 days into their journey, Marguerite's cold had subsided, yet Gu Li suddenly fell ill. In truth, he was not unwell, but rather suffering from seasickness. Sharing his plight was the shadow bobcat, which was also struggling to acclimate. Both man and cat succumbed to nausea, their heads spinning and bodies weak. Gu, unable to keep anything down, confined himself to his cabin, growing increasingly frail. Marguerite had not anticipated the severity of Gu-Li's seasickness, and, assuming the role of his fiancée, she dutifully took it upon herself to care for him. Each day, she personally disposed of his unpleasant vomit and prepared easily digestible meals to help him regain his strength. She also made it a point to provide the shadow bobcat with a few pieces of raw meat daily. While these tasks could have been delegated to a servant, she chose to attend to them herself. This was a lesson imparted by her grandmother. To earn the support of others, one must first endear oneself to them. The same principle applied to men. Once a man falls in love, he would be willing to do anything for you. Marguerite hoped that her devoted efforts would win Gu-Li's affection, bringing her one step closer to her life's ambition. And what, pray tell, was her life's ambition? To become the most esteemed woman in the world, of course. To pursue this goal, she made it a point to spend time on the deck each day, gazing up at the ice dragons soaring through the sky. In her heart, she would silently pray, "Oh, mighty dragon, why are you still so small? Grow quickly, one to you." Under her tender care, Gu-Li's condition improved significantly. 7 days later, they finally docked at the port outside Highgarden, successfully reaching their destination. The weakened Gu-Li, with Marguerite's support, descended the ship unsteadily. The shadow bobcat trailed behind them, also appearing quite feeble, though in far better shape than Gu-Li. Being a wild creature, it possessed a remarkable ability to adapt. Marguerite had returned in haste, and her family, unaware of her arrival, had not sent anyone to greet her. As Gu-Li set foot on solid ground, he finally exhaled in relief. The dizzying sensation was gradually dissipating, and soon he would be back to his normal self. At that point, he could regain the weight he had lost, which would be even more ideal. "Tyrael, thank you for your care along the way. Did you not have pressing matters to attend to at Highgarden? Please, do not concern yourself with me." Through their mutual care, their bond had grown significantly closer. Gu-Li felt a sense of gratitude for Marguerite's attentiveness, yet he deliberately maintained a safe distance. After all, if he could not offer her what she desired, it was better to avoid complicating matters and hindering her future. He gathered himself and gently extricated himself from Marguerite's support. Marguerite gazed at him in confusion, asking, "What pressing matters? I have no urgent business at Highgarden." Gu-Li found himself momentarily speechless, hesitating to respond. Marguerite smiled, saying, "My urgent matter is to hasten your arrival at Highgarden." She took the initiative to link her arm with Giri's. "Gulme, let us return to Highgarden for a few days of rest before we set out for the old town." Giri could not endure her overly affectionate gesture and withdrew his arm from the soft embrace. "Tyrael, we are in public. Do mind the decorum befitting our nobility." Marjorie, now at her own domain, appeared considerably more relaxed. With a grand flourish, she declared, "What is there to fear? By now, the entire Riverlands must have heard. Luke Stark is the betrothed of Marjorie Tyrael." Giri's expression darkened. "Did you send word of this?" Marjorie tilted her head in feigned confusion. "Has the Stark family taught you the courtesies of nobility, yet neglected the customs that bind us? The crown of love and beauty is a profound honor, particularly as yours was bestowed upon me during the King's tournament. Its significance is unmistakable. Not only have I accepted your crown, but I have also encouraged your coronation. What this implies is that I have accepted your proposal." Her heart was as clear as glass. The moment Giri presented her with the crown, she had surmised his intentions. His gift was not born of infatuation, but rather a reluctance to bestow the crown upon Princess Myrcella. Coincidentally, at that time, she too was averse to marrying the corpulent and aging king, pondering instead how to decline the advances of Duke Lancel. Since Giri had offered her a pathway, she decided to descend it. After all, Giri was merely a lowly bastard, and the Tyrael family could easily maneuver to annul the betrothal. Yet unexpectedly, this inconspicuous illegitimate son possessed the ability to wield ice magic. Marjorie quickly realized this was a pivotal opportunity for the Tyrael family to establish a foothold in the seat of power, King's Landing. Without hesitation, she seized this chance and intercepted Giri at the gates of the capital. Along the way, She uncovered Giri's secret. It was this revelation that solidified her belief in the righteousness of her decision. Marrying Giri would allow her to bask in the glory of dragons and magic, and she could aspire to become a queen, far preferable to marrying King Robert, remaining isolated in King's Landing, and contending with Cersei and the Lannister family for the title of queen. Chapter 60. Blood Can Freeze a Tiger. A fishmonger woman finally discovered the shadow lynx following Giri. The oblivious crowd began to scatter in panic, and the once lively dock became eerily silent. Everyone fled the scene, with even the frantic sailors and boatmen abandoning their vessels to leap into the lake. Only the Bodley family's crew remained, having spent 10 days aboard with the shadow lynx, knowing that this fearsome-looking cat would not harm them unprovoked. After delivering Giri's belongings to the shore, they kindly inquired, "My Lord Stark, would you like us to assist you in carrying your luggage to the tavern?" It was a tentative offer, as they were aware that Giri had not brought any servants with him. Should Giri accept their assistance, it would indicate his acceptance of them. If he declined, they would suffer no loss, merely returning to their work under the Bodley family. Giri harbored no trust for them and decisively declined. No need. Gradually regaining his strength, he shouldered his luggage. Marjorie, exhausted, found herself without the energy to comfort the common folk. She turned slightly, her tone tinged with a hint of pleading. "Shall we return to Highgarden first? You can rest there for a few days and set out once you are well." "Very well." Giri was indeed curious about the true beauty of Highgarden in the Seven Kingdoms, believing a visit would not take long. However, as they reached the entrance of the dock, they were surrounded by a troop of cavalry. The leading captain bellowed, "Have you seen a tiger over there? Prepare to draw your bows." It was the first time the cavalry had encountered such a large tiger, and astonishment was evident in their eyes. They hastily nocked arrows and prepared to shoot the striking black and white beast. Roar! Sensing danger, the shadow lynx instinctively let out a fierce roar. The horses beneath the soldiers were startled, rearing back in fright. "Soldiers, mind your manners," Marjorie called out, halting their actions and drawing the cavalry's attention to her presence. "Miss Marjorie, you have returned from King's Landing? Splendid." The cavalry stirred excitedly, lowering their bows. Their reaction indicated Marjorie's considerable popularity among the people of Highgarden. Marjorie turned, introducing Giri. "This is my betrothed, Luke Stark from the north. The shadow lynx is his pet. You need not worry. It will not attack unless provoked." "Betrothed?" The soldiers simultaneously turned their gazes toward Giri, who had been mistaken for Marjorie's servant as he carried his luggage, only to be revealed as her fiancé. Giri could keenly sense their hostility. However, this was understandable. Marjorie, as the most beautiful woman in the Reach, undoubtedly had many admirers. Even these young knights, despite their social disparities, would harbor affection for her and protect her in secret. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Marjorie admonished, "Soldiers, daydreaming is not your responsibility. Escorting us back to the city is." The cavalry captain immediately bowed his head in acknowledgement and set about making arrangements. He first dispatched one cavalryman to return to the city to inform the Duke, then commanded the remaining cavalry to dismount and accompany Gu Li and himself on foot back to the city. Gu Li calmed the Shadow Mountain cat, instructing it to stay close behind him and not to wander. The port was not far from the castle, as Gu Li followed them over a hill. He beheld the majestic silhouette of Highgarden. Highgarden, perched atop a hill, was constructed entirely of white marble, its pristine walls and gilded roofs appearing both sacred and noble from a distance. The castle was protected by 3 concentric walls, with the innermost wall encircling the entire base of the hill, heavily fortified. Nestled between the second and third walls lay an intricately designed maze of flora, serving both as a delight for guests and as a defensive structure. The maze was fraught with traps, making it easy for intruders to lose their way and fall victim to hidden dangers. At the hillside, the second wall rose higher and thicker than the third. Between it and the first wall was a verdant circular garden, fragrant with blossoms, where noble women from the Riverlands often gathered for leisure. The summit, encircled by the third wall, was the site of Highgarden Castle, standing as the pinnacle of the estate. This tiered beauty far surpassed the chaotic disorder of King S Landing. Indeed, apart from sheer size, King S Landing boasted no merits. In comparison to the exquisite Highgarden, King S Landing resembled a slightly larger cesspool. Regrettably, this foul cesspool served as the power center of the entire continent, drawing all nobles into its intoxicating embrace. Ghoulie could not suppress his awe. Truly, it was the Garden of the Seven Kingdoms, the most beautiful castle he had ever seen. Following a stone path adorned with blooming flowers, Ghoulie and his companions arrived at the eastern gate, the outermost entrance of Highgarden. The Duke of Highgarden, protector of the South and the supreme lord of the Riverlands, Mace Tyrell, approached with great fervor. He personally led a cadre of elite cavalry, encircling Ghoulie and his Shadow Mountain cat once more. "Father, what are you doing?" Marjorie stormed towards Duke Mace's horse, utterly bewildered by his actions. Duke Mace snorted dismissively, tossing a letter at Marjorie's feet. "What are you asking me for? Look at the trouble you've caused. Lord Renly claims you have broken your word without cause and abducted a servant of House Baratheon. Now he demands accountability. What do you suggest we do? A servant?" Ghoulie narrowed his eyes in the distance, suppressing his fury. Though he bore no title, he was of noble lineage. To be referred to as a servant was utterly outrageous. Marjorie incredulously picked up the letter, glancing at it briefly before addressing Duke Mace. "Is your information so outdated? This Stark is not a servant of House Baratheon. He is a noble, and moreover, a sorcerer. A sorcerer? Mere tricks to deceive children. He dares to call himself your betrothed? What an absurdity. I absolutely refuse to agree." The Duke of Maze was convinced that his daughter, having ventured out for the first time, had fallen prey to a silver-tongued seducer, ensnared in the web of romantic deceit, and had lost her fundamental capacity for discernment. Marguerite's cheeks flushed with indignation as she implored her father, "Please, let us in. I must see grandmother." Surprisingly, the Duke acquiesced, but his subsequent words caused both Ghoulie and Marguerite to pale. "Very well, but only you may enter the castle. This charlatan will be escorted to the damp dungeon." Ghoulie deftly unfastened a slender cord from his wrist, binding his long, nearly 4-month-old white hair into a small ponytail at the back of his head. "Tyrael, you may proceed into the city. Since the High Court does not welcome me, I shall take my leave first." He cast his luggage to the ground, slowly unsheathing his blade, the Dark Sister, and spoke calmly. Marguerite found herself outside the ranks of the cavalry, unable to push her way in. She could only shout from the periphery, "Wait for me. I'll explain everything to grandmother." The Duke, witnessing Ghoulie draw his sword, felt affronted and bellowed, "Seize him. If he dares resist, slay him on the spot." The cavalrymen obeyed, raising their long spears and swiftly tightening their encirclement. Ghoulie, suppressing his fury, questioned, "What is the meaning of this, your grace? If I am unwelcome, I shall leave. Must it come to such a commotion?" The Duke sneered, "You have sullied my daughter, and now you wish to flee? Only in death shall the stain upon her be concealed." Ghoulie refrained from offering an explanation, for he was thoroughly incensed. "You seek to kill me? With merely a dozen knights? Truly, you court death." A flicker of crimson appeared in his emerald left eye, and an overwhelming aura of menace enveloped him. With all his might, Ghoulie hurled the Dark Sister at one of the knights. The sharp Valyrian steel blade whistled through the air, piercing the knight's body and continuing on towards the Duke. The Duke, with his failing eyesight, failed to grasp what had transpired, believing Ghoulie to be a cowardly assailant, and clumsily tumbled from his mount to evade the attack. Thud! The Dark Sister zipped past him, embedding itself in the stone crevice above the city gate, vibrating with a force that drove the blade 3 inches deep into the rock. Ghoulie remained unaware that his strength had far surpassed his usual capacity. However, it seemed this was not a fortuitous development, as the overwhelming desire to kill had clouded his judgment. A vigilant shadowy lynx seized the opportunity to bite down on a warhorse's foreleg, swiftly dragging it and its rider away. "Forget about that, tiger. Kill the man first." The Duke, disheveled and grimy, rose from the ground, brandishing his sword and roaring. The cavalrymen received their orders and immediately raised their long spears, thrusting towards the center of the encircled Ghoulie. Spears surged from every direction, rendering any escape impossible, leaving Ghoulie with no means of defense. Faced with such dire circumstances, he remained unafraid. Do you believe your strikes to be swift? How navi? Allow me to demonstrate true speed. He crouched slightly, his left hand resting on his water flask, while his right hovered above it. White stream, draw and slash. The ice blade swiftly cleaved through the air from his hand, the pristine edge severing both horse and rider in front of him with a singular, decisive strike. However, the fragile ice blade shattered in the process. With 3 cavalrymen dispatched, a small gap emerged in the encirclement. Ghoulie propelled himself off the ground, instantly surging through the breach, evading the cavalry's grasp. By the time he completed this series of maneuvers, the soldiers' long spears had just barely pierced the earth where he had stood moments before. In the blink of an eye, less than 2 seconds had elapsed. Yet, the real spectacle was just beginning. Upon breaking free from the encirclement, Ghoulie did not choose to flee. At the very moment he burst forth, he had already gathered a substantial mass of blood in his hand. Although the water in his flask had run dry, blood could also be transformed into ice. He molded the sanguine mass into a blood bow and crafted 3 blood arrows, drawing the bowstring taut before releasing the arrows in a swift succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 cavalrymen, unable to redirect their mounts in time, were struck through the back of their heads, tumbling lifelessly from their steeds. Faced with such formidable power and this bizarre ability, fear began to creep into the hearts of the remaining cavalrymen. Ghoulie reshaped the blood bow in his hands into 2 slender, gossamer-like blood blades. Savoring the metallic scent of blood in the air, his voice trembled with excitement. It had been far too long since he had encountered the aroma of blood, and he hoped they would allow him to indulge. The ability to solidify the blood of others into weaponry made this white-haired man even more terrifying than the legendary whites. The remaining cavalrymen displayed sheer terror, as though they had witnessed the most horrific scene of their lives. Chapter 61. Magic and Cavalry. This cavalry unit was also the elite of the High Court. They swiftly composed themselves, suppressing their fear, and charged towards Ghoulie in unison. Ghoulie brandished the 2 bloodied blades in his hands, rushing forward with remarkable agility, effortlessly evading the lengthy spears of the cavalrymen. In a swift motion, he crouched down and severed all 4 legs of one of the galloping warhorses. The horse let out a tragic cry before collapsing onto the ground, its rider tumbling heavily due to inertia, rolling several times before losing consciousness. Though the twin blades in Ghoulie's hands were shattered, the blood gushing forth from the horse coalesced in his grasp. In less than a breath, a new weapon was born. A blood-red ice spear crystallized in his hand. He hurled the spear with great force, striking one of the cavalrymen squarely in the back. The ice spear pierced through, and excess magical energy overflowed, encasing the rider's corpse in a deep violet block of ice. The remaining cavalry, having just brushed past Ghoulie, were unable to turn their horses in time to assist their fallen comrade. Seizing the opportunity, Ghoulie turned back, swiftly leaping onto the warhorse carrying the lifeless body, attempting to retrieve the blood-red spear. With a crack, the spear's magical properties dissipated, reverting it to the hardness of an ordinary ice block. Before Ghoulie could exert any effort, it broke into 2 pieces. At that moment, nearly 10 cavalrymen returned, raising their spears high, intent on dislodging Ghoulie from his position atop the horse. Ghoulie stood upon the horse's back, slowly crouching down. Grasping the half-length of the spear with his left hand, he executed a reverse draw with his right. The white tassel, reverse blade slash. As the 2 sides collided, Ghoulie instantaneously drew his blade, transforming the half-length spear into the blood-red blade, falling plumb. With a swift arc, falling plumb sliced through the air, cleaving all the spears in half. However, this was merely the prelude to the true lethal maneuver, the subsequent reverse slash. Ghoulie's wrist, initially facing upwards, swiftly rotated downwards, retracting the blade's edge. Whoosh! 5 helmeted heads soared into the air like deflated balloons, crashing to the ground. The falling plum in Ghoulie's hands also sustained damage. Yet the surrounding spurt of blood began to gather in his left hand, mending the fractures and chips in the blade. He dismounted from the horse, bearing the blood-red falling plum, drenched in the sanguine essence. 1, 2, 3. Only 4 left? TSK, you truly can't withstand a blow. Gully remarked with a regretful smile as he counted the remaining cavalrymen. Not far away, Marguerite's face turned pale with terror. She forced herself to speak. "Luke, you must leave at once. The guards on the city wall have already rushed into the inner city for help. They will soon." In this world where lives were as inconsequential as grass, Marguerite, being of noble birth, had witnessed murder before. Yet today's scene was so grotesquely bloody that it made her retch. Upon hearing Marguerite's voice, the red in Gully's eyes faded. He regained his composure, realizing with dismay, "Have I truly been overwhelmed by the urge to kill? It appears that honing the art of blade drawing through murderous intent is not the proper path. A change in approach is required." Suddenly, an arrow whizzed toward Gully's back, yet his reflexes were swift and he grasped the projectile with a deft motion. Nearby, the aged Duke of Mice, having released the arrow, seemed to have expended all his courage and strength. Trembling, he clutched the saddle and shouted at the cavalry below. "What are you hesitating for? Kill him." The cavalry, spurred by his command, cast aside their lingering fear and resolutely charged forth to embrace death for the sake of honor. Though Gully's bloodlust had diminished, he chose to honor their resolve. As their adversary, the least he could do was to strike swiftly, easing their suffering. Lowering his blade, the falling plumb, his gaze sharpened with intensity. Gully skillfully weaved through the 4 cavalrymen, his subsequent strikes no longer random but aimed directly at their vital points. In less than a minute, all 4 lay lifeless at his feet. With the falling plum in hand, Gully approached the Duke of Mice, who, alas, had been so frightened that his legs had turned to jelly, preventing him from mounting his horse. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from within the walls. Reinforcements from the Tillier family had arrived. The Duke, witnessing the approaching 100 cavalrymen, threw back his head in triumphant laughter. "Ha! Charge! Kill him!" Unfazed, Gully cast the falling plum, now an icy blade, into the moat beyond the city walls. With a thunderous crash, a massive ice pillar surged forth from the moat, obliterating the wooden bridge above. The pillar rapidly expanded at its summit, blossoming into a colossal ice rose. This magnificent rose, immense in size, effectively sealed the city gate, its sprawling petals compressing the frame and dislodging the Dark Sisters affixed above. Gully was no deity, and his strength was finite. Should he become entangled with the newly arrived cavalry, he anticipated his demise as the thousands of standing soldiers within the high court surged forth. The cavalry trapped inside gaped at the gargantuan flower, momentarily forgetting to ascend the walls and provide archery support for the Duke. The Duke's steed, startled and eager to flee, dragged the portly Duke away from the gate, held back only by the reins still clutched in his hands. It only came to a halt when the sounds of the gate faded into the distance. Gully approached the sturdy stem of the ice rose, patting it gently as he murmured to himself, "My first real use of large-scale ice magic in battle. Not bad at all." In truth, this so-called large-scale ice magic was not particularly practical. Gully could not conjure ice from thin air, he could only freeze water. Thus, to perform such extensive ice magic, he required an equivalent amount of liquid water. However, carrying such quantities was unfeasible. He could only rely on environmental conditions. Consequently, the prerequisites for executing this large-scale ice magic were exceedingly stringent, rendering it unsuitable for regular use. He bent down to pick up the Dark Sister lying on the ground and turned towards the distant Duke of Mace. At that moment, the Duke was weakly sprawled on the ground, dragged a considerable distance by his own warhorse, his face marred by numerous wounds, a pitiful sight. Marjorie hurried over, tightly grasping Gully's arm. "You cannot kill him. He is the Duke of Highgarden, and you are the son of the Duke of Winterfell. If you slay him, how could you possibly wage war against the north from the Riverlands, crossing the west and the Reach?" Gully shrugged off her hand with a cold laugh. Marjorie quickly reminded him, "An army does not rely solely on land maneuvers. Highgarden possesses a formidable fleet. Should you kill the Duke of Highgarden, war would be imminent. So, remain calm. This is all the scheming of Lord Renly. My father has simply been foolish and swayed by him." Gully fell into silence, gazing at the disheveled Marjorie, his heart entwined in turmoil. Unbeknownst to them, Marjorie had lost her shoes. Barefoot, She tread upon the cobblestones, her feet stained with blood. Whether from an injury or the unintentional stepping upon the bloody ground, she could not tell. Gully glanced at the Duke of Highgarden, resembling a mere fool, and sighed. I may spare his life, but do not trouble me further. Otherwise, I shall certainly storm Highgarden and take his wretched life. He turned to leave, preparing to depart from Highgarden. Wait, Marjorie called out to Gully, stepping forward. Suddenly, a shadow cat leapt from the underbrush, blocking her path. Its belly was round and full, indicating it had feasted well amidst the chaos of battle. Faced with the snarling shadow cat, Marjorie felt no fear. She said to Gully, "Wait for me a moment." Swiftly, she approached the Duke of Mace, helping him to his feet, and softly inquired, "Father, do you still harbor doubts?" The Duke's face contorted with rage, humiliated by the Duke of Highgarden. He would surely. "Father, your wise decision today shall be relayed to grandmother. Your position as Duke may not be secure for long." Marjorie interrupted coldly. The Duke paused, words caught in his throat. Yet he was merely a titular Duke. The true power in the Riverlands lay with his mother, Marjorie's grandmother, the formidable Lady Olenna Tyrell, the Queen of Thorns. Marjorie seized the reins from his hands, leading the Duke's warhorse back to Gully. The shadow cat, sensing the approaching horse, prudently retreated several meters. It understood that humans required steeds for riding, while horses were often frightened by its presence. Thus, it maintained a safe distance to allow for normal riding. Here, we still have quite a distance to Old Town. Riding is far swifter than walking. Gully did not take the reins from Marjorie, stating, "I wish to sever all ties with House Tyrell, so I cannot accept your warhorse." Marjorie, puzzled, asked why not. "Queen Cersei once sought your life, yet you still accepted gifts from House Lannister afterward. Why can you not accept a horse from House Tyrell now?" Gully sheathed the Dark Sisters and calmly remarked, "I have never accepted gifts from the Lannister family. The carriage and funds were provided by Tyrion, unrelated to the Lannisters. Is there truly a distinction between Tyrion and the Lannisters?" Marjorie failed to comprehend. Gully cast her a glance. "Of course there is a distinction." Marjorie smiled. "Then there's a distinction between myself and House Tyrell. This warhorse is a personal gift from me to you. We are friends, are we not?" Reflecting on Marjorie's kindness throughout their journey, Gully ceased to refuse. He accepted the reins, considering the Highgarden Duke's steed as a token of apology from the Tyrell family. "We owe each other nothing. Farewell." He mounted his horse, ready to depart. Marjorie called out to him once more, "Luke, do our vows still hold?" Gully could not slay her before the eyes of many. To ensure her silence regarding the ice crystal, he must keep her steady. They hold. Yet Marjorie felt otherwise. An inexplicable intuition told her that once Gully departed, he would not return. "Then I desire a token, so that all of the 7 kingdoms may know of our betrothal." A token? Gully's belongings had been destroyed in the recent battle. He possessed only the Dark Sisters, a coin pouch, and a water skin. What could serve as a token? Were he to have one, he would not hesitate to part with it. After all, a betrothal is a fragile thing, easily dissolved without a token. Marjorie pointed to the distant shadow cat, grooming its paws. "I want that." Chapter 62. Meal ticket outside Highgarden. Gully and the Shadow Lynx entered a dense grove, where he retrieved a handcrafted wooden whistle from the inner lining of his garment and blew into it. The forest was thick with foliage, obscuring the sunlight, until a white figure broke through the canopy, casting a long-awaited light upon the earth. Bing Ling landed gracefully before Gully, perplexed, and inquired, "How did you come to blows?" Gully produced a lady's handkerchief and replied, "An unexpected incident occurred. Marguerite's father has some reservations about me. This matter is behind us, best left unmentioned. I summoned you to request that you transfer ownership of the Shadow Lynx to Marguerite. This is her handkerchief." Bing Ling was taken aback. Sweeping the fallen leaves aside and using its paw to inscribe upon the ground, "I have exerted considerable effort to train this Shadow Lynx to be so obedient. Its taming was for the purpose of protecting you, and you wish to give it away?" Gully understood that the Shadow Lynx was a token of Bing Ling's affection, but he had now acquired the strength to safeguard himself and no longer required this personal guardian. "As you witnessed in our recent skirmish, I do not need the protection of the Shadow Lynx. If Marguerite desires it, then let it be hers." Bing Ling leapt up in indignation for her. That is acceptable. But in exchange, I demand the crown. Ghoulie placed a hand on his forehead, exclaiming, "You are now a great dragon. What need have you for a crown?" He then added, "Very well. Assist me with this favor, and I shall procure whatever you wish to eat." He patted the pouch at his waist, assuring her earnestly. At this stage of growth, Bing Ling was either hunting or en route to hunt, yet she often felt hunger pangs. "So, is it settled? The gold coins in your pouch, can they be traded for meat?" "I shall procure meat for you," he affirmed. With this reassurance, Bing Ling snatched the handkerchief from Gu Li's hand and vanished into the depths of the thick forest alongside the shadow lynx. Returning alone, Gu Li rode back to the eastern city gate of Highgarden. At that moment, Marguerite stood beneath the enormous ice rose, lost in thought. Duke Mace had long since vanished. Presumably having entered the city, Gu Li approached Marguerite on horseback and said, "In due time, the shadow lynx will come seeking you. At that moment, it will acknowledge you as its master." Marguerite turned to Gu Li, asking, "How long will this flower last? Is it 3 days as well?" Gu Li shook his head, replying, "No, in just a few hours it will begin to melt." Marguerite gently caressed the icy stem of the rose, her voice tinged with melancholy. "I see. What a pity." However, she quickly regained her smile, asking, "Are you about to depart?" Indeed, Gu Li adjusted his horse's direction. "Take care of yourself." Marguerite hurried a few steps and called out, "Will you visit me when you return to King's Landing?" The only road from Old Town to King's Landing was the Rose Road, and traveling by water was too far, requiring a circumnavigation of the continent. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, Gu Li would inevitably pass through Highgarden on his return journey. "I shall do my utmost," he replied. Gu Li dared not meet the pleading gaze of Marguerite and swiftly fled the scene. As she watched his retreating figure, the tears in her eyes vanished in an instant. Standing there, she anxiously tugged at her hair, lamenting, "I have feigned enough misery. How can he remain unmoved? Has my allure diminished? Or does he prefer a more assertive type of girl?" Biting her lip in discontent, she muttered to herself, "It took so much effort to catch such a big fish. There is no way I will let you slip away. If you dare not seek me at the High Court, I shall venture to King's Landing for you." Marguerite lingered in that spot until Gu Li disappeared over the horizon, before turning her gaze toward the exquisite ice rose. Her eyes sparkled with starlight, so beautiful, if only it could be preserved forever. Days later, a guard entered the inner city to inform Marguerite of a large shadow lynx spotted near the city gates. With a heart full of joy, she rushed to the outermost gates to welcome her new pet. The shadow lynx sat obediently outside the gates, occasionally extending its barbed tongue to groom its fur. Nevertheless, being a carnivorous beast, no one dared approach it. Stealthily, Marguerite approached the shadow lynx and inquired, "Great cat, have you confined me?" The lynx let out a soft cry and then began to walk toward the woods beyond the gates. After taking a few steps, noticing Marguerite had not followed, it turned back and called again. Understanding that the shadow lynx wanted her to follow, she hesitated momentarily but ultimately decided to venture into the woods with it. "Miss Marguerite, it's too dangerous. You mustn't go in." The accompanying servants and guards attempted to dissuade her from her seemingly reckless decision. Marguerite, however, paid them no heed and raised her hand to halt their pursuit. "You stay at the edge of the woods. I will take a look inside. Rest assured, this is my fiancé's pet, and it will not harm me." With that, she stepped into the forest. The girl and the cat wandered for a considerable time before halting before a massive stone. Above the stone, Marguerite spotted a familiar white figure, gasping in astonishment. "A dragon? What brings you here? Shouldn't you be by Luke's side?" The ice dragon raised a paw, using its sharp claws to etch white marks onto the stone's surface. As Marguerite leaned in closer, she discovered it was a message in the common tongue of Westeros. "The cat can be yours. But when will you help Luke claim the crown? You possess wisdom? You can write." Marguerite nearly bit her tongue in shock, her eyes widening as she took a deep breath, struggling to regain her composure. The ice dragon rolled its eyes, scratched out the previous message, and wrote anew, "You wish to become Luke's consort. I know an elder of his who can speak on his behalf." Marguerite's eyes lit up. This dragon seemed extraordinary. It was far more intelligent than the dragons of House Targaryen described in the tomes. Luke had mentioned waiting until she was grown. Only when one possesses the stature of an adult dragon shall the restoration of the kingdom commence. Restoration? Aisling found this perplexing. Yet it vaguely recalled that Ghoulie had mentioned something akin to waiting for it to grow. However, given its current state of malnourishment with sporadic meals, how could it possibly grow rapidly? Wait, Aisling scribbled again. Female human, it seems you possess a splendid castle. Are you quite wealthy? Marguerite nodded in affirmation. Of course. The affluence of the Tyrell family can only be rivaled by the Lannister family of the West. A knowing smile graced Aisling's visage. It appeared to have discovered a long-term source of sustenance. I require a considerable amount of food to thrive. Do you have enough money? Marguerite's demeanor shifted to seriousness. You need food? In that case, I shall personally ensure a daily supply of meat is delivered here. She cast a glance at the shadowy lynx dozing nearby and continued. The shadow lynx may reside here as well, serving as an excellent cover. Aisling understood the necessity of remaining concealed from other humans and nodded in agreement. Yes, you are quite clever. I believe Leaf will surely appreciate you. Leaf? Marguerite had never encountered this name before and was unaware of who this Leaf might be. Aisling casually wrote, She is Luke's adoptive mother. Adoptive mother? Wasn't Luke raised in Winterfell? How could there be an adoptive mother? Marguerite curiously inquired. However, this time, Aisling refrained from writing further. After a moment, it crossed out the previous notes and wrote, I am hungry. Please prepare the meat. Marguerite was not anxious. She would eventually uncover Lee's secret. You wait here. I shall promptly fetch the meat. She hastily departed the woods, with the shadow lynx trailing behind her. Aisling did not fully trust Marguerite and stealthily concealed itself in the deepest part of the forest, awaiting her return. Upon returning to Highgarden, Marguerite immediately commanded the castle's butcher to slaughter 3 fat pigs and transport them to the forest's edge via a wooden cart. You all may return. I must enter to feed the shadow lynx. It cannot be seen by others while it dines. Do not follow for your safety. As soon as Marguerite finished speaking, the shadow lynx, having entered the woods first, let out a fearsome roar. The soldiers and attendants were so frightened that they dared not approach the woods. Timidly uttering, Miss Marguerite, you must be cautious. That beast has already consumed one of our cavalrymen. It is not suitable for domestication. Return. I shall not repeat myself. Marguerite's visage turned cold as she commanded sternly. Yes. Several soldiers and attendants swiftly fled back to the castle. Marguerite then personally urged the horse, pulling the cart laden with pork deeper into the woods. As she returned to the castle, she contemplated betraying Aisling and leading the Tyrell soldiers to capture it alive. In doing so, the Tyrell family would possess a dragon, rendering Ghoulie unnecessary. However, Marjorie swiftly dismissed this notion. Firstly, she had no desire to oppose a formidable sorcerer. Secondly, the dragon possessed considerable intelligence, making it unlikely that anyone else could tame it. Most importantly, she yearned to dictate her own fate rather than have it determined by her family. Accompanying Duke Lannister to King's Landing was not her original intent, but rather a sacrifice made for her family's sake. As a young maiden in the bloom of her youth, how could she willingly marry the aging and corpulent Robert? Even though Robert was the king, he spent his days indulging in wine and women, which deeply repulsed Marjorie. Then, there was Luke Stark. Though his mismatched eyes were somewhat peculiar, he was undeniably handsome. As a descendant of House Targaryen, he possessed a young dragon and was a legitimate heir to the Iron Throne. Moreover, he was a powerful sorcerer capable of dispatching a dozen elite knights of the Vale without sustaining injury. Such unparalleled prowess in battle was something she had never witnessed before. Yet, Luke Stark had yet to develop affections for her, which left Marjorie feeling quite uneasy. She feared that all her efforts to orchestrate his ascent would culminate in the Queen's crown adorning the head of another woman. Chapter 63, The Academic City, Part 1. In the days that followed, the residents near Highgarden became aware of a peculiar fact. Miss Marjorie Tyrell of the Tyrell family had raised a large black and white tiger in a forest outside the city. It was said that the beast consumed 5 pigs and a cow daily, exhibiting an insatiable appetite. Furthermore, it possessed a ferocious nature. having once claimed the life of a Highgarden knight. Yet, before Miss Marjorie, the tiger displayed a remarkable docility. She often took it with her to various noble gatherings, and at times, townsfolk would even spot her strolling through the streets of Highgarden accompanied by her unusual companion. Perhaps due to Miss Marjorie's daily feedings, the tiger had never harmed a soul. Nevertheless, it remained wary of strangers, instantly assuming a threatening stance at the approach of anyone else. Fortunately, Miss Marjorie kept the tiger in the woods, providing a sense of security for the city's inhabitants. As for those residing near Highgarden, they deliberately avoided the area known as the Tiger Forest for the sake of their own safety. In the inner castle of Highgarden, Queen Olenna Tyrell stood beside a flower bed, her back turned to her granddaughter, Marjorie Tyrell. No matter how formidable magic may be, it is but the strength of one. It cannot wield great power. The Iron Throne of King's Landing, however, is a different matter entirely. It grants dominion over the 7 kingdoms. Do you not grasp the weight of such a distinction? Garland had brazenly committed murder before the gates of Highgarden and injured the Duke. Had it not been for Marjorie's repeated interventions, Lady Olenna would have already dispatched the forces of Highgarden to Old Town. Marjorie stepped closer, linking her arm with her grandmother's. Grandmother, His Grace King Robert and Queen Cersei have 3 children. It is not a matter to be severed so easily. Moreover, during our recent visit to King's Landing, I observed that His Grace scarcely engages in matters of state, leaving all to the king and the small council. Feigning indignation, she continued, the plans of Lord Renly had already been uncovered by the Lannisters. Had I not departed in time, you might never have seen me again, grandmother. Conflicts among nobles often led to the employment of assassins to eliminate rivals. The stern demeanor of Lady Olenna softened. At heart, she was still concerned for her granddaughter. She patted Marjorie's hand and inquired, "Is it truly him you desire?" Marjorie lowered her gaze and replied softly, "Grandmother, he is quite remarkable." Olenna, believing Marjorie to be infatuated, asked with a hint of exasperation, "You have feelings for him?" After years of teaching Marjorie the art of captivating men, she never anticipated that her granddaughter, on her first venture out, would find herself ensnared by a man. "Indeed," Marjorie replied, her smile illuminating her face. Lady Olenna had yet to meet Garland, and could only glean information from vague rumors. "Why, your acquaintance has been brief. Is it truly love at first sight?" Without hesitation, Marjorie responded, "Because he is exceptionally outstanding, surpassing all others." Lady Olenna paused, tightening her grip on Marjorie's hand. "The North is a harsh and frigid land, lacking the wealth of the Reach. I do not wish to see you wed to a place where you would suffer. Wait a few more years and see if this affection is genuine." Marjorie held Lady Olenna's hand as they strolled leisurely along the flower bed. "Grandmother, Luke has asked me to wait 5 years. He intends to seek my hand in marriage only when he has amassed sufficient strength." Upon hearing this, Lady Olenna was taken aback. 5 years? Is he not at all swayed by the wealth of the Highgarden? And your beauty? Can a youth truly endure such a wait? Is he a eunuch? The practice of castration does not exist on the continent of Westeros. It is a phenomenon confined to the eastern lands. The great nobles of the 7 kingdoms frequently engage in trade with various city-states of the east. Thus they are exposed to such knowledge. Marjorie's ears flushed crimson. She felt it inappropriate to elaborate on the matter of the ice flower. "Grandmother, do not dwell on it too much. We still have 5 years. You will gradually come to understand what sort of man Luke Stark truly is. And he is not that." Olenna tenderly caressed Marjorie's cheek with the back of her hand, jesting, "No, he is. No man can resist your allure, except for," she pouted, "a eunuch." Old Town. It took Gully nearly a month to reach this port city. Old Town is the largest harbor in Westeros, initially constructed by ancient ancestors. It has been expanded over millennia to form the town as it stands today. The most renowned location here is undoubtedly the Citadel, the center of learning. However, the Citadel is not the landmark of Old Town. That distinction belongs to the towering white structure known as the High Tower. Situated at the entrance to the harbor, it serves as Old Town's lighthouse, with its flame eternally aglow. It is also the ancestral home of House Hightower, the tallest edifice in the 7 kingdoms. Gully strolled through Old Town, leading his horse, and after marveling at the grandeur of the high tower, he made his way directly to the citadel. As a trading town, Old Town allows for a great deal of freedom of entry and exit, unlike the rigid regulations of King's Landing. However, while Old Town is easy to enter, the citadel proves difficult to access. The library within the citadel harbors many unknown secrets, and nobles must provide reliable identification to seek information therein. Yet, if one seeks to join the citadel as an apprentice, it is akin to the Night's Watch. All identities are accepted, with no regard for background, solely relying on merit. This, however, implies that one's future will be dictated by the citadel's arrangements, for each castle is invariably accompanied by a scholar. Ghuli had no intention of becoming an apprentice. His purpose in seeking a letter of recommendation from the king was to gain direct access to the citadel's overseer. Upon entering the gates of the citadel, one arrives at the scriptorium, where numerous scholars clad in white robes can be seen. Some are engrossed in books. Others assist in composing letters, while a few engage in fervent academic debates, their faces flushed with passion. Ghuli approached a slightly less occupied scholar and handed him the recommendation letter concealed within his cloak. "Greetings, I wish to meet the overseer of the citadel." The scholar set down his book, opened the letter, and perused its contents. "House Stark, recommended by His Majesty." "Very well, please follow me." The king's letter failed to sway his emotions. He calmly closed the book and rose from his seat. "Ah, right, the horse can be tethered here. No one would steal it." He recalled that Ghuli was still holding the horse and casually reminded him. Ghuli secured the horse to a tree and followed the scholar into the inner sanctum of the academy. Behind the writing desk lay the chancellor's office, the domain of the chancellor. The scholar escorted Ghuli to the entrance of the office and returned the letter to him. "The chancellor is inside. You may enter on your own." With that, he seated himself on a nearby stone step, eagerly flipping open his book to continue his studies. What a peculiar individual. Ghuli, clutching the letter, ascended the steps and entered the chancellor's office. At the end of the hall within the office, there was a raised platform upon which another scholar sat. Ghuli approached and handed him the already opened letter. "Hello, I seek the chancellor of the academy." This scholar was also engrossed in reading, yet he appeared significantly more composed than his counterpart outside. "A visitor? Very well, let me see Junlin City. Follow me." This scholar then led Ghuli up to the second floor of the chancellor's office, where he finally encountered the chancellor of the academy. This was Dr. Zyabode, the chancellor for this year. After handing the letter to Dr. Zyabode, the scholar turned to introduce Ghuli. Ghuli was bewildered by the academy system, remaining in a state of shock for several seconds. The chancellor, the highest authority of the academy, could indeed change annually? Chapter 64, The Academic City, Part 2. Zyabode meticulously perused the entirety of the letter addressed to him by Luke Stark, the son of the Duke of Winterfell. "You have traversed from the north? What compels you to cross an entire continent to reach the southern realm of the academic city?" 5 months had elapsed since Ghuli departed Winterfell. Despite his relentless efforts, he found himself surprisingly tranquil as he faced Zyabode. "Steward, call me Dr. Zyabode. In a few months, I shall no longer hold the title of steward of the academic city." Zyabode interjected, seemingly averse to the role of steward. Without awaiting Ghuli's response, he continued, "This letter is penned by His Majesty Robert. Have you perused its contents?" Ghuli shook his head. "No, the missive was unsealed by the scholars of your academic city. I have never laid eyes upon it." Zyabode placed the letter upon his desk, visibly distressed. "We, the academic city, dare not contravene His Majesty's directives, yet we are bound by our own traditions. His Majesty has commanded us to make all our tomes available to you, which is unproblematic. However," he stood, his expression conflicted, "His Majesty's order to confer upon you the title of scholar presents a dilemma. The traditions of the academic city cannot be undermined under my watch. Should you desire to become a scholar, it must be through your own merits." "Fear not, Doctor. I place little value on the title of scholar. As long as you can assist me in one matter, all else is negotiable." Ghuli, hand resting upon the hilt of his sword, rose to his feet. Zyabode exhaled a sigh of relief. "That is reassuring. As long as we do not breach the traditions of our academic city, you may freely peruse the forbidden tomes locked away in the tower's highest chamber." Guli contemplated the abundance of free labor, the scholars at the academic city, and questioned the need for his own involvement. Doctor, you misunderstand. It is not my intention to examine your collection. Rather, I require the assistance of your scholars to seek certain clues within those texts. Shalbode, with an awkward expression, replied, You are mistaken. The steward of the academic city is chosen specifically to handle external affairs and possesses no authority over internal matters. Guli, unfazed by this, strolled leisurely with his hands clasped behind his back. That is your concern. I am indifferent to your capacity to mobilize them. In any case, should you fail to assist me, I shall have no choice but to compel you to grant me the title of scholar, as per his majesty's wishes. Shalbode presumed Gu Li's words reflected the king's intentions. He immediately adopted a serious demeanor. The traditions of the academic city take precedence above all. I shall inform everyone. Please rest in the old town today and return to the academic city tomorrow morning. Guli retrieved the letter. Very well, it is settled. The following morning, Guli set forth from the tavern in the old town and returned to the academic city. This time, hundreds of apprentices, aspiring scholars, and doctors of varying ages congregated in the hall on the first floor of the steward's office. They filled the entire space, expressing their grievances to Shalbode. Shalbode, you claim that His Majesty Robert has sent a letter to the academic city. What did it convey? Indeed, why have you summoned us all? My research is at a critical juncture. If it falters, will you take responsibility? Shalbode, everyone's time is invaluable. Do hasten to inform us. Shalbode stood atop the platform, brandishing a rudimentary megaphone. Silence. Everyone, please listen to me. Although the crowd was rife with indignation, being scholars, they maintained their composure and gradually quieted down. Shalbode declared in a commanding voice, Esteemed colleagues, the royal messenger has arrived yesterday. He bears the decree of His Majesty, King Rob, urging us to assist in uncovering certain clues within texts. Should anyone find this disagreeable, you may accompany the messenger back to King's Landing to voice your grievances directly to the king. The scholars fell silent, pondering. Have we not merely exchanged a few sharp words? How could this necessitate the involvement of the distant monarch? At that moment, the royal messenger, Luke Stark, was invited to clarify what was required of them. Shalbode handed the megaphone to his companion, Gu Li, and descended from the platform. Gu Li raised the device and addressed the assembly. Esteemed scholars, I require your assistance in searching through all mythologies, historical records, biographies, and other texts for information regarding a green crystal. A puzzled murmur spread among the scholars. A green stone? There are countless green stones along the shore. Is this truly necessary? Gu Li continued, Allow me to provide further guidance. This stone is exceptional. Its hue is akin to emerald, though it may appear somewhat pallid due to its luminescence. Within, it harbors immense energy, capable of being wielded by deities, even granting mortals the power of divinity. At this juncture, a scholar raised his hand and inquired, What does the messenger mean? Is His Majesty in search of divine artifacts? Such an impractical notion would surely squander our time. Agreement rippled through the crowd. Gu Li shouted, Silence. This is the king's command. Though your scholarly institution holds great esteem, you remain within the 7 kingdoms. Can you bear the consequences of defying His Majesty? The once boisterous scholars fell into an immediate hush. No one dared to undermine the authority of the ruler of the 7 kingdoms. Gu Li, wielding his power shamelessly, threatened, I grant you 1 month. Should you fail to produce any clues by then, I shall return to King's Landing and inform His Majesty of the incompetence of the scholars at this institution. The scholars' faces flushed with indignation, yet they remained silent. Shalbode hurried back to the platform and whispered to Gu Li, Messenger, the library houses an extensive collection. 1 month may not suffice. Gu Li paused, incredulous. There are hundreds of you. Is it truly impossible to peruse all the texts within a month? How long do you propose? At least 6 months, Shalbode replied with a wry smile. Gu Li was taken aback, incredulous that it could take half a year to review the texts. At that moment, he nostalgically recalled the speed of internet search engines, which could yield results in mere seconds. Now, relying solely on human effort, the task would require 6 months? The library indeed contained nearly 1 million tomes, a reality that warranted such a timeline. Ghoulie pondered for a moment before addressing the scholars with a resounding voice. Very well, 6 months it shall be. I will reside in the academic city, and you may approach me with any leads you uncover. After a brief pause, he issued a verbal promissory note. The esteemed Chancellor of King's Landing, being advanced in years, will reward the first to present a valuable clue with the opportunity to accompany me back to King's Landing for an audience with His Majesty. This statement was laden with ambiguity. It seemed to convey neither a firm commitment nor a complete denial. The scholars in attendance began to stir restlessly, engaging in hushed conversations as they deliberated amongst themselves. Not all scholars are driven by the pursuit of fame and fortune, yet those who are certainly abound. Chapter 65, The Academy City, Part 2. Thus, Ghoulie took up residence in the Academy City. Every few days, scholars would seek him out, claiming to have uncovered a clue. One messenger, over a century ago, mentioned that Aegon II Targaryen had adorned his crown with a green gem the size of a raven's egg. That gem was said to be worth a fortune and possessed the ability to emit light at night. Beyond its luminescence, what other characteristics did it possess? It was indeed substantial. Days turned into weeks, and soon another scholar approached Ghoulie. My lord, I have tirelessly pored over literature day and night, and, at last, I have found a lead regarding the green crystal for His Majesty the King. Do enlighten me, Ghoulie replied. On the Goose Feather Mountains of the eastern continent, there thrives a type of green amber. Before the scholar could finish, Ghoulie waved him away. Not long after, yet another scholar arrived. Messenger, the ancestral Valyrian steel sword of House Lannister bears a red gem that radiates warmth. Ghoulie rubbed his forehead, realizing the scholar had even misremembered the color. I seek not mere adornments, but a stone imbued with extraordinary powers. The scholar retorted, the records pertaining to this matter are scant. If the messenger wishes to ascertain whether the gem possesses special abilities, he should investigate further. We can only provide leads. While it is true that I requested leads, they must possess value as well, Ghoulie thought. He refrained from arguing and instead rose to bid the scholar farewell. As time passed, half a year slipped away in the blink of an eye. During this period, an increasing number of scholars claimed to have discovered leads. They diligently scoured a myriad of texts, transcribing every mention of gems to present to Ghoulie. Most of these leads, however, were far from substantial. They merely recounted the private affairs of nobility. For instance, a certain duke gifted a splendid gem necklace to the wife of a neighboring count, while their clandestine affair went undetected by the count himself. Another tale narrated how the son of a certain king, lacking in intellect, had choked to death on a gem he had pried from his crown. Ghoulie held no interest in these noble intrigues and dismissed them all. Only a select few scholars who delved into mysticism and magic provided him with some leads of genuine worth. In the Academy City, the study of magic and mysticism was regarded with disdain. Few scholars were willing to engage with it, and apprentices who pursued such studies were often ostracized. The learned men aspired to construct a world devoid of magic, dragons, and mystical beings. Ghoulie could not fathom the scholar's motives, yet he held the Academy City in high esteem. One could imagine that within the noble castles scattered across Westeros, there existed a scholar dispatched by the Academy in each. They served as physicians, educators, and played various roles within these castles. Some even participated in decision-making. These scholars not only refrained from pledging loyalty to the nobles they served, but also maintained ties with the Academy. To put it positively, they were engaged in the collection of literature and the recording of history. In essence, the Academy City functioned as the largest and most formidable intelligence network across the continent. Were it not for their lack of political stance and their solemn vow to maintain neutrality at all times, such a perilous entity would undoubtedly be eradicated by any reigning monarch. This, indeed, is the primary motivation driving Ghoulie's relentless quest for clues within the scholarly city. After finishing his breakfast, Ghoulie picked up a blank sheet of paper from his desk and approached the window to inhale the invigorating air. On the paper, he meticulously noted the clues he deemed potentially valuable, and after 6 months of diligent scrutiny, only 2 remained. The Martell family of Dorne possesses the bloodline of the Valyrians, who originally thrived on the eastern continent and were adept in the art of water magic. Over a millennium ago, the Valyrians engaged in warfare with the freehold of Valyria, which sought to unify the eastern continent. Alas, the prowess of water magic could not prevail against dragon fire, leading to their eventual exile to Dorne, where they intermingled with the Martell lineage. Among the treasures brought by the Valyrians were countless gemstones, perhaps harboring the very one His Majesty seeks. Magic and jewels. There is a possibility, albeit undetermined. However, the second clue holds far greater significance in Ghouli's eyes. Prior to the collapse of the ancient Valyrian civilization, the Freehold had already unified the eastern continent and had plans to conquer the continent of Westeros, having made several preparations, including the dispatch of the Targaryen family to Dragonstone. Yet, at this pivotal moment, the Freehold abruptly abandoned its ambitions to conquer Westeros. What could possibly outweigh the conquest of an entire continent? Rumors suggest they discovered a sacred stone, lost by the gods among mortals, and the mysterious calamity that led to their downfall was a divine retribution. Emphasizing the sacred stone of the gods, Ghouly had sought verification from other scholars, and indeed, there existed a whisper of such a tale recorded in the documents concerning Valyrian civilization. However, such unreliable rumors abound, and scholars have advised Ghouly against placing faith in them. Moreover, the ruins of Old Valyria are fraught with peril. Since the fall of the Valyrian civilization, greedy adventurers have sought to unearth treasures from the ruins. Even among the great nobles of Westeros, few have returned alive after venturing there. Survivors have recounted tales of strange mists that inflict illness, and others have spoken of demons and sea monsters lurking within, suggesting the gods' punishment remains unfulfilled. Though fraught with danger, the allure of priceless treasures such as dragon eggs, Valyrian steel, and arcane knowledge compels many to venture into this land of death in search of fortune. Ghouly calculated his timeline. He had 3 years remaining. Should he travel to the distant eastern continent, much of this time would be consumed by the journey, leaving him scant opportunity to act. Thus, his plan emerged. First to the Valyrian ruins for clues, and then to seize the 3 dragon eggs from the Mother of Dragons. Old Town, a port city, is home to numerous fleets engaged in overseas trade. Over a week ago, Ghouly had invested in securing passage aboard a merchant ship bound for Volantis. He arranged for them to take him along on their return journey. Volantis and the ruins of Valyria are situated at the southernmost tip of the eastern continent, not far apart from one another. Today, a merchant vessel is set to depart, and Giri has made a brief preparation, feigning a casual stroll as he steps outside. With merely a few days remaining until the 6-month mark, he plans to depart without notice. His reluctance is not born from fear of the scholars, but rather from a desire to evade the soldiers of House Baratheon stationed near the citadel. King Robert has repeatedly sent letters urging his return to King's Landing, to which Giri has responded with excuses, dismissing them lightly. A month prior, the king dispatched several knights from House Baratheon along with a contingent of armed soldiers, instructing them to ensure Giri's prompt return. Caught in the public eye, Giri could not simply eliminate them. Thus, he has been stalling under the pretense of the 6-month period. As the time draws near, he has received new intelligence, prompting him to hasten his departure. Over the past 6 months, he has become quite familiar with the terrain of the Old Town. Utilizing his knowledge of the landscape, he successfully evaded the knights and soldiers at the marketplace. He then navigated through the intricate alleyways, arriving at the port to board the prearranged merchant ship. Cloaked in a black mantle, he quietly seated himself on the seaward side of the vessel, awaiting the fleet's departure. Occasionally, white ravens soared overhead, captivating Giri's attention as he pondered their significance. These white ravens are a common sight in the Old Town, raised by the scholars. Unlike ordinary ravens, which are employed to deliver messages, the white ravens solely convey information regarding the changing seasons. As he observed them, memories of the long-missing ice blossom surged forth. Though elusive, her absence for 6 consecutive months is unprecedented. Throughout this half-year, he has ventured alone into the desolate mountains beyond the Old Town. Yet he has seen no sign of her. Where could she have gone? Has something unfortunate befallen her? He gazes anxiously at the sky, murmuring to himself. At that moment, an unexpected visitor approached silently. A plump figure settled beside him without hesitation. Guri refrained from turning to face the intruder, muttering, "Leave me be. I do not welcome strangers." The newcomer spoke slowly, introducing himself. "Greetings, great ice sorcerer. I am Varys. His Majesty the King sent me to assign you a new task." Chapter 66. The Task Varys. The spymaster, known as the Spider, hailing from the eastern continent, was no stranger to Guli. Although he had not had the opportunity to meet Varys during his time in King's Landing, Guli was well acquainted with many of Varys' secrets through the acclaimed series. Varys presented Guli with a scroll of white parchment, saying, "My lord, please accept this confidential letter." Guli took the parchment and, with a cold demeanor, inquired, "How did you know I was here?" Varys rose, his hands concealed within his sleeves, and approached Guli directly. "What you may not realize, my lord, is that my little birds are scattered across the continent. There is scarcely a secret beyond my reach." He chuckled lightly, adding, "Of course, there are some secrets that elude me, such as the reason you wear a glove on your left hand, uninterested in engaging with a master of manipulation." Guli opened the letter and briefly scanned its contents. "The king has ordered me to assassinate the 2 Targaryen heirs in Pentos." He scoffed. "I am a sorcerer, not an assassin. It seems the king has mistaken his man." Varys remained unperturbed, replying nonchalantly, "You have committed numerous unorthodox acts, allowing a tiger to slay a knight of House Baratheon, butchering Tyrell cavalry at the gates of Highgarden, and deceiving the citadel by falsely relaying the king's commands. I am aware of these actions, as is the king." Guli's hand instinctively moved to the hilt of his sword. Should Varys dare utter the word dragon, he would not hesitate to eliminate this rootless man. Yet, Varys appeared oblivious to the existence of ice. Sensing Guli's murderous intent, he reassured, "My lord, do not be alarmed. The king holds you in high regard. Should you accomplish this task, all previous transgressions may be overlooked." Guli stood, his gaze fierce as he locked eyes with Varys. "Given that you possess so many little birds, why do you not assist the king in resolving this matter yourself and eliminate the Targaryen heirs?" Unfazed, Varys replied with a casual demeanor, "My little birds lack combat prowess. How could they execute an assassination? However, I have dispatched assassins on multiple occasions, all of whom returned empty-handed. Someone is clandestinely protecting the Targaryen heirs. My lord, you must be wary." "Isn't that someone you?" Guli retorted, "You foul-headed scoundrel." Varys, who emerged from the eastern continent alongside Illyrio, built his fortune upon the trade of information. Now he served as the spymaster for the new Baratheon dynasty, while Illyrio had become the governor of Pentos. This spymaster outwardly served the new royal family, yet his heart remained loyal to his former master, intent on restoring the Targaryens to the throne. King Robert had commanded Varys to send assassins to the eastern continent to eliminate the Targaryen siblings, a directive he could not defy. Yet, once the order was fulfilled, it was certain he would send another group to eliminate the very assassins he had dispatched. Guli pondered in silence for a moment before posing a question. "What if I refuse?" Varys smiled. "This merchant ship is filled with my people. They will transport you to Pentos. The king expects to see you return with 2 heads. Should you dare to disobey, your childhood companion shall suffer the consequences." "What do you mean?" Gurley inquired with a countenance that betrayed his displeasure. Varys, anticipating his ire, took a step back. His Majesty shares a profound bond with House Stark. He would not punish the rightful heirs of that family at your behest. However, I have heard whispers of your amicable rapport with a certain Jon Snow, a bastard child of little consequence. I trust Lady Catelyn would be inclined to assist." Before Varys could finish his statement, Gurley seized him by the collar, lifting him off the ground. His teeth clenched as he growled, "Dare to lay a finger on him, and I shall make you regret it." Varys, standing on tiptoe, smiled benignly. "Your strength indeed matches the legends, akin to that of the mountain. Yet, you are mistaken in your accusations. This is not my design, but rather the king's will." Absent the dead eunuch's admonition, King Robert would scarcely have taken note of a mere shadow like Jon Snow. Gurley released his grip, spitting in irritation. "I may go, but let me issue this warning. Should any harm befall Jon Snow, I shall return to eradicate you and your little birds." Accustomed to threats, Varys bowed with a smile. "I wish you a swift journey, and I shall take my leave." He descended the vessel with deliberate calmness, waving farewell to Gurley from the shore. At this moment, the merchant ship set sail, and Gurley stood on the deck, gripping the wooden railing tightly, consumed by the desire to leap overboard and dispatch the bald man. The journey to the eastern continent was long, and any delay could easily consume 2 to 3 years. 3 years hence, the narrative of Game of Thrones would formally commence, and by then, Robert would meet his demise at the tusks of a wild boar. At that juncture, Robert would be unable to safeguard himself, and even if Gurley failed in his mission, he would not implicate Snow upon his return. Thus, Robert's threats bore little weight, serving merely to vex Gurley and mar his mood. Old Town lay exceptionally far from Pentos. The merchant vessel was required to navigate the entirety of the southern coast of Westeros before entering the Narrow Sea to reach Pentos in the east. The Narrow Sea is the maritime expanse between Westeros and the eastern continent, allowing easy passage from King's Landing to Pentos across its waters. The direct distance between them was comparable to that from King's Landing to Highgarden. However, embarking from Old Town to Pentos extended the journey fivefold compared to departing from King's Landing. What was originally a voyage of less than a month had been stretched to 5, a true testament to wisdom. Yet, this was a reluctant necessity, for the merchant ship's original destination was the southern city of Volantis, not the western Pentos. 3 months later, Gurley continued his maritime passage, and he could now discern the faint outline of Sunspear along the coastline. That was the castle of House Martell, the very epicenter of Dorne's power. The sight of Sunspear signified that they were soon to alter their course northward, entering the Narrow Sea. Alone at the bow of the ship, Gurley wielded a wooden stick, diligently practicing his sword-drawing technique. However, his movements were sluggish, indicative of his deteriorating condition. Ever since he learned that the ship was crewed by Varys's men, he had abstained from consuming any provisions aboard. In his estimation, Varys would certainly not allow him to survive the journey to the eastern continent. These men were likely dispatched with the intent to assassinate him. "What are you all doing?" Suddenly, chaos erupted aboard the merchant vessel. The captain and several crew members were slain, their bodies unceremoniously cast into the sea. Simultaneously, the ship's raven was also dealt with. The remaining crew, armed with sharp blades, converged upon the deck. Gully leaned on a wooden staff, seemingly having anticipated this very scene. He scoffed, "I expected you would act sooner. I did not anticipate waiting this long." The lead crew member grinned menacingly. "You jest, my lord. We had to shake off His Majesty's spies before we could strike. Previously, His Majesty's eyes were everywhere along the coast, leaving us no opportunity to act. Now, within the territory of Yonji City, with no spies nearby, we only need to eliminate those on board to facilitate your departure." "So, it was indeed Robert's men you just killed?" Gully observed their swordplay. "You are not mere crew, are you? Mercenaries? Do you truly believe you can slay me?" The leading mercenary, not daring to be dismissive, replied, "We have heard of your exploits, my lord. Thus, we have drifted upon these seas for 3 months, watching you grow weaker, which emboldened us to make our move today." Gu Li's heart sank. Did they know he suffered from seasickness? Indeed, he still battled it, especially on such a long voyage. The frequency of his vomiting had left him utterly drained. Coupled with his meager diet of fish, his nutrition had faltered, rendering his face gaunt. No wonder these mercenaries, upon witnessing his pitiful condition, felt confident in their chances. Gully truly lacked the strength to wield a sword, but this was the ocean, water surrounded them, and even the wood was damp. "Who among you can steer the ship?" he suddenly inquired. The leading mercenary chuckled. "You need not concern yourself with that. Once we have dispatched you, we shall find our way ashore." "Enough." Gully stomped his foot, and a sheet of white frost began to spread from beneath him, covering the entire deck in mere seconds. The frost extended along the ship's hull and flowed back toward the deck, mingling with the seawater. The mercenaries, seasoned in battle and accustomed to all manner of horrors, had never witnessed such a fantastical sight. They sensed the peril. "Act quickly. He wields magic." Alas, it was too late. The water had already reached Gu Li's feet. With another stomp, a spike of ice erupted from the ground, instantly piercing the lead mercenary. Drip! Blood flowed down the ice spike, pooling upon the deck before rapidly freezing, resembling a crimson carpet. Gu Li spoke with chilling indifference. I shall ask once more, who among you can steer the ship? It dawned upon them that Gu Li's intent was clear. Only those who could steer would survive, while the others would perish. The mercenaries, motivated solely by profit, realized that if they lost their lives, even the promise of gold was meaningless. They valued their lives, desperate to avoid death, and began to speak in a flurry. "I can," one exclaimed. "I have always assisted the captain at the helm. My lord, to ensure this vessel reaches Pantos safely, merely having a capable captain is far from sufficient. Indeed, we also require crew members skilled in handling the sails. Indeed, should one encounter extreme weather, an individual would be overwhelmed. I possess culinary skills, as I am a chef. I'm also quite strong and can assist with arduous tasks. Furthermore, The mercenaries behind me were suddenly impaled by ice spikes that emerged from beneath their feet. On the deck, over a dozen mercenary corpses hung from the ice spikes, resembling a cluster of crimson trees, creating a striking spectacle. Only the 6 who spoke first survived. They stood trembling and drenched in cold sweat, awaiting Gu Li's command. Gu Li turned to gaze at the coastal city of Yangji, suppressing the urge to disembark. Perhaps another time. There are pressing matters to attend to first. One of the mercenaries cautiously inquired, "My Lord Stark, shall we alter our course to Volantis?" These mercenaries had conversed with the original crew before taking over the ship. Thus they were aware that Gu Li intended to sail to Volantis. "No, we are heading to Pantos. I have been wronged so grievously. It is imperative that I pay a visit to settle the score." Gu Li tapped the deck with his wooden staff, directing the clearing of the area, instructing that the bodies be cast overboard to feed the fish. "Yes, understood." Chapter 67. Rest and recuperation in the narrow sea. "My Lord Stark, our current speed, we shall reach Pantos in 3 days." The mercenary who spoke was robust, with well-defined muscles. In contrast, the gaunt Gu Li appeared frail, as though he might be toppled by the sea breeze at any moment. Yet, the mercenary dared not underestimate this withered figure, nervously bowing his head even while delivering the report. Gu Li leaned upon a wooden staff at the bow of the ship, gazing towards the distant shore. 3 days. Is that nearly upon us? Prepare to land. The mercenary was taken aback. My Lord Stark, there are no ports nearby. How shall we disembark? Are we to abandon the ship?" Gu Li glanced sideways. "Do you have an abundance of questions?" "And no, I dare not. I'll inform everyone at once." The mercenary stammered, rushing to the stern to alert the helmsman to change course. The coastline was predominantly steep cliffs, and the sailboat continued northward for a stretch before discovering a suitable shallow area for landing. However, the vessel's draft was considerable, making true anchorage a challenge. It was estimated that when they were merely a dozen meters from shore, the boat would run aground on the sandy bottom. Bang! To their surprise, before the sailboat could even approach the shallows, its bottom had already made contact with the submerged rocks, declaring an early grounding. The remaining 30 meters would require them to swim to reach the shore. 6 anxious mercenaries gathered on the deck, and one boldly inquired, "My Lord Stark, why must we land prematurely? This desolate place offers none of the comforts of the ship. Furthermore, if we choose to travel overland, it would surely take several more days." Gu Li scoffed. "You failed to report back in time. Varys is already aware of your mission's failure. If I head directly to the port of Pantos now, would I not be walking into a trap?" His current physical condition was poor. He needed time to recuperate before regaining his former strength. Once restored, even if Pantos were a den of danger, he would dare to venture forth. Moreover, having consumed nothing but fish for 5 months, he reeked of a strong fishy odor, leading him to feel as if he had transformed into one. He longed for meat, weary of fish. The mere thought of it made him retch. Suppressing his nausea, Gu Li declared, "I shall employ 2 of you to accompany me ashore. The rest." Before he could finish, one was stabbed in the kidneys by a companion nearby. "What are you doing?" "Ugh." Almost immediately, another had his throat slit. The skirmish concluded swiftly. Aside from the 2 strongest mercenaries standing before Gu Li, the other 4 lay sprawled in pools of blood. Gu Li had intended to leave 4 to their fate, but their actions had been unexpectedly quick. He extracted 2 gold dragons from his coin pouch and tossed them to the remaining mercenaries. "Upon our arrival in Pantos, each of you shall receive 10 additional gold dragons." Ghoulie had feasted and drunk without spending a single coin during his time in the Citadel. These gold dragons were the ones Tyrion had originally given him, and he was surprised they had lasted this long. Two mercenaries immediately received the golden dragon tossed by Ghoulie with beaming smiles, eager to serve their master. As mercenaries, their loyalty was not to their employer, Varys, but to the promise of wealth. Ghoulie further remarked, "Should you execute your tasks efficiently, our partnership may well extend until my return to King's Landing. My status is scarcely inferior to Varys's. Perhaps by then, I could elevate you to knighthood." The two mercenaries were instantly overjoyed. Being knighted would be akin to reaching the pinnacle of success. A knighthood, even the most humble rank, was a privilege beyond the dreams of ordinary men. "Your command shall be our utmost priority, my lord," they vowed. Ghoulie offered no response. Instead, he turned and leapt over the wooden railing of the ship. "Follow me," he beckoned. As he descended, the moment his toes grazed the surface of the sea, a large sheet of ice materialized, firmly supporting him. He then walked upon this icy path, step by step, towards the shore. The mercenaries, having been rummaging through the corpses for valuables, hastily jumped down from the ship, navigating the ice to follow suit. Upon setting foot on the long-anticipated land, Ghoulie was nearly overwhelmed with emotion. Weakly propping himself with a wooden staff, he ambled northward alongside the two mercenaries. Their immediate goal was to locate a village or town inhabited by humans to procure horses. After all, they could not walk indefinitely. For days later, south of Pantos, they arrived at an obscure little town. After traversing arduous terrain for 4 days, they found this settlement with a mere few hundred inhabitants. Fortunately, the town boasted a marketplace, where itinerant traders occasionally arrived to sell horses. Ghoulie resolved to wait here for a few days to secure mounts. He booked 2 rooms at the local tavern, intending to recuperate for a fortnight. The mercenaries had no objections, as Ghoulie was covering the expenses. Days passed, and Ghoulie remarked, "Sergei, you need not hover over me constantly." He had often heard footsteps outside his room, and each time he opened the door, he found the mercenary named Sergei standing vigil. With utmost seriousness, Sergei replied, "My Lord Stark, we have accepted your payment, and safeguarding you is our fundamental duty." Indeed, mercenaries were not solely engaged in assassination. They also undertook protective assignments. Ghoulie, disinterested in a debate, retorted, "I do not require your protection. If you have time, perhaps you could inquire about the situation in Pantos." Sergei chuckled. "Pantos is not far from here. Any significant developments will soon reach us without needing to pry. Furthermore, Pantos is the closest free city to King's Landing, and I have accompanied Gabor there on several occasions. Rest assured, we are well acquainted with the circumstances there." Upon hearing Sergei mention the other mercenary, Gabor, Ghoulie casually inquired, "Where is Gabor? I have not seen him all day." He harbored a lack of complete trust towards the two mercenaries. Hence he remained ever vigilant of their movements. Sergei whispered, "Earlier today, a trafficker arrived in town, accompanied by a dozen women. Gaba has been pent up for nearly 6 months, yearning to unwind. He will come to relieve me later this evening. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, human trafficking is illegal in Westeros, where slavery has long been abolished. However, on the eastern continent, numerous large slave owners still exist, possessing a number of slaves that could surpass the total population of a nation." Gaba's desire for relaxation was met with understanding from Ghoulie. "Be discreet and do not expose our identities. The eastern continent also possesses an intelligence network of deceased eunuchs. Should their identities be revealed, they would be promptly discovered." Sergei nodded, comprehending the gravity of the situation. The small town bustled with daily comings and goings. If the two mercenaries wished to inform Pantos, it would be a simple matter of hiring someone to run an errand. Yet, every time they contemplated the allure of knighthood, they restrained themselves. If others offered them such a promise, they would undoubtedly be skeptical. However, Ghoulie's status was not ordinary. He was the son of the Duke of Winterfell and the royal wizard to His Majesty Robert. For such a prominent figure to bestow upon them a title of knighthood was far from a challenge. As for the gold promised by the governor of Pantos, bah, what use is gold compared to a title? "My Lord Stark, do you wish to indulge in some relaxation?" Gaba mentioned that the trafficker possessed quite a decent selection. Guli paused momentarily. I shall pass. I have been abstinent for 17 years. I can forego this day. Let the first experience of this life be reserved for someone I love. Sergei misinterpreted his words, believing that Guli looked down upon the slaves offered by the trafficker. He flashed a conciliatory smile and said, "Please wait, my lord. I shall personally take a look. If I find any suitable individuals, I will bring a few back for you." Alas, Guli could not call him back in time, for Sergei had already dashed down the stairs. Chapter 68. Provocation. After Sergei departed, Guli descended to the lower level to consume a modest meal before preparing to venture outside the town for training. Yearning to swiftly regain his physical prowess, the days of rest had rejuvenated him considerably. He no longer required a walking stick for support. However, as he exited the tavern and took only a few steps, he found his path obstructed by several men wielding curved blades. From the noble houses of Westeros, "Your two subordinates have caused a disturbance, and my master requests your presence," the leader of the group announced. Guli was taken aback, observing that the men spoke in the common tongue of Westeros, albeit with a slightly peculiar accent that he could still comprehend. In Essos, the prevalent language was the Low Valyrian, a variant of High Valyrian. Lacking proficiency in this language, Guli and his companions typically communicated with the locals through gestures, leading to quite an awkward situation. Noticing Guli's momentary daze, the men reiterated their message in a louder tone. Finally coming to his senses, Guli pondered whether these subordinates referred to the two mercenaries, although he was reluctant to involve himself with them. He recalled their recent diligence and decided to assess the situation. If it were merely a matter of compensation, he would ensure their release. In the small town, there stood an opulent courtyard, constructed by the wealthiest merchant, usually reserved for personal use, only relinquished for esteemed guests. At present, the occupants of the courtyard were not the merchant, but rather a passing slaver, or more accurately, a slave master. The courtyard was filled with foreign soldiers armed with curved knives, numbering at least 40 or 50. Some patrolled the premises, others stood atop the rooftops, surveying the surroundings, while a few engaged in playful antics with a group of unclad women. Guli was ushered into the courtyard, where he was introduced to the slaver, as well as to Sergei and Jabo, the latter of whom appeared rather pitiable, still lacking trousers. Both Sergei and Jabo bore wounds, suggesting they had endured a fierce confrontation. "Welcome, noblemen from the continent of Westeros. Your subordinates are quite tight-lipped and have not divulged your familial lineage. Since you are here in person, would you care to introduce yourself?" The slaver spoke, reclining comfortably in a grand wooden chair, accompanied by two voluptuous companions. Guli rested his hand on the hilt of his dark sister, prepared to act at a moment's notice. "I have no desire to converse with you, slavers. Release them. I shall compensate for any damages incurred." The slaver's expression soured, casting a glance at the dark sister at Guli's waist before responding with a smirk. "From the sight of your sword, it is evident you are a noble of considerable standing. Very well, let us discuss compensation. Your two subordinates have not only damaged property and injured individuals, but have also slain a valuable subordinate of mine. I do not require much, merely 30. Oh, forgive me. I almost forgot that the coins of Westeros are somewhat smaller. In conversion, I require you to pay 45 gold dragons in recompense." 45 gold dragons? That is nearly the entirety of Guli's possessions. Guli is no fool. He did not hastily attempt to compensate and flee, but rather spoke leisurely. "The truth of the matter remains unclear. I shall first inquire with my subordinates to ascertain what transpired." The slave owner, unfazed, replied by all means. Observing the slave owner's audacious demeanor, Guli began to suspect that perhaps Sergei and Gaba had indeed instigated the conflict. He approached Sergei and Gaba, who were bound on the ground, and inquired, "Speak up. Did you not come out seeking amusement? How did it come to this?" Gaba, in a fit of anger, turned away and retorted, "Ask him. I know nothing. I barely had time to don my trousers before they assaulted me and left me here." Sergei, equally incensed, added, "Indeed, while I was nearly slain outside, you were indulging in the company of women. Truly magnificent, Gaba Carrillo." Gaba, incredulous, shouted, "You are the one who has brought me to this predicament, you foolish swine. Enough of this bickering. Sergei, tell me, Why resort to murder? Guli interjected with a stern countenance. If this truly was their folly, he would not hesitate to abandon them to their fate. Sergei, appearing quite indignant, proclaimed, "My lord, this slave owner possesses women from the continent of Westeros. They are conservatively tormented and utterly pitiful. I merely wish to rescue them." "You are quite the imbecile. Those are the slave owner's property. You, a mercenary, seeking to play the hero, do you truly consider yourself a knight?" Gaba shouted, his face turning an ashen hue. Guli remained unimpressed. He believed there was little distinction between mercenaries and knights. One kills for survival and coin, while the other does so for honor and wealth. The only true disparity between the two may well be that a knight's full suit of armor is worth hundreds of times more than a mercenary's leather garb. Nevertheless, he was taken aback, for Sergei was notorious for his ruthless nature. A man like him should have long been disillusioned with reality and not so readily swayed by notions of justice. Closing his eyes, Sergei lamented. "Among those women is a compatriot of mine. She has suffered greatly. Damn it, you have brought ruin upon me. I swear I shall kill you." Gaba struggled against the chains that bound him, but to no avail. It seemed he had encountered an old acquaintance. Guli quietly inquired, "Is there anyone from the north?" Every noble with a fief in Westeros has sworn a sacred oath to protect their people. Guli, having greatly benefited from the Stark family, felt an obligation to rescue any northerner in distress. However, if none were present, he would not be remiss in choosing to remain aloof. "I have yet to inquire. Although it appears one may possess a northern accent." Sergei's voice grew increasingly faint, his gaze shifting, avoiding contact with Guli. Even Gaba could discern that he was fabricating a tale. In a state of urgency, Gaba implored, "Forget about those women for now. My lord, please secure our release. Once we return to Westeros, we shall find an opportunity to repay you with gold dragons." With an impassive expression, Guli inquired once more, "Do you truly wish to rescue your compatriot, or is it your intention to sell her for a price? If your funds are insufficient, would you not seek my assistance for a loan? Why resort to murder?" Sergei, his eyes ablaze with fury, retorted, "Your Excellency, you have not witnessed the torment inflicted upon the people of Westeros. Their eyes are gouged, their noses severed, their hands and feet mutilated. This cruelty serves merely to grant the slave master the perverse pleasure of hearing their pleas for mercy in the tongue of Westeros." Guli could not suppress a frown. Was this slave master truly so depraved? Such barbarity appeared to stem from a deep-seated vengeance. What could have instilled such animosity towards the people of Westeros? A moment's reflection led him to ponder the fate of the three. At that instant, every foreign soldier in the courtyard unsheathed their curved blades in unison. The slave master, grinning malevolently, declared, "Spare their lives. I intend to savor the moment." Drawing forth his dark sister blade, Guli swiftly severed the chains binding Jabo and Sergei. "It seems your survival will depend on your own prowess," he remarked. With that he pivoted, executing a flourish with his sword, and addressed the encroaching foreign soldiers with a resigned tone. "Thank you. It appears I shall have the opportunity to stretch my limbs." Chapter 69. The Believer at Noon. The estate of a wealthy merchant in the small town was suddenly filled with the clamor of clashing iron, accompanied by the anguished cries of men and the piercing screams of women. The townsfolk retreated to a safe distance, fearful of being drawn into the chaos. They were well aware that the conflict had erupted between the three outsiders who had arrived days earlier and a passing slave owner. Curiosity mingled with dread as they speculated from afar about the grim fate that awaited Guli and his companions. In their estimation, the trio stood no chance against the 50 or more slave soldiers. After more than half an hour, the raucous estate fell into an unsettling silence. Guli, treading upon the blood-stained grass, gasped for breath, his right hand clutching the sword trembling slightly, a sign that his strength was waning. All 50 of the foreign soldiers lay dead at his feet, but he bore a new wound in his abdomen, blood seeping through his garments. Injury was a rare occurrence for him, having been absent for many years. Raising his left hand, he employed ice magic to seal the wound, temporarily staunching the flow of blood. In terms of combat prowess, these foreign soldiers were far inferior to the elite cavalry of the High Court he had faced previously. Yet, Against even slightly weaker foes, Ghoulie had sustained injuries, a testament to his diminished physical condition. The fact that he had emerged victorious with only a minor injury, without resorting to ice magic in battle, was a stroke of fortune amidst his misfortunes. He was reluctant to use magic, as it had become his signature, revealing it would inevitably expose his identity. "Bring him to me." Gabbo, trembling with trepidation, was tossed before Ghoulie. Sergei and Gabbo bore fresh wounds, particularly Gabbo, whose back had been slashed. Fortunately, his leather armor had provided some protection, though the wound was long and bled profusely. Were it not for Ghoulie's timely intervention with ice magic, he might have bled out and succumbed to shock. "Esteemed sirs, I possess wealth, gold, yes, and women. I offer them all, to spare my life and allow me to depart. I implore you," the slave owner pleaded, desperation lacing his voice. Ghoulie ignored the slave owner's frantic supplications, turning his gaze toward the fidgeting Gabbo. "If you move again, the ice on your back will surely shatter, resulting in significant blood loss. I will not come to your aid a second time." Gabbo immediately stilled, forcing a smile. "I am grateful for your life-saving magic, my lord." Unbeknownst to Ghoulie, Gabbo had managed to don a pair of trousers, though their style suggested they were not his own, likely stripped from the bodies of the fallen soldiers. Both men had not engaged their enemies head-on. They had only struck when Ghoulie had already wounded an opponent, thus sustaining only minor injuries. The ice magic will only provide temporary relief, treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. "You must find a reliable healer to stitch your wound before the ice melts," Ghoulie advised, pressing a hand against his own abdomen, acutely aware that he too required suturing. However, he harbored reservations about the healers of this era, as the concept of bacteria was unknown, and their practices were far from hygienic. Consequently, he resolved to tend to his wound himself once he returned to his quarters. Sergei, who had remained silent, appeared somewhat anxious. "My Lord Stark, I wish to see my fellow townsman." Ghoulie sheathed his sword and seized the trembling slave master, lifting him into the air. "Since you are so fervently protective, I too am curious about your compatriot." At the mention of this compatriot, Jabo could not help but punch Sergei, exclaiming, "If you dare to jeopardize me again, I shall be the first to strike you down." Sergei could only nod awkwardly before leading the way. Near the stables at the back of the courtyard, 3 filthy wooden cages stood, with a lifeless body lying on the ground, already cold. As they arrived, all 3 men instinctively covered their noses, grimacing at the unbearable stench, which was not the odor of horse manure, but the foul smell of decaying flesh. Sergei, at the forefront, wielded an exotic curved blade to cut through the wooden door of one cage, freeing the woman inside. His and Jabo's original swords had been confiscated by the slave master's minions, and they had yet to retrieve them, leaving Sergei to rely on the unwieldy curved knife. "Thank the gods, you have finally returned. I thought you had abandoned me," the woman sobbed, cradled in Sergei's arms. "Cindy?" Jabo replied with a peculiar smile. "Is she not the same woman who absconded with your life savings on your wedding day, running off with another man?" Although Jabo was not from the same hometown as Sergei, the two had collaborated for years, sharing drinks and idle chatter. Thus, Jabo was aware of Sergei's runaway bride. Ghoulie wore a knowing expression. He had long suspected that their relationship was far more complex than mere hometown ties. Otherwise, given Sergei's temperament, he would not have acted so impulsively. However, Cindy had only lost her right leg, and it appeared her condition was not as dire as Sergei had previously suggested. "Sergei, have you lost your mind? Why would you save such a woman? If it were me, I would wish for her to suffer even more." While Jabo teased Sergei, Ghoulie cast the immobilized slave master to the ground, keeping a vigilant eye on him to prevent his escape. After uttering this, he approached another cage. The woman within was far less fortunate than Cindy. She had lost all her limbs except for one right hand, and she had long since drawn her last breath. Swarmed by countless flies, Ghoulie let out a silent sigh and turned to the final cage. Inside was another unclothed woman, and to his shock, she had been rendered limbless, with her nose and one eye gouged out, yet she still clung to life. Regrettably, although her wounds had been bandaged, they had become infected, and her survival was precarious. Ghoulie marveled at the woman's resilience, yet he understood that she was enduring immense suffering. In his eyes, she had long since died. What remained in the cage was merely a body desperately clinging to its final breath. He drew his sword, intending to grant this woman the release she so desperately needed. The woman, on the verge of death, lifted her head and, upon glimpsing the design of Gu Li's sword, her remaining eye suddenly sparkled with light. "Are you a messenger of the seven gods? My prayers have been answered. The divine has finally sent a herald to rescue me." Her accent did not resemble that of the Northerners, but bore some resemblance to that of Tyrion and Jaime. Could she be from the Westerlands? Gu Li swung his sword to shatter the wooden cage and slowly approached her, kneeling down. "You hail from the Westerlands?" The woman's spirits suddenly lifted. "Yes, a divine envoy. I come from the Westerlands, where my family has been loyal followers of the Seven for generations." Gu Li understood that the woman was experiencing a fleeting moment of vitality, soon to exhaust her final reserves of life. Eager to console her, he replied, "I am not a messenger of the Seven, nor do I even believe in them. However, I have a friend from the Westerlands." Just as Gu Li was speaking, the woman suddenly became frantic. "You're not a divine envoy? Why not? I have prayed day and night for deliverance from my suffering. Why has everyone perished while the Seven remained silent?" Was her enduring faith the sole anchor in her life? In the feudal world of Westeros, there exists no pathway to transcend class. Commoners are forever commoners, and nobles remain nobles. Take Ser Gregor and Ser Yura, for instance. Their prowess even surpasses that of many knighted lords. Yet how do they survive? Without noble patronage, they're condemned to a lifetime as mercenaries. The common folk, powerless to alter their fates, can only entrust their hopes to the divine, regarding the gods as their final refuge. This is the stark reality of the downtrodden in Westeros. Gu Li fell silent, unsure of how to respond. The woman's faith began to crumble, her countenance ashen. "The Seven have not responded to me, so I turn to the light of this land. But why does the light also remain silent? Is my devotion insufficient? Yet I pray each day. Noble sir, do you believe in the Seven?" Gu Li knew that most nobles and commoners in Westeros held deep reverence for their deities. Swearing by the gods is considered the most sacred and serious vow. However, he had never encountered a devotee as fervent as this woman. He shook his head. "I hail from the north, where the Seven are not worshipped." The woman realized suddenly, "Oh, so you follow the old gods. Have they ever answered you?" "I do not worship the old gods either." Gu Li noticed the woman's hopeful gaze and, unable to bear her disappointment, amended his words. "I revere another deity. It is this God who bestowed upon me the divine will to come and rescue you." The woman's eyes rekindled with hope. "Which deity?" Gu Li improvised. He is exalted above all gods, the supreme deity." The woman closed her single eye and prayed reverently. "Thank you for the mercy and salvation of the supreme deity. I am willing to offer myself, to dedicate my soul, and bless this noble sir before me. He is your most devoted follower, and I beseech you to continue your protection over him." Gu Li was momentarily taken aback. He had initially presumed that the woman was engaged in a prayer for herself, yet he was unprepared for what transpired next. As she concluded her prayer, an eerie silver thread emerged from her chest, gradually drifting toward him. Gu Li was perplexed by the nature of this silvery strand, but as it extended toward him, he instinctively raised his hand to obstruct its path. However, the thread seemed to possess no tangible form, effortlessly passing through his palm and entering his own chest. Thus, the two were bound by this thread, and Gu Li experienced a fragment of the woman's anguish. His face contorted in agony as he staggered, nearly collapsing from the pain. This was merely a sliver of her suffering. How she had endured such torment was beyond comprehension. What on earth was this entity? Gu Li yearned to sever the thread, yet it eluded his grasp, leaving him in a state of anxious desperation. Suddenly, the surrounding space appeared to freeze in time. A young girl, adorned with dragon horns and possessing silver hair and violet eyes, materialized instantaneously behind him. Her beauty transcended that of mortals. She was unclothed, and as she languidly stretched, an overwhelming allure emanated from her being. Subsequently, she unfurled a pair of dragon wings from her back, brushing against Gu Li's, and whispered softly in his ear, "Oh, I wondered what had roused me from my slumber. It appears you have discovered your very first devotee." Chapter 70. Mother of Dragons. Ghoulie found himself utterly immobilized, unable even to move his eyes, let alone utter a word. He could only stand there entranced, listening to the girl speak. Noticing Ghoulie's silence, the girl gracefully floated to face him. It was at that moment that Ghoulie beheld the most exquisite vision he had ever encountered in his life. However, it struck him as peculiar that he could only see the girl with his left eye, while his right remained blind to her presence. As the girl approached, her gaze fell upon Ghoulie's countenance, and she too was momentarily taken aback. "Who are you?" "You are not him," she inquired. Ghoulie could not move, only stare in silent bewilderment. The girl began to muse aloud. "You lack even the Valyrian bloodline. How then do you possess the Stone of Aegon?" The Stone of Aegon? Was this the true name of the green crystal? As the girl could not access Ghoulie's memories directly, she resorted to peering into the memories of others to glean understanding of this world. She placed her hand upon a silvery thread connecting Ghoulie to the disabled woman, and in an instant, the woman's memories surged into her mind. After briefly absorbing the woman's recollections, the girl wore a bittersweet smile, murmuring, "Valyria has fallen. The dragons are extinct, and in the end, we still lost?" Suddenly, a thought seemed to dawn upon her, and she turned back to Ghoulie. "No, we have not yet lost." She caressed Ghoulie's cheek, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. "You have managed to integrate the Stone of Aegon into your being. How was it that your flesh has not crumbled? Even I. You're the last hope. Perhaps there is still time." Ghoulie remained perplexed by her words, sensing that this girl must be some divine entity. How unfortunate he was, having already blocked the other gods and the King of Light, only to attract the attention of yet another deity. "Oh, I nearly forgot," she said, pressing her finger to his forehead with a playful smile. "Now we can communicate." Though Ghoulie still could not move or speak, it felt as if his thoughts were intertwined with hers. "Are you a god?" he inquired. The girl rolled her eyes. "Seriously? Is that your first question? Fine, I'm not a god, but I once wielded powers close to divinity." "Once?" Ghoulie echoed, intrigued. The girl nodded, her gaze fixated on his left eye. "Indeed, before I ingested the Stone of Aegon, my body rivaled that of a deity. Alas, it destroyed my corporeal form." Ghoulie's pupils trembled slightly. "Then what is your current state? A soul?" "Precisely. Does it seem strange to you that only a soul persists?" The girl appeared amused by Ghoulie's astonishment, deeming him narrow-minded. Having lived 2 lives, Ghoulie was encountering a soul for the first time. His curiosity piqued. "How can you stop time?" She chuckled softly. "I possess no ability to halt time. You are overthinking it. I merely enhanced your mental responsiveness temporarily, allowing you to absorb more information in a single second. In other words, until our conversation concludes, less than a second will have elapsed in the real world." Though she spoke nonchalantly, Ghoulie remained in awe of her extraordinary capabilities. Imagine if you were to employ this tactic in the face of an adversary. How would it differ from merely decelerating the flow of time? The young maiden pierced through his thoughts, admonishing him not to overthink. "Your mind may have quickened, yet your body cannot match this newfound pace. Otherwise, our mode of communication would not be as it presently is." "Who are you? A Valyria?" Ghoulie dared not gaze directly at her form, fearing the unsavory thoughts that might arise within his mind. After all, their thoughts were intertwined now, and should she become aware of his musings, it would be quite the embarrassment. The maiden recalled that she had yet to introduce herself, smiling as she said, "I am the Mother of Dragons. Greetings, fortunate human. My name is Ghoulie. That is my true name." "Wait, what do you mean by Mother of Dragons?" Ghoulie was taken aback. Was this not a moniker akin to that of Daenerys Targaryen? The maiden laughed cryptically. "Indeed, I am the first and foremost dragon in this realm. All other dragons are but eggs I have laid and nurtured. I am the Mother of Dragons. Who else would dare claim such a title?" Sensing a shift in the air, Ghoulie fell silent. The maiden dismissed his hesitation. "Well then, let us not squander time. Maintaining this state is quite taxing on your body. Let us be succinct. I inquire of you, do you wish to ascend to divinity?" "Absolutely," Ghoulie replied without hesitation. To him, possessing the power of a deity would render the journey back to Earth a trivial endeavor. The maiden snapped her fingers. "Very well. Allow me to elucidate the origins of the divine. This I am somewhat familiar with. Guli recalled a previous self who had imparted knowledge on this very subject. The maiden paused. You are acquainted with this? It is quite surprising. You, a mere human, possess such profound secrets. Guli felt it inappropriate to elaborate, responding dismissively. I too have had my own adventures. Please continue. The maiden scrutinized Guli with suspicion before continuing. The powers of the deities are innate, yet they exist as entities of energy incapable of bearing memory. Thus, to possess consciousness and retain memories, they require humans to assist in carrying all that wisdom. Conversely, what you seek is something to help you bear the weight of power. Humanity, such a splendid race. They reproduce abundantly, making them ideal for this purpose. Guli began to grasp her meaning. So, you imply that I must become a prophet and gather followers? Prophet? What is that? Never mind. It is of little consequence. The maiden redirected the conversation. Indeed, the more humans who revere you, the greater your capacity to wield the primal stone's power. Once the number of followers reaches a certain pinnacle, you shall unlock the full potential of the primal stone. Then, we can proceed with our next plan. Suddenly, Guli found the maiden to be rather dubious. The next plan? What is that? The maiden did not provide a direct answer. Once you can harness the full power of the primal stone, I will disclose it to you. Discussing such matters now is futile and merely burdensome. Are you doubting me? She sensed Guli's apprehension, her anger flaring. You humans are so suspicious. We dragons do not deceive. Deception is the most vile invention of the divine. Only you humans would cherish it as a treasure. Guli spoke slowly. This primordial stone seems to possess the ability to reshape one's corporeal form. Do you not desire to reconstruct your own body? You already know the next step of the plan? Who informed you? A deity? Or some ancient being? The astonishment in the girl's voice was evident as she hastily continued. You must not trust the words of those deities. To them, you are merely a delectable morsel, a means to satiate their hunger. Guli's suspicions remained unallayed. You have yet to answer my question. The girl tapped her chin thoughtfully and elaborated. The next step involves you discovering a way to fully control the primordial stone, and then using it to give birth to the first corporeal form of a deity in history. However, I'm still uncertain about how you might control the stone. Let me ponder this further. Guli, noticing her evasion of the critical issue, felt his doubts intensifying. What I mean is, why do you not use this primordial stone to create your own new form? Why assist me? The girl found this perplexing. What would I do with a new body? I possess my own, buried in the realm of shadows. After all these years, it should have fully restored by now, shouldn't it? Guli inquired again. Did you not say your body was destroyed by the primordial stone? How? The girl did not deny it. She had indeed made such a claim earlier. Yes, it destroyed my body, imprisoned my soul, and plunged me into an endless slumber. Have you lost your memory? Did you not awaken me? I have stated that I am an existence comparable to a deity. How could the primordial stone have utterly annihilated me with just a slight corrosion? Thus, it became clear that this dragon girl had not perished. She was alive, albeit separated from her physical form. Guli's mind raced with possibilities. He immediately sought to recruit a formidable protector. Your combat prowess rivals that of deities. If I were to send you to the realm of shadows to reclaim your corporeal form, would you not be resurrected? The girl, having lived for over 100,000 years and frequently interacting with humans, discerned Guli's intentions at a glance, and with a knowing smile, she replied, While that may be true, once I return to my body, I will unleash a tremendous life force detectable by the deities. Furthermore, I will once again lapse into a period of slumber to merge with my body. During this time, if you lack the strength to protect me, I shall be slain by those deities. Guli's plans for a shortcut were thwarted, and he reluctantly resolved to proceed diligently. Very well. It seems I cannot rely on you. Then, as you suggested, I shall begin gathering followers. The girl nodded in agreement, secretly pleased to have set this human on the right path. It was truly exhausting. Perhaps next time, she should refrain from collaborating with humans, as they were not sincere in the least. In my forgetfulness, I neglected to discuss the essence of our cooperation with him. I shall address that later. Just as the girl was about to retract her finger, Guli interjected, could you do me a favor? The girl assumed it was the typical human greed rearing its head, and, with a hint of resignation, replied, what favor? My current abilities are limited, and I cannot assist you with much. Guli gazed at the woman within the wooden cage and pleaded, could you help me save her life? She is, after all, my first believer. You wish to save someone? The young girl did not glance at the disabled woman behind her. Instead, she focused intently on Gu Li's left hand and remarked, let me see. You've been utilizing this method to harness the power of the primordial stone? Foolish, yet practical. I shall augment it with a spell that allows you to transform the power of the primordial stone into vitality to bestow upon others. She extended her other hand, clasping Guli's left wrist. Instantly, a surge of crimson energy emanated from her arm and merged into Gu Li's otherworldly left hand. Gu Li felt a flicker of anxiety, vitality. If I channel vitality into her body, she will survive? The girl released her grip on Gu Li's left hand, her expression tinged with displeasure. Furrowing her brow, she questioned, do you underestimate my magic or the power of the primordial stone? The human can not only continue to live, but her arms and legs will also regenerate. Gu Li was taken aback. Her severed limbs could regrow? Can this magic revive the dead? He inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity, recalling the abilities of the King of Light. The girl pondered for a moment before responding, it should be possible. However, you can only resurrect those who have just perished, whose souls have yet to depart their bodies. Those who have been dead for an extended period cannot be brought back. Thank you for your gift. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from Gu Li's left eye, enveloping the girl in a surge of green energy. Yet, I still cannot trust you, so I must confine you within my consciousness for a time. The girl was ensnared by the green energy, yet remained unperturbed. Curiously, she probed the verdant force, exclaiming, you possess other methods of utilizing the primordial stone? Remarkable. You surpass those humans from before in intellect. Gu Li had not employed any novel technique. He merely shaped the power of the primordial stone into an empty dreamscape and confined the girl within. Fortunately, as she was a spiritual entity, this method could not imprison a physical form. At that moment, encased in green energy, her fingers had long departed from Gu Li's forehead, their connection severed. Gu Li did not hear her final words. Trust is built gradually. We have ample time. For now, remain silent. The green energy, along with the dragon-winged girl, returned to Gu Li's left eye. Chapter 71. The power of healing after the dragon-winged maiden was sealed. The acceleration magic she had bestowed upon Gu Li ceased to function. Gu Li sensed an immediate return to the normal flow of time, and he felt a peculiar discomfort as he moved his body. For the others, only a fleeting second had passed, a mere blink of an eye. Yet, within that single second, Gu Li's consciousness traversed what felt like over 10 minutes of dialogue, a truly mystical experience. Feeling the new magic imbued in his left hand, he resolved to experiment upon himself. Gu Li placed his left hand upon the wound on his abdomen, slowly channeling the power of the primordial stone. A gentle crimson energy flowed from his fingertips, swirling around the wound. Soon, the pain dissipated, replaced by an unbearable itch. The flesh within the wound expelled the ice, beginning to writhe and knit itself together in rapid healing. Gu Li removed the ice from his abdomen, wiping away the blood, revealing smooth skin without a trace of injury. The woman slumped in the wooden cage was barely clinging to life, her eyes slowly dimming as if she had fulfilled her final wish. Stepping forward, Gu Li spoke softly to her. The Supreme God has heard your prayers. Behold, he has healed my wounds. The woman's single eye, clouded and unable to discern reality, struggled to move her parched lips. That is wonderful. The Supreme God is indeed a merciful deity. Alas, I am too late. It is not too late. Devoted believers shall always receive divine attention. Gu Li placed his left hand upon the woman's head and began to pray earnestly. I beseech you to listen to my prayer. O benevolent Supreme God, we are grateful for your compassion towards our frailty. Grant us your precious promises. With your unparalleled divine power, please save this tormented believer. I offer my remaining life and soul as a sacrifice to you, imploring you to bestow upon me the strength to save the world. In prayer and in the holy name of the Lord, Gu Li, Beside him, Jabo and Sergei exchanged bewildered glances. This stark nobleman, who had previously seemed so composed, had suddenly transformed into a fervent devotee. How deeply he had concealed his faith. They recalled their childhood days of worshiping the 7 gods alongside their families. But the trials of mercenary life had long since dulled that belief. Time for worship? They deemed it far more practical to pursue women and undertake more missions. In their eyes, such fervent religious devotion bordered on madness. Yet the unfolding scene shattered their preconceived notions entirely. Gu Li's leather glove was instantaneously incinerated. A torrent of scarlet energy erupting from his palm, gradually enveloping the woman's form. She was reborn within that flame-like red energy. Not only were her wounds completely healed, but even the limbs that had been severed grew back their skeletal structure. Fresh, red flesh appeared upon the newly formed bones, quickly proliferating into arms and legs adorned with smooth skin. The woman's missing nose restored itself, and her hollow eye sockets were filled anew with vibrant eyes. In disbelief, she moved her hands and feet, gradually rising to her feet and stepping out of the foul wooden cage. Is this a dream? My hands and my legs? Ghoulie retracted his severely numb left hand, now rendered immobile, and smiled, saying, "This is a gift from the supreme deity. From this day forth, you shall accompany me in disseminating the divine doctrine, ensuring that the people of this world no longer worship false deities. Let them come to understand the mercy of the supreme deity, for he is the one true God." The woman, with reverence, knelt and proclaimed her praise for the great supreme deity, vowing to devote her life to spreading his teachings until her last breath. In gratitude and prayer, in the name of our Lord, Ghoulie. As her words echoed, a vast expanse of thin ice materialized beneath her hands on the ground. Indeed, the woman had just invoked ice magic. While Ghoulie stood in astonishment, rendered speechless, others merely beheld her casting the spell. However, he perceived the situation more profoundly. The moment she fervently uttered his true name, he became the source of her magical power. Their connection resembled that of a Night King with his otherworldly minions. He governed her life and death, while she drew her magical strength from him. Gently caressing the icy surface, the woman looked up, her eyes alight with joy, exclaiming, "Lord Messenger, the supreme deity has responded to my prayer." Ghoulie feigned calmness, arms crossed, and proclaimed, "Praise be to our Lord." Remember, ice magic cannot conjure ice from nothing. It can only freeze water into ice. The woman mirrored his actions, echoing her praises. Behind them, Jabo, Sergei, and Cindy, along with the quaking slave owner, joined in the chorus of adulation, chanting praises to their lord. Ghoulie turned back, retorting, "You are not true believers of the supreme deity. Your praises hold no weight." Jabo shamelessly approached, enduring the pain in his back. "Stark, messenger, do you think I have a chance to become a follower of the supreme deity?" Ghoulie shot him a glance, replying, "That is a question only you can answer. If you can offer your soul and loyalty to the supreme deity like this, woman, then you may receive a response." Realizing he did not yet know the name of his first follower, he hastily inquired, "What is your name? I must record you in the list of believers." The woman, in her early 20s with long black hair, was not particularly beautiful. Her face bore numerous freckles, yet her bright blue eyes shone with determination. "Lord Messenger, my name is Tessa Civifies, an orphan from the western realms of Westeros." Ghoulie silently noted her name, recognizing her as his initial follower. Jabo knelt and offered a few perfunctory prayers before rushing back to Ghoulie's side. "Lord Messenger, I have completed my prayers. Can you ask the supreme deity to heal the wounds on my back?" Ghoulie, exasperated, pushed him away, stating, "Half-heartedness will not elicit a response from the supreme deity. Only sincerity can draw his attention. You should not waste time here. Go to the town and seek a healer for your injuries." Seeing this unfold, Sergei, cradling the woman with a broken leg, paused. He softly comforted her. "After we pray for a few days, the supreme deity will surely take notice of us." The woman continued to sob, "But what if the supreme deity cannot see us?" "My lefts." "No, we have been steadfastly following the divine messenger, aiding in the propagation of the supreme God's teachings. How could the supreme God possibly overlook us? Sergei continued to console with unwavering optimism. Guli flicked his tingling left hand, a sensation all too familiar, having surfaced several times in the past. He referred to this phenomenon as magical overload, typically occurring during his frequent use of grand spells. Yet, how could such an occurrence arise from merely saving one individual? Could it be that Tessa's injuries were too grievous? Or perhaps, given that Tessa had been on the brink of death, this constituted a formidable surge of magical energy akin to resurrecting another? Guli had yet to fully grasp the situation, but the new spell he had acquired was undoubtedly a potent weapon. Once his left hand regained sensation, he would harness his vitality to restore his emaciated form. Then, he would set forth toward Pantos. Guli's spectral arm was laid bare before the onlookers. Instead of feeling fear, Gabbo and the others were profoundly impacted by the preceding miracle. Rather than perceiving the spectral arm as a terrifying visage, they regarded it as a divine gift, casting envious glances toward Guli. Great Supreme God, grant me the strength to punish the wicked, with my soul as an oath. In the name of the Lord, Guli. Tessa extended her arms, palms upward, cradling a handful of murky water from the trough in the stable. As she completed her prayer, the tainted water immediately solidified into a somewhat unclean ice spear. The Supreme God has responded to my supplication. A testament to your unforgivable nature, damn you. No, do not kill me, I possess gold. Ugh. Tessa raised the ice spear and forcefully plunged it into the slave owner's mouth. Guli had intended to execute the slave owner before the injured women, and Tessa had effectively accomplished this task on his behalf. Chapter 72. Journey to Pantos. The following noon, Guli and his companions mounted their horses, carrying the gold of the slaver as they departed from the small town. The coins and jewels were secured within 2 large chests, bound to a wooden cart. The burden-bearing horses were driven by Tessa, who harbored distrust towards the 2 mercenaries, fearing they might abscond with the divine gold. Hence, she took the reins herself. Hailing from a farming background, Tessa recalled how, in her youth when her father was still alive, she would similarly guide their cart to the town for market days. Alas, her father succumbed to illness, leaving her an orphan at the tender age of 13. As they traveled, Guli inquired about her journey to the eastern continent. A flicker of hatred sparkled in Tessa's eyes as she recounted, I was sold by the nobles of the West. Thankfully, the Most High God did not reject me, allowing the esteemed messenger to take me as a nun to praise my Lord. Guli had initially presumed that Tessa was driven by necessity, yet he had not anticipated that she had been forced into such a fate. The Most High God had decreed that in a few years, the continent of Westeros would descend into chaos. When that time came, they would return to save humanity and propagate the teachings. If such callous nobles truly existed in the West, the Most High God would grant her the strength to judge them. Tessa relinquished the reins, clasping her hands in reverence over her chest, praising her Lord. Guli nodded, then spurred his horse to the front of the procession, inquiring of their guide, Jabo, how much longer until they reached Pantos. Jabo's back wound had been stitched, yet he was still unable to move vigorously, causing their pace to be rather slow. They estimated it would take about 2 more days. Guli needed Jabo as a guide and did not mind the delay. If you cannot endure, we shall halt for a rest. I'm not in a hurry. It is of no concern. Another guide, Sergei, was accompanying his wife, who had suffered a broken leg. They rode together, safeguarding the side of the cart. Jabo, expressing gratitude for Guli's kindness, then curiously asked, Esteemed messenger, with such a wealth of gold at your disposal, why not return directly to Westeros? You are a noble in the north. With this fortune, you could purchase land and construct a small castle. Why not indulge in such pleasures? Moreover, were you not already aware that Lord Varys has laid traps in Pantos? What purpose does your journey serve? Gold, what importance does it hold compared to a dragon? Guli replied nonchalantly, I have pressing matters to attend to in Pantos. Your role is merely to guide. Pressing matters? To preach, perhaps. Jabo glanced back at the cart laden with gold, gently advising, Esteemed messenger, Pantos is a mercantile city-state. Though its population is substantial, most are merchants. They may greet you warmly for business dealings, but when it comes to faith, do you possess knowledge of Pantos? Guli interjected with keen interest. Jabo nodded, a smile of pride gracing his features. I have visited Pintos over a dozen times. Let me tell you, aside from those merchants, the townsfolk will not abandon their beliefs in favor of your Most High God. Unless, of course, you shower them with gold. Then they might pause to listen to your teachings. Guli chuckled softly. I do not journey to Pintos for preaching. The Most High God has other plans. Speak to me of Pintos, that I may better understand the city-state. Jabo pondered for a moment and resolved to commence with the topic that piqued men's interest the most. Pintos was initially governed by a prince. However, over the course of several centuries, the true authority of the prince has been supplanted by the governors. Nevertheless, the prince still enjoys a particular privilege. On the first day of each new year, he must perform a ritual with a virgin dedicated to the land and sea. Guli listened intently for a considerable time, initially believing he was acquiring knowledge about the governance of Pintos, only to be taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Jabo laughed heartily, saying, Are you envious? I was envious at first too. However, upon learning that should misfortune befall Pintos, such as defeat in battle or a poor harvest, the prince would be compelled to slit his throat as a sacrifice to the deities, I found no reason to envy him any longer. It is merely a relic of a bygone era, not significant information. What Guli truly sought to know was not this, but rather the military might of Pintos. What soldiers did Pintos possess? How formidable was their combat strength? Jabo, well-versed as a mercenary in the eastern continent, readily responded. Although the city-state of Pintos ranks among the foremost of the free city-states, it has previously suffered defeats and signed agreements with other city-states that restrict it from maintaining a military force exceeding that of its city guard. Consequently, its defensive capabilities are the weakest among all free city-states. And how many are there? The city guard? Guli inquired. Approximately 2,000 to 3,000, I suppose. Guli contemplated this. Indeed, 2,000 to 3,000 was not a large number in the context of warfare between city-states. Yet as he was planning a solo assault on Pintos, such a number began to seem rather substantial. Jabo continued, No worries. Pintos is wealthy and can summon armies at any moment. Guli turned to probe further. What do you mean? Jabo chuckled. It seems the esteemed divine envoy has truly never visited the eastern continent. Allow me to elucidate. Mercenaries do not thrive in Westeros, at most. Individuals like myself and Sergei form small teams. However, on the eastern continent, the situation is entirely different. For reasons unknown, there exist numerous substantial mercenary legions here. Noteworthy among them are the Golden Company and the Unsullied, both of whom are available for hire and possess formidable combat prowess. Guli had heard of the Unsullied's renowned reputation from the Game of Thrones series. They were indeed the elite forces of Daenerys Targaryen. Mercenaries? They posed little concern. He feared that by the time they accepted an order from Pintos, the battle would already be concluded. Upon hearing Guli's remark, Jabo was taken aback. What battle? Divine envoy. Are you planning to attack Pintos? Where would you procure an army? This amount of gold cannot afford those formidable mercenary companies. Guli clenched his left hand, adorned with scales, and then patted the dark sister at his waist. An army? I need no army. I'm myself. A gentle breeze caressed his face, and a familiar white figure soared above the heads of the crowd. Guli looked up, his face lighting up with ecstatic joy. He amended his statement. I require no army, for I possess a dragon. Jabo misunderstood Guli's implication and, with a mischievous grin, remarked, So this is what you meant by attacking? My dragon can fight alongside you. Let us vanquish every establishment in Pintos. Guli, disinterested, merely lifted his gaze to fixate on the white figure spiraling in the sky. It appeared that the ethereal entity had located its target and began its vertical descent. At that moment, Jabo also became aware of the unusual occurrence above, drawing his sword from his waist and exclaiming, Everyone, dismount quickly. A colossal white bird is approaching us. It seems to be hunting. We must seek refuge beneath the cart. Sergei hastily scooped Cindy off her horse, preparing to crawl under the wooden cart. The white bird flapped its wings and landed directly in front of them. All the horses began to stomp anxiously, unwilling to advance any further. It was only then, as the white creature touched down, that they realized it was no mere bird, but dragon. A colossal dragon. Jabo let out a piercing scream and, in his panic, tumbled from his mount. Ghoulie found his clumsiness amusing, stifling a laugh as he dismounted and handed him the reins, saying, "Wait here for a moment. I shall approach alone." Jabo, trembling with a mix of excitement and fear, grasped Ghoulie's reins and asked, "My lord, do you truly possess a dragon?" Chapter 73. Pantos, Part 1. After a year apart, Iceling had grown significantly. It now stood before him, its height, including its neck, exceeding 3 meters. However, this stature was still insufficient to be deemed a true dragon. At present, it could not carry Ghoulie on soaring flights. Yet it had begun to exhibit signs of combat prowess. Ghoulie approached it, reaching out to gently caress Iceling's round belly, exclaiming, "You have grown bigger and plumper. Where have you been during this past year?" Iceling lowered its majestic head and spoke in the ancient tongue. "I have been at Highgarden, where Marjorie feeds me copious amounts of food, hoping to hasten my growth." "You've been mooching meals at Highgarden? Did no one notice your presence?" Ghoulie asked with a peculiar smile. Shaking its head, Iceling replied, "Marjorie has been quite clever. She uses the guise of Shadowcat, and no one has sensed my existence. I travel by resting during the day and flying through the night, thus remaining unseen." Ghoulie was aware of the dragon's acute sense of smell, yet he understood that scents dissipate over the ocean. He stood on his toes and embraced Iceling, inquiring, "How did you find your way here?" With indignation, Iceling responded, "It was Marjorie who informed me of the rumors from King's Landing, claiming you perished on your journey to Pantos. I refused to believe it, so I had her guide me, and I flew here." Lowering its neck, it nudged Ghoulie's head with its own. "Indeed, you are alive. I detected your scent as soon as I arrived on this continent." Filled with joy at their reunion, Ghoulie exclaimed, "You have arrived just in time. Together, we shall conquer Pantos." With a puzzled expression, Iceling asked, "What brings you to this continent? Do you aspire to reign here? Yet the others are in Westeros. Do you intend to abandon the continent of Westeros?" Communicating in the ancient tongue, as others could not comprehend, Ghoulie candidly stated, "Pantos harbors 3 dragon eggs. This is the true purpose of my conquest." Dragon eggs? Iceling realized, understanding that as a dragon, it now possessed a more profound awareness of their might. 3 dragon eggs, if all hatch, would surpass an army of thousands. "Speak. What shall we do?" Ghoulie, already harboring a plan, gazed skyward at the drifting clouds and whispered a few words into Iceling's ear. Listening intently, Iceling nodded. "Then I shall conceal myself in the mountains surrounding Pantos, awaiting your signal. Indeed, be cautious. I will enter the city first. You need only create a commotion." Ghoulie replied before stepping back. Iceling prepared to take flight. "Wait, I suddenly recalled another matter." Ghoulie placed his left hand on Iceling's belly. Smiling, "I have acquired new magic. Let me see if it can aid your growth. If vitality could assist a dragon's development, it would be remarkable." Iceling finally noticed the peculiar appearance of Ghoulie's left hand. "Luke, your hand. Are you all right? How did it end up like this?" In an instant, Ghoulie unleashed his magic, red energy erupting from his palm, swiftly enveloping Iceling's form. He exerted all his strength until his left hand lost sensation due to the overload of magical energy, at which point he ceased his spell. The crimson energy was entirely absorbed by the ice crystal, which joyfully exclaimed, "How delightful! Luke, do bring me more of this wondrous energy. It seems to enhance my lifespan." Dragons, being magical creatures, possess an understanding of longevity that far surpasses that of humans. Hence, they are even capable of discerning the duration of their lives and the moment of their demise. Ghoulie gazed at the unchanged form of the ice crystal, disappointment evident in his voice as he remarked, "Is it merely an extension of lifespan? Yet your form remains unchanged. It is still a failure." The ice crystal suddenly grew serious. No, Luke. Lifespan and death are irreversible. Only deities possess the power to alter them. What you have accomplished is akin to the divine, and that is already remarkable." Ghoulie hesitated, contemplating whether to voice his thoughts, but ultimately decided against it. The ice crystal had worshipped ancient gods for millennia, and altering its faith now would prove exceedingly difficult. "Let us discuss this later. Take your time. Now go." I too must hasten my journey. The ice crystal gazed longingly at Gu Li's left hand. Although it appeared unappealing, the magic it bore was formidable. I hope it does not bring you any adverse effects. Be vigilant, and I shall take my leave. With a powerful flap of its wings, it stirred up clouds of dust and gradually ascended into the distance. Gu Li squinted, spitting out the sand from his mouth and brushing off the grit from his hair. At that moment, Tessa, concerned for his safety, arrived in a carriage. Your Excellency, are you unharmed? Did that dragon cause you any harm? Gu Li gazed towards the north. I am fine. Let us depart. Days later, within the free trade city-state of Pantos, Gu Li, wrapped in a cloak, stood atop a tall building with Gabbo. They had arrived here 10 days prior and had remained in hiding. Gu Li instructed Gabbo to escort him around Pantos, ensuring he was well acquainted with the residences of all the governors. Your Excellency, what are you waiting for? You possess a dragon that could easily conquer this city. Gabbo, perplexed, could not fathom what Gu Li was anticipating. Gu Li observed the sky daily, and this moment was no exception. My intent in besieging this city has never been merely to seize it. Rather, I seek to acquire certain things and capture specific individuals. If we act recklessly without adequate preparation and the targets escape, will you take responsibility? I dare not. Gabbo chuckled awkwardly. Gu Li inquired further. Have you gathered intelligence regarding the defensive forces at the Illyrian governor's estate? Gabbo had expended a considerable amount of Gu Li's gold in his inquiries about Illyria. There are 100 guards within the estate, divided into 2 shifts, patrolling day and night. If we choose to launch a frontal assault, we will require external assistance. Unnecessary. Gu Li had regained his strength. A mere 100 guards without iron armor were of no concern to him. Moreover, he gazed at the heavily clouded sky, sensing that the opportune moment was swiftly approaching, ready for action. Understood. Jabo utilized the 2 chests of gold bestowed upon him by Gu Li to enlist a considerable number of mercenaries and free agents, eagerly awaiting Gu Li's command alongside the dragon to seize the city-state in one fell swoop. A drop of water, propelled by the wind, landed upon Gu Li's visage. He wiped his face with his hand, rubbing his fingertips together. Rain? He extended his hand out of the window, and a single droplet fell upon his palm, swiftly freezing into a delicate crystal flower. Before long, the rain intensified, enveloping the entirety of Pantos in a shroud of mist. The time had come. Preparations for action were underway. You shall lead your men to seize the other governor's mansions. I shall take charge of the affairs here in Illyria, Gu Li declared. However, Jabo appeared taken aback, his face betraying hesitation. My lord, there's still a dozen or so governors remaining. I fear my forces are insufficient. No matter. The dragon shall aid you, Gu Li reassured, pointing skyward. Amidst the torrential downpour, a white silhouette soared swiftly over the expanse of Pantos. The dragon, Iceling, arrived at the vital port of Pantos, perching atop the lighthouse and unleashing a torrent of dragon fire. The inhabitants of the port were instantly engulfed in panic, jostling against one another, shrieking as they fled. Iceling paid no heed to the frenzied mortals, instead directing its wrath towards the dozen merchant ships moored at the harbor. It soared toward the shoreline, gathering a mouthful of dragon fire, and unleashed it upon the vessels. The flames illuminated the entire port, and no amount of rain could extinguish the searing heat of the dragon fire. In an instant, order disintegrated, plunging Pantos into an abyss of chaos. Chapter 74, Pantos, Part 2. Gabor had already departed, and Gu Li lingered atop the building for a moment longer. From his elevated vantage point, he observed the majority of the city guards surging into the port before he turned to descend. Tessa awaited him at the entrance on the ground floor, her expression filled with urgency as she exclaimed, "Divine messenger, the great dragon has resurfaced, wreaking havoc in the city. Must we drive it away?" She firmly believed that the power of the supreme deity could aid her in vanquishing the dragon. Gu Li gazed out at the torrential rain and replied, "The dragon is also a messenger of the supreme deity, not our adversary. We have other tasks at hand. Follow me." Braving the downpour, the two brushed past the fleeing populace and made their way toward the courtyard of Illyrio. Upon arriving at the entrance of Illyrio's courtyard, the guards instinctively raised their hands to block the approach of the two strangers, stating, "You two, The visiting hours have concluded for today. Ghoulie raised his left hand, and with a casual gesture, the rainwater in the air gradually coalesced into two ice-long swords. As the swords took form, he seized them and hurled them with force, the sharp blades slicing through the curtain of rain and pinning the two guards to the wooden door. Subsequently, he conjured an ice bow, remarking, "It seems your esteemed governor has time to meet me now." With the rain falling, countless ice arrows are at my disposal. With a powerful kick, Ghoulie shattered the large door, holding the bow in his right hand and conjuring arrows with his left. He drew the bow with remarkable speed, often striking down guards before they could reach him. In less than 5 minutes, the dozens of guards in the front courtyard lay slain beneath his ice arrows. Tessa remained steadfast by Ghoulie's side, though she found no opportunity to strike. Ghoulie strode slowly into the foyer, sparing the unarmed maidens while targeting only those clad in leather armor. Gabor had provided him with the schematics of the governor's mansion days prior, so despite it being his first entry, Ghoulie was well aware of Illyrio's whereabouts. With unrelenting momentum, he and Tessa swiftly advanced into the garden. There, they encountered the last few guards. Beyond the garden lay Illyrio's standalone residence. Situated on elevated ground, the building commanded a view of every corner of the garden. Archers stationed above were rendered ineffective, their arrows thwarted by the sudden appearance of small ice shields, failing to harm Ghoulie and Tessa. While the archers above found themselves in disarray, Ghoulie relentlessly harvested the remaining guards in the garden, his enchanted ice arrows piercing through helmets and leather armor with ease. Meanwhile, Illyrio was situated on the seaward side of his chamber, gazing out at the bustling port through the window. Fixated on the white silhouette soaring through the sky, he gasped a dragon. The dragon has truly returned. "Governor, assassins have breached our defenses," cried a guard, overwhelmed by the onslaught. "You must take cover at once." A maid was the first to sense the turmoil in the garden. Previously, the cacophony of rain had nearly drowned out the sounds of slaughter, leaving the guards and maidens inside oblivious to the chaos. Illyrio turned, his anger flaring. "Are you all utterly incompetent? How is it that you cannot handle a few assassins? It is entirely commonplace for someone to take advantage of chaos. This is not the first occurrence, and he pays it no heed." He bellowed, "Quickly dispatch the assassins. I shall lend my support at the port. Assassins are of little consequence. It is the dragon we must contend with." Boom! A colossal icy fist shattered the wall, subsequently disintegrating into shards of ice before the astonished onlookers. "Oh, it seems that this assassin of mine is not formidable enough to earn the respect of the governor." Ghoulie stepped over the debris, entering the room through the gaping hole in the wall. The three guards within immediately raised their spears and lunged at Ghoulie. "TSK, let the riffraff not interfere." In the blink of an eye, a flash of white light was seen, and Ghoulie's dark sister was sheathed, as if it had never been drawn. The three guards, having barely closed the distance to Ghoulie, found their heads severed before they could even thrust their spears. Blood gushed from the severed necks of the three corpses, sending the maidens in the room fleeing in terror. Ghoulie disdainfully froze the splattered blood along with the bodies, sparing himself the mess. "Who are you?" Illyrio remained relatively composed, carefully recalling whether he had made an enemy of Ghoulie. "If your aim is gold and silver, feel free to take it. However, I must remind you that while I, Illyrio, am the most powerful governor of Pantos, I am not the wealthiest." Ghoulie leisurely approached Illyrio's side, lifting a bottle of wine from his desk. The crimson liquid flowed from the bottle's mouth, coalescing in his hand into a pale red dagger. He toyed with the icy dagger and stated, "I shall ask you a question, and you will provide an answer. Do not waste words. Is that understood?" This was Illyrio South's first close encounter with magic, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. "What do you seek?" "The dragon egg." "Where is it?" "How do you know?" Illyrio gasped in horror as his little finger was severed by Ghoulie's icy dagger. Ghoulie's expression darkened. He had made it clear. No superfluous words. "You have 9 more chances. Once they are exhausted, I shall slit your throat." Time was of the essence. He needed to conclude matters before the rain ceased, necessitating a swift approach. Illyrio understood that Ghoulie's 9 chances referred to his remaining 9 fingers. Although the dragon eggs were invaluable, each worth a fortune. The pressing situation left him no choice but to part with his wealth to avert disaster. "Follow me. I have placed the dragon egg in the cellar." As he spoke, he moved toward the door to unlock it. Gu Li threw his dagger, pinning it to the wooden door. "You would do well to leave me honestly. Should you harbor any treacherous thoughts of escape, I shall kill you outright and seek it myself." Illyrio, of considerable age, had dealt with many desperate individuals. "Rest assured, the dragon egg is yours. I only hope that after you take the egg and the gold, you will spare my life." Gu Li instructed Tessa to open the door. Responding, "I shall consider it." He spoke no falsehood. Both Illyrio and the Spider Varys are staunch supporters of House Targaryen. He pondered the possibility of leveraging a false identity to recruit them under his banner. Illyrio, clutching his bleeding right hand, obediently led the way. The three descended the staircase, arriving at the armory on the ground floor. What was once a repository for weapons concealed a hidden passage leading to the cellar below. Gori took out the Dark Sister, pressing the blade against Illyrio's waist, compelling him to walk ahead. Tessa wielded a torch from the first floor, igniting the torches within the cellar one by one. The space was not only brimming with gold and jewels, but also stocked with fine wines and provisions. Most absurdly, there was even a bed. This was no mere cellar. It was clearly Illyrio's refuge. With great effort, Illyrio dragged a wooden box from beneath the bed and cautiously opened the lid. "My lord, the dragon eggs you seek are here." Inside the box lay 3 dragon eggs, neatly arranged, one green, one black, and one white. Gori observed them for a moment and confirmed that they were indeed the 3 dragon eggs from the series. As he scanned the cellar, he suddenly noticed a large brazier. Without hesitation, he tossed the 3 dragon eggs into it and ignited the charcoal and tar within using the torch. Flames erupted instantly, consuming the dragon eggs in fierce fire. The cellar had ventilation, ensuring a steady supply of oxygen despite the roaring flames. "My lord, there's no need to attempt anything further. I have exhausted all possibilities," Illyrio stated as he sat on the bed, retrieving previously concealed